You're crushing my hair. Zhang Shu heard a woman's voice. He opened his eyes to see a woman lying sideways in front of him. One of his arms was under her neck, the other around her shoulder, both hands clasped together over her chest in an embracing hold. The softness in his palms felt exquisite. Damn it, where the hell have I ended up? Zhang Shu looked around. The room wasn't large, about 8 or 9 square meters. The floor was compacted mud, uneven and glistening with a dark, oily sheen. To the right of the bed stood a wooden wardrobe with a mirror, faintly emitting the smell of mothballs. On top of the wardrobe sat a clock and a calendar. May 8, 1990, 8:21 a.m. Zhang Shu's pupils contracted slightly. He shoved the woman in his arms away and quickly walked to the mirror, staring at his youthful reflection. I've been reborn? Distant memories gradually surfaced. He was 22 years old this year, unmarried, from Yunque City. He'd only completed 1 year of middle school and had been unemployed ever since. His father, Zhang Jianjun, was a temporary worker at the town's state-owned liquor factory, while his mother, Qin Xiuxiu, worked as a farmer at home. Although their family was ordinary, as the eldest son and grandson of the Zhang family, Zhang Shu was literally pamper-treated as if he were too precious to be dropped or melted in the mouth. This unconditional indulgence made him even more reckless. He fought and brawled every few days, becoming a notorious hoodlum known throughout the surrounding villages. Seeing his son's behavior, Zhang Jianjun felt insecure, doubting he could rely on him in old age. After discussing it, the couple decided to have another son for support. Thus, in the year Zhang Shu turned 16, his younger sister Zhang Shui was born. He remembered clearly how grim his parents' faces had been when they brought his sister home. At that time, the concept of favoring boys over girls was deeply entrenched. But Zhang Jianjun didn't give up. When Zhang Shu was 19, the third child, Zhang Huahua, was born. The couple became like gamblers who'd lost everything and were desperate to win back their losses. The following year, the fourth child, Zhang Lan, was born. Recalling this, Zhang Shu's lips curved into a slight smile. Calculating the dates, the fifth child, Zhang Ting, would soon make her appearance. Ting meant stop. They had no choice, life was too hard, and with so many young children, they simply couldn't manage. Zhang Jianjun and Qin Xiuxiu had no option but to abandon their plan for more children. What are you doing standing in front of the mirror? Don't you even put on some clothes? Zhang Shu snapped back to reality and turned to look at the woman in bed. Dead memories continued to assault him. She had long, jet black hair, a face that was both pure and alluring. For some reason, her cheeks still held a faint flush. Sun Tong was his middle school classmate. They'd accidentally met on the street a few years ago, and after a few encounters, they gradually started an affair. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Sun Tong tilted her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. Zhang Shu instinctively stroked his chin, his gaze firmly fixed on her. Who could have imagined that this woman in front of him would one day steal the core technology patent of his company before its release and sell it to a competitor? After the incident, when confronted, Sun Tong was remarkably calm, stating simply that the other party had offered an astronomical price, which she couldn't refuse. Only then did he realize that in Sun Tong's eyes, money was above everything else. Everyone had a price tag. It was just a matter of whether the offer was sufficient. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling unwell? Sun Tong's eyes filled with concern as she sat up in bed, the blanket slipping slightly. Zhang Shu, while dressing, gave her a narrow-eyed smile. I'm fine. I just realized you look even more beautiful today, so I couldn't help but look a bit longer. Really? Ha! Sun Tong giggled. After hastily putting on his clothes, Zhang Shu prepared to go home. May 8, 1990, was the day his sister Zhang Shui would suffer. From this day forward, their family would never know peace again. Seeing him about to leave, Sun Tong couldn't help but speak up. Where are you going? Didn't you promise to accompany me to Julin Commercial City today? Zhang Shu didn't even turn back, waving his hand dismissively. Something came up at home. We'll talk later. Over the past few years, he'd spent a lot of money on Sun Tong. Recently, she'd set her eyes on an Yunque Su bicycle, which cost nearly 700 yuan at the time. He couldn't believe she had the nerve to ask for such an expensive item. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He pulled his foot, already stepping out the door back in. The suffering he endured in his previous life better start reclaiming some interest now. He walked to the bed, reached out, and roughly squeezed and pinched Sun Tong's fullness, applying significant force. Ouch! You're hurting me. Sun Tong's features contorted in pain, letting out a pained moan. You beast! Such rough hands. Zhang Shu didn't respond to her. He walked to a chest of drawers, opened a drawer, took out a pack of Honktashan cigarettes, and naturally slipped it into his pocket. Your dad doesn't smoke. Leaving it there is just a waste. Sun Tong panicked. What if my dad finds out? Tell him you gave it away. Oh, and lend me your bike for a while. What? Then how will I get to work? You can walk. It'll be good exercise. With those words, Zhang Shu's figure had already disappeared. If it weren't for the urgent matter at home today, he'd definitely have given her a proper lesson. But he wasn't in a hurry. They had plenty of time ahead. Sun Tong gently rubbed her chest, feeling that Zhang Shu seemed a bit different after waking up. Could it be that she'd asked for money too frequently lately? That shouldn't be the case. He'd always been very generous with her. Unable to figure out the reason and still feeling a dull ache in her chest, she cursed Zhang Shu inwardly as a beast, completely lacking any tenderness. Sun Tong lived in Shangyun village, while Zhang Shu lived in Xia village. The two villages weren't far apart, both belonging to Huagang town. Riding along the small path, after about 20 minutes, Zhang Shu could already see the outline of Xia village. It was early May, and vast fields of rapeseed flowers were in full bloom on both sides of the road. In the fields, several middle-aged women stood in a row, slowly moving backward as they planted seedlings. As the village grew closer, Zhang Shu's heart pounded violently. In his previous life, although he'd earned a lot of money later on, by then most of his parents and relatives had already passed away, and his relationships with his younger sisters weren't good. The saying the son wishes to support his parents, but they're no longer there described his situation perfectly. Now, reborn, the flame to make up for the regrets of his past life burned fiercely within him. He had the ability and the duty to make his family's life better. 1990, the tide of reform and opening up was sweeping across the nation. This was an era where money could be picked up just by bending over. At this moment, his heart surged with excitement. Chapter 2. Family Planning Office Penalties. Huang Gui spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and casually pushed back the remaining fringe of hair around his head. He pointed at the blue brick house before him and bellowed, "Hurry up! Bring me 2 more people to tear down that roof." Upon hearing the order, several young men in uniforms hastily fetched a long ladder, leaning it against the wall and climbing up. At that moment, a 6 or 7-year-old girl dashed out of the house. She ran to the ladder, grasping it tightly, and pleaded, "Please don't demolish my home. I beg you." Impatient, Huang Gui stepped forward and seized the girl by her collar. Her body lurched forward, her feet flailing on the ground, yet she clung desperately to the ladder, unwilling to let go. "Your family has exceeded the birth limit. The house must come down. Those 2 pigs in the pigsty must be taken away as well." The girl felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her upon hearing those words. In that moment, she was torn between mourning the loss of her home and grieving the prospect of the pigs being taken away. The demolition continued violently, the entire blue brick structure trembling as the glaring white slogans printed on the walls became increasingly pronounced: fewer births, better lives, happiness for a lifetime. The cacophony of chaos echoed, "What a disgrace. Baldy, take your hands off." Huang Gui turned his head to see a young man with a stylish haircut, his shirt tucked into his work pants, looking somewhat handsome. However, a series of traditional values made Huang Gui furrow his brow. Even the onlookers shook their heads in disapproval, displaying expressions of exasperation. What a waste. Old Zhang's son has truly been ruined. Indeed, if they hadn't lost all hope in this boy, would they still be avoiding having children at their age? TSK, 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 relying on him for old age support seems unlikely. Ignoring the murmurs of the neighbors, Zhang Shu stepped forward and pulled Huang Gui's arm away. "Why are you dragging my sister?" The youngsters on the roof, who had been vigorously wielding their shovels against the beams, paused at the sound and turned to look. The sudden tug caused Huang Gui to stumble, but he regained his footing and forcefully shook off Zhang Shu's grasp. "Exceeding the birth limit is illegal. How many children does your family have? Whoever exceeds the limit, you should confront them, but harassing a child is uncalled for." Huang Gui shouted, "Don't think you can escape just because your parents are hiding. Once I catch them, they'll certainly be taken for sterilization. This lawlessness will not stand." Zhang Shu chose not to continue the argument. The individuals on the roof had already ceased their actions, and he had achieved his goal. Arguing would not resolve the issue, it would only escalate tensions. His earlier shouts were merely to draw attention, prompting them to pause their work. In the 1990s, demolishing homes and confiscating property from families that exceeded the birth limit was entirely deemed reasonable and lawful, unlike the disreputable, forced demolitions of later years. Now, they were brazenly tearing down your house in broad daylight. If you dared to intervene, you would be breaking the law. Zhang Shu cast a glance at his younger sister beside him. In his previous life, He had accompanied Sun Tong to the city for a frivolous escapade, only to return home 2 days later to the devastating news that his sister had been struck on the head by a falling tile. Although the neighbors had rushed her to the clinic, the medical conditions at that time were insufficient to ascertain the cause of her ailment. They hastily prescribed a few anti-inflammatory medications and sent her back home. After her return, she managed to take care of herself with great difficulty. Yet her cognitive abilities suffered severely. The family lacked the means to send her to a major city for treatment, so she continued to live with her parents. On the eve of her 15th birthday, she suddenly collapsed and passed away prematurely. This was the most unforgivable regret of Zhang Shu's previous life. Fortunately, he had returned in this life, and there was still time to make amends. Zhang Shu timidly stole a glance at him. She harbored a deep-seated fear of her elder brother, having endured his beatings since her earliest memories. What about Hua and Zhanglan? Zhang Shu pointed towards the room where the two were still fast asleep. Goodness, even with such commotion, they remained undisturbed in their slumber. How well they must have rested. Zhang Shu surveyed his surroundings and, noticing the atmosphere had softened somewhat, instantly donned a smile and addressed Yunque. Leader, the house truly cannot be demolished. Otherwise, I will have to bring this group of children to live at your place. Yunque could hardly tolerate such a brazen threat. He jabbed a finger forcefully into Zhang Shu's chest. Impediment to the family planning office in the execution of its duties, is it? Do you wish to end up in prison? The crackdown has only recently subsided. Who would dare bear that stigma? If they pressed on stubbornly, finding oneself in the police station would be a fate worse than death. Zhang Shu chuckled awkwardly. Leader, as you can see, there are no adults at home. Making life difficult for us children serves no purpose. Yunque widened his eyes and gazed up at Zhang Shu, who towered over him. You call this a child? He immediately turned and shouted towards the roof. Who told you to stop? Continue the demolition. Don't you dare halt. Suddenly, Zhang Shu bellowed, startling Yunque into shivering. Enraged, Yunque gestured for those on the rooftop to come down, ordering, seize this brat and send him to the authorities. Leader, please, don't be hasty. Can't we allow the people to voice their concerns? Without waiting for a response, he pulled Yunque aside, appealing to their shared humanity, his voice thick with emotion. Leader, you are well aware of my family's plight. We have 3 younger sisters. The eldest is just 6, the youngest still nursing, and there's one who can barely walk. As he spoke, a look of sorrow clouded his face, and tears almost welled in his eyes. If the house is demolished, it would be akin to driving us to despair. Upon hearing this, Yunque instinctively glanced towards the interior of the house, his brow furrowing deeply. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shu continued, Leader, I understand the difficulties you face. Ultimately, this matter boils down to finances. How about this? You issue me the fines for exceeding the birth limit, granting me a 2-month extension to gather the funds. If I fail to pay by the deadline, I will personally demolish the house without your intervention. Zhang Shu spoke earnestly, thumping his chest in assurance. Yunque pondered for a long while before slowly replying, Your reasoning holds merit, and I do not wish to make things difficult for you. However, your parents have not shown their faces. I've heard they are hiding away to have more children. This is sheer folly. Zhang Shu nodded in agreement, his expression one of deep conviction. Indeed, uncle, you are absolutely right. I will seek help immediately. If I can find someone, I will take them straight to the clinic. Those who need to be fitted with an IUD will receive it, and those who should undergo sterilization will be sterilized. No exceptions. Chapter 3 Brother, why are you crying? Yunque felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. In these times, the family planning office wielded significant power, yet due to the nature of their work, they were not well regarded by the public, making it a perilous occupation. Take him for instance. He had already experienced multiple instances of violent conflict. Being insulted and cursed at was a common occurrence. Forcing individuals to undergo sterilization or IUD insertion was akin to rendering them childless. And the bloodshed that ensued from such actions was not uncommon in this era. Yet, he had no choice. It was national policy, and he had to stubbornly fulfill the mandates handed down from above. Zhang Shu opened a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes, handed one to Yunque, and struck a match to light it for him. He lit one for himself as well, vigorously shaking the match to extinguish it. Yunque glanced at him. Hongtao Mountain. Not a low-grade brand. If only I had the means to buy such cigarettes, Yunque replied, taking a deep drag and slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. He thought to himself that this young man was more articulate than he had been led to believe. Uncle, do you think this is acceptable? Zhang Shu inquired again. Huang Gue nodded. Then I will issue you a fine notice. Remember, it must be paid in full within 2 months. Rest assured, uncle, we are family. I won't let you suffer. He called out to Zhang Shui, who stood nearby. Xiao Shui, please bring out our eggs to share with the comrades. They have worked hard. Zhang Shui shot him a glance, but did not move. There were no chickens at home, so where would the eggs come from? Zhang Shu was well aware of this. With so many neighbors watching, those men could hardly ask for them shamelessly. However, he offered a gesture of goodwill. Regardless of its practicality, as it at least conveyed his intentions. Huang Gue waved his hand with a smile. Your family has it tough as well. Keep the eggs for the children. He quickly grasped Huang Gue's pudgy hand and shook it vigorously. What a good official. You truly care for the common people. Shifting the subject, Zhang Shu pointed to the roof, now missing more than half of its tiles, and expressed his ultimate purpose. Uncle, while the situation has been addressed, the roof is still dangerously compromised, especially with so many children at home. Could we request the comrades to assist in restoring it? Rest assured, I will not let them work in vain. He called out to Zhang Shui again. Go fetch some money. Buy my uncle and the comrades at the family planning office a couple of good quality cigarettes. The cheap ones are harsh on the throat. Zhang Shui remained unmoved, not even glancing at him, fully aware of their financial situation. As soon as Zhang Shu finished speaking, Huang Gue grabbed him firmly, speaking earnestly. Your kindness is appreciated. However, we represent a state institution, embodying the image of the people's government. It is ingrained in our very essence not to accept even a single thread from the masses. With so many onlookers, if anyone dares to accept the cigarettes, they would be met with scorn. Zhang Shu grasped Huang Gue's arm with sincerity etched on his face. I am truly grateful. He stepped forward a few paces, standing beneath the eaves of the blue brick house, and called up to the few men above. Comrades, my uncle has requested that, since you have made the effort to come, you assist in restoring the roof. Zhang Shu, having just smoked 2 sticks of hometown mountain cigarettes, tossed them aside, cautioning, be extremely careful while repairing the roof. Huang Gue involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. When did I ever say I would help you restore the roof? However, upon seeing the imploring gaze of the family planning personnel, he reluctantly nodded. Restoring the roof was not as simple as merely tossing things down. Before long, the backs of the group on the roof were already drenched. Zhang Shu pulled $1 from his pocket and beckoned to Zhang Shui. Go buy some popsicles for the comrades to quench their thirst. This time, Zhang Shui finally moved. She took the money and dashed towards the village store, feeling that her elder brother was acting strangely. Ordinarily, he wouldn't even bother to pick up a fallen broom. Yet today he seemed to have had a change of heart. Many tiles had broken, but fortunately, there were some left over near the haystack, and he moved them over. Huang Gue had already prepared the fine. Even though he was mentally prepared, his heart still jolted at the sight of the amount, 9,800 yuan, which included a one-time fine of 6,000 and a social upbringing fee of 3,800. Zhang Shu held up the fine and queried Huang Gue, Uncle, did you calculate this correctly? Huang Gue brushed back his sparse hair with a hand. The policy is such, according to regulations, a 20 service fee should be added. If cash and assets are insufficient, property must be liquidated. However, considering your family's special circumstances, we have granted you an extended deadline. This is already quite lenient. Huang Gue had made himself clear. Continuing to argue would be inappropriate. Thank you, uncle. Huang Gue extinguished his cigarette and patted his shoulder, saying, everyone is struggling these days. Zhang Shui jogged back, handing him the bag. Brother, I bought the popsicles. In the early 1990s, the popsicles in rural areas were quite simple, made solely of water, saccharin, and food coloring, yet they were still refreshing. Unlike the ingredient lists of the future, which resembled dense essays. Zhang Shu unwrapped the packaging and handed it to Huang Gue, who accepted it without hesitation and took a hearty bite. Comrades, take a break. Enjoy a popsicle to cool off. Zhang Shu shouted to those on the roof and tossed one up. Finally, he stuffed the remaining popsicles, along with the bag, into his sister's hands. These are all for you, enjoy. The sudden happiness felt surreal to Zhang Shui. Brother, what about you? I'll smoke, Zhang Shu replied, pulling out a big cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. 2 hours later, the roof had been restored, and Zhang Shu earnestly attempted to retain the personnel from the family planning office for a meal. Huang Gue scoffed. You think you can entice people to stay for a meal with just your words? After a bit of back and forth, Huang Gue's principles prevailed. As he insisted on not dining in the homes of the populace, leaving Zhang Shu with no choice but to concede. Elder brother, it's time to eat. Zhang Shui called out from the kitchen. Zhang Shu was somewhat surprised. Had lunch already been prepared without any noise? Zhang Shui emerged, one hand holding a thermos of hot water and the other carrying pickled radish. Brother, there's not much to eat at home. Just some rice soaked in hot water with pickled radish. You'll have to make do for now. I'll go pull some vegetables from the field later and make you a vegetable porridge for dinner. The eight immortals table was quite high, and Zhang Shui could barely peek over it. She stood beside the table, meticulously picking up the grains of rice that had fallen and placing them into her mouth one by one. Zhang Shu, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of emotion welling up in his eyes. He approached gently, lifting his younger sister and settling her onto his lap. She was slender and light. Zhang Shui looked up at Zhang Shu. Brother, why are you crying? Chapter 4, Earning Money. Zhang Shu's heart felt as though it had been struck with a heavy hammer, his eyes stinging. He raised his hand to caress his sister's dry, brittle hair. It's nothing. Just a bug flew into my eye. I'll blow it away for you. At that moment, a commotion arose from within the house. Zhang Huahua, rubbing her eyes in confusion, wondered out. Sister, why didn't you call me for dinner? Big brother, you're back. The youngest sister, Zhang Huahua, was still quite young and had yet to feel the sting of his reprimands, thus maintaining a good relationship with Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu stood up and filled her bowl with rice. The little girl was not picky at all and eagerly shoveled the white rice into her mouth. By the way, didn't Mom and Dad leave you any money? Zhang Shui replied, they did. Dad left the money with Grandma, telling me to take it if I needed anything. Did you not take it? They work very hard for their money, and since Mom can't work right now, I thought it best to spend less. Zhang Shui tilted her head thoughtfully. Zhang Shui was far too sensible for her age, to the point of evoking pity. Such maturity was not typical for someone her years. Reflecting on his own past, he felt akin to a beast, having squandered large sums on Sun Tong. How much better it would have been had he used that money to buy something for his sister. Damn it, did Dad mention when he would be back? In his memory, Zhang Jianjun and Qin Xiuxiu should be at his Aunt Qin Ru's home preparing for the birth around this time. Dad didn't he say? But he comes back every few days to check on us. Zhang Shui counted on her fingers, calculating the days. He should be returning soon. Zhang Shu furrowed his brow. So you've been home alone these past few days? Not completely. Grandma is here, but Uncle seems to have returned. She said she would go back first and come over in the afternoon. Crying could be heard from within the house. Zhang Lan had awakened. Zhang Shui appeared accustomed to this, setting down her chopsticks and pulling a sun-dried diaper from the clothesline before walking into the inner room. Zhang Shu followed her inside, opening his arms in a gesture of embrace. Let me handle it. However, no sooner had he spoken than Zhang Lan began to wail, showing him no favor. Zhang Shui chuckled. She must be hungry. I'll go prepare the formula. The formula was kept in the eastern room. Their house was a typical self-built structure in rural Jiangsu, comprising 3 rooms and 2 kitchens. Typically, the elder Zhang couple and Zhang Lan resided in the eastern room, while Zhang Shui and Zhang Huahua occupied the western room. As for Zhang Shu, he rarely stayed at home and would only make do on the sofa in the living room when he did return. At that time, a can of Yashili formula from the supply store cost 19 yuan, and Zhang Jianjun, working as a temporary laborer at a state-owned liquor factory, earned a monthly wage of 82 yuan. Zhang Lan, the little one, required at least 3 cans of formula each month, and that was barely sufficient, necessitating that it be mixed with rice soup for feeding. It could be said that over the past few years, the majority of Zhang Jianjun's salary had been spent on formula. Zhang Shu handed over the prepared milk powder, and upon finishing it, the little one immediately ceased his crying. Observing the tender scene before him, a singular thought occupied his mind: to amass wealth, swiftly and efficiently. He rummaged through his pockets, discovering a mere 15 yuan remaining. Where could he procure some initial capital? Zhang Shu pondered, unfazed by the daunting circumstances. After all, Chun Deizai had transformed 20 yuan into 37 million. Surely, it would not be unreasonable for me, Zhang Shu, to turn 15 yuan into 370 billion. Hey, Shu Go, are you home? A rotund figure clad in a floral shirt, sporting sunglasses and hair styled with copious mousse, entered the room. Zhang Shu's eyes brightened at the sight of Zhao Sanxiang. My goodness, your outfit is quite impressive. Zhao Sanxiang beamed at the compliment, his face lighting up with glee. Hee. This was brought back by my aunt from Yangqing. Zhao Sanxiang was the son of Zhao Lei, the party secretary of Xia village, and his family was relatively well off. Zhang Shu had a vivid recollection of his aunt, Zhao Haitang. Despite the generational gap, she was only a few years his senior and had often led them in fishing escapades during their childhood. Back then, conditions were poor, and it was quite normal for little boys, aged 5 or 6, to run around the village bare-bottomed. He recalled an incident when Zhao Haidang had playfully tugged at his little boyhood, a matter that surely deserved an explanation. Influenced by the reform and opening up policies, Zhao Haidang had ventured to Yangcheng to work a few years prior, at a time when the wages there were unrivaled across the country. An ordinary assembly line worker could earn over 250 yuan, with better factories offering 400 yuan or more. Rumor had it that Zhao Haidang had since left her factory job to start her own business, reaping considerable profits. As the pace of reform quickened, particularly following the great leader's Southern Tour speech, the objectives of the market economy were firmly established, and the scope of foreign investment was set to expand further. Foreign enterprises, sensing opportunity, flocked to the domestic market. Conversely, within the planned economy, state-owned enterprises excessively relied on fiscal subsidies, lacking the capacity for independent operation and self-development. Reforming state-owned enterprises had become a priority for local leadership. The once secure jobs were no longer guaranteed. Layoffs were imminent. Shu Gu, are you off to the cinema? Recently, Xiaoyu has brought back quite a few Hong Kong films, and I heard there are several thrilling ones, Zhao Sanxiang said with a suggestive grin. Zhang Shu seemed to recall something and queried, isn't Xiaoyu's father a butcher? Indeed. Zhang Shu rose and threw an arm around Zhao Sanxiang. Let us go find Xiaoyu. By the way, let us take your father's three-wheeled vehicle. Zhao Sanxiang hesitated. My dad cherishes that three-wheeler. He usually doesn't let me touch it. Are we not good brothers? Zhao Sanxiang gritted his teeth. Just wait a moment. I'll sneak it out. Worst case, I'll just get a beating when I return. Good brother, I knew I could count on you. Zhang Shu gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Zhao Sanxiang departed, embodying a sense of forlorn determination. Brother, are you heading out? Zhang Shui looked up to inquire. Zhang Shu nodded, extinguishing his cigarette but beneath his foot. I'm off to Xiaoyu's house. I'll be back this afternoon to prepare some meat for you all. Really? Zhang Shui blinked, her swallowing audible. Do you trust your elder brother? Xiao Shu, you're home too. Grandmother Lu Guilin approached, carrying a plastic bag. He smiled and nodded, moving a reclining chair beside her, saying, Grandmother, I apologize for worrying you during this time. As Lu Guilin settled down, Zhang Shu's words left her momentarily bewildered. Was her great-grandson suddenly so thoughtful? Tentatively, she inquired out of money. I haven't brought any money today either. Perhaps I should go back and fetch some for you. As she prepared to rise, Zhang Shu quickly pressed her back down. It seemed that his reputation indeed was not as favorable as he had hoped. Chapter 5. Feast of Meat. Grandmother, my elder brother has money, Zhang Shui proclaimed proudly. He even said he would prepare meat for us this evening. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed grandmother's face. Wonderful. Little Shu has finally matured and become more considerate. By the way, your uncle just returned from the city. He brought this big cake and some peanut bars for you. Do taste them. She extended the plastic bag in her hand. Uncle Qin Zhenghua worked as a laborer at a construction site in Yanshi, earning a meager 2 yuan a day, and his living conditions were far from ideal. Yet, despite this, he always brought back some treats for the children whenever he returned home. These small gestures of care amidst the mundane daily life, the companionship forged through trials, encapsulate the essence of familial bonds. Virum. Zhao Sanxiang arrived in his three-wheeled vehicle, emitting a cloud of black smoke from the exhaust. Zhang Shu greeted his grandmother and hopped onto the vehicle, heading towards Huagang town. The Little Fish Video Hall, though quaintly named, was a hallmark of its era. Upon arrival, the cacophony of noise hit them, intertwined with the sounds of action from the videos. Zhao Sanxiang pulled Zhang Shu inside. The video hall was dimly lit, and the screen showcased Chow Yun-Fat and God of Gamblers. He found a corner to sit and shouted, Little Fish, bring me 2 bags of sunflower seeds. A young man with small eyes, thick lips, and ear piercings approached. Zhao Sanxiang raised an eyebrow. What new tapes do you have? Let Shu Gu have a taste. Little Fish turned his head upon hearing this, finally noticing Zhang Shu. With a broad smile, he produced some cigarettes and displayed a knowing expression. Shu Gu, it's been quite a while since you last visited. The new titles The Golden Lotus and The Tale of the Jade Pavilion are absolutely thrilling. Zhang Shu tucked a cigarette behind his ear. Indeed, I must take a closer look, but I'm here for a serious matter today. He regarded Little Fish with a solemn expression. Is he a good brother? Zhao Sanxiang paused, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the phrase. Little Fish sensed a shift in the atmosphere, his eyes darting nervously. Shu Gu, whatever you need. Just say the word. I'll surely assist. Zhang Shu directly stated, I need to borrow some money. How much? Little Fish asked cautiously. Zhang Shu raised a finger. 10 yuan. Zhang Shu shook his head. Little Fish plopped down onto a nearby chair. Shu Gu, the store has about 20 yuan left. Take it all if you need it. Zhang Shu lit the cigarette he had placed in his mouth, taking a deep drag. Last year, when Zhang Long extorted you, it was I who helped you out, was it not? The video hall has been running for half a year now, and no one has ever collected protection fees. Do you not have an inkling of this? Before he could finish, Little Fish interrupted. Shu Gu, I remember well how you treated me. However, I truly lack the funds. Deceiving you is beneath me. Zhang Shu fixed his gaze upon him for a moment, causing Xiao Yu to shiver under the intensity, instinctively retracting his neck. Suddenly, Zhang Shu burst into laughter, playfully nudging his chest with his fist. Since you are in such dire straits, let it be. A twinge of guilt pricked Xiao Yu's conscience as he inquired, Brother Shu, what do you need so much money for? Zhang Shu smacked his forehead, realizing that this matter had a slight connection to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, taken aback, questioned, how is this related to me? Zhang Shu explained, I intend to venture into a small business and wish to procure a few pig heads from your father. At that moment, Zhao Sanqiang interjected, articulating the response Zhang Shu had preemptively taught him. Brother Shu, since Xiao Yu lacks funds, why not simply borrow the pig heads? After all, they are family, in essence. It's merely a matter of transferring from one pocket to another. Xiao Yu pondered this, feeling that Zhao's reasoning held some merit, yet sensing something amiss. However, compared to borrowing money, the idea of borrowing a few pig heads seemed far more palatable. Primarily, the cash belonged to him, while the pig heads were his father's. Utilizing his father's belongings for personal endeavors felt like an advantageous arrangement. Having known Xiao Yu for quite some time, Zhang Shu was well aware of his character. He would lend a helping hand in small matters, but when it came to substantial sums of money, he would never lend, regardless of Xiao Yu's financial status. Thus, he resorted to a roundabout method, capitalizing on Xiao Yu's willingness to part with his father's assets without a second thought. Given Zhang Shu's previous kindness, Xiao Yu had already rejected him once. This time, he found it difficult to refuse again. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu conceded, borrowing a few pig heads is acceptable. However, anticipating his words, Zhang Shu interjected, rest assured. The money will be in your hands by the night after tomorrow at the latest. What is the current price of pig heads? The smaller ones are 12, and the larger ones are 21. If you want them, I can give you the small ones for 10 each and the large ones for 20. Zhang Shu calculated in his mind. Let us go with 5 large ones, totaling 100 for ease of accounting. Also, throw in a few pigtails. The children at home would enjoy them. All right, the tails are on the house. I'll give you a few. He kicked Zhao Sanqiang, who was engrossed in a video. Go get the pig heads from Xiao Yu. Zhao Sanqiang wore a pained expression, gesturing towards the screen. It's just reaching the climax. What good is merely watching? I'll make time to introduce you to a woman, so you can gain some experience. Really? Zhao Sanqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, urging, Xiao Yu, let us go. We need to fetch the pig heads. Brother Shu, what will you be doing? Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. I'll buy some spices. Let us meet back here shortly. At this juncture, the individual economy had begun to flourish, branching into various commodities, including spices. Although certain specialized items still faced planned supply constraints, the overall commercial environment was gravitating towards a market economy, a prevailing trend. By the time Zhang Shu returned to Xiao Yu's video room, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. He quickly beckoned the chubby one to head home. As the black smoke from the 3-wheeled vehicle belched forth once more, the two sped towards Xianghe village amidst the bumps. Grandma, Big Brother has brought back many large pig heads. The little girl shouted at the top of her lungs, fearing the neighbors might not hear. After placing the pig heads down, just as Zhao Sanqiang was about to head home, Zhang Shu's words halted him. Don't you want to pursue a relationship anymore? I do. At this moment, Comrade Zhao Sanqiang responded with unwavering determination, as solemn as an oath of party membership. Come follow me to sell pig's head meat. Zhang Shu began to assign tasks. Fatty was in charge of skinning, Grandma was to trim the meat, Zhang Shui was boiling water, and Zhang Huahua took care of Zhang Wan. The personnel arrangement was meticulously orchestrated. Without even one, the operation would falter. He was responsible for adjusting the marinade. With the pig's head meat and spices sequentially entering the pot, steam enveloping the air with an enticing aroma. 2 hours later, Zhang Shu prodded the meat with chopsticks, and it was effortlessly pierced through. Zhang Shui was too engrossed in her task to tend the fire, leaning over the stove, eagerly watching. And even Grandma could not resist sniffing the air. In the early 1990s, rural life remained challenging for most farmers, with rice and pickled vegetables being the norm. Meat and eggs were only purchased on holidays or when guests visited. Farmers primarily relied on agriculture for income, but with low grain prices, little remained after paying taxes. Electricity had been introduced, but power outages were frequent, and the cost was high, necessitating careful usage. Water was sourced either from wells or fetched from rivers. Few villages had running water. Life in the countryside had improved compared to the 60s and 70s, yet it was far from prosperous. Zhang Shu tossed a piece of pig face meat onto the cutting board, carelessly chopping it a few times. The meat, fresh from the pot, was too hot to handle. Xiao Shui, go grab some bowls. Zhang Shui hurriedly returned with several large bowls, and he divided the chopped meat into piles, placing them into the bowls. The entire room was filled with an intoxicating fragrance, eliciting the salivation of those present. Big brother, is it ready? Zhang Huahua urged in a sweet voice. Bring the first bowl to Grandma. This bowl belonged to Xiao Shui. Zhao Sanxiang picked up a large piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth, giving a thumbs up and mumbling praise. Shu Gu, I never expected you had such culinary skills. Zhang Shui swallowed eagerly, her face alight with satisfaction. This meat is truly delicious. Grandma advised, eat slowly, don't choke. Zhang Shu chuckled, there's more in the pot. Feel free to indulge. From now on, we will have meat every day, and plain rice will take a back seat. Zhang Shui licked the grease from her lips, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Chapter 6. Bad Girls, Don't Waste It. Zhang Shu selected 3 more pieces of pig head meat and neatly packed them in a bag. One piece was for Grandma to take home that evening for Uncle and Grandpa to enjoy with their drinks. Another piece he intended to deliver to Grandpa, who had a penchant for such delicacies. Although Grandpa held a severe bias against girls, he never denied him anything. Lastly, he planned to visit his second aunt tomorrow to ascertain the situation regarding the Zhang couple. As for the pig's tail, it was reserved for his sisters as a snack. A few women from the village, drawn by the enticing aroma, gathered nearby, pointing and whispering. Oh, are you living well? Zhang Shu turned to see Huang Li, the wife of Zhang Jianjun's colleague, speaking. His father and Huang Li's husband had conflicts at work, each undermining the other. Zhang Shu suspected that his mother's hiding to give birth was reported by this woman. Otherwise, how would the family planning office have known? He picked up a bucket of dirty water, freshly drained from the pig, and splashed it over Huang Li. Huang Li's mind momentarily blanked, and then an acrid stench invaded her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn. Instinctively, she glanced down at herself, noticing her skirt was smeared with sticky vegetable leaves, murky oil clinging to the hem and neckline, while pig hair adhered to her face. This sudden shower left Huang Li in a state of bewilderment. She froze for a moment before shouting at the top of her lungs, Zhang Shu, how dare you douse me? Today, I shall have my revenge. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and charged toward Zhang Shu, her hands clawing toward his cheek. Zhang Shu stood his ground, his gaze sharp as a knife, calmly addressing the approaching Huang Li. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I will break one of your legs. Huang Li's movements abruptly halted, her hands suspended in the air. It dawned on her that Zhang Shu was indeed someone who would not hesitate to retaliate. Yet, the thought of retreating was equally unbearable. Her face flushed crimson, her chest heaving as she forced a smile. Humph, who would bother to fight with you? With that, she slowly lowered her hands, feigning composure as she patted down her clothes. As the sun began to set, Zhang Shu, disinterested in further banter, glanced at the time. Soon, the workers would be off duty. He gathered his knives and cutting board, dragged a table onto his cart, and prepared to set up his stall. Upon seeing Zhang Shu leave, Huang Li erupted again. With such a lowly character, he dares to venture into business? He should take a good look in the mirror at his own worth. Does he really expect to earn 10,000 yuan selling pig's head meat to pay his fines? Huang Li clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, prompting a chorus of giggles from the nearby women. With his skills, I wouldn't eat it even if it were free, chimed in a sharp-faced woman. 10,000 yuan is no small sum. I reckon his family is doomed this time. Huang Li's excitement grew, her expression brimming with triumph. If you ask me, his parents should never have had him. Now look at this mess. Unable to pay the fine, how will they manage their lives from here on out? With a loud splash, another bucket of waste was dumped. Grandmother Lu Guilin, carrying a metal bucket, had her murky eyes now glinting with ferocity. Keep gossiping. And when my grandson returns, you'll see what happens, she exclaimed, slamming the bucket down heavily. Bravo. Well done. Zhang Shu and Zhang Huahua cheered, clapping with excitement. Huang Li's face alternated between red and white. Quick, let's go. That old woman is fierce. The other women, disregarding their soiled appearances, hurriedly made their way home. Huagang Middle School was situated at the heart of the town, facing east with a three-way intersection in front. Whether students were leaving school or workers finishing their shifts, everyone passed by here. Zhang Shu felt an overwhelming sense of being the sole guardian of this place. He chose the best spot to park his cart and unloaded the table and meat. With no customers yet, he knew he must sort the meat beforehand, as different cuts commanded different prices. As a middle-aged woman approached, Zhang Shu thought she might be a potential customer and greeted her with a smile. However, the woman launched into a scolding. Are you new here? Do you even understand the rules? Zhang Shu set his knife down. What is the matter? The woman pointed towards a nearby cart, where a small coal stove sat, piled with flour, indicating a vendor selling fried dough snacks. This spot belongs to my family. We have occupied it for over half a year. Hurry and find another place, the woman urged impatiently. Zhang Shu couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Are you marking territory like a dog? Seeing that Zhang Shu ignored her and continued to smile, the middle-aged woman felt a surge of anger and called out behind her. Old man, this kid is being unreasonable. Come take a look. A man with a buzz cut set down his cart and strode over, kicking the straw bundle beside Zhang Shu. Don't make trouble for yourself. Do you see? We were here first. Zhang Shu glanced down at the straw bundle. If this thing is so useful, you should take it to America. Then the whole country would belong to you. With a swift kick, he sent the straw bundle flying and gestured. All right, your spot is over there now. Hurry up and move. The buzz-cut man, infuriated, advanced, ready to confront Zhang Shu. Beside them, Zhao Sanqiang, witnessing the scene, swiftly delivered a kick to the man's stomach. The man stumbled backward, clutching his abdomen, his face contorted with rage. His eyes bloodshot as he roared. You little brat, this isn't over. Some people are not to be trifled with. Just wait. Zhao Sanqiang pursued him and delivered another sharp slap. Old man, are you all right? The woman hurried over to support him, then turned to scold the stout man. You scoundrel. Why are you so brutal? The buzz-cut man forcefully shook off the woman's supportive arm. Go find Hussein. I'll pay him for protection. Is this how he protects us? This needs to be addressed. With clenched teeth, the man set up a stall across the road, casting menacing glances at the two. Meanwhile, the woman hurried off, cursing and calling for help. Zhang Shu paid them no mind and continued sorting the pork. The shiny, sauce-red meat wobbled slightly, the aroma of the meat mingling with the fragrance of the marinade wafting towards passers-by. An elderly man selling sweet potatoes approached, sniffing the air, his eyes fixated on the pork. Young man, how much for the meat? Zhang Shu continued his work, replying, it depends on what you want. Pig ears are 6 yuan per pound, snout 7, and tongue 750. The rest of the pork head is 5 yuan. The old man swallowed hard. Pork at the market is only 240 a pound. This is too expensive. Lower the price a bit. I'll buy some. Zhang Shu chuckled. Sir, the spices alone for this amount of meat cost quite a bit. Besides, you can only salvage half the meat from one pig's head. I think my prices are quite reasonable. The old man smacked his lips. Young man, what spices did you use? I'd like to try it at home tomorrow. That's a trade secret. I can't divulge it. If I tell you today, you might set up a stall next to mine tomorrow. Who will I turn to for recourse? Zhang Shu responded playfully. What do you take me for, old man? The elder expressed some dissatisfaction. Zhang Shu smiled silently and continued his work. How about this? I'll trade you a few sweet potatoes for some meat. That should work. They're homegrown and guaranteed sweet. If it weren't for wanting to get some meat for my grandson, I wouldn't be so willing to part with them. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. After all, everyone has a farming background. His family had been farming for 3 generations. I say, old man, if your grandson wants meat, you shouldn't be so stingy. That's not right, Zhang Shu admonished. The old man, seeing that his efforts were in vain, curled his lips and walked to the side, resuming his sale of sweet potatoes, though his gaze occasionally darted in this direction. As the clock struck 5:30, workers began to exit the factory in droves, preparing to return home. Wang Jiang, a mechanic from Changhua Machinery Factory, slowed his bicycle as he passed Huagang Middle School. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. It was the scent of smoked pork. Having been transferred to Huagang Town for nearly half a year, he had developed a fondness for smoked pork paired with a couple of drinks. Yet, to his dismay, there was no vendor in this town, forcing him to ride all the way to the city each time he craved it. Such an inconvenience. Steadying his bike, Wang Jiang approached, aluminum lunchbox in hand, observing a young man preparing the seasoning sauce. "Young comrade, how much for the pig ears?" he inquired. A plump man nearby responded, "Pig ears are 6 yuan per jin." Wang Jiang handed over his lunchbox. "I'd like 2 liang of pig ears and 2 liang of smoked pork, please." "Certainly." Zhang Shu skillfully wielded the knife, pressing the pig head meat onto the chopping board, the dark red skin glistening with fat. The blade glided through the meat, producing a rhythmic thud against the board, releasing glistening juices. "Your knife skills are impressive," Wang Jiang praised. At the compliment, Zhang Shu smiled. He had never cooked in this life. His knife skills and the recipe for the marinade were skills he had honed in his previous life after achieving financial freedom, enjoying the solitude of researching culinary arts. He had not anticipated that this knowledge would come in handy upon his return. Zhang Shu placed the meat into the aluminum lunchbox, ladled a spoonful of sauce over it, and handed it over. Wang Jiang retrieved 2 yuan in paper money and 2 10-cent aluminum coins from his pocket, offering them to Zhao Sanxiang. The plump man accepted the payment with a grin. "Perfect, no change needed." As Wang Jiang took the lunchbox, the enticing aroma compelled him to pinch a piece of pig ear and pop it into his mouth, savoring the tender texture that melted away. "Delicious. I shall return tomorrow." He nodded in approval. As more pedestrians filled the streets, their blue-gray work attire merged into a collective under the setting sun. Zhao Sanxiang stepped from behind the stall, raising his voice to call out, "Pig head meat, 5 yuan per jin. A bargain." A bespectacled middle-aged woman squeezed to the front of the stall. "Young master, please slice me a jin of pig head meat and make it fatty." She produced an enamel jar from her basket, elated that Huagang Town finally had a vendor for pig head meat, a craving she had long harbored. The sound of a bicycle bell grew nearer, as the postman propped himself on one foot. Quickly, help me cut half a jin. I'm in a rush to deliver the last round of mail." Without waiting for Zhang Shu to respond, the bespectacled woman stepped back. "The postman takes priority. Thank you so much." In an era where communication largely relied on letters, postmen enjoyed stable employment, good wages, and generally high social status. Time passed, and before long, a long queue had formed in front of the stall. Zhang Shu couldn't help but let a smile creep across his face, revealing a charming, crooked grin reminiscent of a dragon king. In a town where there was no competition, the joy of running a unique business was truly exhilarating. Peering into the bustling scene, 5 pig heads had already been sold, indicating that my skills were indeed favored by the masses. It seemed that brighter days were on the horizon. Zhang Shu resolved to visit Sun Tong in a couple of days to reward her properly. I recall a wise master from my previous life stating that one must cherish good girls and not squander bad ones. This sentiment resonated deeply with me. In times of scarcity, every resource must be utilized. Wastefulness is indeed disgraceful. Chapter 7. What the hell? Zhao San's canvas bag hung around his neck, gradually swelling. "Old San, you must help us vent our frustrations and teach that brat a lesson. Otherwise, don't expect to collect our protection fees in the future." A middle-aged woman, gritting her teeth, pointed across the street. "You dare?" San spat out a toothpick, his tone menacing. "If everyone acted like them, refusing to pay protection fees over petty grievances, how could we maintain order?" His voice was particularly assertive. The middle-aged woman, intimidated, shrank back slightly, her tone softening. "Well, we have paid. Surely there must be some resolution to this matter? Just wait. I'll find out which little brat is so disrespectful. Brothers, follow me." Wei Xian swaggered towards Zhang Shu, his gait wide. As San passed an old man selling sweet potatoes, he kicked over the stool used for the queue. With a steel pipe in hand, he began to strike the roasting potato stove, causing the crowd to scatter in alarm. San approached Zhang Shu, pressing the steel pipe against his chest. "Do you understand the rules? To conduct business here, you must first pay homage to my territory." In the vicinity of Huagang Middle School, no one dared to challenge him. Today, San was determined to set an example of Zhang Shu, demonstrating the consequences of offending him to those reluctant to pay protection fees. The old man selling sweet potatoes, unable to bear the sight, trembled as he implored, "Have mercy. We are merely trying to make a living with this small business. This young lad doesn't understand. Please, give him another chance. To hell with your small business." San erupted, sweeping the steel pipe across the roasting stove with a thunderous crash, sparks flying as scalding sweet potatoes scattered across the ground. The old man staggered back in fear, collapsing to the ground. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and several young onlookers clenched their fists, ready to intervene. However, upon seeing the steel pipe in Hussein's hand, they reluctantly restrained themselves. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Shu's eyes as he stepped forward, seizing Hussein's wrist and twisting it sharply, causing the steel pipe to clatter to the ground. He picked it up and swung it down violently onto Hussein's shoulder. Ah! Hussein howled in agony, clutching his arm, cold sweat pouring down his face. His left shoulder seemed to have lost all sensation. In disbelief, his voice trembled. You dare to retaliate? Zhang Shu remained silent, delivering another blow with the steel pipe to Hussein's leg. Hussein collapsed to his knees, writhing in pain. A few bystanders, witnessing the scene, were about to rush in when Zhang Shu suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. Anyone who moves next is his target. Zhao San grabbed the cleaver from the cutting board, pointing it at the others. Whoever approaches will be chopped. The three thugs froze in place, exchanging glances, none daring to make the first move. In the crowd of onlookers, an unknown voice shouted, "Well done." Hussein lay on the ground, his face ashen. Realizing he had encountered formidable opposition today, gritting his teeth, he attempted to rise, glaring fiercely at Zhang Shu. You'll pay for this. Zhang Shu sneered, weighing the steel pipe in his hand before delivering another blow. I'm waiting for your mother. The pipe struck Hussein repeatedly, the dull thuds accompanied by his piercing cries. I give in. I surrender. Please, stop. You're like my grandfather. Zhang Shu's eyes remained cold as he continued, until Hussein curled up on the ground, devoid of strength to plead further. Finally, he ceased his assault, squatting down to grasp Hussein's hair. I've been navigating these streets since I was 14. You've got the audacity to show off in front of me. Speak. Who do you associate with? Hussein's face, bloodied and swollen like a pig's head, trembled as he stammered. I'm with Brother Go. Brother Go? Zhang Shu scoffed, slamming Hussein's head against the ground, gesturing towards the few individuals still standing nearby. Tell that scoundrel Go Ziqiang to come here right now. I'll be waiting for him. Hussein lay limp like a defeated dog, while the small-time delinquents fled as if released from chains, not daring to glance back. Zhao Sanxiang set down the bone-cutting knife, tilting his chin toward Hussein, concerned. Brother Shu, did we go too far? What if something happens? Zhang Shu grinned. What is there to fear? There are so many witnesses. This is self-defense, a righteous act to combat evil and protect the people's property. If this reaches the police, they'll have to commend me. Zhao Sanxiang paused at this, accustomed to being the villain. Now suddenly portraying the virtuous side felt peculiar. He scratched his head. The role reversal is too sudden. I can hardly process it. So, it wouldn't matter if we killed this scoundrel? Zhao Sanxiang snatched the steel pipe from Zhang Shu, exclaiming, let me have a go at him. As a large, hefty figure approached with the pipe, Hussein, in a garbled plea for mercy, shockingly lost control of his bladder. The couple selling fried dough twists nearby dared not continue their business, hastily stuffing their goods into a basket and fleeing in panic. Zhang Shu surveyed the shaken customers around him, clapping his hands and proclaiming loudly, Dear uncles and aunties, I sincerely apologize for the commotion. I hope you weren't too frightened. We are all neighbors here. So I'll offer the remaining pig head meat at a 10% discount as a token of my apology. Zhao Sanxiang immediately grasped the cue, shouting, freshly braised pig head meat, now at a 10% discount. First come, first served. The crowd stirred, and the previously timid onlookers began to gather. A few bold souls even engaging in conversation. Young man, those moves were truly satisfying. It was about time someone dealt with those thugs. Zhang Shu deftly sliced the meat, responding with a smile, isn't that the truth? Running a small business is challenging. Besides, I can't stand bullies, especially those who prey on the elderly. Cheers of approval rang out from the crowd, echoing in the air. With a series of deft maneuvers by Zhang Shu, the dwindling supply of pig's head meat was swiftly sold off, simultaneously winning over the goodwill of the onlookers. Even if the situation escalated, there would be witnesses ready to support them. In this day and age, everyone is a vigilant citizen, eager to assist. Zhang Shu sliced a generous portion of pig's head meat and approached the elderly man selling sweet potatoes, jesting, Sir, today's events have certainly been quite manly. He placed the meat into the man's hands, adding, Eat first to calm your nerves. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive an explanation. No, I'm fine. It's just that the sweet potatoes have spilled, and it seems such a waste. I can pick them up and eat them myself. It's no trouble. The old man insisted, waving his hands in refusal, suddenly becoming polite. Zhang Shu chuckled. You can't possibly eat all this alone. Overindulgence can lead to discomfort and flatulence. At your age, it's best to leave it to the younger folks. Inside the arcade, a tall man with a dark complexion, nearly 2 meters in height and weighing around 200 pounds, frowned as he listened to the unfolding events. Guizhou felt that the rewards for completing the electronic game were no longer appealing, while his subordinates behind him were far less concerned, eagerly watching the embarrassing scene before them. Dog brother, what should we do now? Hussein is still lying in the middle of the road. How the hell would I know? Why are you bothering about someone selling pig's head meat? Why should they care about your trivial matters? Have some dignity. Guizhou scolded them harshly. He then picked up a nearby ashtray and kicked the informant with a swift motion. Lead the way. Dog brother. Is it just the 4 of us? Shouldn't we call a few more brothers? Shut your mouth. I'm going to negotiate, not to start a fight. What do I need so many people for? Are you trying to provoke me? Guizhou glared at him menacingly. Dog brother, I wouldn't dare. Damn it. You're being stubborn. Another kick followed. At the entrance of Huagang High School, Zhao Sanxiang inquired, have you settled the accounts? How much is it in total? Brother Shu. Take a guess. Zhang Shu pondered, recalling that each pig's head given to him by Xiao Yu weighed approximately 25 pounds. After accounting for the bones, the net meat was around 13 pounds. At an average price of 6 yuan per pound, each pig's head could sell for 78 yuan, amounting to a total of 390 yuan. After deducting what was eaten at home and what was given to the old man, along with the recently discounted sales, perhaps around 300 yuan? Zhao Sanxiang grinned widely. Brother Shu, you guessed it right. It totals 305 yuan and 70 cents. After deducting costs, you've earned more in a single day than many do in half a year. Zhang Shu had initially expected to be left with half a pig's head by day's end, but the success of the business was surprisingly gratifying. It seemed that many who had gathered to watch, upon hearing of the discounts, decided to make a purchase after all. Indeed, the innate tendency of the Chinese people to watch the spectacle was evident. Despite the chaos, not a single person had left. When Guizhou arrived, he found Zhang Shu and his companions munching on sweet potatoes, boasting animatedly. Hussein lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, completely still. Frowning, he approached and prodded Hussein with his foot. Suddenly, Hussein convulsed, letting out a hoarse wail from his throat. Damn, am I being taken advantage of? Guizhou waved his hand behind him, urging to take that foolish person to the hospital, lest he perish on the street, bringing ill fortune. Having said that, he walked over to Zhang Shu, reached for a sweet potato from the roasting oven, and took a large bite. Guizhou frowned slightly. While the sweet potato was indeed sweet, it had an unpleasant odor reminiscent of excrement. The old man stood up, trembling, and explained. It fell on the ground during the scuffle. I intended to take it home to feed the chickens, but I didn't expect you. Guizhou interrupted. Damn it. Ugh. Ugh. Chapter 8. I did it. Guizhou expelled everything he had eaten in the past few days. Feeling somewhat relieved, he straightened his collar, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Casting a sidelong glance at the greasy meat stall. What made you take this up? Zhang Shu said, mouth full of sweet potato, his words muffled. What else? Continue to wander aimlessly on the streets? At this rate, we'll either end up in prison or merely subsisting on peanuts. Which would you prefer? Guizhou took a deep drag from his cigarette. Let us not discuss other matters for now. Can you refrain from eating sweet potatoes? I feel like I'm going to vomit again. Have you heard about old Joe? Which old Joe? Guizhou inquired. The one from West Street. The one who got locked up last year. He was just sentenced yesterday, life imprisonment. Zhang Shu took another bite of sweet potato, glancing at Guizhou. What do you think his future holds? Guizhou crushed the cigarette, but underfoot. What can I do? He lacks skills and capital, without mixing in. We can't even afford to eat. I say, you could work with me. Work with you selling pig's head meat? Guizhou scoffed. I can manage eating pig's head meat. Now, those with money are the real masters. Your pockets are cleaner than your face. Why pretend? Do you know how much I earned this afternoon alone? Zhang Shu extended his hand, indicating 300 yuan, all in half a day's work. Seriously? No kidding? Guizhou's eyes widened. Am I a big beauty? Is there any need to deceive you? What? Do you look down on this small business? Not at all. Guizhou rubbed his hands together. I just find it a bit undignified. Who told you to sell pig's head meat for a lifetime? This is called primitive accumulation. Do you understand? Why is it that you only grow in size, but not in intellect? Upon hearing this, Go Ziqiang's temper flared. He sprang up from the stool, ready to explode. Zhang Shu continued. Do you know what the most lucrative business is right now? What? Go Ziqiang sat back down silently. Lack of education is truly frightening. Zhang Shu remarked, dismissing him. 9 out of 10 citizens are down and out, and the last one is searching. Have you heard this before? Go Ziqiang shifted in his seat, suddenly invigorated. Are you planning to become a middleman? Zhang Shu discarded the sweet potato peel and began tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. So what do you think? Interested? Of course, I'm interested. But why would you want me? Zhang Shu did not respond. Instead, he descended into deep thought. In his previous life, Go Ziqiang met a tragic end. Brutally slain by over 30 individuals during a street brawl. He needed to prepare for the upcoming plan. Certain tasks were particularly suited to Go Ziqiang's current identity. If he played his cards right, Zhang Shu would not hesitate to lend him a hand. Yet, Go Ziqiang was acutely aware of how precarious his situation was. Relying on protection money is ultimately not a sustainable way to live. Yet, what alternative does he have? Lacking education, connections, and any understanding of how to plan for the future, he found a novel perspective in Zhang Shu's words. If one had wealth, who would choose to lead a life of crime? Wouldn't it be far more appealing to don a suit and drive a luxurious car? Noticing his silence, Go Ziqiang grew anxious and leaned forward. What are your plans? What do you need me to do? Speak. How much money do you have? Zhang Shu inquired first. Go Ziqiang responded honestly. I can immediately produce over 800 in cash, and with a bit of time, I can scrape together 1,200. That's far too little. Observing Zhang Shu's disdainful glance, Go Ziqiang felt embarrassed. This amount represented his entire life savings. It was even safeguarded by his mother, who insisted it be reserved for his future bride, lest he squander it all. This is all I have. What if I postpone collecting the protection fees? Go Ziqiang suggested. Zhang Shu shot him a glance, inwardly cursing, realizing Go Ziqiang would never change his ways, fixating on the old business of protection fees. It seemed he had truly exhausted his resources. Stop collecting protection fees from now on. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively, instructing him to swiftly rid himself of the inept subordinates, retaining only a few reliable ones. Go Ziqiang felt a pang of regret, sighing, without income. Managing the crew will be challenging. We must pursue a legitimate path. Why gather so many underlings? Moreover, bring your ID and money tomorrow. We shall establish a company and formalize everything from here on. Go Ziqiang instinctively nodded, but suddenly felt uneasy. Wasn't he here to negotiate? Why was he being unexpectedly conscripted? Especially with his own funds at stake? He hesitated. Having been a leader for so long, the thought of working under someone else left him disoriented. Zhang Shu noticed his internal conflict, but chose not to elaborate. This was a test for Go Ziqiang. If he could not overcome it, there was no reason to include him. Having returned to this life, Zhang Shu viewed matters from a divine perspective. The avenues for generating wealth were abundant, and he was not in need of Go Ziqiang's meager 800. However, this money was essential for Go Ziqiang. It was his entry ticket. For without a personal investment, why would Zhang Shu, a relative stranger, endeavor to help him prosper? Zhang Shu turned to Zhao Sanqiang. By the way, when is your aunt returning to Yanqing? Next week, I believe. Why do you ask? Please arrange a lunch for us tomorrow. Zhao Sanqiang grinned. No problem. Your aunt inquired about you just the other day. After waiting another 10 minutes, Zhang Shu, seeing Go Ziqiang still deep in thought, lost his patience and began packing up to head home. With a sputter, the three-wheeled vehicle roared to life, emitting a cloud of black smoke that Zhang Shu inhaled, finding it oddly pleasant. Since childhood, he had enjoyed trailing behind tractors and motorcycles, reveling in the scent of exhaust fumes. Suddenly, Go Ziqiang slapped the sweet potato stove, declaring, I've made up my mind. Only then did he realize Zhang Shu and his entourage had already departed. Damn it, they left without a word. How impolite. As the old man occasionally cast glances in his direction, Go Ziqiang felt a growing sense of irritation. Why do you keep staring at me? He inquired. The young man who had just departed had mentioned that it was Go's subordinate who had ruined a batch of roasted sweet potatoes, prompting him to seek compensation. Thus, he had waited until now. When the old man spoke, his legs trembled, as the imposing figure before him resembled the fierce warrior Zhang Fei, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. Damn it, Go Ziqiang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Whoever broke it should be held responsible. It has nothing to do with me. The old man remained silent, continuing to fixate on him. Go felt somewhat speechless. The old man was akin to an unyielding adhesive plaster. Reluctantly, He decided to cover the cost for now, intending to reclaim the sum from Hu San the following day. He sighed and asked, "How much?" The old man swallowed hard. "Just the cost price. 8 yuan will suffice." Go Ziqiang handed over the money, ultimately doing so out of respect for Zhang Shu. Otherwise, he would not have been so accommodating. He had come to terms with the fact that the path of a rogue was unsustainable, especially after hearing that old Zhou had received a life sentence. He felt a twinge of fear regarding his future, apprehensive that he might one day find himself confined like old Zhou, imprisoned for life, something he believed would be worse than death. Deep down, Go Ziqiang harbored a premonition. Following Zhang Shu, his life could potentially be filled with excitement and wonder. Chapter 9. The Ferry. Upon returning to Xia village, Zhao Sanxiang tidied up the three-wheeled vehicle in preparation for his journey home, as he had a formidable challenge awaiting him that night. Sneaking out the three-wheeler from the old secretary's residence was a transgression of grave magnitude, akin to committing murder or arson. The hefty consequences could very well fall upon him. Zhang Shu retrieved 30 yuan from his bag and handed it over. "Brother Shu, what is this for?" Zhao Sanxiang questioned. "You think I can accept money for lending a hand?" As he spoke, he started the engine, ready to depart. Zhang Shu grasped his arm. "This isn't for you. It's for the vehicle." Considering this, Zhao Sanxiang pondered for a moment before accepting the money. In the early 1990s, some major urban gas stations had begun to open up, offering negotiable fuel prices. However, in Huagang town, gasoline was still obtainable only through fuel vouchers, which was the reason Zhang Shu had provided the 30 yuan. Acquiring fuel in this remote town proved to be quite a challenge. Gas stations were not as readily available as everyday commodities, and private enterprises had no access. In 1992, higher authorities issued a directive allowing private enterprises into certain segments of the refined oil retail market. Even then, most private gas stations still operated under the umbrella of state-owned enterprises. It wasn't until the turn of the millennium that private enterprises were explicitly permitted entry into the refined oil market. However, this shift led to an influx of foreign capital, such as Shell, resulting in the forced closure or acquisition of numerous private gas stations. "Don't forget to arrange a meeting with your aunt." Zhao Sanxiang waved his hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, I won't forget." By the time Zhang Shu arrived home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. His grandparents were surely asleep, and it was not the appropriate hour to disturb them. He would visit them the following morning. His grandmother had already lulled Zhang Lan to sleep, and the entire Xia village lay shrouded in tranquility. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a silvery shimmer upon the muddy ground, while a gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. At this hour in the countryside, televisions were still a rarity. In the absence of entertainment, as night fell, families were left to ponder the trivial matters of their beds, undeniably causing considerable consternation for the comrades at the family planning office. Zhang Shu's thoughts meandered aimlessly until he drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, Zhang Shu rose from the sofa, where his grandmother was already busy preparing porridge over the fire. He rummaged through the sweet potatoes he had brought home the previous night and beckoned to Zhang Shui, saying, "Come, this is for you." "Wow, baked sweet potato!" Zhang Shui exclaimed dramatically, guiding the wobbly Zhang Lan toward him. "Big brother, you're being biased. I want one too," pouted Zhang Huahua, peering from the east room, clearly displeased with her brother's favoritism towards his sister. "You'll have some too. I wouldn't deprive you." Zhang Huahua's frown instantly transformed into a smile as she eagerly snatched the sweet potato, impatiently peeling it. After freshening up, Zhang Shu set off towards the northern part of the village, carrying a bag of pig head meat. After walking for about 10 minutes, he spotted his grandfather, Zhang Guiqing, in the field, applying organic fertilizer to the cabbages. Upon seeing Zhang Shu, he tossed aside his scoop and called out, "Old lady, our grandson has arrived. Quickly bring over the peach crisps sent a couple of days ago for him to taste." Grandma Wang Yuzhen responded from inside the house, and by the time Zhang Guiqing approached, he remarked, "Little Shu, why aren't you sleeping in this fine morning?" Zhang Shu raised the plastic bag he was holding and offered it. "Grandpa, I made this braised dish yesterday to share with you and Grandma." "Ah, keep it for yourself. Your grandmother and I are not in want. Just take it away," Zhang Guiqing said, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped the plastic bag. His grandson had never before taken the initiative to bring him something, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his weathered face. Grandma hurried out of the house, clutching the peach crisps, her eyes fixed on the plastic bag. "Did you really make this, little Shu? When did you learn this skill?" Zhang Guoqing's throat tightened, and he suddenly felt a warmth in his eyes, recalling scenes of Zhang Shu riding on his back during childhood. Time had flown, and now his grandson had grown. Returning to think of the two elderly folks. "You silly child." Zhang Guoqing's voice quivered slightly as he looked down, pretending to adjust the bag's opening. "Your grandmother and I have bad teeth. We can hardly eat this." Yet he clutched the bag tightly, fearing it might be taken from him. "Old man, hurry to town and buy some meat. We must have a proper meal with little Shu today." No. Zhang Shu shook his head vigorously. "I need to visit my second aunt's house shortly to check on my parents." At the mention of this topic, Zhang Guoqing began to grumble. "Little Shu, you are just too understanding. I have told your parents long ago not to have more children, but they insisted. I wonder if Zhang Jianjun and Qin Xiuxiu will finally have a boy this time. And with the family planning office's fines, if they don't address it soon, they might lose their home. I will certainly not assist them. But don't worry, little Shu. Your grandmother and I have saved our money. When we grow old, this money will all be yours. No one else can touch it." Zhang Shu was at a loss as to how to dissuade his grandfather from his preference for sons over daughters. The deeply entrenched beliefs held by the older generation are not easily altered by mere words. In a previous life, Zhang Shu exploited this very fact, causing considerable distress to several uncles, while his two aunts harbored substantial grievances against him. However, the old gentleman favored him, which inevitably strained familial relations on his father's side. After engaging in casual conversation with the elderly couple for a while, Zhang Shu took his leave. His second aunt, Qin Ru, resided in the southern village of Lusha, necessitating a ferry ride from the village of Xia. After waiting for over half an hour, the ferry finally arrived. As Zhang Shu wheeled his bicycle onto the vessel, it noticeably sank lower, the wooden deck creaking under the burden. "2 mao for both man and bike," shouted the boatman, a cigarette dangling from his lips. At that time, the ferry was still constructed of cement, with a maximum capacity of no more than 7 or 8 passengers, making the situation undeniably precarious. Being a poor swimmer, Zhang Shu felt utterly devoid of safety. A slight breeze would cause the boat to sway alarmingly, leaving his heart in a state of agitation. It wasn't until the turn of the millennium that these cement ferries were replaced by steel-hulled boats. The true end of the ferrying era would not come until the completion of the Lusha Village Bridge in 2010. "This is the last time. I shall never ride this contraption again," he resolved. Arriving at his second aunt's home, he spotted Qin Xiuxiu, heavily pregnant, basking in the sunlight at the doorway, while Zhang Jianjun was busy picking leeks. The couple appeared to be in high spirits, exchanging laughter and light-hearted banter. Zhang Jianjun looked somewhat surprised upon seeing Zhang Shu. "What brings you here?" "I came to bring some pig's head meat for my mother," Zhang Shu replied, handing over the meat. "What a waste of money." Qin Xiuxiu murmured softly, yet without hesitation, she began to savor it. "How's everything at home?" Zhang Shu inquired. "Quite well, except the family planning office paid a visit yesterday." He then recounted the incident involving the demolition of their home and the impending fines. "What? 9,008? Good heavens." Qin Xiuxiu felt the pig's head meat lose its appeal at that moment. Chapter 10. Leave the financial matters to me, Jianjun. How much can we still muster from our family? Less than 1,500. Qin Xiuxiu nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. What shall we do? We're still short by a significant amount. My mother might muster the courage to borrow 500, but what about Qin Ru and Zhenghua's family? She hesitated. Perhaps we could approach my father-in-law. If it's a son, we might manage to borrow 2,000. Zhang Jianjun crushed his cigarette, but into the dirt. But if it's a girl? He left the thought unfinished, yet Qin Xiuxiu understood. She still recalled the distressing scene when Zhang Guoqing had struck Zhang Jianjun with a shoulder pole during the birth of Zhang Lan. A memory that sent chills down her spine. What about your uncles and aunts over there? Don't hold your breath. Zhang Jianjun shook his head. If they lend us 30 or 50 bucks, it would be a generous gesture. The kettle in the kitchen began to sputter, releasing white steam, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Tears started to fall from Qin Xiuxiu's eyes. Sister, Qin Ru, who had appeared at the doorframe with a handkerchief in hand, said, "I have over 200. You can take it for now." "No, you and your husband are struggling as it is. Even if the family planning office demolishes our house, I cannot accept your money," Qin Xiuxiu replied firmly. Zhang Jianjun nodded in agreement. "Xiaoru, Xiuxiu has already been quite a burden on you during her pregnancy. We truly cannot accept your assistance." Qin Ru sighed and placed the crumpled handkerchief into Qin Xiuxiu's hands. "Sister, take this money for emergencies. Consider it a gift for the child's first meeting." No matter how difficult my situation becomes, it remains better than yours at present. Zhang Jianjun gazed at the spider spinning its web in the corner for a while. Tomorrow, I will inquire at the distillery. After all these years, it should be possible to request an advance on my wages. Let it go, brother-in-law. I have heard about your distillery. The inventory is piled high, and soon there will be no money left for salaries. Father, leave the financial matters to me. If you don't cause trouble, I will be grateful. I cannot expect much more. Zhang Shu smirked, recognizing that old Zhang harbored considerable resentment. He recounted the events of selling pig head meat from the previous day. Xiao Shu, you earned 300 in a single day? Qin Ru exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Are you pulling my leg? Zhang Jianjun looked incredulous. If Zhang Shu had spent 300, he could believe it, but earning 300 was utterly beyond him. It simply did not align with Zhang Shu's character. Zhang Shu clarified, it was 200, the other 100 was for costs. If you don't believe me, come with me tonight to see for yourself. Zhang Jianjun felt his worldview crumbling. He would rather believe that this money was earned by Zhang Shui than accept that Zhang Shu could make so much. Yet, he appeared resolute. So I'll really go and see. If you're lying, I will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Faced with Zhang Jianjun's feeble threat, Zhang Shu adopted a serious demeanor. Father, rest assured, I will never deceive you again. Zhang Jianjun shivered, his hair standing on end. Could this boy be serious? Is it possible that the good days for the old Zhang family are finally arriving? Xiu, I will return to Xia village today. In the evening, I will accompany Xiao Shu to take a look and bring back some meat from the town to replenish your supplies. Zhang Jianjun felt that unless he witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not believe anyone's claims. Zhang Shu was delighted by the prospect of additional work. It made him quite happy. The father and son rode their bicycles, with Zhang Jianjun occasionally glancing back at him, which left Zhang Shu feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, the prejudices in one's heart are like a mountain. Instead of heading home, the two rode directly to the Xiaoyu video hall. Upon seeing Xiaoyu at the counter, Zhang Shu said little and placed 190 yuan on the counter. I'd like 4 pig heads, preferably larger ones. Additionally, please get me a pair of pig feet and some pork belly. All right, Shu Gu, I'll fetch them for you right away. Xiaoyu beamed widely, his eyes narrowing into slits as he hurried to the storage room at home. Zhang Jianjun observed Zhang Shu's confident demeanor in handing over the money, clicking his tongue. When could he ever spend money so liberally? To be fair, this boy's manner of giving money was truly elegant. He handed over nearly 200 yuan without so much as a frown. 20 minutes later, Xiaoyu returned on a tricycle, loaded with 4 pig heads, 2 pig tails, a pair of pig feet, and 4 pounds of pork belly. Shu Gu, everything is here. The pig feet and pork belly are at cost, and the pig tails are complimentary. Great. Thank you. As noon approached, the father and son each hung 2 pig heads from their bicycles and made their way back to Xia village. The sunlight at this moment, though fervent, is not scorching. The temperature is just right, providing a sense of comfort. Dad, I've made plans to have lunch with a friend, so I want to be home, Zhang Shu announced. Go ahead. Go ahead. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. Nowadays, Zhang Shu greeted him for everything, and he found it somewhat unfamiliar. Hiding, why aren't you eating? Old Secretary Zhao Lei, leaning against the door with a bowl in hand, asked with a smile. Someone is treating today. I'm saving room, Zhao Haidang replied. Who is it? A man or a woman? She rolled her eyes. Of course it's a man. What fun is there in dining with a girl? Oh, who is it? Do I know him? The old secretary's interest was piqued. Of course you do. It's from Xia village. Look, he is here. Upon catching sight of Zhang Shu, Zhao Lei's brow furrowed immediately. His son had always trailed after him since childhood, but the more he followed, the further he strayed, becoming a rogue. Back in 83, that boy would have likely reincarnated by now. Even more outrageous was the fact that Zhao Sanqiang had secretly taken his motorcycle out yesterday, undoubtedly under Zhang Shu's influence. After parking his bicycle at the door, Zhang Shu steadied himself with one foot on the ground and patted the back seat. Zhao Haidang quickly approached and plopped down on the rear seat, wrapping her arms around his waist. Brother, let us go? She called out to Zhao Lei. The old secretary, cigarette in mouth, knitted his brow. He scrutinized Zhang Shu, whose floral shirt hung open, finding him increasingly displeasing. Come back early. Zhao Lei managed to squeeze out after a long pause. We're off, Uncle Zhao. Zhang Shu grinned and pedaled away. At the Dongfeng restaurant, a modest eatery in Huagang town, menus were still a novelty, with prices chalked onto a blackboard. Most restaurants at this time were family-run, with the husband cooking in the kitchen and the wife serving and collecting money. Zhang Shu wiped down the greasy plastic stool again. Sister Haidang, what would you like to eat? Zhao Haidang turned to the blackboard, her hair brushing against his hand. Zhang Shu glanced over. Her short hair, with its ends curling outward, paired with padded shoulder shirts and form-fitting athletic pants, framed her naturally elegant oval face, which had gained a touch of maturity since childhood. I'll have the big boiled dried tofu and stir-fried 3 delicacies. As it was mealtime, the restaurant was somewhat stifling, the ceiling fan laboring to turn, a blend of sweat and the aroma of dishes swirling in the air. Zhang Shu nodded and called out to the kitchen, "Boss, stir-fried 3 delicacies, stir-fried kidney, stir-fried eel, and a big boiled dried tofu. Hurry up." At this time, the portions were genuinely generous. The 3-yuan stir-fried eel filled the plate to the brim, unlike later years when the garnishes outnumbered the main ingredients. Zhao Haidang got up to grab 2 bottles of soda, opening one and handing it to Zhang Shu. "Now can we talk about what you need? Do you want me to bring something for you?" she asked, wearing a knowing expression. In Guangdong province during this time, as the forefront of reform and opening up, it had become a gateway for new trends to flow into the inland. It was a source of envy for many when a family had relatives or friends working in Guangzhou or Shenzhen. They would often ask them to bring back trendy items, such as Hong Kong-style clothing. Zhao Haidang pondered that Zhang Shu's visit was most likely for this very reason. Chapter 11. All for your good, Sister Haidang. I wish to ask for your assistance in obtaining a business license for Xiangjiang. Without warning, the soda in Zhao Haitang's mouth erupted, splattering Zhang Shu's face. Flustered, she hurriedly wiped her face with her sleeve, while Zhang Shu resignedly wiped his own. "You wish to apply for a business license in Xiangjiang?" Zhao Haitang's tone shifted, her gaze scrutinizing Zhang Shu as she pondered how their conversation had veered towards Xiangjiang. "Indeed, it is for conducting legitimate business," Zhang Shu emphasized. In her mind, Zhao Haitang screamed in disbelief, questioning whether he truly understood what he was saying. It felt as if she were meeting Zhang Shu for the first time. "Xiao Shu, I am at a loss regarding the application process." Although she dabbled in small business ventures, her experience was limited to sourcing goods from wholesale markets and reselling them, a mere intermediary. Zhang Shu chuckled lightly, remarking, "It's quite simple. Having the funds is all that matters." Zhao Haidang instinctively leaned forward, adopting a listening posture. Typically, acquiring a business license for Xiangjiang requires a trip to Hong Kong. However, since you are conveniently situated in Yangcheng, you can engage a recommended agency from the Guangdong Provincial Foreign Trade Bureau and simply submit the materials I provide to a licensed secretarial company. They are professionals in company registration. There is no need for you to worry about the details. In about a week, the business license will be mailed back to Yangcheng. Zhao Haidang felt a haze clouding her understanding. Swallowing hard, she inquired, "So, according to your explanation, we must seek assistance from individuals in Xiangjiang? Their service fees must be exorbitant." Zhang Shu nodded in agreement. "Approximately 5,000 yuan will be required. Unfortunately, traveling to Xiangjiang at this juncture is rather cumbersome." Zhao Haidang felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly slipping off the plastic stool. 5,000 yuan. That equates to 5 years' wages for an ordinary worker. Do you have 5,000 yuan? Rest assured, I shall provide it to you before your return to Yangcheng. Zhao Haidang gripped the soda bottle tightly, the cold glass pressed painfully against her palm. She suddenly perceived the stark contrast in the person before her, her childhood companion, with whom she once shared mischievous exploits, now seemed so foreign yet remarkably mature. As they continued to eat and converse, it was primarily Zhang Shu who spoke, with Zhao Haidang listening intently. Observing him, she felt a tinge of reverence. Each question she posed was met with responses that seemed meticulously rehearsed. From tax policies in Xiangjiang to development plans for the Pingqing Special Zone, from import-export trade procedures to fluctuations in international exchange rates. His discourse was laced with terminology such as offshore accounts and transshipment trade, concepts she had never encountered before. What astonished her most was the ease with which Zhang Shu discussed these topics, shattering her recollections of him as a carefree youth. "How do you know so much?" Zhao Haidang could no longer contain her curiosity. "Read more books, follow the news, indulge less in snacks, and sleep more," he replied, as they exited the Dongfeng restaurant. Zhao Haidang remained in a state of bewilderment. Observing her expression, Zhang Shu pondered how much she had truly absorbed and concluded he would need to elaborate further in the future. Meanwhile, upon her return, the elder brother, the old secretary, was incensed to find his sister looking so lost and disoriented. Zhao Lei thrust the carrying pole onto the ground and said, Haitang, speak honestly to your brother. Has that scoundrel Zhang Shu been bullying you? He was about to dash out the door. Ah, brother, that's not it, she replied. Then what is the matter? I chatted with him for a bit today and felt he is quite impressive. In terms of fighting prowess, he certainly is, Zhao Lei retorted. What are you talking about? I mean in terms of knowledge and insight. Please, spare me, Zhao Lei exclaimed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. He reached out a large hand and felt Zhao Haidang's forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? That boy didn't even finish his first year of junior high school. The farthest he has been is to the grain station in the city. What could he possibly understand? Don't be deceived by him. His greatest talent lies in his silver tongue. Just be cautious. Zhang Shu returned home. Big brother is back, Zhang Huahua exclaimed, dropping the small wooden comb she held and rushing towards him with her little hands smeared in pig fat, her two braids bouncing behind her. Come here for a hug. Zhang Shu bent down to scoop her up, the little girl still carrying the scent of pig hair and soap pots. In the afternoon, Zhao Sanxiang arrived, but don't even think about the three-wheeled cart. The old secretary now keeps the keys on him, making it impossible to steal even a bit. Zhang Jianjun, somehow acquiring an old flatbed cart, and the two set off to Huagang town with a pig's head. Upon reaching the entrance of the middle school, Guo Ziqiang was squatting there with a few lackeys, smoking. Spotting them, he kicked the person beside him and said, What are you dawdling for? Call Shu go over. Go help out. Have some sense. Zhang Shu did not hesitate. He handed a knife to a boy named Wang Lin nearby and began instructing him on how to sort the meat. Once he deemed the lesson sufficient, Zhang Shu took out a small blackboard from the cart, inscribed with the words, Observation, always watching others succeed. Engaging actively is the true path. Do not be a daydreamer, but a practitioner. Want to earn 300 a day? Then join us. The phrase earn 300 a day was emphasized in bold red chalk, strikingly conspicuous. Zhang Jianjun, Guo Ziqiang, and Zhao Sanxiang gathered around, their eyes fixated on the blackboard, their faces etched with confusion. Zhang Jianjun poked at the board and asked, What does this mean? Zhang Shu shrugged. It's quite literal. They pay me, and I teach them the recipe. Guo Ziqiang quickly inquired, How much do you charge per person? 800. But spots are limited. First come, first served. Guo Ziqiang laughed derisively. 800? And first come, first served? Do you think people are fools? Only someone with a few screws loose would pay to learn this nonsense from you. Zhang Shu, undeterred, recognized that arguing with someone so dense was a waste of breath. At that moment, an old man selling sweet potatoes stood nearby, staring blankly at the blackboard for a good 5 minutes before finally asking, Young man, if I join you, will I be able to sell pig's head meat? Zhang Shu smiled and nodded. Will you teach us all the sauce recipes? Of course. The old man hastily asked. How much will it cost in total? 800. The old man furrowed his brow, suddenly concerned. If too many people learn, and the streets are filled with sellers of pig's head meat, it might not be good for business. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. I'll only teach 6 people. At most, there will be 2 in each town. First come, first served. After listening to the old man, he retrieved a pack of De Qianmin cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them among the people nearby. He then settled onto a bench, indulging in smoking. After puffing on 3 cigarettes, he approached me, reserving a spot, and stated, It's a total of 800, right? I will bring the money to you tomorrow. Zhang Shu shook his head. The total is 1,000. The old man instantly became agitated. His face flushed crimson. Did we not agree on 800? Why the sudden price increase? Young man, you are being unfair. Hold on, let me explain, I urged him. The 800 is the tuition fee, while the additional 200 is a deposit. A deposit as well? The old man questioned. Zhang Shu continued to elucidate. Consider this. There are 6 individuals in total. If one person books for Xia village but ends up selling in Yun village, it would disrupt the market, wouldn't it? Moreover, the selling prices must remain standardized to prevent undercutting. Anyone who disrupts the market will have their deposit deducted and redistributed among the remaining 5 participants. This measure is intended to safeguard everyone's interests. After 2 months, the funds will be returned to you in full. I am collecting this money for your benefit. Zhang Shu concluded. The old man pondered for a moment. Ah, that makes sense. This money should indeed be paid. Setting a 2-month deposit control period ensures that the enrolled students have ample time to recoup their investments. The potential for profit lies within their own capabilities. As for the future, competition will rely solely on their skills. Meanwhile, Guizhou was utterly stunned. Is it really that easy for Zhang Shu to make money? Just a mere exchange of words leads to 1,000 being handed over? Observing the old man's elated demeanor, he appeared quite pleased. Chapter 12. Where did the company come from? The old man had completely lost interest in selling sweet potatoes, recognizing that they fetched only 20 cents per pound, while pork head meat was the cheapest at 5 yuan per pound. He clearly understood which yielded quicker returns. Although the money was not going directly into his pocket, it was still gratifying to witness. Shifting his position, he nudged Wang Lin aside. Let me handle this little task, young man. You can take a rest. The old man had his own motives. By personally engaging, he could learn more and, most importantly, ascertain the daily sales potential of this venture. 800 yuan. He would never accumulate that amount selling sweet potatoes for an entire year. Investing such a significant sum demonstrated remarkable audacity. He had laid bare his savings. Zhang Shu was somewhat taken aback as well. He had anticipated that the first to join the franchise would be an unemployed youth from the town. By this time, the trend of venturing into business had already taken off. Many young individuals were willing to forsake the security of state-owned enterprises for the thrill of entrepreneurship. As closing time approached, the streets gradually became more crowded. Suddenly, with a screech, a postal worker came to a halt in front of the stall, clad in a conspicuous green uniform. Boss, I'll take 2 pounds of pork head meat. The old man's hand trembled as he wielded the knife. So much? I'm visiting my father-in-law today. I need to bring extra pork head meat to accompany some drinks, he explained, handing over 10 yuan. Zhao Sanxiang chuckled as he accepted the money, while the old man began chopping vigorously on the cutting board. Simultaneously, he calculated that this single order was nearly equivalent to half a day's earnings from selling sweet potatoes. Indeed, this item yielded profits swiftly. Boss, let us stick to the usual, 2 tails of pig ears and 2 tails of pork head meat, Wang Jiang said, presenting both the money and an aluminum lunchbox. A long queue gradually formed in front of the stall. The elderly man skillfully sliced the meat, arranging the marbled pieces neatly into plastic bags. Give me half a kilogram of beef tongue. Someone called out. Do you still have pig snouts? Another inquired. Boss, could you add a bit more braising sauce? The old man licked his lips, casting a discreet glance at the plump figure with a bulging cloth bag around his neck, filled with cash. Hurry it up, will you? We've been waiting for ages. The crowd behind urged him on. Perspiration beaded on the old man's forehead as he began to fumble. And it wasn't until Wang Lin stepped in to assist that things improved slightly. Guizhou pulled Zhang Shu aside and handed him a plastic bag containing a thick wad of cash. Here's 8,000 yuan and my ID. What shall we do next? Zhang Shu was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed upon that there would only be 800? He refrained from asking further questions, but felt quite pleased with Guizhou's overachievement. How many people do you have left? Just 2 childhood friends. The unreliable ones have been kicked out, so now I'm the lone commander. Zhang Shu nodded and raised 2 fingers, stating, for the time being, you have 2 tasks. First, learn Cantonese. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you must be able to impress others. Second, immediately head to Yunque and locate those state-owned enterprises on the brink of bankruptcy. The worse, the better, particularly in food processing and apparel. Guizhou was bewildered by the sudden onslaught of information. After a moment, he scratched his head and replied, I didn't even finish elementary school. Learning Cantonese doesn't seem fitting for me. Besides, who is going to teach me? You can watch recordings, pure Cantonese versions. If that doesn't work, then check out some stimulating videos. This task is non-negotiable. Guizhou's smile grew increasingly lecherous. But will we really make money learning all this? Of course. Do you think I'm playing house here? But I don't see the point in learning this. It's not about what you think, just do as I say. Guizhou hesitated for a moment, then decided against voicing any further objections. He had resolved to stake his entire fortune on Zhang Shu, believing him to be a person of substance who could get things done. Leaving behind all his money, Guizhou set off for Yunque. Accompanied by Wang Lin and Chen Zhong. Across the street, several vendors formed a circle, casting envious and jealous glances in Zhang Shu's direction. That guy selling roasted chestnuts is counting his profits. A pig's head nets at least 60 yuan, and he sold 5 yesterday, equivalent to what I earn in a month, remarked a middle-aged woman selling miscellaneous goods, poking the ground with her carrying pole. Oldly, after cooking noodles for so many years. Can you discern the recipe for that braising sauce? Oldly, the noodle vendor, rubbed his apron, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I'll buy some meat tonight to try it out. Hurry up, urged a diminutive man repairing shoes, lowering his voice. That kid is literally robbing people in broad daylight. He glanced at the sign across the stall that read earn 300 a day and huffed. Is all the money going to him? What if he overindulges? Keep it down. The middle-aged woman tugged at his sleeve. Have you forgotten how he swung that steel pipe at Hussein? The small man puffed out his chest. Am I afraid of him? Yet his voice noticeably weakened. Did you see that guy who looks like a black bear? It is said that the notorious Hussein, who used to collect protection fees, had a subordinate among them. The crowd gasped in shock. Old Lee swallowed hard and turned to the cobbler, saying, I can attempt to prepare the sauce, but I will sell it to you first. Why should that be? Of course, we should sell together. The slender man suddenly grew anxious. He understood the principle of collective responsibility. If they all sold together, even if someone faced difficulties, the blame would be shared. However, if it were just him, he would be at the mercy of others. Especially when dealing with such unscrupulous ruffians, he felt a chill in his heart. How small is Huaging Town? At most, 2 or 3 vendors would saturate the market, and beyond that, no one would profit. Old Lee furrowed his brow. The crowd fell silent, their gazes drifting toward the line of people at the opposite stall. You should prepare the sauce first, the cobbler said, somewhat irritated. Old Lee nodded in agreement. He could try to prepare the sauce, but he certainly did not wish to be the one to stick his neck out. Earning a decent profit from selling noodles was not worth provoking others. With so many people vying to sell pig heads, whether they could turn a profit was still uncertain. Across the street, a young man with black-rimmed glasses pointed to the small blackboard and inquired, Excuse me, are you the owner? The young man, clad in a crisply ironed white shirt, stood out oddly on the street. The old man, busy slicing meat, did not look up and merely gestured toward the school gate. There, the owner is smoking over there. Zhang Shu, who was currently exhaling smoke, squinted upon seeing the newcomer. It was rare to encounter someone who wore a white shirt so impeccably. Hello, I am Li Guangda. The other party extended his hand, palm up, fingers neatly converging. Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time since his rebirth that he had experienced such a formal handshake. Greetings, I am Zhang Shu. May I ask how one can join you? Zhang Shu explained the requirements for joining. Li Guangda quickly waved his hands, saying, No. Mr. Zhang, you misunderstand. I do not wish to set up a stall. I want to join your company. Zhang Shu chuckled, pointing to the cart. This is merely a small stall. Where's the company in that? Li Guangda appeared unimpressed. Mr. Zhang, your vision could be a bit more expansive. Many great companies started from humble beginnings. The McDonald brothers initially sold hamburgers from a roadside stall in California and have since become the largest fast food chain globally. Your franchise model is excellent. Allow me to plan it, and I assure you it will yield substantial profits. Zhang Shu scrutinized Li Guangda, already guessing what he was about to say. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. It seems you intend to transform my smoked meat into a second McDonald's. Please, continue, he urged. Li Guangda adjusted his glasses. First, we'll package a few successful case studies. He lowered his voice, suggesting finding relatives and friends to don matching uniforms and signage. Setting up stalls in the busiest parts of the county. Every day, we arrange for people to queue, creating an illusion of high demand. Zhang Shu leisurely exhaled smoke rings. Then, we can advertise on the county radio station. Li Guangda grew increasingly animated, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together. We can raise the franchise fee to 1,005, no, 2,000. After all, those country folks wouldn't be able to calculate this expense. Zhang Shu suddenly interjected. What about those who have already paid the franchise fee? Li Guangda paused momentarily, then revealed a cryptic smile. Boss Zhang, engaging in business necessitates a discerning sense of compromise. By the time they realize they have been deceived, we will have already. He gestured as if counting money, asserting that such business disputes are beyond the purview of the police. Observing Zhang Shu's silence, Li Guangda leaned in closer. You need merely to provide the recipe. I shall handle the planning and promotion. The profits from this venture will undoubtedly reach 6 figures, and at the end, we shall split it 30-70 in your favor. He indicated the throng of people queuing across from them. This is far more lucrative than earning a few coins here and there. Such audacity, akin to a toad yawning. Zhang Shu mused. Such franchise traps have become alarmingly common in later years, yet many continue to fall prey. They first showcase fabricated sales figures and exaggerated profits, employing persuasive rhetoric to attract those eager to alter their circumstances. Next, they fabricate success stories, hiring individuals to repeatedly purchase from the stalls, creating a false impression of thriving business, leading franchisees to mistakenly believe the street vendor enterprise is exceptionally popular. Subsequently, they wield their scythes, ruthlessly harvesting the unsuspecting. Should Zhang Shu truly wish to pursue this path, he could do so with even greater ruthlessness. By withholding technical know-how and mandating that franchisees procure supplies exclusively from him, he could extract layers of profit from every aspect, from spices to ingredients, even to the carts themselves. It is not that Zhang Shu lacks the cunning. Rather, he possesses his own moral boundaries. As a reborn individual, he scorns the idea of exploiting those who already endure hardship. In this second chance at life, he is destined for success, without the need to profit from the misfortune of others. If he were to deceive, his targets would be foreign enterprises or those stagnant state-owned companies. He intends to feast, yet he would leave some sustenance for those who contribute. The common folk of this era have already endured enough suffering. Li Guangda continued his incessant chatter. Boss Zhang, these rural folk are quite naive. A mere bone thrown their way and they won't leave. If you find the profit insufficient, I can offer an additional point, an 80-20 split. Zhang Shu cast him a sidelong glance, his smile devoid of warmth. I too hail from the countryside. Li Guangda's expression stiffened. That is not what I meant. I was trying to say. Zhang Shu extinguished his cigarette, but against his shoe. Generations back, we are all from the countryside. How can you still harbor a sense of superiority? So noble, are your ancestors of the Aizen clan? Your esteemed mother passed away early, he retorted. Business can be wild, but it must not be unscrupulous. If you possess talent, deceive the wealthy. To swindle these uneducated commoners only serves to inflate your ego. Zhang Shu's ire intensified, and he seized Li Guangda by his hair. With a resounding slap, Li Guangda spun around, a handprint blossoming upon his face. Hands clutching his face. He remained dazed for several seconds before regaining his senses. You. How dare you hit me? How audacious! He exclaimed, defiance evident in his voice. As Zhang Shu raised his arm once more, Li Guangda quickly crouched down, hands over his head. I won't argue anymore, I promise. Another flurry of kicks ensued, sending Li Guangda's glasses flying, his body curling into a ball as he pleaded for mercy. You have until midnight, 1 minute less. And I shall see if I do not punish you, Zhang Shu warned. At that moment, Zhao Sanxiang, who had been observing from a distance, approached, pointing at Li Guangda. What on earth happened here, Shugo? It is of no concern. A swindler attempted to misuse my identity to illicitly obtain some funds. Zhao Sanxiang nodded, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Shugo, there are a few individuals over there who are quite intrigued by your claim of earning 300 a day. They are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Zhang Shu approached, only to find several young men clad in work uniforms, seated on benches, their anticipation palpable. Zhao Sanxiang stepped aside to introduce. This is the boss. Upon further inquiry, Zhang learned that this group were temporary workers at the local agricultural machinery factory, earning a mere 69 yuan a month. Discontent with the meager wages, they had come to purchase pig head meat and fortuitously spotted his small blackboard, which piqued their interest. Boss, care for a smoke? The leader, Chen Huarong, produced a blue Yinfu cigarette and offered it to him. Ah, this is a fine smoke. Are you fellows considering a small venture? Zhang Shu posed the question. Indeed. Their eyes glimmered with enthusiasm as they nodded in unison. Chen Huarong rubbed his hands together. Boss, could you elaborate on the details? Zhang Shu meticulously explained the requirements and necessary preparations. The group exchanged glances, and a petite young man voiced a concern. Boss, could the costs be reduced? We cannot afford such an amount all at once. Zhang Shu shook his head. These are the set regulations. Others are paying the same. And there is no room for negotiation. What then? Chen Huarong pondered. If funds are tight, I suggest you partner up. 2 individuals working together would be more manageable at the outset. Boss, we will discuss this, Chen Huarong replied. Of course, this is not a trifling sum. The 7 gathered in a circle to deliberate their thoughts. The initial investment is quite substantial. Even if 2 of us partner, we still need to gather 500 yuan, which I cannot manage. Chen Huarong nodded and surveyed the others. What are your thoughts? I can contribute 1,000 yuan, he declared. In just this half hour, I observed that the hefty fellow made at least several dozen yuan. Is it truly so remarkable? How much could this stall earn in a day? Chen Huarong continued. I wish to secure a spot as well. However, it is crucial to recognize our varying financial situations if you genuinely wish to proceed. Ensure you discuss it with your families to avoid jeopardizing a good opportunity. Come to a decision and let the boss know shortly. Ultimately, Chun Huarong and his companions reserved the remaining 5 spots, with 3 setting up individual stalls while 2 teamed up for shared stalls. Zhang Shu agreed with delight. After collecting a 100 yuan deposit, he removed the small blackboard and stipulated that the remaining balance be settled within 2 days. He then informed them to visit Xiaoyu the next day to procure pig heads, directing them to come to his home afterward. The group nodded in agreement, eager to learn and earn sooner rather than later. By 8:50 p.m., all the pig head meat had been sold, netting a gross profit of 312 yuan, which Zhang Shu found quite satisfactory. He calculated that given the scale of Huagang town, selling 1 pig head a day was just right. Over-preparation could lead to waste. With the weather warming and no refrigerator at home, unsold items could create significant issues. Occasional discounts were acceptable, but frequent markdowns only encouraged customers to wait for lower prices, making sales increasingly difficult. In these times, many would gladly endure a few extra hours of waiting to save a few cents. By the time Zhang Shu returned to Xia village, it was already 10 p.m. At the entrance of Huagang Middle School, Li Guangda remained crouched on the ground. Upon noticing that Zhang Shu and his companions had already departed, he hesitated to leave, fearing that after enduring for so long, it would be in vain if that rascal discovered him. Lacking a watch, he was oblivious to the time and whether it had struck 12. Damn it! It would be wiser to wait a little longer. Any extra time could be considered a tribute to that scoundrel. Chapter 14. Speculating on a larger scale the following morning. Zhang Jianjun carried a substantial bag of pork towards Lusha village. Having been on leave for more than half a month, he had to return to work the next day. Contemplating his monthly salary, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The thought of Zhang Shu's earnings from the previous night only intensified his unease. Although he was his son, he couldn't help but curse the heavens for their unfairness. How could a good-for-nothing earn more in a single afternoon than he did in an entire month? Was there no justice in the world? Later that afternoon, 6 individuals were scheduled to meet him, each with a joining fee of 6,000 yuan. What a staggering sum. In 1990, the average annual wage in rural areas was merely 800 yuan, as everyone was still striving to save for the 3 major household appliances: television, refrigerator, and washing machine. In just a few days, Zhang Shu was on the verge of becoming a 10,000 yuan household, which left Zhang Jianjun feeling somewhat discontented. Despite the turmoil in his heart, Zhang Jianjun maintained a calm demeanor, his face betraying no sign of change. Qin Xiuxiu sat on the threshold basking in the sun and, upon seeing Zhang Jianjun struggling with the snakeskin bag, approached him with curiosity. "What's in there? You seem to be laboring quite hard," she remarked. Zhang Jianjun smirked, raising an eyebrow. "Take a guess. What else could it be but radishes, potatoes, cucumbers, and such?" Qin Xiuxiu dismissed. Zhang Jianjun deliberately dropped the snakeskin bag with a thud, producing a dull sound. "Look at your lack of ambition. Think bigger." Qin Xiuxiu's nose twitched slightly. "I think I smell sweet potatoes." "Guess again. Didn't I tell you to think bigger?" Annoyed, Qin Xiuxiu retorted, "Just tell me what's in there. Why all this guessing?" With a prolonged tone, Zhang Jianjun suddenly opened the bag, releasing the fragrant aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Inside were 5 gene of pork belly, a pair of pig's trotters, 2 gene of pig head meat, and 20 gene of roasted sweet potatoes. Qin Xiuxiu seized the bag's opening, the golden red skin of the sweet potatoes glistening with syrup, while the pork belly shimmered under the sunlight. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed, her voice cracking. "Have you brought the entire market with you?" "What market? What have you brought back?" Qin Ru and her husband Zhao Wenhe emerged upon hearing the commotion. Zhang Jianjun chuckled. "Xiaoru, we're having a pure meat feast for lunch today." Qin Ru's face turned pale. "Are we out of our minds? Brother-in-law, don't throw caution to the wind. Think of my sister." Zhang Jianjun was left speechless. "What are you talking about? This was all bought by Xiao Shu." "Bought by Xiao Shu? Could it be that what he said yesterday was true?" Qin Ru clasped her hands over her mouth in disbelief. Zhang Jianjun nodded vigorously. "I saw it with my own eyes. He made over 300 in gross profit last night alone, and he secured some kind of joining agreement. This afternoon, another 6,000 will come in." 6,000? The 3 of them stared in astonishment. This. Suddenly, Qin Xiuxiu began to stammer, her words no longer flowing smoothly. "Brother-in-law, did Xiao Shu really earn over 6,000 in one go?" Zhao Wenhe questioned, still unable to believe it. "Are we talking about the same Xiao Shu? Could it be that Zhang Shu has been hiding his true capabilities all along?" Has he finally seized an opportunity to soar? Yet, he hasn't exactly been discreet in the past. Brawls and fights were commonplace for him, and even Zhao Wenhe had to clean up after him several times. Qinru abruptly pinched her thigh. Ouch! What was that for? Zhao Wenhe complained, rubbing his leg. Xiao Shu has truly made something of himself. I need to see if this is all just a dream. Then why don't you pinch yourself? Pinch myself? That would hurt too much. Qinru, with a hint of concern, asked, brother-in-law, Xiao Shu is engaged in legitimate business, right? Have you truly seen it for yourself? I hope he isn't being deceived. She hesitated, but her meaning was clear. She doubted whether Zhang Shu had taken a wrong turn, considering his past reputation was far from commendable. Zhang Jianjun understood her concern and waved his hand dismissively. What I witnessed firsthand cannot be false. He was selling pig heads right outside Huagang Middle School, and the line was extraordinarily long. The group exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Qin Xiuxiu, rubbing her belly, sighed in exasperation. If only this rascal had understood things sooner, I wouldn't have had to bear so many children. Sister, consider it a blessing. It's a good thing. With many children. And now that Xiao Shu has skills, you can look forward to enjoying the fruits of your labor. Qin Xiuxiu nodded incessantly, her hands unconsciously clasped in front of her, gently rubbing them together, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes betraying a smile. Observing her sister's beaming expression, Qinru playfully kicked Zhao Wenhe and asked, Sister, do you think Wenhe could handle selling pig heads like Xiao Shu? This caught Qin Xiuxiu off guard. She was uncertain of her son's capabilities. However, with her sister seeking her assistance, she felt compelled to help and turned to Zhang Jianjun with a pleading look. Zhang Jianjun, astonished, remarked, Wenhe is considering venturing out? I thought he was working as a cashier at the cement factory. Qinru slapped Zhao Wenhe's thigh, exclaiming with a sigh, Don't even get me started. That dreadful place is worse than your distillery. They haven't paid salaries in over 6 months. What? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I've been relying on you for my meals lately. Qin Xiuxiu felt flustered and guilty. Sister, that's not what I meant to imply. It's merely a matter of sharing a meal. You should focus on your delivery. I didn't want to bring up these worries. But since there's an opportunity with Xiao Shu, I thought. Zhang Jianjun interrupted. Rest assured. Ru, I will handle this matter with Xiao Shu. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Wenhe quickly rose, clasping Zhang Jianjun's hand tightly and shaking it vigorously. At 68, Hehe Village, Zhang Shu had just finished a lesson with Zhao Haitang. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a throng carrying several snakeskin bags, standing at his doorstep. Why are you all here so early? He glanced at the clock. It was only 10 o'clock. Hadn't they agreed to meet in the afternoon? The old man with the sweet potatoes grinned widely. We want to learn faster and earn money sooner. Zhang Shu nodded, saying nothing further, as he realized he wouldn't need to take any action. Merely standing and talking would suffice. As for lunch, roasted sweet potatoes would suffice. Ever since the old man decided to sell pig's head meat, he had significantly discounted the sweet potato stove for Zhang Shu, creating a palpable sense of desperation. Chun Huarong handed over a large bag of plastic, saying, Boss Zhang, this is the tuition for us brothers, a total of 3,900, with another 1,000 still being gathered. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. No problem, Zhang replied, dragging over a stool to sit down. In this era, unlike the future, there were no WeChat or Alipay. Cash had to be counted in person. With this thought, Zhang Shu stroked his chin. At this moment, it seemed that teacher Ma still held 91 yuan, teaching in linen. If we cross paths, I must inquire whether he has any interest in money. Are these his happiest days as a teacher? As for Xiao Ma, he is currently studying at Pengqing University. In the future, I can seek his advice on online romance, as he is quite knowledgeable in that realm. Huangli, I just saw a dozen people heading to Zhang Jianjun's house. Is it the family planning office coming to seize his property again? Or are the creditors at his door? Huang Li's eyes lit up as she dropped her half-knitted sweater and exclaimed, Let us find more people and see the commotion. She hurriedly made her way to Zhang Shu's house. Huang Li felt quite aggrieved these past few days. Her husband preferred to sleep on the floor rather than share a room with her, claiming she reeked of a foul smell mixed with the stench of pigs. Yet, she could do nothing. Even after scrubbing with loofah, the odor lingered stubbornly. Have you heard? That kid Zhang Shu owes quite a bit of money, and the creditors have already come knocking at his door. Is that true? I saw it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. When we watch the show, let us keep our distance to avoid getting splattered with blood. Indeed. Huang Li and her companions tiptoed cautiously, inching closer to Zhang Shu's back wall. Oh my! A woman suddenly grabbed Huang Li's sleeve, her voice trembling. Look over there. Under the old locust tree in front, Chen Huarong was vigorously sharpening a bone-cutting knife. At his feet lay a cleaver and a slicing knife, their blades gleaming like ice. Aren't they here to collect debts? A nearby woman swallowed hard, her legs quaking. Let us leave, someone whispered, their voice quivering. Huang Li, seizing the person attempting to flee, said, What are you afraid of? We don't owe any money. She lowered her voice. Go fetch the old secretary and gather more people. It's high time the whole village sees how Zhang Shu has driven his creditors to the brink. All right, I'll go at once. The woman hurried off towards the village committee. Huang Li crouched down, inching closer to eavesdrop. Chen Huarong struck the cutting board forcefully with the cleaver and called out, Boss Zhang, my knife sharpening skills are decent. Would you care to try this blade? Huang Li's heart raced. There was more than met the eye. Another voice emerged from inside. All right. Enough chatter. Bring me the knife, aim for the center of the head, and get it ready. Light a fire, and we'll singe off its hair. Don't forget to scrub the ears, nostrils, and corners of the eyes thoroughly. Outside the wall, Huang Li listened, her heart pounding. What on earth were they planning inside? Were they going to burn Zhang Shu's hair? His nostrils are so minuscule. Can a brush even fit in there? The debt collectors are exceedingly domineering. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps arises behind him. The old secretary, Zhao Lei, arrives with over 20 villagers, many armed with hoes and carrying shoulder poles. Zhao Lei is somewhat puzzled. How has Zhang Shu attracted the attention of the debt collectors immediately after leaving his home? A woman who came to deliver the news spoke of terrifying rumors, mentioning that knives were involved. He quickly organized a group to rush over. Zhao Sanqiang and Zhao Haidang also joined, and upon hearing the news, the uncle and niece were initially incredulous but dared not underestimate the situation. Especially Zhao Sanqiang, who gripped a mountain axe firmly in his hands. Clear the way. What is the current situation? He demanded. I don't know. I heard they planned to poke Zhang Shu's nostrils with a brush. Huang Li trembled as she replied. Zhao Lei furrowed his brow. Such a thing could cause damage. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to hesitate. He waved his hand toward the back. On the count of 3, we charge in together. Remember, avoid conflict at all costs. The primary objective is to rescue Zhang Shu. Huang Li retorted, This fool is truly useless. He can't even clean his own backside, and still drags everyone into this mess. Be quiet. As long as he is a villager of Hehe, we are obligated to save him, Zhao Lei rebuked. Enough, Dad. Stop wasting time with this nonsense. Why are we discussing this with a madwoman? What does she understand? Follow me, he commanded. As his words faded, Zhao Sanqiang circled around to the front door, let out a roar, and charged inside. The few individuals within turned to the entrance at the sound. The moment Zhao Sanqiang burst in, he was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Chen Huarong, who stood at the chopping board wielding a cleaver, with a processed pig's head at his feet. Immediately, a throng of villagers surged in. What are you doing? Zhang Shu stared blankly, fixated on the densely packed crowd at the door. The villagers who entered were equally bewildered upon spotting Zhang Shu holding roasted sweet potatoes. One by one, they turned their heads in unison to Huang Li. She scanned her surroundings, looking at Chen Huarong, and promptly said, Zhang Shu owes you money, right? Our village's secretary Zhao is here. He will surely mediate, so please put down the knife. Chen Huarong, confused, scratched his head. I owe Boss Zhang 1,000. But we've already reached an agreement. Is it really necessary to bring so many people here? You owe Zhang Shu? I thought Zhang Shu owed you money. Huang Li exclaimed incredulously. Chen Huarong laughed and waved his hand. Boss Zhang earns a pure profit of 200 to 300 every day. How could he possibly owe me any money? At this revelation, the surrounding villagers could no longer remain calm. Huang Li found it utterly absurd. She could not fathom that Zhang Shu could earn such a sum. 200 to 300. Her husband worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk for an entire month and earned less than what Zhang Shu made in half a day. How could she accept that? Impossible. Huang Li shook her head repeatedly. No way, not with Zhang Shu. A petty hoodlum, earning 200 to 300 a day? Her voice was sharp and piercing, echoing in the cramped room. The villagers exchanged awkward glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. An old man with sweet potatoes mumbled softly, You're not even a big shot. Why would he lie to you? Today, Boss Zhang collected several thousand in membership fees alone. Huang Li suddenly turned her head, glaring fiercely at the old man with the sweet potatoes, accusing him of boasting. You must have colluded. How could he earn more than my husband? Such nonsense. At this time, The policy regarding family planning offered certain quotas for households with only daughters and no sons, a benefit they had awaited for 5 years, even willing to sever ties with relatives. Yet, despite their sacrifices, her husband remained a temporary worker. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianjun's family kept having children, and they all secured jobs in state-owned enterprises, which filled Huang Li and her husband with resentment. This was the crux of their conflict with Zhang Jianjun. Two powerless temporary workers were at odds within the factory, undermining each other. The heavy-set man shrugged, saying, "Whether you believe it or not, it matters little." Huang Li was deaf to his words, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Shu, spitting words flavored with disdain. Even if he has that money, it must have come through some underhanded means. Perhaps it's ill-gotten gains. Yes, I'll report him to the police. Zhang Shu seized Huang Li by her hair. A resounding slap echoed throughout the room. The force of the blow sent Huang Li sprawling several steps back, knocking over tables and chairs behind her. She collapsed on the ground, her eyes wide with fear and disbelief. The previously noisy room fell silent, all present stunned by Zhang Shu's authoritative strike. Huang Li covered her face, incredulously staring at him. "You dare to hit me? I hit you because you're a foul-mouthed fool." Zhang Shu looked down at the fallen Huang Li, his cold gaze chilling the air around them. Huang Li scooted closer to Zhao Lei, sitting on the floor, clutching his thigh with one hand while flailing her other arm. She wailed, "Secretary Zhao, look. That little brat hit me. I can't go on living." Zhang Shu's expression darkened as he picked up a cleaver from the table and approached Huang Li. Zhao Lei quickly intervened, grasping Zhang Shu's arm. "Don't be impulsive. Let us talk this out." Unmoved, Zhang Shu shook off Zhao Lei's hand. The cleaver gleamed ominously as its blade struck the red brick beside Huang Li, sparks flying. Huang Li felt a sudden warmth in her pants, a warm stream trickling down her thigh, swiftly soaking the ground beneath her. Trembling, she scooted back, leaving a damp trail behind her. Zhang Shu coldly regarded her, realizing reasoning with such a shrew was futile. If he didn't subdue her now, she would surely find ways to harass him later. Zhao Lei again grasped Zhang Shu's arm, urging, "Enough. She knows she was wrong." Zhang Shu seemed deaf to the plea, his icy gaze fixed on the trembling Huang Li. Her eyes, once fierce, were now filled with terror, a stark contrast to her earlier aggression. She quivered, her lips moving as if to speak, but Zhang Shu's frigid stare silenced her. Zhao Lei sighed, crouching down to steady Huang Li's shaking shoulders. "Come on. Apologize to Zhang Shu. We're all from the same village, and we see each other often." Huang Li's lips trembled, her voice as faint as a whisper. "I apologize. Listen carefully. Should you dare to speak ill of my family again, you shall bear the consequences." Huang Li nodded fervently, her disheveled hair sticking to her sweat-drenched face. Zhang Shu waved his hand, and several women promptly supported her as she shuffled out of the courtyard, dejected. The somber expression on Zhang Shu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a warm smile as he clapped his hands. "Although today's incident was a blunder, the goodwill of my uncles and aunts who came to my rescue is genuine. I shall remember this kindness." He turned to Zhang Shui, noting that mealtime had arrived and there was little to offer. "Xiao Shui, please bring out all the roasted sweet potatoes from home to share with everyone." "Oh dear, Xiao Shu, you are far too gracious." "Indeed, we hardly contributed anything. This child has always been thoughtful," they remarked. Chapter 16. That was before I met you. Zhang Shu brought out a bench and invited the villagers to sit, instantly lifting the atmosphere. Village head Yunque took a hearty bite of sweet potato and gave a thumbs up. "Wow, this yam is truly sweet." In rural areas, sweet potatoes are typically steamed or cooked in porridge, and the sweetness cannot compare to that of roasted ones. Yunque finished his sweet potato in just a few bites, stood up, and patted Zhang Shu on the shoulder. "Xiao Shu, is it true what those comrades said? You can earn 200 to 300 a day?" The group inside the house instinctively perked up their ears, eager to hear the first-hand account. Zhang Shu nodded. There was nothing to conceal about such modest earnings, so he succinctly recounted the events leading to this point. "Jiang Jun is fortunate. He has a remarkable son," Yunque exclaimed. "Indeed, this income ranks among the best in our town. Comparisons can be disheartening. My own little rascal spends his days idling away, nowhere near Xiao Shu's level." As Zhang Shu listened to the accolades surrounding him, he felt no stir of emotion. The same crowd that once labeled him a good-for-nothing was now praising him. The only difference was that he had earned a little more money. It is human nature to elevate some while diminishing others. Adults focus solely on results, the journey being of little consequence. Success begets justification, and in the future, Experts will defend your choices. Zhao Haidang observed Zhang Shu, now encircled by the crowd, and a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes. After several days of interaction, she was convinced that Zhang Shu was the most intelligent and knowledgeable individual she had ever encountered. She pondered how a student who had dropped out in the first year of junior high could possess such insight. Furthermore, what was his true motive for having her obtain a business license in Xianjiang? This question lingered in her mind, leaving her perplexed. After some idle chatter, the villagers began to rise and depart. Zhang Shu led Chun Huarong and others to the kitchen, instructing them on how to prepare the marinade. In truth, old marinade can simply be filtered of impurities and frozen for reuse, saving both spices and enhancing the flavor of the next batch of marinated meat. However, none of them owned refrigerators. Those who did would not be selling pig's head meat. Remember, always start with cold water when blanching. Use warm water to clean off impurities. Cold water will toughen the meat. In pursuit of a firm texture, one may allow the dish to cool before slicing. Should you wish for the meat to mold more easily, it is advisable to cut it while still warm. Spices such as cloves and cardamom possess robust flavors. An improper quantity can easily render the dish bitter. For those just beginning their culinary journey, it may be prudent to omit these spices initially and gradually adjust their inclusion over time. Zhang Shu diligently elucidates the nuances of preparing braised pig's head, noting that most of the recipes have been refined by later generations of food enthusiasts. Contemporary palates are less particular, particularly in this remote small town. Nonetheless, Zhang Shu insists on achieving the utmost flavor, for this industry is lucrative. Profitability attracts a multitude of imitators when prices are relatively similar. Exceptional taste becomes the linchpin for garnering a favorable reputation and capturing market share. As the clock strikes 3 in the afternoon, Chun Huarong and his companions, being novices, set up their stall early to afford themselves ample time to familiarize themselves with the process, thereby avoiding any frantic mishaps later. At this juncture, Zhang Shu fully indulges himself, reclining in the communications office of Huagang Middle School for a nap. Within a garment factory, the sewing machines hum rhythmically. Quality Inspector Li Damei leans over to call out to her colleague Sun Tong at the adjacent workstation. Sun Tong, want to go shopping after work? Without lifting her head, Sun Tong, focused on securing the hem of a pair of jeans, replies casually, no money. What is there to shop for? Li Damei pouts slightly and leans closer. Lowering her voice, what about your wallet? Sun Tong hesitates, her brow furrowing slightly. Who knows where it has gone? It's been days since he last visited my home. Surely, he wouldn't consider leaving me? He shouldn't, not with your beauty. If I were a man, I wouldn't let you go, Li Damei rambles on. Sun Tong finds herself pondering the matter. Having known Zhang Shu for 3 years, this is the first time he has been absent for several consecutive days. Could he genuinely be out searching for sustenance? Has my physique lost its appeal to him? Noticing Sun Tong's silence, Li Damei continues. My aunt mentioned that a new batch of batwing tops and fitness pants arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative a few days ago. Shall we go take a look? Sun Tong, intrigued by the mention of fitness pants, reflects on her love for shopping, which is stifled only by her empty pockets. She licks her lips. How much are the fitness pants? 8 yuan for the polyester ones, 20 for the 3-gun brand. How about you lend me 7 yuan? Sun Tong inquires tentatively. Goodness, you only have 1 yuan on you? Oh dear, I spent some on milk powder recently. All right, but remember to pay me back when you get your salary. Li Damei produces a crumpled stack of bills from her pocket, counting out 7 notes and handing them to Sun Tong. Sun Tong stows the money in her pocket, switches off the sewing machine, and suggests, let us slip away early while the supervisor isn't around. At the entrance of Huagang Middle School, the sweet potato vendor rushes into the communications office, abruptly waking the already slumbering Zhang Shu. What is the matter? Has the pig's head meat sold out so quickly? What else is there to sell? The cobbler across the street has also set up to sell pig's head meat today. Zhang Shu waves dismissively. Let him sell if he wishes. Can you really stop him from peddling his goods? That is not my point. It's just that his pig's head meat is priced far too low, half the price of ours. The sweet potato vendor could not help but feel anxious. The 1,000 yuan franchise fee had already been paid to Zhang Shu, a sum he had painstakingly saved over several years from selling sweet potatoes. Initially, he had anticipated high investment yielding high returns, but now he found himself in a situation of significant investment with no returns, leaving him quite flustered. Zhang Shu was not surprised by the trend of imitation, as the mimetic ability of his compatriots was unquestionable. However, The pricing strategy adopted was rather intriguing, sacrificing profit to penetrate the market and push him out. Considering the losses, it appeared that the competitor was hardly making any profit. This shoemaker was indeed a formidable opponent, though unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Zhang Shu. When Zhang Shu set his prices, he had already foreseen the various challenges ahead, including the likelihood of price wars. He stretched his body slightly and approached his stall. Chun Huarong and his companions were equally anxious, as most of their capital had been borrowed from relatives and friends. If their business failed to thrive, they might find themselves unable to repay their debts for years, leaving them uncertain about their futures. "Boss Zhang, you cannot just take our money and disregard us," said a man behind Chun Huarong. "Who said I would ignore you? Why the panic?" Zhang Shu replied, producing a dime and gesturing to the opposite side. "Go buy a dime's worth of pig's head meat from him. I want to taste its saltiness." "That is far too little. It's not sold like that," the man protested. Zhang Shu shot him a glance. "He hasn't encountered me yet. If he had, he would have been selling it at that price long ago." Unable to resist, Han Su took the dime and reluctantly walked over, unaware that Qin Jun was even more nervous than he was. "I am calm. I am unafraid. I am genuinely conducting business, and they have no reason to target me," Qin Jun repeatedly reassured himself. "Boss, I'd like some pig's head meat," Han Su said, handing over an aluminum coin. Qin Jun glanced at the coin, feeling a stir in his heart. 1 dime? That young man across the way was quite shrewd. He attempted to provoke my ire with such a paltry sum, and should I lose my temper, it would provide him with just the excuse he needed to retaliate. I could hear the clinking of his calculations from across the street. "Humph, I shan't grant you that satisfaction," Qin Jun thought, though he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, maintaining a facade of calm. He accepted the money, swiftly slicing 3 pieces of pig's head meat, bagging them up and handing them to Han Su. "My attitude is clear. I will sell you as much as you desire." "Surely, this gives no reason for me to harm myself," Qin Jun thought smugly. Han Su casually accepted the plastic bag, silently noting the proprietor's remarkably good temperament. "Damn it, that short fellow across the way dares to set such low prices. If he continues this way, how will anyone make a profit?" Chun Huarong rolled up his sleeves. Preparing to confront Qin Jun. Han Su, the sweet potato vendor, quickly restrained him, reminding them that they were decent people and not fighters by trade. All eyes turned toward Zhang Shu, who was shaking his head while savoring the pig's head meat. Its flavor was quite average, not unpleasant, and considering the price, the value was commendable. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhang Shu frowned. "That short fellow across the way is stealing our business. Why are you not at all anxious? Shouldn't we find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, to see if he dares to continue?" the sweet potato vendor suggested. "Why don't you go ahead?" Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. The old sweet potato vendor was anxious. "Are you not going? I am a legitimate businessman. How could I resort to violence? But we've already paid the franchise fee. You can't just stand by and watch us fail." Han Su's voice was tinged with desperation. "If this business collapses, we are all finished. If you don't intervene, I might as well hang myself at your doorstep." The old vendor's neck stiffened, displaying a reckless demeanor. "Why the panic? Worrying all day won't solve anything. You've pocketed our money, so of course, you're not in a hurry," the old man murmured under his breath, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Boss Zhang, what should we do? Should we lower the price?" Chun Huarong inquired. Zhang Shu shook his head. "Lowering prices is easy, but raising them again is difficult. Business is about profit. If we toil for nothing, we might as well return to farming. We all understand the reasoning. Just tell us what to do. Old man, you continue selling pig's head meat. Han Su, go and get a large cardboard box. Chun Huarong, come with me to the supply and marketing cooperative." Zhang Shu methodically assigned tasks, exuding a calmness that reassured them. "What are you going to the cooperative for?" the old sweet potato vendor queried with curiosity. "Focus on selling your meat. Why are you so inquisitive about everything?" With that, he strode purposefully towards the cooperative, while Chun Huarong hurriedly followed suit. "Boss Zhang, what exactly are we planning?" "A large procurement." "Oh," Chun Huarong elongated his response, nodding vigorously, though confusion lingered in his mind. The supply and marketing cooperative was situated to the north of Huagang town. A row of single-story buildings adorned with red slogans on white backgrounds proclaiming economic development and supply assurance. As Zhang Shu stepped inside, he was instantly greeted by a mingled aroma of soy sauce and damp fabric. Behind the glass counter lay an array of items such as watches, flashlights, and tobacco. Zhang Shu merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing deeper into the establishment. The clothing selection at the cooperative was limited yet reasonably priced. Athletic pants were priced at 8 yuan, flared trousers a bit more at 19 yuan. T-shirts were 5 yuan. Batwing shirts 12 yuan, nylon stockings 1 yuan 50, plastic sandals 2 yuan 80, and printed headscarves 1 yuan 50, all practical everyday items. Just as Chun Huarong reached for a batwing shirt hanging on the rack, a voice called out from behind the counter, "Hey, hey, don't touch that. If you dirty it, who will want it?" A middle-aged woman with permed hair leaned over the counter, scrutinizing the two men. She wore a red badge identifying her as a sales clerk. Reading Wang Xiuying, Chun Huarong withdrew his hand, forcing a smile. "Comrade, I just want to take a look at that batwing shirt." Wang Xiuying crossed her arms, her face displaying impatience. "Just look, but don't block others if you're not buying." Zhang Shu couldn't help but curse under his breath with this attitude. It's no wonder they're going out of business. Who said we weren't buying? If we buy more, is there a discount? Wang Xiuying shot them a sidelong glance. Raising her voice, "We don't negotiate prices here. Buy if you wish. By the way, do you have industrial coupons to buy the batwing shirt?" Chun Huarong was taken aback. "You still need industrial coupons to buy clothes? Haven't they been abolished?" Wang Xiuying retrieved a tin cookie box from beneath the counter and shook it, the receipts inside rustling. The town's regulations mandated that scarce goods could only be purchased with tickets. Without a ticket, one had to buy bundled items, such as a batwing shirt paired with 2 pairs of nylon socks. This form of bundling was clearly understood by the crowd. Zhang Shu, disinterested in further dialogue, laid 6 100 yuan notes on the counter. The impatience on Wang Xiuying's face instantly froze, only to be replaced by an eager smile. In these times, a monthly salary for a state-owned enterprise worker barely exceeded 100 yuan, making 600 equivalent to half a year's earnings. Could an ordinary person casually produce such a sum? Such generous expenditure likely hinted at the offspring of a high-ranking official. Wang Xiuying felt a twinge of apprehension, realizing she might have offended him. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly shoved the tin box back under the counter, circled it, and trotted to Zhang Shu. "Comrade, let's discuss the industrial ticket matter. Your promptness suggests you are engaged in substantial business. We cannot let you leave at a loss. How about this? I'll give you a 50% discount on the bundled nylon socks." Zhang Shu cast a meaningful glance at Wang Xiuying. Recognizing that those in possession of even a modicum of power often seize the opportunity to impose difficulties on others, seeking the vanity that power affords. A common occurrence in today's societal context. Such individuals were simply malevolent. Zhang Shu maintained a cold demeanor, sparing her no pleasantries, and remarked, "Your duty is to serve the people, not to exert dominance over them. Even Secretary Zhao, a figure of considerable authority, does not possess your airs." Yes, your criticism is warranted. Who was Secretary Zhao? Wang Xiuying was certain there was no secretary by that name in town. Could it be someone from the county? Or perhaps the city? The energy radiating from this young man seemed boundless. Stealing another glance at Zhang Shu, she noted his extraordinary composure. There was no doubt. She smiled even more broadly, lowering her head further. Wang Xiuying poured a glass of water and offered it to Zhang Shu with both hands, bowing as she said, "Comrade, please have a sip of water to calm your spirits. I was indeed blind to your stature. Whatever items you require, just command me, and I shall fetch them." Zhang Shu did not lift his eyelids, exuding an aura that discouraged approach, and coldly instructed, 20 pairs of fitness pants, 10 pairs of flared trousers, 10 cultural shirts, and 5 batwing shirts. The rest, you can manage, nylon socks, sandals, and headscarves, matching the value of 600 yuan. Hurry. Understood. Please hold on. As Wang Xiuying departed, Chun Huarong could not restrain his curiosity. "Boss Zhang, who is Secretary Zhao? Do you have such connections?" Zhang Shu shot him a sidelong glance, admonishing, "Leadership matters are not to be trifled with or inquired about indiscriminately. Have you ever seen me speak so loosely? If I hadn't witnessed your unfortunate plight today, I would not have intervened." Chun Huarong felt warmth in his heart. "Thank you, Boss Zhang." In the fields of Shaha village, Zhao Lei, planting eggplants, was beset by a relentless series of sneezes. "Brother, are you coming down with a cold?" Zhao Haidang inquired. Chapter 18. Not helping with such a minor matter? Wang Xiuying first dragged out 2 large woven bags, then returned to embrace a hefty stack of clothing, finally staggering out. She gasped for breath, dumping her belongings onto the counter in a chaotic heap. Bundles of nylon stockings spilled out, while headscarves unfurled like colorful flags across the surface, nearly drowning the entire counter in the goods Zhang Shu desired. Wang Xiaoying wiped the sweat from her brow and forced a smile, inquiring, "Comrade, all the inventory from the supply and marketing cooperative is here. If we are lacking any items, I can substitute them with other products. What do you think? You decide," Zhang Shu replied, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed. His voice, though low, exerted immense pressure on Wang Xiaoying. "Rest assured, I guarantee these are all in high demand." Wang Xiaoying straightened her back, recounting the items she had laid out while inwardly lamenting how difficult this customer was to please. Once she had organized the goods satisfactorily, Zhang Shu rose and strolled to the counter. Wang Xiaoying had clearly put in considerable effort, sorting the clothing into categories. With 7 woven bags lined up neatly, fitness pants, nylon stockings, and liberation shoes clearly separated, Zhang Shu's lips curled downward, his face a mask of scrutiny as he occasionally picked up a piece of clothing. "Are these the only fitness pants available?" he asked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Xiaoying, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Wang Xiaoying maintained a stiff smile, hastily explaining, "Comrade, I assure you, I brought everything out. I searched the storeroom thoroughly to gather these for you." Huagang Town, home to nearly 100,000 residents, could not even muster 20 pairs of fitness pants. This statement seemed almost ludicrous, yet it was an undeniable reality. The clothing available at the cooperative was distributed by higher authorities, with most shelves stocked predominantly with dark gray polyester pants and earthy yellow work clothes. Styles like jackets, fitness pants, and dresses were exceedingly popular, yet acquiring them required connections. Currently, polyester pants constituted nearly a third of the inventory in the cooperative's warehouse. Even more absurd was the continuous influx of polyester pants from above. Declining them? That would invite the wrath of superiors. Who could be blamed for this? The state-run garment factories would rather let their machines rust than alter their production lines. Smaller factories often employed hundreds, while larger ones could exceed 5,000 workers. Workers needed to make a living, factories needed to operate. And if the cooperative did not assist in digesting the inventory, I would lead the entire workforce to protest at your doorstep. Which leader would dare allow a factory to close at will? If workers were inadequately placed, and someone were to take their own life at your doorstep, your career would effectively be over. The stagnant waters of the planned economy had long turned everyone into marionettes, with those above blindly issuing quotas while those below strained to meet production demands. Regardless of market needs, the state provided a safety net. Conducting business in such a manner could barely compete with individual entrepreneurs, let alone contend with foreign enterprises. Li Damei had just arrived at the entrance of the cooperative when she spotted Zhang Shu inside through the window. She nudged Sun Tong beside her, gesturing toward the interior and whispering, "Your wallet is in there." Sun Tong tiptoed to peer inside, and indeed saw Zhang Shu, who was swaying slightly as he prepared to leave with his woven bag slung over his shoulder. Upon exiting the cooperative, Zhang Shu was intercepted by Sun Tong, whose expression was somewhat displeased. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Isn't it obvious?" "I'm here to shop," he replied, not allowing her to continue. He set down the woven bag from his shoulder, transferring 2 bags onto hers. Suddenly pressed down, Sun Tong bent her legs and nearly lost her balance, her face a canvas of astonishment. "Huarong, distribute some items to Demei," Zhang Shu called out without looking back, completely denying her the opportunity to refuse. Chun Huarong, with a sly grin, placed a woven bag filled with shoes onto Li Demei's shoulder, its weight both hard and burdensome. Hey, what are you doing?" Li Demei exclaimed, preparing to throw a fit. Zhang Shu cast her a sidelong glance and said, "Demei, can't you help with such a trivial matter?" Though Li Demei felt a surge of displeasure, she found herself compelled to assist, lest she appear excessively petty. However, the bag weighed nearly 20 pounds, pressing painfully on her shoulder. "Zhang Shu, you really are something." Li Demei gritted her teeth and acquiesced, the coarse woven bag irritating her neck. She adjusted her posture to bear the load more comfortably. Meanwhile, Sun Tong steadied herself and called out, "Zhang Shu, what exactly is in this bag?" Zhang Shu seemed to have ignored her, striding forward with purpose. Li Demei felt quite vexed. She had taken the day off to go shopping, only to be turned into free labor. Sun Tong felt similarly, ready to question why he had not sought her out in recent days. But before she could voice her thoughts, she found herself assigned to work. Across the street from Huagang Middle School, Chun Jun was in high spirits. He had prepared himself for a beating today, yet the anticipated troubles from the other side had not materialized. The pork head meat, priced at $2.50 per pound, sold rapidly. with 3 heads disappearing in just over 2 hours. He planned to stock more for tomorrow and extend his operating hours, confident that it would not be long before he outlasted his competitors. Once they went under, he could raise his prices and undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Chen Jun felt a swell of pride, believing that success in business relied on seasoned veterans like him. Young newcomers knew nothing. Clinging to high prices was futile. Let you revel for one more day. The Real show begins tomorrow. Meanwhile, Li Wujin, who was cooking noodles, eyed Chen Jun as he sold out of pork head meat. Intrigued by its apparent demand. Is it really selling that well? He wondered. Having crafted the marinade himself, he saw no reason not to involve himself. Old Chen, how's business today? He inquired. Prices are low. It looks like a lot is selling, but there's hardly any profit, Chen Jun replied with a forced smile. Once he deciphered the secret to the marinade, he would have no need for Chen Jun. For now, he maintained a facade of camaraderie, laughing it off. Li Wujin boldly interjected, Old Chen, I think I'll sell some pork head meat tomorrow. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Jun's face turned ashen. Damn it. This is a path I tread at the risk of a beating, and you want to pick up the scraps? Chen Jun retorted, his tone sharp. Didn't you say you weren't interested before? That was then. The situation has changed. I was thinking of partnering with you, but if you're unwilling, I can go solo. This statement made it clear that the marinade recipe was in his possession, and should Chen Jun refuse to cooperate, he could easily be sidelined. Chen Jun had not anticipated this old fox would stab him in the back at such a critical moment. Yet he also understood that without the marinade, his business would falter, leaving him with no choice but to grit his teeth and suppress his fury. What kind of partnership are you proposing? Upon hearing these words, Li Wujin realized he had Chen Jun firmly in his grasp. It was quite simple. Tomorrow we shall each set up a stall, which will undoubtedly lead to increased sales. Of the profits, I shall take 70%, while you shall receive 30%. Why is that? Chen Jun, upon hearing such a division, felt as if his very lungs were about to burst with indignation. Simply put, the technique is mine. Why not spend 1,000 yuan to learn the skill across the street and see if they are willing to teach you? Chen Jun swallowed his anger with great difficulty. At best, it should be 60-40. Your flavors are vastly inferior to theirs. If you refuse, then we shall part ways. Fine, given our long-standing friendship. We shall proceed as you say. However, you must cover the cost of materials, as I am currently short on funds and cannot afford to buy the pig's head. Very well, Chen Jun replied through clenched teeth, cursing inwardly at the old man, thinking, once I master this skill, you will regret it. How many pig heads should we prepare for tomorrow? Let us not run short. Chen Jun cast a cold glance at him. This afternoon, I used 3 in 2 hours. For a full day of business tomorrow, I plan to use 7, bringing our total to 12. All right, no problem. Tomorrow, I will join you in selling pig head meat. Chen Jun felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he had tasted something foul. Chapter 19. The initial training. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu and his companions finally returned to Huagang Middle School, carrying woven bags. Li Demei and Sun Tong were panting heavily, unable to straighten their waists. After placing the items in the duty room, Zhang Shu stood in front of the fan, feeling fortunate to have encountered these 2 laborers. Otherwise, the lengthy journey would have been quite a challenge. Sun Tong, drenched in sweat, had strands of damp hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. She grabbed Zhang Shu's enamel mug and tilted her head back to drink. Li Demei, her throat dry, licked her lips but felt too embarrassed to use Zhang Shu's cup, so she could only watch longingly. Ahem. She deliberately cleared her throat, her chubby little hands fanning herself beside her face, complaining about the sweltering heat. Indeed, Zhang Shu nodded in agreement. Li Demei, what? That's it. She cursed inwardly, thinking, after helping you so much, you could at least treat us to a bottle of soda. Not even a word of thanks. This fellow is rather peculiar. Li Demei, with an unabashed demeanor, leaned closer, her plump chin quivering. Given how much we helped you today, it would be remiss not to treat us to a few bottles of soda, at the very least some jianlibo. This hefty fellow had not been shy about enjoying free meals over the years while tailing Sun Tong. It was one thing to take advantage occasionally, but now he dared to boldly extort them. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Demei, you make a fair point. It is indeed appropriate to reward those who assist you. He withdrew a 50 yuan bill from his wallet and handed it to Chen Huarong, instructing him to buy some jianlibo and distribute it to everyone. After all, the old sweet potato and his companions were working for Zhang Shu. Although they were learning a trade, They had paid considerable tuition, and providing them with drinks was only right. Watching Chun Huarong leave with the money, Li Damei nearly burst into laughter, thinking, this fool still clings to his pride as before, just a little prodding, and he couldn't resist parting with his cash. Yet, this spendthrift remained so generous, Jian Libo. At $2.50 a bottle, one bottle nearly equaled her daily wage. She turned her head to glance at Sun Tong. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, such a handsome fool was indeed hard to come by. Yet, she felt powerless, for her appearance was worlds apart from Sun Tong's. Not even on the same level, and she could not indulge in such fine delicacies. At that moment, Zhang Shu seemed to have an epiphany and cheerfully exclaimed, Demei, we have known each other for quite some time, yet I have yet to experience you treating me to a meal. Isn't it time for you to show your appreciation? This. Li Damei's smile froze on her face. In her mind, as Sun Tong's close friend, it was only natural for Zhang Shu to treat her to a meal. As for reciprocating, that was out of the question. Having grown accustomed to piggybacking on others' generosity, she found herself at a loss for words when confronted with such an inquiry. Zhang Shu's expression darkened, and the temperature in the air seemed to plummet. Demei, I consider you a friend, but it appears you do not regard me with the same sentiment. Li Damei's back broke out in a cold sweat as she lowered her head, remaining silent, hoping to evade the situation. Zhang Shu leaned slightly forward, her voice slicing through the air like a blade. So, it seems I, Zhang Shu, am unworthy of sharing this meal with you? Sun Tong hurriedly tugged at Zhang Shu's arm, urgently advising, let it go, it's just a meal. It doesn't matter who treats whom. So don't make it difficult for her. Bang! Zhang Shu's palm struck the table with tremendous force, sending a shockwave through the two in the reception room, causing them to tremble. We will settle your debt when we return tonight. For now, you would do well to keep your mouth shut. Zhang Shu fixed her gaze on her, enunciating each word with precision. Sun Tong was taken aback by this rebuke. In her memory, Zhang Shu, though not always obedient, usually spoke gently. But the Zhang Shu before her now felt like a stranger, instilling a sense of dread. Li Damei felt similarly. She was aware of Zhang Shu's ruthless demeanor outside, yet she had dared to push her luck, thinking Zhang Shu was quite mild in front of Sun Tong. Now, confronted with the current Zhang Shu, a chill crept into her heart. I can treat you, if that is acceptable. Li Damei's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of pleading, as she instinctively shrank back. What kind of attitude is that? Do I look like I'm missing this meal? Li Damei's face turned pale, her legs weak. She clutched the table in the reception room, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Regret washed over her. Had she known Zhang Shu would explode in such fury, she would have never dared to drink soda. At this moment, she could only silently pray for Zhang Shu to calm down and spare her. Zhang Shu, I had actually wanted to treat you to a meal for a long time. I just hadn't found the opportunity. How about tomorrow? Inviting someone to dine the same day lacks sincerity. Zhang Shu frowned. True, time is tight. But how about tomorrow? Zhang Shu's expression, which had been as cold as ice just a second ago, transformed into a radiant smile, her demeanor shifting seamlessly. Then let's say tomorrow evening at Zhuangju. How does that sound? Zhang Shu asked with a smile gracing her lips. Li Damei gasped inwardly. That was the most upscale private restaurant in Huagang town, and her entire day's salary wouldn't suffice to buy a single dish. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and agreed. No problem. That's more like it. It's quite normal for friends to share meals, but there must be a give and take. Damei, you have just left me disheartened. Drink a bit more tomorrow evening. Let us set the tone for tomorrow. It must involve some libation. Very well. Li Damei forced a smile that was more sorrowful than laughter. By the way, I have a few brothers assisting outside. I will introduce you to them tomorrow. Li Damei felt on the verge of tears. Who knows how many brothers you actually have? How many people are you bringing? I shall reserve a table in advance. There will be a total of 9, plus the 2 of you, just enough for one table. Li Damei's heart was bleeding. A rough estimate indicated that this feast would cost at least 100 yuan. If we indulge in excess libation, the expense may soar even higher. She wished to slap herself for her imprudent desire to drink that Gatorade. At that moment, Hansu entered, carrying a large box, accompanied by the sweet potato elder and Chen Huarong. Zhang Shu took the Gatorade and handed it to the startled Sun Tong. Knowing that a slap must be followed by a sweet date, he was quite adept at this. In his previous life, Sun Tong had pilfered the core technology patents of the company, which stemmed from Zhang Shu's misplaced trust, having bestowed upon her the position of vice president. thus granting her the opportunity to exploit. In this life, from the very first moment he laid eyes on Sun Tong, Zhang Shu had meticulously charted her future path, ensuring she would no longer have access to such matters. Come, let us drink soda. Oh, okay. Sun Tong numbly accepted it and nodded. Demei, here comes the soda you have been yearning for. He smiled gently and tossed the Gatorade to Li Demei. At this moment, Li Demei was far from her initial demeanor, shrinking her neck and bowing her head to gaze at her toes, appearing quite obedient. Han Su placed the box on the reception desk and scattered blue salt around. Boss Zhang, the box has been delivered. What shall we do next? Zhang Shu lit a cigarette, inquiring about today's gross profit. As of now, it's just over 200. There's still a pig's head and a half unsold, likely leaving us with half a head remaining. The sweet potato elder promptly reported. Zhang Shu nodded. With such sweltering weather, preservation is impossible, so let us divide the remaining half of the pig's head among everyone. Now, let me discuss the subsequent arrangements. Upon hearing this, those in the reception area sat up attentively. Chen Huarong produced a notebook and pen from somewhere, ready to take notes. Even Li Demei and Sun Tong, who were squatting in the corner, instinctively perked up their ears. They too were curious about Zhang Shu's intentions, somewhat puzzled as to why this group referred to him as Boss Zhang. Wasn't he anchored well? How had he transformed into a boss? However, having just been reprimanded, they clearly dared not inquire further. Huarong, open all the bags, Zhang Shu instructed, pointing at the woven sacks. With a rustle, the bags were opened one by one, revealing bundles of nylon stockings. Gym shorts, flared trousers, cultural shirts, batwing tops, sandals, and headscarves adorned with peonies were all poured out. My heavens, how much did all this cost? Sun Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. Starting tomorrow, customers purchasing 8 yuan's worth of pig's head meat will be eligible for a lottery, with these garments as the prizes. Furthermore, we guarantee a 100% winning rate, and the price of the pig head meat will not increase. Is this truly feasible? Wouldn't that incur a great loss? The sweet potato elder hastily interjected. Zhang Shu wore a pained expression, lamenting that ordinary headscarves were merely 5 yuan apiece. Why not provide them with more scarves to draw? He mused. Tomorrow, let us find a rack to display these garments prominently. Customers must see the prizes clearly to entice their spending. What if customers wish to try on the clothes? And what if there are quality issues? The old man with the sweet potatoes interjected with new concerns. Zhang Shu shot him a glance, thoroughly displeased with his constant interruptions. When you purchase clothes from the supply and marketing cooperative, do they allow you to try them on? These are prizes, procured through legitimate channels. If there are any issues, they should address them with the cooperative. Why should you, a vendor of pig's head meat, worry so much? Please hold your questions until I finish speaking. Damn it. You disrupted my thoughts. I had something prepared to say. Chapter 20. A lack of appreciation. Zhang Shu gently tapped his fingers on the table. Since we are organizing an event, extending our hours of operation is essential. We shall set up at noon. Business will be booming tomorrow, so ensure you prepare ample pig heads. Old sweet potato, you must secure a loudspeaker tonight, one that can rattle the very core of people's minds. Han Su, you will be in charge of fetching clothes for the customers tomorrow. Do not let any mishaps occur. Listen to my voice. Whatever I call for, you shall retrieve. Chen Huarong was diligently jotting notes, nodding in agreement from time to time. Zhang Shu beamed with satisfaction. This lad clearly possessed talent, and he might help him in the future. It was no wonder leaders preferred their subordinates to take notes during speeches. Being so cherished must feel quite gratifying. Huarong, you will lead the team in distributing goods tomorrow. I hope this event allows everyone to gain experience in dealing with low-price competition, so that in the future, when you set up stalls, you will not flounder in similar situations. Old Sweet Potato timidly raised his hand. Where can we find a loudspeaker? Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. Go ask your village secretary. He must have one. Oh, that's no issue then. The village secretary is my brother. How fortunate. The old man grinned widely, feeling proud. Zhang Shu reviewed potential issues that might arise tomorrow with them once more. After concluding, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, let us all put in our best effort. Tomorrow night, my good brother, Comrade Li Demei, will treat everyone to a feast at Zhuai. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Wow, Demei is amazing. I've been longing for the roast duck at Zhuai. Han Su's voice rose an octave. Demei truly lives up to her name, generous. In that case, I shall skip lunch tomorrow to save room, Old Sweet Potato declared, clenching his fist. Li Damiai's eyes twitched as she forced a smile. Am I the one treating? She asked, feeling a surge of indignation as this moment marked the apex of her frustration with Zhang Shu. Just moments ago, someone had reported today's sales figures to her, totaling a mere 281 yuan. From the sounds of it, this amount seemed to be unsatisfactory to the group. It was said to be the lowest revenue in recent days. She toiled tirelessly for a month to earn 90 yuan, which paled in comparison to Zhang Shu's daily earnings. At first, Li Damiai was incredulous. It was only when that person handed a stack of cash to Zhang Shu that she was compelled to accept this news, which was enough to overturn her worldview. A ne'er-do-well, who spent his days idling about, had unexpectedly transformed into a businessman. Where could one seek reason in such a situation? Sun Tong had even more questions swirling in her mind. Her understanding of Zhang Shu surpassed that of Li Damiai, making his abrupt transformation all the more shocking for her. At this moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions, fear, joy, and a hint of restlessness. The allure of a man's wealth served as an aphrodisiac for a woman, and Zhang Shu's magnetism was unprecedentedly intense. The night had descended like a heavy curtain as Zhang Shu and Sun Tong walked along the path to Shanyun village. The moonlight cast a silvery frost over the land, while the croaking of frogs in the rice fields was somewhat irksome. Sun Tong turned to him, affectionately linking her arm through his, her voice imbued with a touch of melancholy. Darling, could you return my bicycle? You have no idea how much my legs have thinned from walking to work these past few days. Hearing her speak in such a manner sent chills down Zhang Shu's spine. Calling me daddy want help. I'll return it in half a month. Why? Sun Tong asked, puzzled. I have to go to Yunque soon, and I'll give it back to you then. What business do you have in Yunque? Take me with you, Sun Tong said, gently shaking Zhang Shu's arm and speaking in a coy manner. Zhang Shu frowned. Speak properly. Don't be provocative on the main road. Humph. Such a lack of romance. Just take me with you. I beg you. Aren't you working anymore? If you agree to take me to Yunque, I'll quit my job immediately. Zhang Shu shook his head. I'm unfamiliar with Yunque, and I haven't decided what I'll be doing there yet. It would be irresponsible for you to quit your job just to follow me. Sun Tong felt a twinge of emotion. She recognized the reasonableness of Zhang Shu's words and ceased her insistence. In her early 20s, Sun Tong was still quite innocent, with far fewer schemes than she would later possess. The pair returned to Shanyun village. Zhang Shu stood at the door and took a refreshing shower before casually lying down on the bed, stretching out like a character in a Tai Chi pose. Before long, Sun Tong lay down beside him, resting her head gently on his chest, her hair cascading around them. She tilted her face upward, her eyes shimmering with allure as they met Zhang Shu's gaze. Her cheeks grew increasingly warm as she bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes sparkling with a blend of teasing and anticipation, her arms encircling his waist. Zhang Shu gazed at her innocent yet desire-filled expression, his hand gradually sliding down to caress her. Sun Tong melted against him, her love surging forth, unable to contain herself as she planted a soft kiss on his forehead, trailing down to his brows and further still. Zhang Shu's hand wandered along her spine, igniting a tingling sensation, causing Sun Tong to sigh softly as her body leaned back slightly. Their breaths intertwined, and the temperature in the room rose steadily. I think I'm going to die. Hold me tight. Inside the room, their mingled breaths and whispered words formed a rhythmic symphony, the wooden bed protesting under the weight of their passion. The atmosphere brimmed with the essence of spring, blossoming like fresh sprouts, with soft gasps and fervent whispers, at times low and melodic, at times fervently passionate, each sound striking the heartstrings and igniting the imagination. The following morning arrived. Zhang Shu opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was 8:30. Awake? He thought, slightly taken aback. Why haven't you gone to work yet? Sun Tong replied with a playful reproach. It's all because of you. My legs feel so weak that I can barely stand. Zhang Shu cast her a sidelong glance, quickly dressing and preparing to return home. Today, he had an event to oversee and needed to arrive early. By now, the sweet potato vendor and his companions had likely already arrived at his house. Noticing his intention to leave, Sun Tong hastily exclaimed, It will surely be busy there at noon. Let me come and help you. Zhang Shu continued on his way, waving his hand dismissively. No need, you should rest at home. Just remember to come over for dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, Sun Tong's smile froze, and a look of astonishment crossed her face. She opened her mouth to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Sitting on the bed, She stared at Zhang Shu's retreating figure until the door closed, jolting her back to reality. The room fell silent. Sun Tong felt a bit dazed. She hadn't done anything to provoke him. At that moment, the Zhang Shu she knew felt both familiar and utterly alien. What had gone wrong? Chapter 21. Step back. I am about to show off. Upon returning to Xia village, Zhang Shu spotted Zhao Haidang pacing at the bridge, occasionally glancing around. As soon as she saw him, she hurried over. Where have you been? I've been looking for you all morning. What happened? Didn't you ask me to help with the business license for Shanjiang? Zhang Shu replied, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be a few days from now? Zhao Haidang waved her hand dismissively. I don't quite understand the things you mentioned. We need to inquire a few days in advance. Zhang Shu felt a warmth in his heart. Sister Haidang, I truly appreciate your help this time. His sincerity was evident. Without Zhao Haitang's assistance, he would have to resort to alternative plans, which would be far more labor-intensive and yield lesser results. Zhao Haidang raised an eyebrow. Good to know. I've spent several days away from home for this. Once everything is settled, you must express your gratitude properly. Absolutely, Zhang Shu nodded vigorously. I'll head back to gather the materials. When he returned to the small bridge, he found Zhao Lei there as well, whispering to Zhao Haidang. As Zhang Shu approached, their conversation ceased. Sister Haidang, here are all the materials. He handed her a plastic bag, along with all the cash he had on him. Zhao Haidang took it and casually glanced through it. Who is Guizhou? He's my friend and also the legal representative of the company. We'll use his name for the business license. Zhao Haidang did not press further, opening the envelope and letting out a soft exclamation. Wasn't it said that 5,000 would suffice? Why is there so much? It's always prudent to have extra money. It helps in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Haidang nodded, putting the envelope away. There was no need for pleasantries when using his money for his affairs. Moreover, since it was her first time handling such matters, she felt uncertain and preferred to have more funds on hand. After securing the materials and cash in her inner pocket, she reassured him. I will ensure everything is handled properly. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei stood by, watching the two converse amicably, his brow furrowing deeper, his face becoming increasingly lined like the skin of an orange. He cleared his throat forcefully, interrupting the conversation between the two. What did you just call her? Zhao Lei glared at Zhang Shu, hands on his hips, his tone unfriendly. Sister Haidang. Zhang Shu responded quickly, and what should I call you? He elongated his tone, catching a glimpse of Zhao Haidang, who was already stifling a laugh. How impudent. You ought to address her as Auntie. Zhao Lei retorted angrily, still fuming. Before he could continue, Zhao Haidang interjected, Brother, why do you have to make me sound so ancient? I refuse to be called any sort of aunt. Exactly. Zhang Shu chimed in hastily. Sister Haidang, let us each stick to our own titles. You little rascal, Zhao Lei exclaimed, removing his size 44 liberation shoes and swinging them towards Zhang Shu. Quick as a flash, Zhang Shu sidestepped the incoming footwear. Calm down, Zhao Gu. Zhao Haidang laughed uncontrollably, rushing to hold her brother back. Brother, you're too grown to be acting like a child. She shot a knowing glance at Zhang Shu. Understanding her cue, Zhang Shu began to retreat, bowing slightly. Sister Haidang, I shall take my leave. Zhao Lei, held back by his sister, furiously pointed at the direction Zhang Shu had fled. This boy is becoming increasingly unruly. When Zhang Jianjun and Qin Xiuxiu return, I must ask them how they are raising their son. All right, Zhao Lei muttered as he put on his shoes. It's all for your own good. Keep your distance from that boy. Upon returning home, Zhang Shu was met with nearly 20 pig heads arranged outside the kitchen door, with a crowd busily working as if on an assembly line. Wow, goodness. Zhang Shui, cradling Zhang Lan on a small stool, looked significantly more cheerful. After days of feasting on meat, she was now somewhat overwhelmed. Elder brother. The sharp-eyed Zhang Huahua noticed Zhang Shu's return, tossed her wooden stick aside, and stretched her chubby little arms for a hug. Zhang Shu scooped her into his embrace, and the little girl immediately clung to him like a koala, playfully tugging at his ears. Brother, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Zhang Shui handed Zhang Lan over to their grandmother. I'll get you some porridge. The vegetable porridge Grandma made this morning is delightful, and I even added pork lard. With that, she bounced off toward the kitchen. Zhang Shu graciously accepted his sister's kindness, watching her animated form fade into the kitchen. This ordinary scene was, in fact, the most precious gift he possessed amidst the relentless flow of time. His heart brimmed with contentment. Moments later, Zhang Shui returned with a steaming bowl of porridge, holding Zhang Huahua with one arm. Zhang Shu took the bowl and sipped a generous mouthful. The porridge was thick and well prepared. The aroma of vegetables mingled with pork lard warming him from his tongue down to his stomach. Delicious. He ruffled Zhang Shu's hair, eliciting a beaming smile from the little girl. Chen Huarong approached, cigarette in mouth. Boss Zhang, did we buy too many pig heads today? I suggested we purchase less, but the old man insisted on getting so many. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. No worries. The more we buy, the more we sell. It's not a problem. Can we sell this many? Chen Huarong appeared somewhat doubtful. Zhang Shu took another sip of porridge and gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Step back. I'm about to get serious. Ultimately, from the very beginning, he never regarded the sale of pig's head meat as a serious endeavor. He set up this stall merely to gather some franchise fees to assist Zhao Haidang in obtaining a license, while also providing some meat to his family. In Zhang Shu's eyes, this venture was not even a temporary stepping stone. While others considered earning 200 to 300 a day as exorbitant profit, for someone like him, who had seen substantial wealth, it was hardly worth noticing. Initially, he was disinclined to exert much effort, but now, as he awaited Zhao Haitang's license and found himself with idle time, he decided to invest a bit more attention into it. Despite the large population of Huagang Town, the customers for pig's head meat were limited. The challenge lay in breaking this stalemate. The key was to uncover potential consumer markets. As pig's head meat was not a necessity, and its price was relatively high, especially in this era, most individuals preferred to spend their money on several pounds of fatty meat. He aimed to associate pig's head meat with essential goods, thereby indirectly boosting sales through the pairing of high-demand products. In this age, items such as fitness pants, bell-bottoms, and batwing shirts represented strong consumer demand, possessing an extraordinary allure for contemporary individuals. Moreover, a lottery mechanism precisely tapped into human nature. Winning desirable items inevitably led to ostentation, naturally creating a vibrant advertising effect. Customers who had already spent money yet failed to win their coveted items felt a lingering hope of redemption for the next time, eager to try again. With a guarantee of 100 winning, including a minimum of $8 worth of pig's head meat, he felt no sense of loss. Chen Huarong took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, Boss Zhang, what about that stall selling pig's head meat across from us? Zhang Shu chuckled. Some competitors aren't even worthy of being called rivals. Just charge ahead. The market is limited, and as long as you consume sufficiently, they will inevitably starve. Chapter 22. The fury of incompetence. Chen Jun and Li Wujin rose early, as preparing a dozen pigs' heads was no small task. The duo worked tirelessly from dawn until after 8 in the morning, taking a brief respite before setting out to sell. Oddly, my eyelids have been twitching nonstop. I wonder if it's a good omen or an ill sign, Chen Jun mused. Li Wujin chuckled reassuringly. Left eye twitches for golden opportunities, right eye for bricks and stones. It's a good sign. We are destined for wealth. For him, if pig's head meat sold well, he could earn more. If not, he could always return to selling noodles. And he felt no anxiety, even contemplating a cheerful song. However, Chen Jun's situation was different. Just the purchase of ingredients, spices, and kitchen equipment had cost over 300. The thought of this made him wince, especially upon observing Li Wujin's carefree demeanor, which only served to amplify his frustration. In this partnership, all the risks fell upon him. While the profits were meager, it felt stifling to contemplate. Now, as Li Wujin carefully adjusted the marinade, he remained cautious around Chen Jun, reflecting on how things had unfolded. Chen Jun regretted not sticking to his shoe repair business. Why had he chosen to engage in this tumult? He could only pray for Zhang Shu's swift downfall, hoping to recover his investment quickly. As the two men wheeled their cart to Huagang Middle School, the sight that greeted them left them momentarily stunned. A row of clothing displayed at the entrance, batwing shirts and fitness pants, showcased the latest fashionable styles. Li Wujin looked perplexed. Are new competitors entering the scene? Chen Jun stood on tiptoe, squinting across the way. It was not a new crowd, but rather the same group that had previously sold pig head meat. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his face lit up with elation as he exclaimed, could it be that they feel they cannot compete with us and have now turned to selling clothes? Li Wujin pondered for a moment before nodding emphatically. It is quite plausible. Otherwise, why would they display so many garments? I can think of no other reason. Chen Jun, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and waved them vigorously, proclaiming, isn't this a golden opportunity for profit? Should we consider raising our prices? $2.50 per pound is simply too low. There is no profit margin. They used to sell at $5. So why not increase our price to $4? What do you think? Sounds good. Let's raise it by $1.50. If it sells well, we can increase it again tomorrow. In the entire Huagang town, we will be the sole sellers, and we can set our prices as we please. The prospect of imminent profit filled Li Wujin with delight. He shook his head and remarked, "A small-time thug remains a small-time thug. He will never accomplish anything significant. They will falter in their new venture of selling clothes." Chen Jun, with his head held high and a smug expression, replied, "Who can argue otherwise? I merely employed a few clever tactics, and lo and behold, that group of youngsters surrendered so easily. How dull." The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Subsequently, Chen Jun changed the price on the small chalkboard from 25 yuan per pound to 4 yuan per pound. The situation had become clear. Profit was assured. It was merely a matter of how much. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu was also preparing to set off. He beckoned to the sweet potato vendor. "You need to ride your bicycle to the town and strap the loudspeaker onto the back seat. Turn the volume to maximum and announce our event throughout the entire city. We want everyone in Huagang town to know what we are doing today. At this rate, my old bones will be shaken to pieces." Zhang Shu patted him on the shoulder. "You won't fall apart. With your physique, it's no problem to have a son next year. Leave me be. My grandson is almost ready for kindergarten. Even better, let your grandson take his son along." Zhang Shu suggested. "Get lost." The sweet potato vendor cursed as he pedaled away. Inside the office of the Huagang cotton textile factory, a woman with a pear-shaped figure suddenly paused her knitting and leaned towards the door. "Did you hear that sound? It seems like there's a loudspeaker announcing something, and it sounds quite lively. I'm going to take a look. I've been cooped up in this office all day and am nearly suffocating." As she approached the door, she encountered the factory's security guard. "Old Lu, what was just announced on the loudspeaker? You heard it too? It seems there's an event at Huagang Middle School where they are giving away free clothes." The eyes of several women brightened at the mention of free. Is there really such a good fortune? At the Huagang printing factory, a typesetter named Xiao Zhou was focused on his manuscript when suddenly an exhilarating announcement blared through the loudspeaker. "The boss has gone mad. Across from Huagang Middle School. Buy pighead meat and enter to win free clothes. If you miss out, you'll regret it for a whole year. Incredible benefits, comrades. Hurry and seize the opportunity." Xiao Zhou instantly perked up, tossing his pen aside. "Did you hear that? Buying pighead meat grants you a chance to win clothes. Such a loud commotion. Who could possibly miss it? Once I wrap up my tasks, let us venture forth together. I shall join as well. But you have no money. What purpose would that serve? I need not purchase anything. Merely observing suffices." Before long, several individuals rushed out of the printing factory with great enthusiasm. In those days, people possessed little but ample time, eager to witness any lively spectacle, regardless of whether they intended to buy anything. They were determined to support the event. Zhang Jianjun, upon hearing the announcement blaring from the loudspeaker, was momentarily taken aback. Could this frenzied proprietor be his own son? He quickly shook his head. It was unlikely. Zhang Shu typically set up his stall in the afternoon. This was likely a rival making such a ruckus, showcasing formidable strength. He resolved to investigate at noon, to gather intelligence on the competition for his son. It seems Zhang Shu's fortunate days are numbered. The malicious laughter behind him was unmistakable. He knew it was Lu Hua, Huang Li's husband. Ever since Lu Hua learned that his wife was frightened to the point of incontinence by Zhang Shu, he had returned to Shihe village with a simmering rage, feeling as though he were the subject of ridicule. Though he contemplated confronting Zhang Shu, he lacked the courage. And the past few days had been unbearably stifling. At last, seizing an opportunity, he sought to belittle Zhang Jianjun and vent his frustrations. Zhang Jianjun scoffed. "My son earns in a day what you make in several months. I fail to see what you have to brag about. Perhaps you should spend that time contemplating how to secure a permanent position." This remark struck deep into Lu Hua's pride. "As if you aren't merely a temporary worker yourself?" Zhang Jianjun leisurely adjusted his coat, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Hua, and remarked, "The crux of the matter is that some are so intent on emptying their pockets, pouring out substantial sums. In the end, aren't we all just rural residents? You wouldn't find a temple even if you carried a pig's head. You wouldn't be able to offer money even if you wanted to," Lu Hua retorted, his face reddening. "I wouldn't wish for you to be so foolish. With that money, you could buy something for my son." "Oh, right." Zhang Jianjun appeared to have a sudden epiphany, a look of realization dawning on his face. "I nearly forgot. You have no son, thus you cannot fathom such sentiments. You son of a—" Lu Hua's composure shattered in an instant as he lunged to strike Zhang Jianjun. Unfazed, Zhang Jianjun leaned forward, chin raised defiantly. If you refrain from hitting me, that makes you my grandson. Should you dare lay a hand on me, let us see if I don't bring you down. You son of a, you son of a, you son of a. Humph. A furious display of impotence. Chapter 23. Can one truly win a prize? At the entrance of Huagang Middle School, Chun Jun noticed a group of individuals approaching in the distance, his heart sinking. He hastily called out to the side, "Old Li, come here quickly, something feels amiss. Do you see that crowd? Is that not Zhang Shu? They have set up 2 stalls today." Li Wujin squinted, observing intently for a moment. Goodness, it truly is them. Have they lost their minds? They didn't even sell out the pig's head yesterday, and now they're doing so much. Chun Jun's expression turned grave, sensing an underlying unease. "Old Li, my eyelids are twitching violently. This does not bode well." Li Wujin spat. "What is the fuss? Don't frighten yourself. You wouldn't be anxious, having invested not a single penny. But that is not the point. Isn't my technical investment still an investment? You must always say that. Otherwise, we truly cannot cooperate." As the two conversed, Chen Huarong had already set up his stall. At that moment, the old sweet potato vendor returned, cradling a loudspeaker in his arms. He approached the stall and pressed the play button. Instantly, a deafening sound erupted, crashing into the ears of passers-by like a sudden clap of thunder. Don't miss out. Free clothing giveaway. A rare opportunity. First come, first served. Nearby stall owners, startled by the unexpected high decibel level, turned their heads in curiosity. Fox Love, Blood Chase, the latest chapter. Surprise. Surprise. Generous giveaways. Come see even if you don't buy. Obtain meat without spending a dime. Take home clothing. The boss has truly gone mad. Buy pork head meat and win brand name clothing. Miss today and you'll wait a year. Chen Jun finally comprehended Zhang Shu's intentions, swiftly adjusting the prices. He no longer sought profit. He merely hoped to sell the stock he had prepared for the day. With a dozen pork heads, failure to sell would indeed be no trivial matter. The first to arrive were several individuals from the printing factory, with Xiao Zhou taking the lead. "Boss, how does this event work?" Zhang Shu, with a beaming smile, gestured towards a row of clothes hanging behind him. "Today's event is to give back to the community. For every purchase of 8 yuan worth of pork head meat, you will receive a chance to draw for these garments. Feel free to participate." Xiao Zhou smirked. "Boss, these prizes aren't just empty promises, are they?" Zhang Shu replied earnestly. "We are serious about providing benefits to our community. The odds of winning are 100. As long as you reach in, you are guaranteed a prize to take home. And the price of the pork head meat hasn't increased, right? Your meat is pricier than others." Zhang Shu waved his hand, explaining, "We always prioritize our customers' health, using only the finest ingredients and spices, which naturally results in a slightly higher price. However, this event is intended for the community, and even if it means incurring losses, we cannot let our supporters feel disheartened. Therefore, we decided to maintain the original price." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, expressions of satisfaction evident on their faces. It did sound quite reasonable, though they were uncertain about the quality of the clothing prizes. All the clothes here are sourced from the supply and marketing cooperative, so rest assured regarding the quality. A young woman, her big eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, 8 yuan for a guaranteed 100 win rate, plus pork head meat. There's no way to lose. I'll take one. She was already pulling out her wallet. Xiao Zhou turned to his colleague beside him. The boss seems quite sincere. Shall we give it a try? Sure. I'll take one as well. If it's as the boss claims, I'll be buying meat from their stall from now on. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "How do we draw? Is there any trick to it?" Absolutely no tricks. Just a lottery box filled with tickets. Whatever you draw is what you get. Fair, just, and open. Prizes can be claimed on site. The young woman prepared her meat, approached the box, and began rummaging inside. Perhaps feeling a bit nervous, she licked her pink tongue over her lips, beads of perspiration appearing on her nose. "So what is it like? It's not empty inside, is it? Quick, take it out, and let us see if it's truly a winning prize. Indeed, is there gold within? Why is it so difficult to retrieve?" The crowd behind grew impatient, urging her on. Pressured to act, the young lady reluctantly produced a slip of paper from the box, which read "Fitness Pants." "Wow, fitness pants. It's fitness pants," she exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she handed the slip to Zhang Shu. Glancing at it, Zhang Shu called out to Han Su behind him, "Come. Present this lovely lady with a pair of fitness pants." Zhang Shu continued to shout enthusiastically, "Truly, beauty and fortune coexist. Congratulations to this charming lady. May she find both wealth and love in her future. The young woman, holding the fitness pants aloft, waved to the onlookers, her cheeks flushed from Zhang Shu's compliments. Nearly crimson. Oh my goodness, it's real. Just days ago, I saw that fitness pants cost 8 yuan each at the supply and marketing cooperative. This means the young lady spent not a single penny to acquire over a kilogram of pork head meat. Did you see? They also have batwing shirts and flared pants displayed behind. Winning one of those would be a true fortune. The crowd became increasingly animated, some eager for the spectacle, others genuinely interested in purchasing. Hearing about it was one thing, but witnessing it was an entirely different experience, especially those who had intended to buy clothes. Seeing another win intensified their desire. A man pushed forward, shouting, "Come, cut me 8 yuan's worth. I consulted the almanac today, and I'm certain this prize is mine." Move to the back of the line. If you push forward again, the almanac might say you're in for trouble. Before noon, both stalls had already been encircled by the throng. Hurry up and cut. If someone snatches away the batwing shirt, you'll owe me. Sweat began to bead on Chun Huarong's forehead, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. This was the first time he realized pork head could be sold in such a manner. At that moment, he felt a profound admiration for Zhang Shu, who seemed to effortlessly generate business. From pricing to promotion, every step was executed with precision, and while it appeared mundane, the outcome was astonishing. Zhang Shu had an uncanny ability to understand consumer psychology. The customers willingly queued to spend their money. Chapter 24. Are people honest, or is it a misfortune? Chen Jun felt his composure shatter as he observed the bustling business across from him, teetering on the brink of chaos. In stark contrast, his own stall had yet to open even as lunchtime approached. This stark disparity left him feeling despondent, nearly to the point of despair. "Boss, I'll take 8 yuan's worth of pork head meat." Finally, a customer. It was a relief, and Chen Jun quickly donned a smile. To express his gratitude to his first patron of the day, he selected the finest cut of meat. After slicing it, drenching it in sauce, he presented the meat to the middle-aged woman. She accepted the meat and inquired with a smile, "Where's your prize draw box?" Chen Jun was momentarily taken aback, his smile freezing in place. After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to explain, "Our prices are already quite reasonable, hence we do not engage in those gimmicky activities." The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow, retracting her hand that was about to reach for her wallet. "Oh, so that's how it is, then I shall not buy it." Chen Jun grew anxious, exclaiming, "No, ma'am, I have already prepared it for you. If you suddenly decide not to buy, then to whom shall I sell this meat?" The short fellow retorted, "You must be at least 40, right? Who are you calling, ma'am? I am only 38. And you, young lady," he continued. "Who are you calling young lady? Your entire family must be young ladies. If you don't purchase your family's meat, you resort to insults?" The middle-aged woman unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Chen Jun speechless, his breath caught in his throat, silent. After a minute, he finally seized an opportunity to interject, "Madam, could you please apply some reason? Our prices are already quite low, and there is hardly any profit in these promotions." "Humph, cheap goods are never good. Who would buy your meat without a lottery?" She finished her tirade by tossing the pork head back upon the counter and turning to walk away. Seeing Chen Jun's grim expression, Li Wujin approached. Their situations were quite similar, both yet to commence business, yet Li Wujin maintained a far more relaxed demeanor. "Old Chen, this isn't sustainable. If we cannot sell this meat, we might have to consume it ourselves. A dozen pork heads will not kill you." Chen Jun cursed inwardly. "Think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, I shall have to return to selling noodles. You cannot hinder my earnings." At that moment, Chen Jun genuinely longed to lash out at Li Wujin. He turned his head and spoke in a low voice. "What solution could I possibly have? I can only endure. Shall I withdraw then? Go back to selling noodles?" Chen Jun regarded him calmly. "If you do not assist me in selling this pork head, do not expect to sell noodles either." Li Wujin raised an eyebrow. "After so many years of friendship, you wish to play hardball with me? Get lost. You stay here and sell the pork heads diligently. If the meat sells, everything else will be manageable. If I cannot recoup my capital, you will not fare better." Chen Jun erupted in frustration, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Li Wujin, releasing all the pent-up negative emotions he had harbored in recent days. He earned mere pennies repairing shoes. How many pairs would he need to mend to save the over 300 yuan? He could not allow himself to incur losses without cause. Faced with Chen Jun's wrath akin to that of an enraged tiger, Li Wujin felt a twinge of fear. Damn it, this short fellow's gaze is lethal. "Old Shun, It's not that I do not wish to assist you in selling. You see, there are currently no customers. Even if I wanted to help, I am powerless. Li Wujin refrained from mentioning profit sharing again. Given the fierce competition, their pork heads were sure to remain unsold, and losses were a foregone conclusion. Why don't we also hold a lottery? Li Wujin suggested. Chen Jun shook his head. He had already contemplated this issue. However, their prices were already at rock bottom, and conducting promotions would be tantamount to self-sabotage, not to mention the time constraints. What if we sell the meat to Zhang Shu at a discount? A lower price could mitigate some losses. I fear he might refuse. His business is thriving. He likely has no shortage of pork heads. Selling to him would only allow him to profit further. Why would he want that? Chen Jun nodded, finding some merit in this reasoning. He glanced sideways at Li Wujin. The old fellow still had some wisdom, albeit in need of a firm hand. Upon Zhang Jianjun's arrival at Huagang Middle School, he observed Zhang Shu animatedly addressing the crowd by the lottery box, his enthusiasm evident as he passionately engaged the participants. Every patron who managed to win even a mere scarf was treated with utmost reverence. Watching from the periphery, Zhang Jianjun begrudgingly acknowledged Zhang Shu's remarkable eloquence. He found himself pondering how such a charismatic individual could emerge from the otherwise unassuming Zhang family. Little did he know, otherwise he would have surely sought a blood test, as the lineage appeared rather dubious. After waiting for over half an hour, as the throng began to thin, he finally approached. Upon seeing his father, Zhang Shu signaled to Han Su to take over his position. Dad, what brings you here? Let us go eat first. No, I have matters to discuss. We can dine at the factory later. Why so formal? My friends haven't eaten yet either. We can bring them something after we finish. Without further ado, he pulled Zhang Jianjun towards a nearby small eatery. The two found a vacant table. Boss, one serving of mixed stir-fry and another of fried eel, along with a bowl of rice. Such extravagance. Those two dishes exceed my daily wage, Zhang Jianjun remarked, fully aware of his father's frugality. The older generation, having experienced hardship, embodied thriftiness to their very core. Just the other day, when Zhang Shu had given him 500 yuan, his father had immediately deposited it, unwilling to part with a single cent. By the way, I came to discuss something with you. Wenhe wishes to learn how to prepare pig's head meat. What do you think? Zhang Shu pondered for a moment. His second uncle was renowned for his integrity. In previous years, he had often found himself in troublesome situations, with Jiao Wenhe bailing him out on numerous occasions. Now that they were reaching out, it was only right to offer assistance. Dad, I have no objections to teaching my second uncle how to make pig's head meat, but I doubt his character is suited for it. Why do you say that? Zhang Jianjun exclaimed, his eyes widening in discontent. Is being honest a flaw? Zhang Shu quickly waved his hand, clarifying, I don't mean it negatively, it's just not a fit. If my second uncle insists on pursuing this, I will certainly teach him without reservation. I plan to visit Yunque soon and require a few reliable individuals. Could you ask your uncle if he is willing to join? Zhang Jianjun nodded affirmatively. All right, I'll stop by Liashikan after work to inquire about your second uncle's thoughts. You're going to Yunque? So, you want to be continuing with the pig's head meat business? Yes, I intend to wrap that up in about a week. While I believe the pig's head meat venture is quite promising, it's time you settled down. You've had your fun. It's high time to find a suitable partner and tie the knot. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes in exasperation, replying, I'm barely in my 20s. Marriage is far from my mind. Please refrain from matchmaking. Zhang Jianjun shrugged. Who says having a son is better? Constantly clashing with you, daughters are much easier. Unbeknownst to the father and son, a familiar face had just arrived beside the pig's head meat stall. Lu Kehua observed the bustling crowd at the stall. Elated by the thriving business, for the better the trade here, the quicker Zhang Shu's enterprise would falter. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Normally, he would hesitate to spend 8 yuan on pig's head meat, but today is different. He feels compelled to support his friend's business and lend a hand. Ideally, he hopes to win a bad shirt, which his wife has long desired. If that fails, a pair of leggings would suffice. Boss, I'll have 8 yuan worth of pig's head meat, preferably fatty, he said. Chun Huarong handed him the meat, kindly pointing behind him to indicate where the lottery was taking place. Luke Hua felt quite pleased. Even the workers employed by wealthy patrons exhibit such politeness. How could business not thrive? What reason did Zhang Shu have to fail? Chapter 25. Report. Luke Hua approached the lottery box and reached inside. Gazing at the row of garments behind him, he muttered repeatedly, bad shirt, if not, perhaps a pair of flared pants will do. His hand rummaged through the box, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He pulled out a ticket, opened it, and his smile vanished instantly. It was a pair of sandals. Is this all? Luke Hua scoffed. His anticipation transformed into disappointment. Han Su, having learned much from Zhang Shu during this period, noticed Luke Hua's discontented expression and consoled him. Comrade, sandals are our 5th prize. It seems luck is still on your side today. Han Su's encouragement rekindled some hope in Luke Hua. The more he thought about it, the more invigorated he became. His gaze returned to the lottery box, and his hand instinctively reached in again, hoping for another chance. Hey, comrade, you haven't purchased anything yet. You can only draw after buying the pig's head meat. Luke Hua frowned, somewhat irritated by Han Su's interruption. Surely, I can draw first and buy the meat afterwards. Han Su chuckled awkwardly and rubbed his hands. Let us settle the payment first. Uff, do you think I lack money? He retorted, handing over a dark brown 50 yuan note. Han Su held the money up to the sunlight before accepting it. Comrade, with 50 yuan, you can draw 6 times. Take your time, don't rush. Luke Hua stubbornly turned his head away, resolutely plunging his arm deep into the box. Upon opening the ticket, he found it red headscarf. His brow furrowed even deeper. He carelessly tossed the ticket aside, fixated on the lottery box. This time, if I can draw a cultural shirt, I'll stop for good. It was as if he was both encouraging himself and succumbing to an obsession. Again and again, his hand rose and fell, tickets being drawn one after another. Aside from those sandals, all he received were headscarves. Luke Hua was completely absorbed in his own world, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, Han Su seized his hand, stopping him. Comrade, that's enough. Let go. I still want to draw. Staring at the 6 tickets in his hand, Luke Hua abruptly awoke to the realization that he had squandered most of his salary in such a short time. He glared at Han Su, reaching for his pocket and shouting, "You're cheating. There are no grand prizes at all. Give me back my money. I don't want the pig's head meat anymore." Han Su stepped back, evading Luke Hua's outstretched hand, and replied with a frown, "Don't lose your cool here. The lottery relies purely on luck. Where is the joy in winning, and what sense is there in throwing a tantrum when one does not?" Luke Hua was unwilling to relent. His eyes were reddened, and veins bulged upon his forehead. "I do not care. Today, I must retrieve my money. What foolish lottery is this? You are all a band of swindlers." Today being payday, he was in a rather cheerful mood, intending to try his luck while supporting a friend. Little did he realize that he had already participated 7 times, having fallen into the trap from the very first attempt. Hey, you there in front, are you going to draw again or not? If you're not, don't waste others' time. What is the rush? You fools, being deceived yet still counting the money for them. There is no grand prize here, only scarves and sandals. You shouldn't say such things. Comrade, just half an hour ago, I saw 2 people win bell-bottoms and fitness pants. Another customer retorted, exactly. If you can't afford to play, then don't. Why act like a rogue? The pig head meat is priced as such. The prizes are merely an extra benefit for us. Step aside. If you're not going to draw, let me have a turn. I'm in a rush to get home for lunch. Don't waste my time. A man behind could no longer contain his impatience, pushing Luke Hua aside. Faced with this towering figure, Luke's face turned pale. Engaging in a physical confrontation was out of the question, so he resorted to verbal jabs. You don't know a good heart when you see one. Let us see how you fall for this trick. I guarantee you'll draw a scarf. The man advanced and shoved him again. I wouldn't mind drawing a scarf. Unlike you, who acts like you can't afford to play. Besides, the boss didn't force you to participate. You chose to do so. And now you refuse to take responsibility. Your character is truly lacking. Criticism of him echoed around, the remarks harsh and unkind. Luke's expression darkened as he remained silent. Fixated on the lottery box, he resolved that when this group ended up with scarves, he would have to deliver some biting remarks to them. He wouldn't be blamed for his sharp tongue later. The man casually drew a ticket from the box and glanced at it. Well, another scarf, right? I told you so, but you wouldn't listen. People like you deserve to suffer. Fool. The man shot back at him with a lackluster insult, then handed the ticket to Han Su. Comrade, I want a bat shirt. What? Han Su was momentarily taken aback, but Luke Hua lunged forward and snatched the ticket from him, which indeed stated that he had won a bat shirt. Do you need a beating to behave? The man's face darkened, the joy of winning significantly diminished. This can't be. How could it be a bat shirt? Shouldn't it be a scarf? Luke Hua clutched the lottery ticket tightly, staring intently, unable to believe his eyes. Nothing is impossible. Your luck is so bad that you've drawn all the scarves, leaving only the good items. The onlookers erupted into laughter, and Han Su handed the bat shirt to the man, saying, "Comrade, you clearly have fortune on your side. Congratulations." "Haha, thank you, thank you." The man accepted the bat shirt, shouting behind him, "Just now, an unlucky guy drew plenty of scarves. There must still be many good items left in the lottery box. Everyone, give it your best." Having been insulted, Lu Kuo's already sullen expression grew even darker. He began to suspect that this stall was cursed for him. "All right, I shall give it a try as well." An elderly lady in line approached, waving a piece of pork head in front of Han Su. "Comrade, I spent 16 yuan and wish to draw twice." The old lady rummaged through her box for a moment and produced 2 lottery tickets, handing them to Han Su. "My eyesight isn't great. Could you help me see what I've won?" Han Su took the tickets, examined them, and a smile spread across his face as he raised his voice. "Grandma, congratulations. You've won a pair of sandals and a cultural shirt." Upon hearing this, the old lady's eyes crinkled with joy, her face beaming with delight. "The sandals are for my granddaughter, and the cultural shirt is just perfect for my precious grandson." After expressing her gratitude to Han Su profusely, she left, content. Lu Kuo was filled with resentment, feeling as though the world was conspiring against him. Why did everyone else win wonderful prizes while he was left with mere rubbish? Looking at the scarf in his hand only intensified his frustration, leaving him unable to vent his anger. Zhang Jianjun, having finished his meal and intending to return to the factory, happened to spot Lu Kuo clutching the scarf. Noticing his distressed expression, Zhang Jianjun couldn't resist the urge to greet him. Well, who do we have here?" Lu Kuo glared at him, his irritation palpable, and gritted his teeth. "What business is it of yours?" Zhang Jianjun chuckled. "Seeing your miserable face, I simply couldn't help but come over to see. You're the one who's miserable. I'm particularly happy today. I bought 10 kilos of pork head for my wife to nourish her health. Can you afford that?" "Fool, my son sells this stuff. Why would I need to buy it? I've been sick of it for days. Our family is eating vegetarian now to cleanse our systems. What do you know? Buying pork head was just a side note. Didn't you see how many prizes I won?" Lu Kuo felt a pang of indignation. If he could somehow get back at Zhang Jianjun and make him stumble, it would soothe his spirit. Zhang Jianjun, astonished, replied, "Do you really have to draw for these things? I just took them directly. How shameless can you be?" Zhang Jianjun called out to Han Su, "Little Han, help me grab 2 pieces of clothing." Han Su, who diligently went to Shahe village every morning, recognized Zhang Jianjun and did not dare to be negligent. "Uncle, which kind do you want? Or would you prefer to pick them out yourself? I worry about getting the size wrong." "All right, let me take a look." Lu Kuo's mind buzzed, and he nearly lost his balance. Even with his sluggishness, he finally understood that this event was organized by Zhang Shu. Otherwise, how could Zhang Jianjun have such influence? The thought of having contributed nearly 60 yuan to his rival made Lu Kuo's teeth grind. After working tirelessly, to hand over most of his wages to Zhang Shu was a bitter pill to swallow. "Damn it," Lu Kuo exclaimed as he turned and rushed towards the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He intended to file a complaint against Zhang Shu for speculation and profiteering. Chapter 26. My uncle said. Zhang Shu approached, carrying a bag of fried dough sticks and rice cakes. At that moment, small eateries in the town lacked takeaway boxes, so he had to purchase easily portable food. "Brothers, come over for a meal." Chen Huarong picked up a rice cake and wrapped it around a youtiao, taking a bite that revealed a look of satisfaction on his face. He had been slicing meat since 11 o'clock, and by nearly 2, his hands began to tremble. "What was the midday revenue?" asked Zhang Shu, who held a porcelain cup and took a sip of water. Chen Huarong opened his wallet and counted. "I have about 100 here." Another person recounted, "I have 300. Zhang Shu smiled. "Not bad. We've already recouped our costs. The rest is pure profit." With his mouth full, Chen Huarong mumbled, "Boss Zhang, your promotion of pork head meat with clothing is truly brilliant. Many customers, despite spending money, are still exceedingly happy." Zhang Shu waved his hand and inquired, "Are the prizes sufficient?" "Plenty. After the event ends, we should still have at least a third left." "Are we continuing the promotion tomorrow?" "No more. Too frequent promotions might lead customers to think our profits are excessively high, ultimately becoming counterproductive. You all should focus more on enhancing taste and service quality. That is the key to sustainable business." Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting understanding. Zhang Shu's gaze swept over the group. "Furthermore, everyone has been learning well during this period. You should be capable of handling things independently. Next, discuss how to divide the towns and ensure prices are uniform. Avoid engaging in price wars." The The deposits paid earlier can be collected at my place in 2 months. Make sure everything is clearly communicated. Whether they heed it or not is up to them. In these times, running a braised meat business in the towns. As long as one does not act recklessly, it is impossible to incur losses. Boss Zhang, won't you teach us anymore? Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow and retorted, what? Haven't you mastered the seasoning yet? If there's anything you're uncertain about, speak up quickly. The other party waved their hands. We've got it. We've learned so much from following you these days. I'm a bit reluctant to leave. Enough of that. The sooner you venture out independently, the sooner you can earn money. You must have been looking forward to this day for quite some time, right? The group erupted in laughter. Zhang Shu was right. Having paid an 800 yuan franchise fee to learn the skills, they felt tremendous pressure. This group harbored a burning desire to start earning money immediately to show those who once doubted them. Only one person was different, Chen Huarong, having attended high school. His understanding was certainly not comparable to that of the old potato farmers. It was precisely because he comprehended more that he realized just how formidable Zhang Shu was. Boss Zhang, may I discuss something with you? Chen Huarong pondered for a moment before speaking with determination. Zhang Shu noticed his formal tone, patted his backside, and said, come. Let us go to the communications room to talk. In the communications room, an elderly gentleman was reclining on a bamboo chair, fanning himself. Zhang Shu took out a large bill and tossed it to him, then pulled up a stool to sit down. Chen Huarong quickly struck a match to light it for him before speaking. Boss Zhang, I'm curious about your plans moving forward. Zhang Shu's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. Huarong, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for circumlocution with me. Boss, I know you possess great capability and vision. I do not wish to spend my life merely guarding a meat stall. If you have a good path, could you guide me? Zhang Shu chuckled and asked, and what about the pork head meat stall? I arranged for my parents, who toil in the fields throughout the year, yet barely accumulate any savings. Just as they were deep in conversation, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The old sweet potato vendor muttered, the industrial and commercial officials have arrived. Zhang Shu peered through the glass window of the reception room and observed several individuals in blue uniforms approaching, notepads in hand. Nearby vendors immediately panicked. Those with little to sell hastily rolled up their bundles and scurried into alleys, while others, burdened with more goods, found it impossible to escape. Han Su scrambled to pack up his stall, but with so much merchandise, it was an overwhelming task. An official wearing a broad-brimmed hat had already approached. Frowning as he inquired, show me your business license. Han Su stammered, unable to articulate a response, beads of sweat forming on his palms. He had no knowledge of any license. At that time, most rural vendors operated without permits, clandestinely engaging in small trades, completely oblivious to such regulations. The old sweet potato vendor, sensing the tension, quickly offered a cigarette with a smile, saying, comrade, we rural folks are just trying to earn a bit of hard-earned money. Perhaps you could show some leniency. The officials, however, remained stern, replying, operating without a license is illegal. Are you not aware? We will confiscate your goods and impose a fine. Han Su, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to plead, leader, this is our first time setting up a stall. We truly did not know the rules. Enough nonsense. I passed by here yesterday after work, and you were already selling. His lie was immediately exposed, leaving Han Su awkward and unsure of how to respond. Seeing Han Su rendered speechless, Zhang Shu rushed over from the reception room. Leader, there's been a misunderstanding. We are all in this together. We are from the village-operated distribution point, assisting the brigade in selling some surplus stock. As he spoke, he produced a scrap of paper from his pocket, the lower right corner stamped with a blurred village committee seal. Essentially a blank sheet left over from when the village had issued a letter of introduction. The officials regarded it with skepticism, taking the paper to scrutinize it closely. In 1990, the name of collective economy held far more weight than that of individual enterprises. The majority of private transactions were discreetly affiliated with village-run businesses to evade scrutiny. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shu discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into the official's pocket. Leader, I apologize for troubling you with such a minor issue. It is truly regrettable. He then turned to Han Su, instructing, go and prepare more pig's head meat to improve the officials' meals. The comrades from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau are working so hard and are concerned for us. As an ordinary citizen, I cannot bear to see them struggle. The head of the officials softened his tone slightly, stating, even distribution points must adhere to regulations. Zhang Shu smacked his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, How are we country folk supposed to know these things? My uncle simply told me to bring over some goods for sale. Your uncle? The official coughed. You mean Zhao Lei, the old secretary from the Xia village? I am his eldest nephew, Zhao Erqiang. The official nodded, clearly recognizing Zhao Lei. Before the official could speak further, Zhang Shu pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket and filled a large nylon bag with it, handing it over. My uncle instilled in us the importance of adhering to rules. Indeed, we failed to consider all aspects. We cannot make it difficult for the officials. We will pay the fines and comply with the confiscation. A few officials from the Industry and Commerce Department exchanged glances, and one of the older members remarked, "Since this is a collective matter, let us primarily focus on education through criticism this time. Please be more cautious in the future." After delivering their message, the group accepted the money and the confiscated nylon socks and proceeded to the stalls below. The salt market, being in a coastal city, had embraced the reforms and openings earlier, resulting in relatively lenient policies. Had it been an inland city, Zhang Shu would not have dared to be so brazen. At that time, inland cities still resorted to public shaming techniques reminiscent of the planned economy era, instilling a palpable fear. Although the pace of the market economy was accelerating, such actions still fell under speculation and were considered criminal. A prime example was the case of a certain foolish seed business, where the founder, after facing numerous setbacks, was likely still incarcerated at this very moment. It was precisely because Zhang Shu was aware of the flexible policies in Huagang town that he felt emboldened to act in this manner. With no one to report him, he turned a blind eye, treating the situation as if it had gone unnoticed. Should someone choose to report, however, goods would be confiscated, and the operator would face fines for their illegal gains. In short, it was a matter of whether one had connections and the strength of their backing. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei, who was waiting for Zhao Haitang, was constantly sneezing. "Brother, are you still unwell? 2 hours and still no better?" In contrast to Zhang Shu, Qin Jun found himself less fortunate. In the past, he would have had no fear and could have simply grabbed his shoe repair tools and fled. However, the preparations for selling pig's head meat were extensive, leaving him utterly helpless as he watched the officials approach leisurely. "Where's your permit?" "Leader, this is my first day setting up a stall. I haven't had the chance to obtain one yet." "Spare me. I just completed a round. And all I heard were such excuses. You lack any originality." Qin Jun regretted not selling all the pig's head meat to Zhang Shu at noon, realizing too late the consequences he now faced. The officials wasted no time with him and lifted the white cloth covering the pig's head meat. "Oh, quite a selection here. Leader, this is truly my first time." Qin Jun attempted to defend himself, but the officials were not listening. "Are you operating without a permit? Is your sanitation up to standard? What about your quarantine certificate?" The official questioned sternly, already pulling out a fine ticket. Sweat beaded on Qin Jun's forehead. He had no quarantine certificate. The pig's head had been purchased that very morning from a rural butcher, a purely private transaction. "Fine of 100 yuan. All goods will be confiscated." 100. Qin Jun exclaimed, leaping up. "Leader, I wouldn't even earn 100 by selling everything at my stall." "Too much?" The official sneered. "Very well, then accompany me to the station, and we'll handle it as speculation." Qin Jun immediately wilted. If he were to go, it would not merely be a matter of 100 yuan. He then pointed across the street and questioned, "Why haven't they been confiscated? They are part of a collective, representing the village. Do you think they are comparable to your capitalist tale? Do you have any questions regarding our enforcement?" The official continued. "If so, I kindly invite you to discuss it in detail at the bureau." "And no, I have no questions." Qin Jun hastily waved his hands. "Humph." The leading official snorted coldly. Gesturing dismissively, Qin Jun watched helplessly as the pig's head, the chopping board, and even the enamel basin were loaded onto the three-wheeled cart by the industrial and commercial bureau officials. Clutching the fine notice in his hand, he stood in the middle of the road, feeling a weight in his chest. 100 yuan. And so many pig heads. How many pairs of shoes would he need to sell to recoup that loss? Before he could fully process his sorrow, an even more infuriating scene unfolded. Unlike his furrowed brow, Li Wujin maintained a sycophantic smile, even going so far as to assist the officials in loading items onto the cart. "Be careful, leader. That chopping board is quite heavy," he said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes to hand out to the workers, adding, "Thank you for your hard work. Sorry for the trouble you had to go through." The officials clearly appreciated this display, as the leader accepted a cigarette and lit it with a match handed to him by Li Wujin. "It's not that I want to make things difficult for you. It's just that someone reported this, and we have to handle it. Please understand." Li Wujin nodded repeatedly, You're just doing your job, and we, the common people, will certainly cooperate with the government. As soon as the officials departed, Li Wujin swaggered over, humming a tune, and pulled out the fine notice. Here, for you. Chen Jun's eyes turned red, and his fingers trembled involuntarily. What do you mean? Li Wujin feigned innocence. Pay the fine, of course. Wasn't that stall under your responsibility? Li Wujin shrugged, but all this stuff belongs to you. I was merely employed by you. He began counting on his fingers. Look, the card is yours. The pig heads are yours. Even the enamel basin for the water is from your home. I'm just a worker keeping an eye on the stall. How dare you? Chen Jun could no longer contain his anger and swung his fist toward Li Wujin's face. Although Li Wujin was older, he still had a spry agility and sidestepped the blow. Hey, do you dare to hit me? Li Wujin picked up a nearby pole and struck Chen Jun's hand, causing him to yelp in pain. The two quickly got into a scuffle. Li Wujin aimed a kick at Chen Jun's groin, and as Chen Jun winced in pain, Li Wujin seized the opportunity to deliver an elbow strike right to his nose. Ugh! Li Wujin spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. You little brat. Trying to mess with me? When I was roaming the streets, you were still in diapers. Ignoring the pain, Chen Jun lunged at Li Wujin again. This time, he was cleverer. He lowered his body and wrapped his arms around Li Wujin's waist, attempting to throw him to the ground. The two rolled on the ground, exchanging punches and kicks, knocking over nearby baskets that had not been collected. Zhang Shu and the others exchanged glances at this chaotic scene, bewildered. What on earth is happening? The old man selling sweet potatoes asked. Are we still open tonight? Of course we are. Otherwise, I would have wasted my 50 yuan fine. And we have so many pig heads that would spoil if not sold. The evening business remained bustling despite some lingering anxiety. And the Industrial and Commercial Bureau did not return to trouble them again. Just past 5 o'clock, Sun Tong and Li Demei arrived. Noticing everyone was busy, they chose not to disturb the commotion. Demei, have you noticed that Zhang Shu has changed? Li Demei raised an eyebrow. In what way? Sun Tong leaned closer to her ear and whispered, It was like dealing with a beast. I was tormented for a full 2 hours last night. Li Demei covered her mouth, exclaiming in astonishment, Is it really that intense? Indeed. It nearly took my life. You should count your blessings. Some men finish in just a minute or two, hardly even feeling it, Sun Tong replied. You seem quite knowledgeable. Where did you learn all this? Li Demei waved her hand dismissively. Those women at the factory, they never talk about anything else, and it's corrupted me. Sun Tong tossed her bag casually to the ground and sighed, feeling that Zhang Shu had not been as kind to her as before. 2 hours isn't considered bad, is it? She mused. What are you saying? Have you forgotten how fierce he was with us yesterday? He used to spare me even a harsh word. Li Demei nodded in agreement, recalling how Zhang Shu would intimidate her whenever she was asked to treat them. It felt as though he would devour me if I refused. Truly terrifying. If he is so harsh with me now, what will he do in the future? Sun Tong shrugged her shoulders. Li Demei patted her on the back, unconcerned, as long as he is willing to part with his money. I wouldn't mind taking a beating. That's true. Even though he treated me well before, his pockets were emptier than his face. What good is that? Sun Tong responded. So, you must charm him now and coax out some funds. You should buy that stylish Yunque bike. It's truly impressive. I have a plan. I mentioned it last time, but he didn't seem interested, and now I don't know how to bring it up. Li Demei sighed, lamenting. It's so tough for us women. Earning money is no easy task. We're expected to entertain, dine, and even share a bed. She then glanced at Sun Tong, a hint of envy in her eyes. You're so fortunate to have found Zhang Shu. He is wealthy, handsome, and possesses stamina. I fear I have no hope for the future. Sun Tong was at a loss for how to comfort her. Indeed, Li Demei's prospects seemed dim. However, she only pondered her friend's plight for a brief moment before redirecting her attention to the bustling market stalls. The business here is truly thriving. Chapter 28. Do not waste money at 6 in the evening. The sun's last rays had yet to fully fade, and all the pig heads at the stall had been sold out. Upon returning to the reception area, Zhang Shu loosened the buttons of his shirt with a sigh of relief and inquired, What is the revenue for today? Chen Huarong, beaming with delight, stuffed the counted money back into his bag. I have a total of 815 yuan. I have 753. Reported another vendor after tallying today's earnings. I still have 50. Han Su recounted the events involving Lu Kehua that transpired at noon. Zhang Shu quickly pieced together the situation, realizing that the business regulators must have been drawn by Lu Kehua. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental. By the way, How many prizes are left? He asked. About 1/3, came the response. Zhang Shu made a rough calculation. Today's net profit had already surpassed 1,000. In 1990, this amount exceeded what a regular worker could earn in an entire year of hard labor, and the impact of this substantial sum on everyone was overwhelming. The group of aspiring vendors, especially Han Su and his companions, felt their breaths quicken with excitement. Today for Zhang Shu is tomorrow for them. At this moment, they feel that the franchise fee of 800 yuan is exceedingly worthwhile. During this period, not only have they acquired technical skills, but each individual has also made significant strides in business acumen. However, what Zhang Shu did not mention is that this model of rapid wealth accumulation possesses considerable limitations and is challenging to replicate. The primary reason for this is the delineation between individual proprietorships and private enterprises in the early 1990s. There was a prevailing notion that employing 7 individuals constituted individual economic activity and was not deemed exploitative. Conversely, hiring more than 8 individuals implied reliance not on personal labor, but on the exploitation of surplus value for profit. If such a situation was discovered, one could be classified as a capitalist and subjected to regulation. This state of affairs persisted until the great leader's speech during his southern tour gradually alleviated these constraints. Today, there are already 10 individuals voluntarily assisting Zhang Shu, all of whom are nominally his apprentices learning the craft. It is no surprise that future generations are inclined to take on apprentices. He has come to understand that this endeavor indeed yields profit. Boss Zhang, how much stock should we prepare for tomorrow? Chen Huarong inquired. We need to let the customers digest, so prepare a little less. 3 pig heads will suffice. After speaking, he surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing. Traditionally, selling pig head meat generated no waste, but today, during the promotional event, packaging materials were strewn everywhere. Zhang Shu clapped his hands and called out to those around him, "Everyone, let us put in a bit more effort and clean up the trash in front of the school. They have allowed us to set up our stall here. We should not cause them any inconvenience. Move quickly, and once we finish, gather at Zhuexiangju." All right. Everyone responded cheerfully, except for Li Damei, who was anxious because she was footing the bill. She could only silently pray that this group would eat sparingly. However, she was clearly overestimating the situation. The sweet potato vendor and several others had only consumed a bowl of porridge in the morning and had not eaten the fried dough sticks or rice cakes at noon, eagerly awaiting the evening meal. Once the trash was cleared, the group proceeded to Zhuexiangju. After they were seated, Zhang Shu called out to the door, "Madam Boss, please bring us 8 large bowls and 2 bottles of Jiannan Chun." Upon hearing his voice, the matron swayed her hips as she entered, serving tea to everyone in turn. These patrons were clearly significant clients. In this era, such extravagance in a town was rare and warranted exceptional hospitality. "Old Madam Boss, please bring us some rice first." Zhang Shu quickly interjected, "There's no rush for the rice. We can fill up on the dishes." Ignoring Li Damei's reproachful gaze, he ordered a plate of roasted duck and a sausage platter. In this life and the last, Li Damei had often fueled Sun Tong's ambitions. Zhang Shu even suspected that when Sun Tong pilfered the company's patents, this scheming advisor was behind it, possibly orchestrating the entire plan. In his previous life, he lacked evidence and merely imprisoned Sun Tong, while Li Damei remained unscathed. In this incarnation, Zhang Shu required no evidence. He was not a court of law. In his eyes, both women were of the same ilk, and he had no qualms about addressing either without injustice. Come, don't just eat the dishes. Let us raise a glass to Damei and express our gratitude for her generous hospitality today," Zhang Shu proposed. "Damei, today I have inconvenienced you. I shall drink first, and you may indulge at your leisure." Han Su tilted his head back and downed a cup containing 2.5 taels in one gulp. After setting the cup down, he wiped his mouth heartily. What a fine drink. Seated at the head of the table, Li Damei wore a somewhat forced smile as she took a delicate sip from her cup. It was not that she lacked the capacity to drink, but rather she hesitated to indulge. The Jiannan Chun, priced at 40 yuan a bottle, had cost her nearly 3 days' wages with just 1 cup consumed by Han Su. Li Damei's heart bled silently as she began to tally the expenses. 8 large bowls amounted to 45 yuan, while the sausage platter and roast duck would roughly add another 18 yuan, bringing the total to 140. She squeezed her canvas bag, which contained her 2-month salary advance. The situation was dire. Should they order 2 more bottles of wine, her finances would be utterly depleted. She quickly signaled for help to Sun Tong. Receiving the signal, Sun Tong moved closer to Zhang Shu, engaging in a lengthy internal struggle before speaking softly. Zhang Shu, Demei has not brought much money. Please be mindful not to overspend. Sun Tong was also at a loss. Conversing with Zhang Shu felt exceedingly pressurized. She found herself overthinking every word, fearful of speaking amiss. Zhang Shu cast a sidelong glance at her, perceiving the lack of sincerity in Demei's invitation. How could she falter so early in the evening? How much had she brought today? A total of 180. Under Zhang Shu's penetrating gaze, Sun Tong felt as though her every thought had been laid bare, compelling her to lower her head and speak the truth. Very well. Then I shall inform the proprietress to serve according to the 180 yuan standard. Sun Tong found herself both amused and exasperated. After all this back and forth, it seemed they were determined to drain Li Demei's resources entirely. After conferring with the proprietress, they ordered 2 more bottles of Yanghe and a few more dishes. The meal continued until 10 o'clock in the evening, and after a hearty repast, everyone sat in various states of inebriation. Li Demei gazed at the disarray of the table, her heart aching with regret. Madam, could you please package the remaining dishes? You've eaten so thoroughly. There is hardly anything left to pack. That is of no concern to me. If you do not package it, then grant me a 5 yuan discount. The proprietress, somewhat resigned, replied, in that case, I shall pack some rice for you and pour the remaining soup over it. How does that sound? Very well, that will suffice. Upon arriving at the front desk to settle the bill, Li Demei's hand trembled as she scrutinized the invoice. With each bill she withdrew, she silently cursed Zhang Shu. This was her hard-earned money. Chapter 29. The bandit inside the conference room of the Salt City Public Security Bureau. The lighting was harsh and glaring. Smoke wafted freely in the air, rising in thick spirals, resembling a dense haze. The director sat at the head of the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface, the dull sound starkly jarring within the oppressive atmosphere. Comrades, the director abruptly stood, leaning forward with both hands planted on the table. According to reliable information, the 3 perpetrators of the heinous triple homicide and robbery case have fled to Lake County. The higher authorities have instructed us to apprehend them there. We must not allow them to escape any further. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened. With a sudden thump on the table, the teacups rattled in response. Listen well. You have 2 weeks to solve this case. The impact of this case on society is profoundly negative. The methods employed by the perpetrators are exceedingly brutal. To this day, they have continued their rampage, committing several heinous acts of murder and robbery, inflicting immense pain and loss upon the common people. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of our public security system. We bear the solemn responsibility of safeguarding the populace, and we must not permit such occurrences to transpire. Li Jianqing. The director cast his gaze upon the captain of the criminal police team. As the captain of the criminal police, please express your stance. Are you capable of accomplishing this mission? Li Jianqing sprang to his feet, assuring the director, rest assured. Our criminal police team will never betray the trust of the organization, nor will we disappoint the people. For the next half-month, even if it means going without food or water, we will turn Lake County upside down to apprehend these 3 murderers. Excellent. Your words are invigorating, the director responded, patting him robustly on the shoulder. This gang consists of merciless and notorious criminals, armed and exceedingly dangerous. Everyone must remain vigilant and constantly mindful of their own safety. Should we lack absolute certainty in controlling the situation during the operation, eliminate the threat immediately. After the meeting, Li Jianqing swiftly gathered his team to commence preparations. Brothers, the situation is as follows. It is a tough nut to crack, but I have always relished the challenge of tackling hard problems. Ha, Captain. We too enjoy a good challenge. Let us feast upon them. The team members, all formidable individuals, responded with laughter, undeterred by the imminent dangers they faced. Li Jianqing pointed to a location on the map and said in a grave tone, this gang of thugs is currently holed up in Huagang town of Lake County, though their exact whereabouts remain unclear. After the meeting, immediately check your firearms and equipment. We will assemble downstairs in half an hour, ready to set out. This mission allows for no failure. Not a single criminal must escape. With piercing eyes, Li Jianqing scanned each team member. Are we confident? Yes, yes, yes. The team thundered in unison, their voices resonating through the air, igniting a fervor in each heart. Outside the Zhuangju restaurant, Han Su and his companions, having indulged in libations, staggered away, leaning on one another. "Old sweet potato, are you up for this?" Chen Huarong queried, supporting the swaying figure of the old man with some concern. "My name is Wang Defa. Do not refer to me as old sweet potato anymore." "You young rascals show no respect for the elderly," retorted the old man, fueled by the effects of alcohol, expressing his deepest grievances. Zhang Shu cast a peculiar glance at him upon hearing this name, wondering why he would insult them while merely stating his name. "Huarong, it's a bit worrisome to let him go home alone at this late hour. Please accompany him." "All right." Chen Huarong's face lit up with joy at the words, eagerly agreeing. Although he hadn't finished his thoughts from earlier, Zhang Shu's implications clearly indicated his consent to Huarong's request. Chen Huarong recalled a saying he had encountered during his studies. The greatest fortune in life is to meet someone who can shatter your old ways of thinking, elevate your understanding, and guide you toward a higher realm. That is your benefactor. He felt that Zhang Shu embodied this notion. As Chen Huarong departed with the elderly man carrying sweet potatoes, Sun Tong approached and linked her arm with Zhang Shu's, her voice soft. "It's getting late. Shall we head back?" "I'm not going today. I have matters to attend to at home." "Very well," she replied, stealing a glance at Zhang Shu. She noticed his expression remained impassive, causing her heart to flutter with unease. With no one around, she mustered her courage and asked, "Do you not like me anymore? It feels like you treat me differently now." Zhang Shu furrowed his brow. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Sun Tong's heart raced. She longed to ask him for a new bicycle, but the words faltered at her lips. "You used to be so warm towards me, and now it seems to have changed. What kind of warmth do you desire? Should I revolve around you all day?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. "But you weren't like this before. Stop this melodrama. Hold it together." Sun Tong bit her lip hard, forcing back her tears. Taking a deep breath, she softly said, "You used to surprise me every so often, but now, and what have you contributed for me?" Zhang Shu countered, "I followed you even when I was still a naive girl. Isn't that a contribution?" "What? Are you keeping score?" Sun Tong quickly waved her hands. No, that is not what I meant. I just wish for a little more kindness from you." Zhang Shu's gaze fixed on her, observing her as she lowered her head, seemingly wishing to hide within her own chest. Sensing that the lesson had reached its climax, he commanded, "Lift your head." Sun Tong flinched, slowly raising her eyes, which brimmed with hurt and insecurity, tinged with a hint of pleading. "If you find me lacking, then tell me how I can improve." She opened her mouth, wanting to respond, but the words caught in her throat, and she merely murmured, "I really care about you. I just hope we can return to how things used to be." "Return to how things were? You mean to the time of my one-sided efforts? Perhaps you should reflect on yourself first." Tears filled her eyes once more as she blinked rapidly, trying to stave them off. Her voice quivered, I understand." Seeing her on the brink of tears, Zhang Shu felt the moment had come to soften his stance. His expression eased as he reached out to ruffle her hair, his tone gentler. "All right, I may have been a bit harsh. Don't take it to heart. Over the years, I have shouldered the burden alone, and it has indeed been exhausting." Sun Tong nodded earnestly. "I admit I have made many mistakes in the past. I promise I will change." Zhang Shu smiled. "Well done. Progress is commendable. Hee. Now let us hurry home." Chapter 30. Leave no stone unturned. Bare and exposed the following morning, Zhang Shu was roused from sleep by the sound of Zhao Sanxiang knocking at the door. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was still before 7. After sitting up on the sofa and gathering his thoughts, he finally opened the door. Zhao Sanxiang, panting, exclaimed, "Brother Shu, Qiu Lin from Junbei was looking for you yesterday. He wants to invite you for a meal, likely to discuss the division of Guizhou's territory." Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news, then waved his hand dismissively. "Let him have it. What about us? I'm engaged in legitimate business. What do I need that for? Is this the underworld?" It's such a vast territory, and Zhao Sanxiang felt a pang of regret. The audacious brother Shu he once knew seemed to have vanished. He sighed and said, "All right then, I will inform him shortly. By the way, where have you been lately?" I have no interest in selling pig head meat. I've been spending time with Qiu Lin these past few days." Zhang Shu frowned, advising him to minimize contact with such individuals. Zhao Sanxiang scratched his head, insisting it was merely casual dining and drinking, nothing excessive. In his previous life, Zhang Shu had ventured to Yanshi in 1991, and half a year after his departure. He heard that Zhao Sanxiang had been apprehended and sentenced to 10 years. He was uncertain whether this incident was linked to Qiu Lin. Regardless of Zhao Haidang's considerable efforts to assist him in obtaining his license or the past favor shown by the old secretary, he could not neglect this matter. If he were to disregard this rotund fellow, Zhao Sanxiang would likely end up serving time. All right, you need to keep a low profile during this time and pay attention to your aunt's phone call. The only telephone in Hehe village is at the village committee, and I have an agreement with Zhao Haidang to inform me as soon as he gets the license. Fine, I understand, Zhao Sanxiang replied, somewhat disinterested. Zhang Shu playfully tapped him on the head. Behave yourself for now, and in due course, I'll get you a fine stallion. Zhao Sanxiang's breathing quickened as he conjured images in his mind. Brother Shu, rest assured, I will certainly bring glory to the nation, leaving no foreigner unscathed, completely bare. Whether or not he would bring glory was another matter. As long as he didn't falter, that was what truly mattered. Brother Shu, you underestimate me. This concerns a man's dignity. Zhao Sanxiang held his head high, refusing to yield. All right. Pay attention to the phone and notify me immediately upon receiving any news. Understood. After sending Zhao Sanxiang off, it wasn't long before his father and second uncle arrived on bicycles. Judging by their demeanor, Zhang Shu understood that his second uncle still wished to stabilize matters and was considering setting up a small stall nearby. Father, uncle, have you eaten yet? Zhang Jianjun lifted a porcelain cup and gulped down a few mouthfuls. I just returned from your aunt's place. I need to head to work shortly, but I wanted to discuss a few things with you. Last night, your aunt and uncle had a discussion. Since your cousin is currently in high school and cannot be left alone at home, they wish to learn a trade from you. How do you think we should arrange that? Dad, rest assured, Chun Huarong will be coming over shortly. At that time, uncle can join in. It requires no specialized skills and can be learned in just a few days. Xiao Shu, I appreciate your help this time, Zhao Wen has said politely. Zhang Shu smiled. Uncle, when you went to apologize on my behalf, I wasn't this courteous. Haha, right on. Zhao Wenhe chuckled, marveling at the remarkable transformation of his nephew. It was so profound that he could scarcely adjust. However, it was a positive change, and he felt joy for his sister and brother-in-law, who had tirelessly worried over their son. Elder brother, have you had breakfast? Breakfast consisted once again of plain porridge paired with preserved radish. Zhang Shu took a couple of bites before suddenly announcing, Xiao Shua, this afternoon I will take you to the town to buy some clothes. Zhang Shui's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Of course, he replied. Zhang Huahua, hearing the conversation, hurried over and clung to his arm, pouting playfully. Big brother, I want to go too. Of course, how could I forget you? In addition to clothing, several sisters at home, as well as their parents, were lacking in nutrition, so he planned to buy some eggs as well. He intended to stop by the poultry farm along the way, for the temperature had gradually risen, marking the season for raising chicks. With him away, their parents likely wouldn't splurge on eggs. Raising their own chickens would spare them the worry of purchasing eggs. Upon returning from the salt market, he planned to renovate their home, building a 2-story small house and acquiring various household appliances. At noon, Zhang Shu took charge of the cooking. The family's garden was filled with vegetables planted by his mother. He picked a few purple eggplants and green peppers, and snipped some snake beans. Xiao Shua, come help me with the fire. Today, I'll showcase my culinary skills, he called out. Hearing his voice, Zhang Shui hurried over, gathering a handful of wheat straw. The match struck with a swift flick, igniting the flames that curled beneath the pot, gradually producing a wisp of blue smoke. Big brother, what are we having for lunch? She inquired. Stir-fried eggplant with green peppers and pork braised with snake beans, he replied. Once the pot was heated, Zhang Shu added the diced fatty pork, rendering the lard before removing the excess fat. He then tossed in crushed garlic, followed by the chopped eggplants and green peppers. Stir-frying over a high flame, he added only a pinch of salt, yet the refreshing aroma of the fresh vegetables wafted through the air with each turn of the spatula. The eggplant cooked swiftly, ready in just a few minutes. He added the previously set-aside fatty pork along with the prepared pork chunks, and as they sizzled, the surface of the meat turned a golden brown. Next, he incorporated the snake beans, continuously stirring until their skins slightly wrinkled. He then added a suitable amount of soy sauce, salt, a touch of sugar, and water, covering the pot to let it simmer on low heat. The fragrant aroma of the meal filled the room, making Zhang Huahua unable to resist swallowing hard. Even Zhao Wenhe felt tempted. He hadn't expected Zhang Shu to possess such culinary prowess. Just from the scent, he could tell it would undoubtedly be delicious. 20 minutes later, Zhang Shu lifted the lid, and steam billowed through the room. Bowls out. Time to eat, he called. Before he finished, Zhang Huahua was already on her tiptoes reaching for the chopsticks hanging on the wall. Slow down, Zhang Shu cautioned. serving a spoonful of pork braised with snake beans. The thick sauce enveloping the glossy beans, the tender meat chunks quivering in the bowl. Zhang Huahua, unable to contain her eagerness, reached out to grab some, only to have Zhang Shu gently swat her hand away. Use chopsticks. Jiao Wenhe picked up a piece of pork. The golden skin retained a gelatinous elasticity. And with the first bite, the savory juices burst in his mouth. The snake beans had absorbed the meat broth, yielding a softness and a hint of sweetness. Big brother, this eggplant is amazing, Zhang Shu exclaimed while savoring the eggplant pieces in her bowl, giving a thumbs up. The quickly stir-fried eggplant had a slightly wrinkled skin, yet inside it was tender like tofu. Zhang Huahua was thoroughly enjoying her meal, her mouth glistening with oil, cheeks bulging as she continued to pile the pork into her bowl, declaring, "This meat is even better than what Mom makes." The embers in the stove gradually dimmed, and Jiao Wen, unaware, had already added a second bowl of rice. Zhang Shu poured the last bit of soup into her bowl, mixing it with the rice and finishing it completely. "Brother, can we have this again tonight?" Zhang Shu, tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, replied. "I'll make you a steamed egg custard for dinner. We'll buy the eggs this afternoon." Chapter 31. Comrade, you don't look well. After lunch, Chun Huarong arrived with 3 pigs' heads. The old sweet potato vendor and Han Su had concluded their training and begun their small business. As for how to divide the areas, Zhang Shu did not inquire. They had privately discussed it and settled the matter during their time together. Chun Huarong was already well versed in preparing the braised pigs' heads, needing no further instruction. He took the initiative to the kitchen to start boiling water to scald the hair. Zhang Shu mentioned to him about learning the technique from his second uncle, as he was currently his only apprentice, naturally passing the skills on to him. Zhang Shu then carried Zhang Shui and Zhang Huahua towards Huagang town. Lao Shi was taken back home by their grandmother 2 days ago. As she felt it was too quiet at home with just her and grandpa, having a child around would bring some liveliness. However, he knew in his heart that his grandmother was still finding ways to help take care of the child. The cart moved along the uneven dirt road, its wheels crunching over the stones, and the 2 girls appeared exceptionally excited. Previously, they would only accompany their parents during market days in Xia village. Especially when Zhang Shu bought several packs of jigong dan and fig strips, Zhang Huahua's eyes sparkled with joy. "Hey, brother, you're so nice. I've heard that rat droppings, jigong dan, are delicious," Zhang Shui said, tossing a few into her mouth. "Slow down, don't choke. We'll buy more after you finish," Zhang Shu cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huahua quickly pulled out the fig strips from her pocket and handed them to Zhang Shu. "Brother, you try some too. It's so delicious, sweet and sour." Accepting his sister's kind gesture with a smile, he took some and enjoyed it. Arriving at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Shu parked the cart aside and secured it with a rope. As they stepped into the cooperative, Zhang Huahua was immediately captivated by the array of goods, tugging at Zhang Shu's sleeve while looking around. Zhang Shui, too, was curious but more restrained than her sister. The selection of children's clothing was limited, featuring only simple t-shirts and shorts, with the more upscale items being cotton tracksuits or printed dresses. "Comrade, please help me pick out a few outfits for my sister that fit well," Zhang Shu requested. "This way, please." The sales clerk led them to the right side of the shelves, showcasing the newly arrived polyester dresses, durable and attractive, popular among young girls. After a brief inspection, Zhang Shu chose a light yellow dress for Zhang Shui and a pink one for Zhang Huahua, along with 2 t-shirts for each of them. Turning around, he noticed Zhang Shui gazing longingly at a pair of white cuirass shoes. He crouched down, picked up one, and inquired, "How much are these shoes?" "10 yuan. Produced in Shanghai, very good quality." Observing Zhang Shui's small hand unable to resist touching the shoe's surface, Zhang Shu pinched her cheek gently. "Try them on to see if they fit." "Brother, they're too expensive. How about you just get me some sandals instead?" she replied. "We need to buy both the QE shoes and the sandals." Zhang Shu seated her on a small stool and assisted her in removing her old cloth shoes. "Try these on and see if they fit," he suggested. Zhang Shui stood up and took a few steps, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. "Brother, they fit perfectly. This is the one." He then turned to Zhang Huahua. "You should choose a pair as well." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huahua chuckled and eagerly approached the shoe rack. "Brother, I want this one." She lifted a pair of sandals and rushed to Zhang Shu. He received the sandals and encouraged her to try them on. After slipping them on, Zhang Huahua joyfully ran a few steps on the cement floor of the supply and marketing cooperative. "Do they fit?" "Just right, brother. Aren't they pretty?" "Indeed. Huahua looks good in anything, Zhang Shu replied with a smile and nodded. He then turned to the sales clerk and instructed, wrap these up as well. At that moment, money seemed to stretch remarkably. He had purchased double the amount of items, dresses, t-shirts, sneakers, and sandals, all for a mere total of 55 yuan. After settling the bill, the three of them exited the cooperative. The two sisters clutched their newly purchased clothes, skipping joyfully along the way, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. At that moment, Zhang Shu sensed an intense feeling of being observed. Since his rebirth, his physical capabilities had notably improved, especially in terms of endurance and memory. Yet this sensation of being scrutinized was unprecedented. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on a man in his 30s, casually perched in a corner with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon recognizing the man, he paused momentarily. Zhang Shu had seen Li Jianxing's face in the news, though by that time, the man had already made the ultimate sacrifice. Reports indicated that he had perished during a joint operation to apprehend criminals, perishing alongside the offenders. Piecing together the sequence of events in his mind, he realized that there had been very few homicides in Huagang town. Only that incident stood out. It seemed that Li Jianxing had yet to pinpoint the location of the criminals. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Shu pushed his cart across the street. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Li Jianxing while cheerfully saying, "Comrade, I forgot my lighter. Could you lend me a flame?" Li Jianxing was taken aback, but quickly returned a friendly smile, reaching into his pocket for matches and striking one to light the cigarette Zhang Shu had offered. Zhang Shu inhaled deeply, exhaling a perfect smoke ring as he casually inquired, "Waiting for someone?" Li Jianxing flicked off the ash, replying, "Just taking a break." "And you?" "I'm accompanying my sister to the cooperative to buy a few things," Zhang Shu responded with a grin. The two engaged in light conversation until the cigarette burned down. Suddenly, Zhang Shu fixed his gaze upon him, his expression turning serious. "Comrade, you have a frown line between your brows. It suggests you carry a heavy heart. Things may not be going well for you lately." Upon hearing this, Li Jianxing's brow furrowed slightly. As a staunch materialist, he held no belief in such sentiments. Yet, the current mission had indeed faced numerous obstacles. He had anticipated capturing suspects upon arriving here, only to find the situation far more complicated than he had imagined. Huagang town had been thoroughly monitored. Every entertainment venue, station, and market had been staffed to the brim. Even he had stationed himself near the cooperative. Yet there had been no sign of the criminals thus far. Li Jianxing raised his eyes to Zhang Shu, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his gaze. "Do you practice Qigong?" He began to harbor doubts regarding the intentions of the young man from the previous year. This fellow must have been emboldened by his audacity to deceive him. "Qigong is a charade. I can read faces," Zhang Shu remarked with a smile. Li Jianxing paused momentarily, taken aback, wondering if interpreting faces was any less of a deception. Ignoring his incredulity, Zhang Shu continued, "I observe that your migratory palace shines brightly. Yet the lines point towards the south, indicating that what you desire lies in that direction." Li Jianxing hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Stop right there. This is no different from Qigong. Don't speak as if it were gospel. The truth will reveal itself in due time, but remember, it shows you will encounter a grave calamity soon." Li Jianxing scoffed at this. "Now that you've read my fortune, am I supposed to pay for your services? Not so fast. If you believe my predictions hold water, you can pay me later." With that, he pushed his cart away. This left Li Jianxing feeling rather uncertain. Would he need to pay upon verification of the prophecy? What on earth was going on? Is this for real? Chapter 32. Distinctions must be made after leaving the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhang Shu pulled his two younger sisters along as they headed north. "Brother, why don't you take a break?" Zhang Shu said, noticing the beads of sweat rolling down Zhang Shu's face, feeling a pang of sympathy. "It's nothing. We will arrive shortly," he reassured her. The roadside poplar trees appeared listless, and cicadas shrieked from the branches, adding to the oppressive heat. After walking for another half hour, a dilapidated courtyard came into view, its entrance adorned with a weathered wooden sign that crookedly read Li's Mat Workshop. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a warm waft of coal smoke, causing him to instinctively squint. The room was dimly lit, and an elderly man was using an iron hook to rummage through a Kong hole. "Young man, are you looking for phoenix-headed chickens?" Zhang Shu stepped forward and replied, "Grandpa, please give me 10 phoenix-headed chickens and 10 three-yellow chickens, but no kicking ones." The old man straightened his back, set the iron hook aside, and brushed the coal dust off his clothes. Rest assured, the chicks you select here will ensure you see eggs come autumn. He then made his way, taking small steps, to a chicken coop made of bamboo strips. Before long, 20 chicks were selected, and the old man lined the bottom of a cardboard box with straw before handing it to Zhang Shu. Take care on your way home. For the first few days, feed them some millet and warm water. Thank you, Grandpa. How much do I owe you? Just 8 yuan will suffice. Zhang Shu retrieved the money from his pocket, counted out 8 bills, and handed them to the old man before accepting the box containing the chicks. By the way, do you have any eggs for sale? The old man chuckled heartily. Indeed, I do. Freshly laid by my hens. He entered the inner room and emerged with a bamboo basket, the eggs still adorned with speckles of chicken droppings. Zhang Shu squatted down. How much for the eggs? The old man raised a finger and shook it. Authentic farm-fresh eggs. 1 yuan per gene. You won't find better elsewhere. The price seemed fair, and he casually selected around 30 eggs, weighed them, and completed the transaction. Upon returning home, Chen Huarong and Zhao Wenhe were preparing to set up their stall. Boss Zhang, we only need 3 pig heads today. My uncle and I can manage. Zhang Shu glanced at him and said, well, your parents are also learning the trade, aren't they? Let us have them join us. During this period, every day, 10 yuan will be extracted from the revenue as wages for you all, for it would be unfair to let everyone toil for nothing. Just as Zhao Wen and gang were about to refuse, Chen Huarong interjected, how can that be? The opportunity to learn a craft is already a tremendous favor. How could we accept money? Zhang Shu waved his hand, resolute in his stance. Fair is fair. You paid for it back then. The circumstances have changed now. We cannot allow the elders to work in vain. There should be a reward for their efforts, and that is final. A flicker of gratitude passed through Chen Huarong's eyes as he solemnly remarked, I will remember your kindness. Zhang Shu said nothing more, merely nodding with a smile. He then turned and walked towards the corner of the cooking area, where preparations for a chicken coop were underway. He selected some wooden sticks to bend and retrieved several plastic sheets to cover the framework, securing the sides with bricks. Brother, I must be the one to feed the chicks. I promise to make them plump. Zhang Shu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she watched the little chicks fluttering about. Fear not, no one will contest this task with you, Zhang Shu replied, unable to resist, gently pinching her nose. At the Huagang town guest house, a group from the municipal criminal police sat around a round table, shrouded in clouds of smoke, each member's expression grave and obscured by the swirling haze. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, the only sound being the whirring of an old ceiling fan. 2 days had already passed, and the pressure on the city bureau was mounting. The higher-ups had narrowed down the suspects to this area, yet we are unable to apprehend them. This situation cannot continue. Stop bowing your heads. Am I the only one to take the stage here? Li Jianqing raised his voice. Xiao Zhao licked his dry lips and spoke. Captain, we have implemented comprehensive surveillance, yet we still have no leads. This indicates that the suspects may have accomplices, or perhaps others are clandestinely aiding them in concealing their whereabouts. Li Jianqing regarded him for a moment before continuing. Can we not consider a different approach? Perhaps by examining their interpersonal connections? Let us investigate whether these 3 suspects have any relatives or friends in Huagang town. Surely they would not come all this way from southern Jiangsu without reason. Li Jianqing shook his head, stating that the data revealed no known associates of the suspects in this area. After a pause, he shifted the conversation. However, your line of thought is correct. They are indeed hiding, possibly with assistance in procuring supplies, which is why we cannot locate them. As his words echoed in the meeting room, silence enveloped once more. With nearly 100,000 inhabitants in Huagang town, should the suspects find a secluded corner to conceal themselves, we would be at a distinct disadvantage. Suddenly, Li Jianqing, almost as if prompted by an unseen force, asked, what lies to the south of Huagang town? One of the officers spread out a map on the table, pointing to its southern edge. Captain, the southernmost point of Huagang town is Xiaolong Ridge. Li Jianqing struck the table with his fist, declaring, we can no longer afford to wait. We must urgently seek assistance from the local police. Form teams of 5 and comb through every village in Huagang town. Upon arrival, first contact the local village secretary to inquire if any strangers have been sighted. We must ensure that no information leaks. This group possesses a keen awareness of counter-surveillance. Immediately, he turned to Xiao Zhao and instructed, Xiao Zhao, take a few people with me to Xiaolong Ridge. Chapter 33. Everything fell into place. The Jeep 212 jolted along the dirt road, kicking up clouds of dust. Li Jianqing sat in the passenger seat, his eyes fixed ahead. Yet his thoughts wandered. He contemplated that if that young man dared to deceive him during the day, he would certainly have him apprehended for a few days. With the charge already concocted, misleading law enforcement in their investigation. Upon arriving at Xiaolong Ridge, Li Jianxing and his team swiftly exited the vehicle and proceeded to the village head's residence. Suddenly, a stray dog burst forth, barking incessantly. An elderly man emerged from the house, scrutinizing them with caution. Li Jianxing quickly approached, displayed his identification, and clarified their purpose. Only then did the old man's tense demeanor begin to ease. A few friends visited Daong's home a few days ago, but I cannot ascertain if they are the individuals you seek, he remarked. Let us see for ourselves, old secretary. Would it be convenient for you to guide me there for confirmation? The elder nodded slightly and began to walk toward the western part of the village. Captain, let me go, Xiao Zhao interjected. Li Jianxing waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have scrutinized the photos of these suspects countless times. Their faces are nearly etched in my memory. I am the most suited for this task and can recognize them instantly. But there are no buts, Li Jianxing retorted, quickening his pace to follow. The old secretary paused before a mud brick house and nodded slightly in his direction. Li Jianxing gestured for the elder to proceed, then pressed himself against the wall, cautiously peering through the weathered window. The interior was dimly lit and cluttered with furniture. A figure lay supine on the bed. Though only a profile was visible, Li Jianxing instantly recognized that it was Zhang Shu, the very person they had been desperately pursuing. His heart raced. But years of experience as a criminal investigator allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. He slowly retreated outside. Captain, what is the situation? Li Jianxing could hardly contain his excitement. One of them is inside. What are we waiting for? Let us charge in and apprehend him. Xiao Zhao instinctively reached for his sidearm. Li Jianxing shot him a glare. He is alone in there. If we act recklessly, we risk alarming him and letting the others escape. We shall remain here, waiting until they are all gathered, and then we will strike. Time seemed to stretch, each passing moment a torment. Mosquitoes bit freely, yet no one uttered a sound. However, as the night deepened, the other two robbers appeared to have vanished without a trace. Li Jianxing paced back and forth, and after a moment of contemplation, declared, We can't wait any longer, lest we invite complications. Prepare to act. Listen closely. We must capture him alive, and swiftly pry the information from him regarding the whereabouts of the other two. At that moment, Li Jianxing suddenly recalled the words of the young man from earlier that day. As they were about to apprehend the suspect at Xiaolong Ridge, doubts began to creep into his mind. That face, there's some accuracy to it. Crucially, he mentioned he would face a dire calamity. Logically, this operation should have been straightforward. Yet he could not fathom where this calamity lay. Given the stakes, especially with so many team members involved, he felt compelled to consider every possibility. The words uttered by that young man were rather unsettling. The criminal investigation team had already commenced their operation, preparing to encircle the house. Wait. Li Jianxing devised a cautious plan, gritting his teeth as he spoke in a low voice. We shall act when the suspect heads to the restroom. The team members exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend his intentions. However, with the order given, they could only bide their time. The night enveloped them in a thick, inky darkness, adding a chilling air of solemnity to the apprehension. All held their breath, fixated on the dilapidated wooden door. After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint sound finally emerged from within. Zhang Shu stretched lazily as he stepped outside. Observing this, Li Jianxing immediately signaled, and the team members, understanding the cue, stealthily converged from the western flank. Zhang Shu stood before a field of rapeseed, his trousers yet to be unfastened. In an instant, Li Jianxing dashed forward, clamping his arm firmly over Zhang Ji's mouth while driving his knee forcefully into the small of his back. Zhang Ji's eyes widened in terror as he struggled fiercely. Yet Li Jianxing's grip was as unyielding as iron. Other team members swiftly closed in, snapping cold handcuffs around his wrists. In a heartbeat, Zhang Ji's eyes brimmed with panic, his face etched with despair. Behave yourself, Li Jianxing admonished in a hushed tone. Where are the others hiding? Zhang Shu clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a word. His countenance resolute. Li Jianxing furrowed his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Zhao. Understanding the unspoken command, Xiao Zhao retrieved a powerful flashlight from his belt, abruptly shining it into Zhang Ji's eyes. The intense beam forced Zhang Shu to squint instinctively, tears streaming down his face shortly thereafter. Do not test my patience. Li Jianxing stated coldly. Confess now, and you may find some leniency. If you persist in defiance, do not blame us for resorting to harsher measures. Enough, he concluded. Gag him first, let him experience the situation. Two team members swiftly approached, tightly covering his mouth with a cloth. While Xiao Zhao produced a bundle of rope from his gear, binding Zhang Gu securely to a sturdy tree trunk. Li Jianxing crouched down to meet Zhang Ji's gaze. Feigning silence will avail you nothing. Should you choose not to speak, we possess myriad methods to extract your confession. With that, he nodded to a nearby team member. The member produced a pair of pliers, the metallic clinking echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. Zhang Ji's body quivered slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Yet he remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge a single word. Li Jianxing stood, his expression steely as he orchestrated the next steps. Xiao Zhao, take two others and conduct a thorough search in the vicinity for any suspicious traces or clues. Xiao Zhao acknowledged with a nod and swiftly vanished into the shadows with his companions. At that moment, Zhang Ji's complexion flushed crimson. The nail of his little finger had disappeared, and beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down his forehead. Under the glare of the flashlight, the despair on his face became increasingly pronounced. Li Jianxing once more crouched beside him, coldly remarking, "You still have so many fingernails left. Let us see how long you can endure." Zhang Ji's gaze began to wander, his body no longer thrashing with the same fervor as before. Suddenly, a muffled sound escaped his throat, prompting Li Jianxing to signal his team members to remove the towel from his mouth. Zhang Gu gasped for air, asserting that it was Qiu Wei and Qiu Su who had instructed him to stay here, claiming they would return for him shortly. "I swear, I know nothing more than this. My fate is sealed, and if there is anything I could reveal, there would be no need to deceive you." Li Jianxing's brow furrowed once more. At that moment, Xiao Zhao rushed over, his face pale with lingering fear. Goodness! This scoundrel has 2 grenades hanging at the door and a modified rifle beside the bed. If we recklessly charge in, he might pull the pin in desperation or open fire with the rifle, and our brothers would surely suffer significant losses. Hearing this, Li Jianxing was visibly horrified. It all lined up perfectly. Given his temperament, during such a capture operation, he would lead the charge, and if Zhang Gu seized the opportunity, it would surely spell doom. A chilling breeze swept through, and Li Jianxing realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 34. What a youngster. Oh no. I forgot to ask that young man's name, thought Li Jianxing, his expression one of regret. He then recalled the 2 little girls he had seen sitting on the cart that day. In these times, families with 3 children were exceedingly rare, especially considering age constraints, which narrowed the search considerably. Xiao Zhao, make a trip to the town police station and help me inquire about a person, he instructed. All right, Captain, what do you need? I am looking for a young man in his early 20s. He has 2 younger sisters, one about 6 or 7 years old, and the other 3. Li Jianxing added. Xiao Zhao quickly noted this down, raising an eyebrow in skepticism. Is that it? Nothing more? That's all. It might not be easy to find him with just that. Li Jianxing pondered before continuing. The young man is approximately 176 centimeters tall, with a fair complexion. That's all I have for now. All right then. I'll report this to the police station, Xiao Zhao replied, slightly exasperated. Yes. Inform the officers at the station to notify me immediately should they receive any news. Despite his usual bravado, Li Jianxing could not shake off the lingering anxiety. After much contemplation, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. He must also ensure an adequate reward. Reflecting on the entire situation, he still found it utterly astounding. Were it not for his education forbidding it, he might have genuinely believed Zhang Shu's assertions. To discern life and death simply by examining one's countenance. What extraordinary powers! That young man had been remarkably accurate. This night, Li Jianxing was destined for a restless slumber. While the criminals had been apprehended, not entirely so, and given the uproar caused by this operation, the remaining 2 assailants would undoubtedly conceal themselves more deeply. The case had shifted into such a passive state that he was at a loss on how to report to the director. Li Jianxing was troubled. As time slipped away like a gentle breeze, Zhang Shu sat at the 8 immortals table enjoying his lunch, unaware that a remarkable benefactor had been seeking him for over a week. Brother Shu, my aunt has news. She is calling for you to take a phone call. Zhao Sanqiang shouted, rushing over under the glaring sun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu dropped his chopsticks and sprinted towards the village committee. Brother, why not finish your meal first? Zhang Shui called after him. You all eat first. As his voice faded, his silhouette had already vanished at the doorway. Upon arriving at the village committee, he seized the receiver, breathless, and inquired, Sister Haidang, how is the situation? He had not let down his trust. Since his rebirth, nearly everything that transpired had been within his calculations. Yet this matter was entirely beyond his control. Upon hearing Zhao Haitang's words on the other end of the line, Zhang Shu felt his anxious heart finally ease. I knew you were eager to use it. As soon as I received the license, I sent it to you without delay. It was dispatched as a registered parcel via the postal service, so it should arrive faster than usual. Thank you, Sister Haitang, Zhang Shu expressed sincerely. Haha, spare me the formalities. When you return next time, think of a way to thank me in person. Just wait and see. I will ensure your utmost comfort. By the way, did you encounter any difficulties while obtaining the license? At this moment, Yangcheng is exceptionally chaotic. The processing industry has attracted a massive influx of migrant laborers, and public security management has struggled to keep pace with the rapid population movement. Thieves, pickpockets, and motorcycle gangs are rampant everywhere. At the train station, a moment's nap could result in money hidden in your underwear being stolen. Can you tolerate that? It went relatively smoothly. The entire process was handled by a licensed secretarial company. The only hassle was exchanging currency. I still have a few hundred left from the money you gave me, which I will bring back for you during the new year. Don't mention it. You've helped me immensely. This is your rightful reward. Enough of that. Can one charge for helping me with matters? What do you take me for? I won't keep you. The call costs quite a bit. Before Zhang Shu could continue, the busy tone signaled that Zhao Haidang had already hung up. In 1990, strict foreign exchange controls were in place, and to exchange currency, one had to resort to the black market. During this time, counterfeit money, currency cutting, and scams were child's play. The serious threat of robbery and personal safety was ever present. Zhao Haitang's willingness to risk her life for currency exchange was no exaggeration. This favor was significant. Sanjun, what are your plans for the future? What plans could there be? Just aimlessly drifting. Zhang Shu interjected. Soon, I will be heading to Yanshi. Do you have any thoughts? Zhao Sanxiang's eyes instantly brightened, his emotions somewhat stirred. Are you going to find Dayangma? You still remember that? One must never forget. Handle the old secretary yourself. If he agrees, then you can accompany me. Absolutely. If you don't let me go, I will cause a scene. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Sanxiang's face. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. Brother Shu, there's something I'm unsure whether to share with you. What is there that you cannot tell me? Zhao Sanxiang licked his lips, cautiously assessing Zhang Shu's expression. A few days ago, I approached Qiulin regarding Go Ziqiang's matter. He gave me 500 yuan to assist him with something. Zhang Shu squinted slightly, pulled out a large cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Continue. You know there's a garden at my family's place in Dazhu, right? Qiulin asked if he could use the small house on the property. Did he mention what he intends to do with that house? He mentioned that he had 2 brothers who had harmed someone outside, and now people were searching for them, hoping to find a place to hide. Zhao Sanxiang spoke candidly. Did you lend them a place? Zhao Sanxiang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yes, I did. 500 yuan. That dilapidated place is no longer in use. Leaving it idle would be a waste. Zhang Shu nodded and inquired. Have you seen the individuals living in that house? Yes, I've seen them. Both are not particularly tall, but quite robust. Did you make this decision on your own without informing your father? Zhao Sanxiang fidgeted with his hands, explaining. Qiulin advised me not to speak carelessly. I only realized later. He borrowed our little room, likely to leverage my father's reputation. Given Zhao lay standing, it would be no issue to protect 2 individuals in Xia village. However, Zhao Sanxiang harbored concerns, feeling that matters were not as simple as Qiulin had suggested. If that were the case, he would truly be in a predicament. Over the past few days, an unease had settled in his heart, and the more he pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. Qiulin, who was not closely related to him, offering such a substantial amount of money for a trivial matter? Holding on to that money felt perilous. He dared not speak to Zhao Lei about it, and hesitated, ultimately deciding to seek Zhang Shu's perspective first. What do you plan to do now? I don't know. If it were merely a matter of injuring a few people and seeking a place to avoid the storm, it wouldn't be a significant issue, but I fear these individuals might be concealing something far more severe. Chapter 35. Brother, do you not trust me? Zhang Shu understood well that the rotund fellow had been sentenced to 10 years in a past life, and the circumstances were undoubtedly linked to these 2 individuals. It was likely that by the end, Zhao Sanxiang had already been dragged into their schemes. Otherwise, he would not have received such a lengthy sentence. Shu Gu. What should I do? Zhang Shu discarded the cigarette butt on the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and spoke slowly. Notify the police. No, that can't be right. Zhao Sanxiang was taken aback by Zhang Shu's reaction. In his mind, the most he could do was reclaim the house. Simply refusing to rent it would suffice. But notifying the police was tantamount to making an enemy of them, if it were merely a case of seeking refuge. Bringing the authorities into it would certainly provoke them upon their release. Sanxiang, there you are. I've been searching for you. Just then, 3 individuals appeared outside the village committee office. The leader was someone Zhang Shu recognized. It was Qiu Lin, accompanied by 2 men wearing straw hats. Oh, Zhang Shu. You're here too. Qiu Lin's face bore a subtle smile, his gaze scrutinizing the 2 men, tinged with curiosity. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he approached with a leisurely pace, the 2 men behind him mirroring his movements, their eyes hidden beneath their hats carrying an air of vigilance. Zhao Sanxiang's heart sank slightly. Instinctively, he glanced at Zhang Shu, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. What brings you here? Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes, his expression calm as he nodded in acknowledgement. Qiu Lin casually pulled up a chair and sat down, grinning as he said, It's nothing much, just hoping you could assist me with a favor. With that, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted 2, offering one to Zhang Shu while keeping the other for himself. Here, brother, have a smoke. I appreciate your help with that matter. Hasn't the house already been rented to you? Zhao Sanxiang queried with a hint of confusion. It's not about the house. Rather, my 2 brothers are embarking on a journey and would like you to issue a letter of introduction. Me? Zhao Sanxiang exclaimed, pointing to himself in bewilderment. With a smile adorning his face, Qiu Lin rose and gently patted Zhao Sanxiang on the shoulder. Indeed, it's merely a matter of a word from Uncle Zhao. My brothers are asking for this small favor. You wouldn't decline, would you? Zhao Sanxiang furrowed his brow. A letter of introduction cannot be issued casually. I need to understand the reasoning behind it. Otherwise, if inquiries arise, my father will be left without an explanation. Qiu Lin exhaled a smoke ring. Come on, brother. You're overthinking it. They are merely going to seek out relatives for work. How could they possibly engage in wrongdoing? At that moment, 2 individuals wearing straw hats stood behind Qiu Lin, one of them slightly raising his head. Is it really so difficult to issue a letter of introduction? The other discreetly reached towards his waist, seemingly to touch something concealed. Though subtle, Zhang Shu caught the movement. Alarm bells rang in Zhang Shu's mind as he discerned the outline beneath the man's shirt. The straw-hatted individual was indeed armed with a gun. Good heavens! A gun! Zhang Shu thought. Surely, these individuals do not intend to resort to violence here? Unaware of the precarious situation, Zhao Sanxiang looked to Zhang Shu for help. Sanxiang, I must say a word or two to you. Old Qiu rarely asks for your assistance. It is rather inappropriate for you to brush him off. Zhang Shu, brimming with enthusiasm, advanced without waiting for Zhao Sanxiang to respond, casually placing an arm around Qiu Lin's shoulder. Brother, rest assured, this minor affair will be handled. You can handle it? Qiu Lin scrutinized Zhang Shu from head to toe. Have you underestimated me? I share a close rapport with Fatty's father. We address each other as Zhao Gu, so I do have some influence. Is that so? Qiu Lin still seemed somewhat skeptical. Zhang Shu's expression darkened, revealing his discontent. Brother, do you not trust me? Of course I do, but what? My brother's matter is rather urgent. Can you issue the letter of introduction now? Zhang Shu thumped his thigh in regret. Alas, your timing is unfortunate. Typically, there would be no issue with merely stamping a document. But the village committee's official seal has been taken to the town by the women's director and will not return until the afternoon. As he spoke, he glanced at Qiu Lin with curiosity. Are you truly in such a hurry? Can't you wait a few hours? Qiu Lin hesitated, instinctively glancing back at the 2 straw-hatted men. The 3 exchanged knowing looks and nodded in unison. That would be troublesome. We'll wait here for a while. Qiu Lin turned back to Zhang Shu. Rest assured, once this is accomplished, you shall not be lacking in a reward. Zhang Shu burst into laughter upon hearing this. What nonsense! What reward? We are all brothers. Such talk is far too formal. It has been a while since we last met. Let us go grab a meal together while we wait. Do not worry. If I do not resolve this issue for you this afternoon, I shall no longer be welcome in Huagang Town. How embarrassing. I feel like I'm imposing, Qiu Lin protested. Imposing? Nonsense. In the middle of the day, I visited your home. Would you send me back on an empty stomach? Zhang Shu feigned displeasure and shot a glare at Qiu Lin. That is indeed the case. Qiu Lin chuckled helplessly. Come on, let's go. Zhang Shu insisted, pulling Qiu Lin along toward his house. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled the two men behind them, abruptly turning around and calling out, "Come on, brothers, join us. It's not right to let you two just watch while we eat." The two men, wearing straw hats, exchanged glances, and the one dressed in a white shirt spoke up. "Thank you, brother. We've been busy, and we are indeed a bit hungry." Zhang Shu waved his hand generously, proclaiming, "Qiu Lin's brothers are my brothers. There's no need for such formalities." As he spoke, he urged everyone to quicken their pace, and the group headed toward Zhang Shu's home. Upon entering, Zhang Shu shouted, "Xiaoxua, Hua, come out for a moment." The two sisters, busy in the back room, hurried out, their faces filled with curiosity. Zhang Shu smiled at Qiu Lin and the others, raising his hand to warmly invite them to sit down. "These are my two younger sisters. They can be quite mischievous." He added, "These are my elder brother's friends. So greet them properly and don't be rude." The sisters, slightly bashful, greeted the guests softly before retreating behind Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu then turned back to Qiu Lin, saying, "It's a rare occasion for us brothers to gather. We must have a drink." He then addressed Zhao Sanxiang, "Go to the convenience store and buy a case of Yanghe and bring over a case of Prince beer. Oh, and take these two little rascals to my grandmother's place to avoid any disturbances while we drink." "All right, Shu Ge, I'll head out now." As Zhao Sanxiang left with the Zhang sisters, Zhang Shu let out a sigh of relief. He rose to pour tea for Qiu Lin and the two men in straw hats, his smile broadening as he lifted his cup, taking a delicate sip, which opened the floodgates for conversation. "Brother, you must have made quite a profit by taking over Guizhou's territory, right? I must raise a glass to you. If you hadn't ceded that territory to me, I wouldn't have earned so much." Qiu Lin replied earnestly. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "We're all brothers here. Discussing such matters feels too formal." Just then, Zhao Sanxiang returned, carrying two large boxes of alcohol. Zhang Shu first filled his own cup, then stood up. "Old Qiu, this glass is for you. I've heard you're a straightforward person, and in honor of your forthrightness, we must drink together." Saying this, he tilted his head back, downing the drink in one swift motion, showcasing his boldness. "It should be me toasting you." Qiu Lin also rose, downing a full glass. Before he could respond, Zhang Shu quickly refilled it, half jokingly yet half seriously saying, "Old Qiu, while you're enjoying your drink, you're leaving these two brothers watching. This isn't fair. Quickly, fill their glasses, and you must take another shot yourself." Unable to decline, Qiu Lin complied, raising his glass once more, and then filled the cups of the two men in straw hats. "Now that's more like it." After a few rounds of drinks, Qiu Lin became increasingly talkative, regaling tales of his exploits. Zhang Shu laughed and chimed in, seizing every opportunity to refill drinks. Each time Qiu Lin and the men's glasses neared empty, he would promptly replenish them. Indeed, the breadth of experience and insight possessed by this individual, having ventured into the world, is truly unparalleled. As he spoke, he filled Qiu Lin's glass once more, declaring, "I shall drink this as a gesture of respect. You may indulge as you please." However, his gaze remained firmly fixed on Qiu Lin. Overwhelmed by such fervent enthusiasm, Qiu Lin found it increasingly difficult to resist and could only acquiesce by drinking cup after cup. Zhang Shu and the two men in straw hats gradually grew more familiar with one another, although initially reluctant to partake in the drinking. They soon found themselves warming to the occasion under his persistent encouragement. As the rounds continued, the atmosphere around the table became merrier, with a palpable intoxication settling in. Despite having enhanced his constitution through reincarnation, Zhang Shu's face began to flush. At this point, Qiu Lin's tongue had begun to trip over itself. Yet he could not withstand the ardor directed towards him and could only manage a slurred smile in response. Observing this, Zhang Shu's eyes glimmered with satisfaction before he turned his attention to the two men in straw hats. "Brothers," he exclaimed, "our gathering today is a matter of fate. We cannot allow old Qiu to drink alone. Do not hesitate on my behalf." With that, he reached for the wine jug, intent on pouring for them. One of the men in a straw hat hesitated, pulling back slightly with his cup. "Brother, my tolerance is limited. I truly cannot drink anymore." As if he had not heard, Zhang Shu extended his hand forward, continuing to pour for himself, stating, "Today, we drink for camaraderie and joy. If you do not partake, it shall seem rather ungracious." The other man, seeing this, nudged his companion and whispered, "Just drink. He has done us such a great favor. Let us not dampen the mood." Reluctantly, both men raised their cups and drank deeply. Zhang Shu, witnessing them finish their drinks, initiated yet another round of toasting. Zhao Sanqiang, are you merely feasting on vegetables? If it proves too difficult, you may prepare a table for yourself and Xiaoxue in the future. Zhao Sanqiang hastily rose, a goofy grin spreading across his face. Brother Shu, I was simply engrossed in your conversation. As he spoke, he seized his cup and took a hearty swig, wiping his mouth with his sleeve before refilling his glass. My friends, I shall self-impose a penalty drink. You may proceed as you wish. Zhang Shu leisurely responded. One penalty drink is hardly sufficient. Let us have another. With a nod towards the two men in straw hats, he added, they have shown us such courtesy. Do not falter in your own territory. Zhao Sanqiang, not daring to hesitate, approached the men in straw hats with his cup raised. Brothers, without further ado, I toast to you. With that, he downed another cup in one go. The two men found themselves somewhat awkward in light of this display, exchanging glances. The one who had previously mentioned his limited tolerance was now flushed, muttering in resignation, we have truly drunk quite enough. Zhang Shu seized the wine bottle, his voice carrying an air of undeniable authority. One does not drink to enough, one must drink to revelry. Come, refill. He chided, the words you two shared earlier were incorrect. Each shall incur a penalty. Fatty, the yanghe is finished, bring forth the beer. Zhang Shu's voice held a rough edge. Meanwhile, Qiu Lin had already succumbed to the effects of the drink, sprawled across the table, his snores growing increasingly loud. The two men in straw hats had also reached a state of delightful inebriation, their eyes barely able to remain open, mumbling incoherent ramblings. Zhang Shu's legs felt somewhat weak, yet he still managed to maintain his bravado. The liquor had come to an end, so let us indulge in some beer to cleanse our palates. The man in the white shirt and straw hat, with bleary eyes, reached for a bottle of beer, tilted his head, and opened it with his teeth. Who drinks beer from a glass? We shall drink straight from the bottle. No sooner had he spoken than he brought the bottle to his lips and began to gulp it down. Excellent. Just like that. Another person swayed to his feet, raised his bottle high, and bellowed in agreement, subsequently tilting his head back to drink as well. At that moment, it was evident that they were all quite inebriated. Zhang Shu staggered closer to the two men in straw hats, placing a heavy hand on one of their shoulders. What ultimately transpired between you and that woman? Do not leave me hanging. As he spoke, he casually grabbed another bottle of beer and thrust it into the hands of the other man, regardless of his willingness. Come, drink and speak. Half an hour later, the beer was nearly finished, and Zhang Shu intentionally mixed the liquor with the beer. The ethanol in the liquor and the carbon dioxide in the beer interacted, hastening the absorption of alcohol in the body, thereby rapidly elevating the blood alcohol concentration, making it easier to reach a state of drunkenness. Finally, he had thoroughly intoxicated the two men, yet Zhang Shu's taut nerves showed no signs of relaxation. He gasped for breath, fighting the churn in his stomach, and leaned against the table as he slowly approached the two men in straw hats, reaching for the guns on them. Zhao Sanqiang's gaze fell upon the dark barrel of the gun, and his pupils instantly contracted. The drunken haze that had clouded his mind vanished in an instant. Shuge, what are we to do? What are you panicking for? Go to the west room and fetch the hemp rope I have hanging on the wall, and do it quickly. He bound their hands and feet with handcuffs. Yet he remained uneasy, further securing them with a pig's trotter lock at crucial points. Only when he was certain of their confinement did the tension in his body completely dissipate. As this sense of relaxation spread over him, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. He struggled to steady his trembling legs and staggered to the basin, scooping a handful of cold water and splashing it harshly onto his face. The cold water pierced through his skin, awakening his muddled mind. Zhang Shu took a deep breath and instructed, you must immediately go to the village committee to make a call, notify the police to come. I will keep watch over them. Chapter 37. Little Widow, what are you doing? Li Jianqing was quite troubled. Recently, he felt a twinge of dread whenever the phone rang at the bureau. It was too embarrassing. He had once pounded his chest and assured the bureau of success. Yet now, more than half the time had passed, and there were still no leads. The remaining two criminals seemed to have vanished into thin air, no matter how extensively they searched. At that moment, Xiao Zhao rushed in. Captain, the police station just called. The person you were looking for has been found. The young man is named Zhang Shu, residing at 68 Xia Village. Li Jianqing's eyes lit up. Since scientific methods had proven ineffective, it was time to resort to supernatural means. Heaven help us. May that lad be right again this time. After a brief prayer, he snatched his coat from the chair and declared, "Let us go to Shaha village." The Jeep 212 roared as it sped along the dirt road, the scenery outside the window whirling by like a rapid slideshow. Half an hour later, the vehicle gradually entered the village, and they located number 68. Li Jianqing was astonished to see that the entrance of the blue brick house was surrounded by layers of police officers. Had something gone awry? Li Jianqing quickened his pace. Stepping into the main room, he spotted a young man confidently seated at the 8 Immortals table, with 3 sleeping men bound at his feet. What an unusual sight. Wait a moment. Those 2 lying on the ground looked somewhat familiar. Xiao Zhao beside him also noticed the peculiarity and turned to Li Jianqing, saying, "Captain, those 2 resemble Qiu Wei and Qiu Su." "What do you mean resemble? They are unmistakably them. Hurry, let's cuff the 2 first." The unexpected stroke of fortune left Li Jianqing momentarily speechless. Xiao Zhao swiftly dashed over, handcuffing Qiu Wei and Qiu Su, shaking the still slumbering pair, who offered no response. Just how much had they drunk to be this soundly asleep? The leading officer recognized Li Jianqing's identity and leaned in to recount the situation. Regaining his composure, Li Jianqing approached Zhang Shu, extending his right hand with heartfelt sincerity. "Comrade, greetings. I am Li Jianqing. On behalf of the Municipal Criminal Police Team, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude." "I merely did what I could," Zhang Shu replied modestly. Li Jianqing vigorously shook the hand he held, his excitement palpable. "Comrade Zhang Shu, you have provided us with tremendous assistance. I will request commendation for you from the Municipal Bureau. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share. As long as they are reasonable, we will certainly accommodate them. When it comes to public favors, one should seize the opportunity without hesitation." As he was not a pedant, Zhang Shu began, "Well, my father has dedicated his life to working diligently at the local distillery. Could you please assist the Bureau in communicating with the factory for a permanent position?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Jianqing nodded. "Our Bureau will coordinate this and highlight your contribution in the apprehension. I believe the relevant departments will take it seriously." Having said this, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of money, offering it to Zhang Shu. "Thank you for your reminder. Due to previous distrust, I owe you an apology. Moreover, this is a token of gratitude for your assistance." Zhang Shu glanced at the money, estimating it to be at least 500 yuan, and immediately pushed Li Jianqing's hand away. He refused to be indebted, thinking of future interactions. "Captain Li, do you think I saved you for the money?" Zhang Shu frowned, visibly displeased, his voice rising with emotion. "I couldn't bear to see the public deprived of such a dedicated detective like you. It is for the betterment of our criminal police team to serve the people more effectively. A commendable officer like you cannot falter." His impassioned speech left those present in the main room momentarily stunned. After several seconds of silence, applause erupted. "Well said," exclaimed an elderly officer with graying hair. Expressing his admiration, Li Jianqing wiped the corner of his eye, saying nothing further. He would remember this sentiment. "Now that is more like it. Come, everyone, have a seat." Zhang Shu brought forth several stools for everyone to sit down, and then he recounted the entire sequence of events. At this moment, Li Jianqing finally comprehended why they had struggled to locate anyone. The culprits not only had designated individuals procuring daily necessities, but also concealed them within an extensive heap in a small room. Where could they possibly search for such a thing? Grasping Zhang Shu's hand once more, Li Jianqing expressed, "I shall refrain from excessive gratitude. You will soon witness how I handle matters." "Brother Li, you are being overly polite. This is but a trifling matter," Zhang Shu replied. Li Jianqing's tone grew firmer. "To you, it may seem trivial, yet for me and my comrades, who have braved life and death together, this is a matter of utmost life and honor. Now that the criminals have been apprehended, I must hasten back to Yunque to report to the Bureau. I shall return in a few days, and we shall gather properly then." Zhang Shu waved his hand, hastily dissuading him. "There is no need for such formality. I too shall be heading to Yunque in a few days. It would be far better for us to find a lively place there to celebrate." "Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest." Li Jianqing departed in a jeep, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. As he sat in the passenger seat, resting his arm on the window, he suddenly turned to ask, "Xiao Zhao, do you believe in fate?" Xiao Zhao, looking bewildered, responded, "Captain, what is going on?" Li Jianqing gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, letting out a sigh. "I was merely reflecting. We traveled a great distance to investigate this case. Yet we exerted no effort. Everything was handed to us. One might say it was fate that orchestrated this. He continued, had it not been for Zhang Shu, we might have been entangled in this case for much longer. Xiao Zhao pondered for a moment, then said, Captain, I believe it is less about fate and more about good people receiving their due rewards. Encountering Zhang Shu was indeed our fortune. However, let us not forget, had we not diligently pursued the investigation, we would not have crossed paths with him. Both effort and luck are indispensable. Li Jianxing, hearing this, could not suppress a slight smile, while said, young man. Once Zhang Shu saw everyone leave, he could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed onto the sofa, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed the outside world had succumbed to darkness. After relieving himself in the vegetable garden, he prepared to return when, illuminated by the moonlight, he spotted a figure in the distance. Zhang Shu casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and ambled towards the silhouette, exhaling leisurely as he approached. Hey, little widow, what are you up to? Chapter 38. The fiery youth. The sudden voice startled Lu Yu, causing her to shudder and, in her fright, to collapse onto the ground. Heart racing, she patted her ample bosom, breathing heavily. Recognizing the visitor, Lu Yu reproached, Zhang Shu, how can you walk without making a sound? It is the dead of night, and you nearly frightened me to death. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. Who frightened whom? I simply got up to relieve myself and found someone digging in the ground with a shovel. Lu Yu set the shovel aside and dusted off her hands. Do you think I wanted to do this? What is going on? The oppressive heat has been unbearable. Just the other day, while tending to corn under the blazing sun, I nearly succumbed to heat stroke. As summer unfolds, some villagers opt to labor during the coolness of the night, a choice that not only enhances work efficiency, but also alleviates physical discomfort. Typically, individuals would work in pairs. Yet the young widow dares to venture alone. Her audacity is indeed remarkable. However, upon reflection, Zhang Shu can empathize with her predicament. Having married without truly glimpsing her husband's visage, she finds herself bereft, compounded by the presence of a harsh mother-in-law. Whenever any man engages her in conversation, the old woman erupts in a furious tirade, as if ready to uproot the very house. Otherwise, with Lu Yu's striking beauty, she might have been swept away long ago by the soft glow of the moonlight. Zhang Shu observes her. Lu Yu exudes a gentle elegance, embodying a certain intellectual grace. At first glance, she hardly resembles a peasant woman toiling in the fields. Dressed in a simple blue cloth shirt devoid of adornment, her figure appears even more graceful, fresh, and refined. I hear you've been making quite a bit of money selling goods in town these days. Lu Yu inquires. Just about enough to get by, he replies. I too wish to embark on a small business venture. Farming is exhausting and hardly profitable, yet my mother-in-law adamantly forbids me from stepping outside. Life has improved for Zhang Shu. Now he enjoys meat daily, and the entire village of Xiahe knows it. To claim he feels no envy would be a falsehood. He too yearns to earn money and indulge in finer foods, yet his mother-in-law persistently hinders him, leaving Lu Yu in a state of helplessness. This is a matter of another's household, and Zhang Shu feels it inappropriate to speak further. Having finished his smoke, he rises, dusting off his trousers, and remarks, well, I must return home to rest. You may continue your labor. Lu Yu watches his departing figure, purses her lips, and resumes her work with the hoe. Upon returning home, he reclines once more on the sofa. The weather grows increasingly warm, and the oppressive air heightens his agitation. Lu Yu's image inadvertently surfaces in his mind, particularly the striking allure of her eyes, becoming ever more vivid. He resolves to visit Sun Tong soon. The young lad is quite fiery, ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. As dawn's light begins to filter through, the Huagang distillery buzzes with activity. Zhang Jianjun, clad in slightly faded work attire, rides his somewhat worn-out bicycle, an aluminum lunchbox dangling from the handlebars, arriving punctually at the distillery. As a temporary worker, he has no fixed position, assisting wherever needed. Today, his assignment is in the raw material processing workshop, where mountains of sorghum and wheat await. Zhang Jianjun hefts bag after bag onto the conveyor belt, each weighing over 100 pounds, and soon his back is drenched in sweat. Old Zhang, come over and help. We need to sift through these impurities, calls a voice just as he places another bag on the conveyor. Without a moment to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow, he strides over. Just as he reaches for the sieve, Lu Kehua unexpectedly appears from the side, snatching the sieve away and pushing forward with unbridled enthusiasm. Zhang Jianjun frowns and asks, what is it this time? In the past, even when conflicts arose, the two would tacitly refrain from causing a scene in the workshop. The dismissal of two temporary workers was merely a matter of a word from the workshop supervisor. However, this time, for reasons unknown, Lu Hua not only failed to restrain himself, but boldly stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against Zhang Jianjun's. Typically, he relished tackling the easier tasks, making the rest appear foolish. Today, he declared, "I've done this work, you can just stand aside." Zhang Jianjun forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "Why are you acting like a rabid dog, biting at everything? Didn't you hear that I was called over to help? Who are you calling a rabid dog? Speak up." The surrounding co-workers cast their glances towards the commotion, having grown accustomed to such scenes over the years. These two had been at odds since their employment began, having exchanged barbs for over a decade. Some onlookers crossed their arms and pointed, treating it as mere entertainment, seemingly provoked by the rabid dog remark. Lu Hua raised his fists, prepared to charge at Zhang Jianjun. Noticing this, the co-workers quickly intervened, grabbing hold of Lu Hua and shouting, "Let us discuss this calmly. Don't act impulsively. If you fight here, you'll jeopardize your job. Let go of me. Today, I must teach him a lesson." Lu Hua was eager for a permanent position, and in his attempts to please the union leader, he had exhausted every avenue. Each time the union organized an event, he was the first to volunteer, even spending his own money on prizes and contributing his efforts. After much toil, the union leader finally provided a response yesterday, stating that after deliberation, his qualifications were insufficient, and they would reassess in a few years. Over the years, Luke and his wife had sought connections and utilized backdoor channels, depleting their life savings. Yet, despite their financial contributions and gifts, their efforts bore no fruit. Unable to express his frustration towards the union leader, he found himself venting all his pin-up grievances on Zhang Jianjun. Meanwhile, a colleague rushed to Zhang Jianjun's side, urging, "Old Zhang, calm down, don't act impulsively." At that moment, the workshop supervisor hurried over, his face darkened, and bellowed, "Stop this at once. If you want to fight, take it outside. Don't disrupt production here." With the intervention of their co-workers, Lu Hua and Zhang Jianjun gradually eased their stances, yet their hostile glares remained, the tension undiminished. The supervisor approached, surveying the scene, and addressed them, "You two have been at odds since you joined the company, for over a decade now. What deep-seated enmity drives this? This is a workplace, not your personal battleground." Turning to Lu Hua, he sternly remarked, "Old Lu, you initiated this altercation today. I'm deducting 3 days' wages." Then he shifted his gaze to Zhang Jianjun. "Old Zhang, you two acted impulsively. Write a self-critique and submit it to me by tomorrow. Furthermore, let me inform you all, it's evident that although the factory continues to produce daily, our goods are not selling. Everyone is aware of the inventory levels in the warehouse. I have heard from higher-ups that they are considering personnel reductions. Reflect on that." As the supervisor's words echoed, the workshop erupted with anxiety and unrest. The workers, all temporary laborers, were engulfed in unease, fully aware of the precariousness of their positions. The meaning of the workshop director's words could not be more apparent. The factory was on the brink of collapse, and streamlining the workforce was imperative. The initial cuts would inevitably target the temporary workers, as they lacked formal employment status and could be dismissed without hesitation. Chapter 39. Confirmation of Employment Director. Is the news reliable? A worker implored, "I have children to support. The factory cannot abandon us." Another echoed, "We have toiled here for years, waking up early and staying late. How can they simply dismiss us without reason?" The workshop director furrowed his brow, an expression of reluctant compassion crossing his face as he sighed. "This comes from above. The official notice should arrive in the next couple of days." He paused, gazing at the familiar yet anxious faces before him, his tone softening. "We all have families to care for, I understand, but the factory truly cannot sustain itself." Among the crowd, an elderly worker, his hair a stark white, trembled as he spoke. "Director, could you communicate with the higher-ups? We are willing to accept a pay cut if it means keeping our jobs. At my age, I cannot find work elsewhere. Without this job, how will I survive?" A heavy silence enveloped the workshop as the group, once engrossed in their tasks, found themselves gripped by a sudden and alarming revelation. "Director, let us approach the factory manager together. Surely he can contemplate other solutions. We cannot simply stand by and watch ourselves become unemployed," someone proposed. Initially taken aback, the group soon rallied in agreement, a flicker of hope igniting in their previously despondent eyes. "Who is looking for me?" "Qin Dezuzu." with a beaming smile and a protruding belly, entered, his cheerful demeanor starkly contrasting the somber expressions around him. "Manager, you have finally arrived. We heard that the factory intends to lay us off, and everyone is quite anxious," one worker said. "Indeed, we have been loyal employees for many years, and our families rely on this income," another chimed in. Qin Dezuzu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious countenance as he spoke slowly. "I understand your difficulties, but you must also comprehend the factory's predicament. The current environment is unfavorable. Our products lack competitiveness. We cannot sell what we produce, and the town offers no safety net. Without layoffs, the factory faces inevitable closure. Manager, this is all so sudden. Can't you find a market for our products and hold on a little longer?" Qin Dezuzu sighed. "We have explored every possible avenue. You must prepare yourselves mentally. How many employees does the factory intend to let go?" the elderly worker inquired. "At least 2/3 of the temporary staff," he replied. The crowd exchanged glances. With nearly 100 temporary workers at the factory, this meant that no more than 30 could remain. "By the way, is Zhang Jianjun present?" As anxiety tightened in his chest, Zhang Jianjun squeezed through the crowd. "Manager, I'm here." Qin Dezuzu nodded at him. "Come to my office and fill out an employee confirmation and classification application form." His voice grew louder. Despite the factory's current challenges, it remained essential to acknowledge the diligence of employees committed to their roles. Comrade Zhang Jianjun's contributions over the years at the distillery have been evident to all, prompting the factory to decide on his formal employment. This announcement sent shockwaves through the workshop, even more startling than the previous news of layoffs. The conditions for a temporary worker to gain permanent status are exceedingly stringent, requiring the perfect alignment of time, place, and opportunity. The quota for permanent positions is controlled by the Higher Labor Bureau, and for a factory of this scale, only 1 or 2 such opportunities arise each year. The most disheartening aspect is that these quotas are often preemptively claimed by various well-connected individuals before they even reach the factory, leaving ordinary temporary workers with no chance to compete. In this era, the aspiration of a temporary worker to attain permanent status seems like an unattainable dream, exceedingly difficult to realize. Yet, who could have anticipated that fortune would so suddenly smile upon Zhang Jianjun? When Qin Dezuzu announced that he had secured a permanent position, Zhang Jianjun stood there in a daze, motionless, taking some time to process the news. "Thank you, Director," he managed to say, but his mind was racing with disbelief. Why him? What made him deserving of this opportunity? Lu Kehua's eyes seemed ablaze with fury as he erupted, shouting at Qin Dezuzu, his emotions spiraling out of control. "This decision comes after a collective deliberation by the factory committee," Qin Dezuzu replied, his brow furrowed as he raised his voice. His words effectively silenced Lu Kehua. Regardless of the reasoning, no temporary worker had the standing to question the decision. In his mind, he had already marked Lu Kehua as a non-issue. As Qin Dezuzu departed, the morale in the workshop plummeted. With layoffs looming, no one was inclined to labor. "Old Zhang, where did you get this opportunity? Introduce me, name your price." "I won't haggle," they clamored around him, disbelief etched on their faces at Qin Dezuzu's claims. The notion that the factory committee had decided this was met with skepticism. Without a backchannel, Zhang Jianjun would never have been considered for permanent status, even if he worked for 50 years. "Old Zhang, I used to treat you well, didn't I?" A worker who had intervened earlier grasped Zhang Jianjun's arm, and before he could respond, others pressed in. "Old Zhang, just give us a hint about which leader lent a hand. I'll also make my rounds." Regardless of the outcome, this favor would be remembered. Zhang Jianjun took a step back and replied, "You know my family's circumstances. Where would I find money for gifts? Stop speculating. It must truly be the factory committee's decision based on work assessments." "Humph, that sounds better than a song," Lu Kehua retorted coldly. "Work assessments? Without connections? You wouldn't stand a chance." His words drew agreement from the crowd. Zhang Jianjun was diligent in his work, yet if mere diligence sufficed, mules would have long since attained permanent status. Suddenly, Lu Kehua shouted, "Zhang Jianjun, if you don't clarify this today, you will have no peaceful days in this factory. Who do you think you are to demand an explanation from me?" Zhang Jianjun shot back, emboldened by the prospect of becoming a formal worker. He would not allow a mere temporary worker to bully him. He suspected that this opportunity had come through his son's connections. For given his family's 3 generations of impoverished farmers, it was unlikely that the quota would fall to him otherwise. Yet, he knew better than to voice such thoughts. No matter where Zhang Shu had pulled strings, he had to pretend ignorance. After enduring hardships together for over a decade, you suddenly find yourself thriving. Yet you neglect to lend a hand to your comrades? If you refuse assistance, they may very well harbor resentment in their hearts. Zhang Jianjun, however, chose to dismiss the matter entirely, feigning ignorance. This infuriated Lu Kehua, who nearly ground his teeth in frustration. While it was indeed difficult for him to accept his own failure, the success of Zhang Jianjun, who had recently been promoted, felt like a fate worse than death. Chapter 40. Boss, changed the belt in the evening. Zhang Shu reclined on a rocking chair, enjoying the cool breeze that occasionally caressed him. Ever since Zhang Jianjun received his promotion notice, he had rushed to Liashazhen that very night to boast to his wife. The work attire, which had become somewhat faded, had been discarded, and he had acquired a new set of deep gray work clothes, making him appear considerably younger. Now, who in the entire Xia village was unaware that Zhang Jianjun was a formal worker at the distillery? Previously, old Zhang seldom ventured beyond his doorstep, but now he relished taking strolls, sauntering from the south to the north of the village after meals, hands clasped behind his back. "Big son, come here." The voice of Grandpa Zhang Guoqing echoed, prompting Zhang Shu to hastily rise from his chair and approach him. "Grandpa, what brings you here?" "I missed my grandson. I heard you are heading to the salt market to conduct business?" "Yes, I intended to come and inform you before my departure." Nodding, Zhang Guoqing pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, the gray-blue fabric worn and frayed. He untied the rubber band encircling it and peeled back the layers like an onion, revealing 3 bundles of banknotes inside. Each note was meticulously categorized by denomination, all facing the same direction, even the creases aligned uniformly. Without further ado, Zhang Guoqing stuffed the money into his hands and gave his shoulder a firm pat. "I have toiled my entire life in the fields, lacking in education, but I can at least support you in this way." "Dad, this is unacceptable. This is your retirement fund. You must take it back." Zhang Jianjun was taken aback by the thick wad of cash in his hands. The old man had quietly saved such a substantial amount, estimating over 3,000 based on its thickness. "This is for my eldest grandson. It has nothing to do with you. But this is your retirement fund," Zhang Jianjun insisted, convinced that his father had emptied the family's coffers. In a simple and unadorned manner, the old man had entrusted a lifetime of savings to Zhang Shu. "I am not yet 70. I do not require retirement. Besides, what does this have to do with Xiao Shu? If anyone should support him, it should be you." But what? "If you can be fined 10,000 for having too many children, can I not give my eldest grandson a few thousand?" "Dad, that's not how it works. What you're doing is truly inappropriate. If your other children find out, they will surely scold me. A small gesture would suffice." "A small gesture? What real help can that provide, Xiao Shu? Do you think this is merely a favor?" "Let me tell you, Zhang Jianjun, I have yet to settle the accounts with you. What do you intend to accomplish by having so many daughters?" Old Zhang was sweating profusely. "Dad, that's an unreasonable thing to say. Who can predict whether a child will be a boy or a girl before they are born?" "Humph, useless. I shall see what Qin Xiuxiu is carrying this time." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Guoqing cast a fierce glare at old Zhang, then turned on his heel and strode away, not even glancing back. Zhang Shu felt a sudden pang in his heart and hurriedly pursued him. The sight of his grandfather retrieving money from the handkerchief bag felt like a rusted knife, piercing his heart with each moment. In his previous life, as he departed for the salt market, it was this hunched figure who trembled as he handed over money from the same handkerchief bag. It was with this warm savings that Zhang Shu navigated the tumultuous streets of the salt market, gradually establishing his footing. When he finally returned to Xia village, having made something of himself, all that remained in the old house was a moldy quilt, and the stove had accumulated a thick layer of dust. The wild grass on the grave swayed gently in the wind, as if his grandparents were still waiting for him to come home. "Grandfather, I cannot accept this money." Zhang Shu grasped the old man's hand, attempting to return the money. "You little rascal, are you ignoring my words?" Zhang Guoqing feigned anger, pressing down firmly on the back of his hand with his rough palm. "Once you make a name for yourself in the salt market, return with wads of cash and buy grandfather some city-style lotus root balls and cakes, making the villagers envious." The silhouette of his grandfather vanished beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, casting a long shadow, reminiscent of a frail reed. Zhang Shu stood rooted to the spot, clutching the stack of warm banknotes, his throat tightening. In his previous life, he had only found his grandfather's incessant chatter tiresome. After receiving the money, he had walked away without a proper farewell. When he looked up again, his grandfather had already disappeared into the distance. the stumbling figure becoming a mere dot in the dusk. Upon returning home, he found Zhang Jianjun sprawled in a rocking chair. Did the old man not take the money? He did not, Zhang Shu replied, lowering his eyelids. Zhang Jianjun abruptly sat up, letting out a heavy sigh. I truly do not understand what that old man is thinking. He worked tirelessly all his life, yet relinquished all his possessions just like that. When I initially asked him for some money to build a house, he refused. He irritably scratched his head, then suddenly turned to Zhang Shu. From now on, how you treat me is of no concern, but you must be good to your grandfather. Do you hear? Zhang Shu met his father's gaze, straightening his back and responding earnestly, Father, just wait and see. He did not make any promises to Zhang Jianjun. Actions would speak louder than empty assurances. At the Huangshi video hall in the salt market, Guo Ziqiang, Wang Lin, and Chen Chong were crouched on the ground, engrossed in an exhilarating film. Chen Chong munched on a cold steamed bun, his Adam's apple bobbing as he said, Brother Go. We've been holed up for half a month. Do you think Shugo has forgotten about us? Guo Ziqiang felt a twinge of anxiety as he had entrusted all his savings, including his ID, to Zhang Shu. Yet, seeing the forlorn expressions on the faces of his companions, he understood that he must remain steadfast. What are you panicking for? You're not young maidens who can be easily deceived. Just wait patiently. This was not only meant for them, but also served to bolster his own spirits. Guo Ziqiang glanced at the wall clock. By the way, how is your Cantonese coming along? It's going okay. We can manage. That's something. And how about those poorly managed state-owned enterprises? Have you gathered any intel on them? Wang Lin, hunched over, leaned closer, and said, Go, you cannot imagine. I have traversed nearly half the city these past few days. To my astonishment, most factories have begun to delay wages. Guo Ziqiang crushed his cigarette butt and remarked, Then let us target those who have delayed the longest and are on the brink of collapse. Chen Chong, feeling somewhat bored, poked at the moldy wall with a stick and asked, What does Shu Go want with these establishments? I barely graduated elementary school. How would I know? Wang Lin replied. In any case, we shall do as Shu Go instructs. Suddenly, Guo Ziqiang kicked a beer bottle at his feet, and the screen of the video hall displayed images of naked men and women entwined. Boss, change the tape to one with more dialogue. Why does it always start with physical gestures? Is it so difficult to learn a bit of Cantonese? Chapter 41. Finally arrived. The days of waiting are invariably prolonged, and the 5 days swiftly slipped by. Today, Zhang Shu intended to level the ground at his home. In the rural areas at this time, every household had a muddy entrance. Before threshing, the ground must be compacted with a stone roller to solidify and level the area for drying grains. Xiao Shui, bring me the roller rope, Zhang Shu shouted into the house. His sister, standing on tiptoe, retrieved a coarse brown rope from the beam, its texture firm to the touch. Brother, here, she exclaimed as she squatted down and wound the rope around the grooves at both ends of the stone roller 3 times. Let us go. Zhang Shu bent forward and pulled, and the rope immediately tightened. The 300-pound roller lurched into motion, leaving deep ruts in the muddy ground. Zhang Shui followed behind with a bamboo basket, scattering the ashes of plants with each step as fine dust rose from the path the roller had traversed. Once Zhang Shu had pulled it about 10 steps, she began to sweep away the crushed stones that had been displaced. Stop, brother, there's a pit here. Zhang Shui crouched down, using her hands to remove the stones from the pit. After bringing in some moist earth to fill it, she sprinkled a handful of ashes on top and called out, You can pass now. The roller moved again, and the ground beneath it became firmer, the soil glistening under the weight. As the sun climbed to its zenith, Zhang Shu had already rolled the stone 3 times, and the ground now exhibited a grayish-blue hard shell. He altered his path to a spiral, allowing the roller to tighten inward, gradually forming a surface as smooth as a mirror. Big brother, take a sip of water first. Zhang Huahua approached with an enamel mug. Zhang Shu took it and gulped down several mouthfuls. Had it not been for his enhanced physical condition after his rebirth, he would not have managed such labor. Zhang Shui shook her numbed wrists and leaned closer to Zhang Shu. Brother, what delicious meal are you preparing for us today? How about braised pork? Sounds great. Before Zhang Shui could finish, Zhang Huahua had already started clapping. I want the fatty pieces, accompanied by 2 big bowls of rice. With his daily culinary variations, the 2 little girls visibly rounded out. The once slender faces had completely vanished, and now they even had a hint of baby fat. As per the usual routine, Zhang Shui tended the fire, the wood crackling in the stove and emitting wisps of blue smoke. Zhang Shu tossed the sliced pork belly into the pot, allowing it to render its fat, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Add more sugar. Zhang Shu reluctantly added another handful of sugar into the pot. As the bubbling sound filled the air, the aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of star anise and cinnamon. Zhang Shui and Zhang Huahua could hardly contain their anticipation, crouching at the threshold with bowls in hand. When the glistening chunks of meat were ladled into the coarse porcelain bowls, the sisters, unable to wait, devoured the dish with fervor, the rich sauce flowing down their chins, oblivious to the mess. Observing the sisters' eager expressions, Zhang Shu felt a tightening in his throat. What he owed his sister was far more than just this bowl of braised pork. Dingling, dingling. Zhang Shu looked up to see the postman, with a green mailbag slung over his shoulder, stopping at the entrance. Number 68, Xia Village, your package has arrived. Zhang Shu quickly jogged over. Thank you, comrade. Why not stay for a meal? Haha, no. Just sign here. I have other packages to deliver. Zhang Shu took the brown paper package and eagerly tore it open, revealing a yellowed piece of cardstock, his long-awaited license. Zhang Shui tiptoed closer. Big brother. What is this hard paper? Zhang Shu grinned. This is an abundance of braised pork. How much is an abundance? She inquired. So much that you could never finish it in a lifetime. Wow, that sounds incredible. Zhang Shu clenched his fist, realizing that everything was now in place. It was time to set sail. Before the implementation of the corporate income tax law in 2008, Hong Kong companies enjoyed unparalleled advantages in the mainland, benefiting from policy privileges that far exceeded those of domestic enterprises. In terms of taxation, Hong Kong invested enterprises could initially enjoy 2 years of tax exemption and 3 years of reduced tax rates. Additionally, while other foreign enterprises were required to form joint ventures to enter the domestic market, Hong Kong companies could independently establish factories and import equipment tax-free. Hong Kong investment not only enjoyed foreign investment incentives, but also received extra care from local governments as compatriots, successfully achieving a desirable balance of benefits. At that time, private enterprises lacked the right to self-export, whereas Hong Kong investments could bypass the approval process for import and export rights in the mainland. Moreover, domestic consumers in the 1990s held an almost blind admiration for Hong Kong products, and possessing this label equated to a guarantee of quality. Such favorable policies also led to the emergence of various frauds, including illegal fundraising, scams, and cross-border arbitrage exploiting policy dividends and information asymmetry. A myriad of bizarre schemes could easily find their way into the market. Unfortunately, there were numerous regulatory loopholes during that period. Not long after, Chen Huarong arrived carrying a pig's head. Zhang Shu had been observing his recent performance. He was ambitious and diligent, and at present, Zhang Shu had no qualms about lending him a hand. As for the future, it would depend on whether he could keep pace with Zhang Shu's ambitions. Huarong, we want to be selling pig head meat today. Go home and tidy up early. We'll set off for Yunque tomorrow morning. All right. Hearing this, Chen Huarong couldn't help but smile. He had aspirations to achieve something alongside Zhang Shu, having spent these days merely selling pig head meat. However, he was not in a hurry. As he gradually interacted with Zhang Shu, he became increasingly aware of his brother's aspirations. Boss Zhang, what shall we do with these pig heads? Let us braise them and share among everyone, but save one for pickling. In this hot weather, too many will spoil easily. Zhang Shui and Zhang Huahua were originally giggling together, but upon hearing that he was about to leave, their eyes instantly clouded with tears, and their lips quivered downwards uncontrollably. Before long, large teardrops began to cascade down. Observing this, Zhang Shu quickly knelt down, embracing both sisters simultaneously, placing one on each knee, gently wiping away their tears. He spoke softly, "Elder brother is going out to earn money. When I return, I will buy you both many beautiful new clothes and delightful toys." "Elder brother, I don't want new clothes. Can't you stay?" Zhang Shui clutched his hem tightly, as if that alone could keep him from leaving. Zhang Huahua nodded in agreement. "Elder brother, I don't want toys anymore. Will you stay, please?" Seeing their tear-streaked faces, Zhang Shu felt his heart shatter. He wiped away their tears once more and comforted them. "Be good. I will only be gone for 2 months, and I will return swiftly." After soothing his sisters, Zhang Shu quietly contemplated in his mind. Their mother, Qin Xiuxiu, was due to give birth in 2 weeks, and she would also return home then. The thought of a new family member on the horizon filled him with a sense of anticipation. Chapter 42. Young comrade, you are still young. The following morning, Zhang Shu, accompanied by Zhao Sanxiang and Chen Huarong, boarded the bus bound for Yanshi. As the metal door swung open, an overwhelming sight greeted them. The bus seats were tattered and worn, and the aisle was cluttered with snakeskin bags, a pungent odor of sweat wafting through the air. "Make some room," shouted the ticket collector. "Goodness, what a smell!" Zhao Sanxiang exclaimed, covering his nose while pushing through the crowd. The bus was filled with a mixture of sweat, the scent of salted fish, and the aroma of some unidentified fermented food. Less than half an hour into the journey, the bus suddenly jolted to a halt, causing all standing passengers to lurch forward. Chen Huarong fared the worst, landing on a chicken cage in the aisle, which set the roosters inside flapping their wings in a frenzy. "The bus has stalled. Everyone off," the ticket collector bellowed through a tin horn. "All able-bodied individuals, get down and push. We cannot move without your help." Complaints erupted within the bus as several men in liberation shoes cursed, unbuckling their belts to wrap around their hands. A dozen or so men formed two lines, shoulders braced against the bus. 1, 2, 3, push. The bus began to inch forward as the driver slammed on the gas, the engine roaring and spewing black smoke. Chen Huarong scrambled back onto the bus, instinctively reaching into his pocket for a handkerchief to wipe his face, only to find it empty. Zhang Shu noticed Chen Huarong's pallid complexion as he anxiously patted his pockets. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "I've lost my wallet. It had over 100 yuan in it," Chen Huarong exclaimed, scanning the area. He had it in his inner pocket before they disembarked. Zhang Shu's gaze swept over the crowd that had pushed the bus, finally landing on a young man in denim jeans. As for why he suspected him, it was instinct, an unexplainable intuition. "Sanxiang," Zhang Shu whispered, "did you see that guy in jeans? Go confront him." Zhao Sanxiang understood and deliberately maneuvered closer to the young man. Just as they brushed past each other, Zhao Sanxiang suddenly yelled, "What the hell? Why are you touching my backside? Are you a little girl? Who touched your backside?" came the retort. "Damn it, stop being so stubborn." Zhao Sanxiang seized his wrist firmly, exclaiming that he had never been touched by anyone in his life. Yet here was this brat experiencing something novel. "You fat fool, release me. You're hurting your father." Zhang Shu and Chen Huarong pushed forward, as he allowed the rotund man to create trouble, wishing to discern whether this young scoundrel had accomplices. Should they recklessly charge ahead, they might encounter two armed companions, which would spell disaster. In these times, one must exercise caution as all types of individuals abound. However, at present, this fellow appeared to be a solitary wolf. "Oh, a solitary wolf indeed," Zhang Shu admonished. "Young comrade, you are still in the bloom of youth. Do not tread the path of crime. Produce what you have." "What are you saying?" "I do not understand," came the retort. Zhang Shu grasped his collar, feigning ignorance. Before he could finish, Zhao Sanxiang had already secured his arm, deftly probing his waist and retrieving a canvas bag. "Release me. Who permitted you to take my belongings?" The carriage fell into an abrupt silence, with other passengers retreating as if from a plague. Zhang Shu accepted the canvas bag and with a flourish, opened it, revealing several wallets and a lady's watch that clattered to the floor. "Goodness, what a bountiful haul today." Zhao Sanxiang tightened his grip, and the young thief grimaced in pain. "Ouch! Be gentler, be gentler. My arm is about to break. Now you feel pain? Did you not consider the consequences while stealing?" Chen Huarong's face flushed with anger as he pointed to a brown wallet. "That one is mine." Instantly, the carriage erupted into chaos. A middle-aged woman shrieked as she lunged forward. "Damn it! That watch was a wedding gift." Now, the entire carriage was in an uproar. When it was a matter of indifference, they remained aloof, but when it became personally relevant, they clamored for justice, especially with the thief subdued. Passengers gathered around, some already rolling up their sleeves, ready to take action. Everyone, remain calm. Zhang Shu positioned himself in front of the thief, urging order and caution to avoid harming one another while addressing the miscreant. After signaling Zhao Sanxiang to let go, he declared, "In this carriage, the scoundrel has nowhere to escape. Perhaps we should escort him to the police station for appropriate punishment." "To the police station?" a burly man bellowed. "I've worked hard in Pengcheng to save 500 yuan, and it was likely this scoundrel who stole it." The thief, bewildered, thought to himself, "Do you even realize what you're saying? You're grasping at straws." Before he could gather his thoughts, the man's fist was already upon him. "Beat him." The crowd surged with indignation, emboldened as they stood on the moral high ground, eager to deliver their own justice. As the vehicle approached the station, the young thief lay sprawled on the ground, scarcely moving. As soon as Zhang Shu and his companions set foot on the muddy ground of the Yunque station, 5 or 6 shadowy figures swiftly encircled them. Chun Huarong instinctively covered his pocket, but rough hands seized him from either side, dragging him outward in a display of brute force. An elderly man with missing teeth approached Zhang Shu, spitting as he spoke. "Young comrade, the 3rd guest house. Hot water available 24 hours. A middle-aged woman clad in a polyester shirt interjected, positioning herself between the two men. "Brother, don't heed his words. Who doesn't have hot water at home?" She lowered her voice, a playful smile gracing her lips. "In my household, we offer special services that will surely satisfy you." Before Zhang Shu could respond, chaos erupted from Zhao Sanqiang's side. 3 motorcycle taxi drivers had begun to grapple with one another in their eagerness to claim him. An elderly woman sporting an armband inscribed with comprehensive governance, along with several public security officers, approached. The crowd of potential customers scattered like frightened birds, leaving only the polyester-clad woman still clinging to Zhang Shu. "Comrade, the girls over there are quite alluring. I guarantee your comfort." "Get lost," Zhang Shu exclaimed, shoving her away. Undeterred, the woman chuckled and turned her attention to a new group of arriving travelers. At that moment, the bus station reflected the tumultuous transformation of society during the early stages of reform and opening up, chaotic, noisy, and fraught with peril. Gangs often roamed the long-distance bus station, wielding knives to rob unsuspecting passengers. Petty thieves swarmed like locusts, while counterfeit tickets, phony police officers, and fraudulent countrymen proliferated. Anything one could imagine was present. The small restaurants and inns surrounding the station were predominantly illicit establishments, charging 10 yuan for a bowl of plain water, with no need for elaborate tricks, simply overt threats. Due to insufficient police presence, unless a life was lost, most cases of theft and deception went unresolved, leaving victims to resign themselves to their misfortune. It was not until the second crackdown in 1996 that conditions began to improve. Zhang Shu and his companions had been at the station for nearly half an hour before finally regrouping. "Brother Shu, where are we headed next?" Zhao Sanqiang inquired. "To the Huangxi video hall." This was the agreed-upon rendezvous with Guo Ziqiang, and Zhang was eager to learn how well the mission had gone. Guo Ziqiang played an exceedingly crucial role in his plans, demanding meticulous attention. Chapter 43. The Art of Pretense. When Zhang Shu laid eyes on Guo Ziqiang once more, he was taken aback. Guo had lost weight. Once as robust as a polar bear, he now resembled a brown bear. "You've had a tough time," Zhang Shu remarked, moving forward to embrace each of them. Although they carried a certain odor, it was understandable. With little money, managing to stay intact for so many days was commendable. "Brother Shu, you finally made it," Chen Chong expressed with a look of grievance. "Brother Shu, I'm craving your marinated pig's head," Wang Lin added. Guo Ziqiang frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "What is the point of discussing such things? We're here to pursue our ambitions. And a little hardship is nothing to lament." He quickly changed his tone, licking his lips. "How about we grab a meal first? It's been ages since the brothers have had anything substantial." Being a seasoned veteran, the way he addressed Zhang Shu was smooth, devoid of any hesitation. Zhang Shu nodded and replied, "First, let us find a place to stay and freshen up. I'll go buy you some decent clothes." The group of 6 arrived at the Power Supply New Village guest house. The middle-aged woman at the front desk regarded them with a furrowed brow. "This is rather untidy. Do you have a letter of introduction?" Zhang Shu produced the letter he had specifically requested from the old party secretary before departing. It bore an official seal, allowing for considerable flexibility in what was written. The middle-aged woman took the introduction letter, glanced at it, and then shook the paper, creating a rustling sound. "Our cheapest dormitory costs 5 yuan per night. Do you have enough money?" She suddenly leaned closer to Zhang Shu, the cheap scent of snowflake cream wafting towards him. "Let me make it clear, the items here can be quite pricey. If you dirty the sheets or quilt covers, you will have to compensate at full price. If you cannot afford it, you'll have to wash dishes in the kitchen to settle the debt." At this moment, Zhang Shu slammed his hand on the front desk, causing the registration book to jump. What else with all the nonsense about checking into a room? He pulled out 2 100 yuan bills and tossed them onto the table, the notes scattering across the surface. "For a dormitory room, I'll take it for 10 days up front. The rest will serve as a deposit. If you say one more word, you'll find out just how I might deal with you." The front desk woman recoiled in fear. Usually, those migrant workers carrying snakeskin bags would shrink back at her sarcastic remarks. This time, however, she was faced with someone unyielding. she decided to endure it. She glanced at the few individuals behind Zhang Shu, all of whom were large and imposing, and forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Please wait a moment. I'll take care of it right away. Humph. You're a real piece of work. The already dark face of Guo Ziqiang deepened in color as he muttered a curse in her direction. The front desk woman pretended not to hear, bowing her head to rummage through a keychain, internally cursing her misfortune. The next 10 days would require her to keep a low profile. Room 306 on the 3rd floor. A 6-person dormitory will be just enough for you. She handed over a key attached to a wooden tag. Hot water is only available every afternoon. After that, you will have to wait until tomorrow. The restroom is at the end of the hallway, and the doors are locked at 10 in the evening. Chen Huarong muttered under his breath, "What kind of ridiculous rules are these?" Zhang Shu, uninterested in responding, turned and headed upstairs. The handrail was rusted, and upon touching it, his hand was coated with reddish-brown iron dust. Upon pushing open the door to room 306, he was met with a musty odor mingled with the scent of feet. 6 iron-framed beds were crammed into a room of less than 20 square meters, the sheets a dull gray with faint yellow stains visible. Zhang Shu approached the window, intending to open it for some fresh air, only to discover that the window frame had been secured and could not be opened. You 3 go take a shower first. Fatty, Huarong, come with me to buy some clothes. The guest house was conveniently located near the Yinfu People's shopping mall, just a 10-minute walk away. Zhang Shu led the two to a high-end suit counter. Excuse me, how much is a set of younger suits? The owner, a middle-aged man in his early 40s, was dusting with a feather duster. Upon hearing the voice, he turned around and assessed Zhang Shu from head to toe, a white shirt, work pants, and kappa shoes. He considered that these individuals did not seem like they could afford luxury goods, yet he maintained a smile. You have a good eye? Younger currently offers several styles, with prices ranging from 500 to 2,000. He spoke while discreetly watching Zhang Shu's expression, ready to pivot to cheaper options if necessary. To his surprise, Zhang Shu merely frowned and then asked, "What about the Shanshan line?" "That one is pricier, ranging from 800 to 2,000, the owner replied, rubbing his hands together. "What is the price of your cheapest suit?" "There are options from 100 to 300. This is the best seller." After listening to the explanation, Zhang Shu nodded and stated, "All right, I'll take 1 set of the 1,500 younger, in addition to 5 sets of the 100 yuan regular suits." He paused momentarily before continuing, "I shall not haggle with you, but each person must receive a pair of leather shoes." Upon hearing this, the proprietor grew anxious, exclaiming, "That simply cannot be. The cost of leather shoes is high. Selling them at this price would result in a loss." Without uttering another word, Zhang Shu turned on his heel and began to walk away. "Wait, don't be hasty." The owner called after him, eager to forge a friendship. However, the shoes offered would be last year's style. "Very well, that is agreeable." Zhang Shu halted, noting that while the other 5 pairs could be ordinary, the pair accompanying the Yagir brand must be of superior quality. All right, I assure you satisfaction." The owner responded with a smile. Subsequently, Zhang Shu relayed the measurements for Guo Ziqiang's chest, waist, and shoulder width to the proprietor, while the dimensions for the others could be approximate. In the 1990s, remnants of material scarcity led to a common belief that a well-fitted suit appeared too modest, while a looser fit exuded grandeur. Many households maintained the notion of wearing a single garment for a decade. When parents purchased clothing for their children, they deliberately chose sizes 2 or 3 sizes larger. As synthetic fabrics like polyester tended to shrink significantly, a larger size mitigated this issue. Furthermore, during this period, the domestic ready-to-wear industry lagged behind, lacking a scientific database of human dimensions, leading to rudimentary and crude designs. Factories, aiming to cut costs, typically produced only standard sizes. This phenomenon began to gradually change in the late 1990s as international brands such as Pierre Cardin entered the market and tailored cuts began to emerge as a new fashion. "By the way, do you know where I might find high-end counterfeit watches?" The owner, startled, froze mid-motion while folding a suit. "We are a reputable store. We sell only genuine products, not fakes." "Spare me that," Zhang Shu replied impatiently. "I am not the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. I merely wish to purchase a fake watch. What are you afraid of?" The owner glanced around cautiously and leaned in closer. "The lingerie shop at the far end of the 2nd floor sells such items, but don't mention that I told you." After paying, Zhang Shu rushed to the 2nd floor and found the lingerie store draped with floral curtains. Ultimately, he spent 600 yuan to acquire a high-quality replica Rolex. its golden dial gleaming with the semblance of luxury. Zhao Sanqiang, observing Zhang Shu's expenditure on this outing, couldn't he help but marvel silently. Are we really living this lavishly? After a moment, he ventured, Brother Shu, perhaps it would be prudent to save a bit? Zhang Shu understood Zhao Sanqiang's concern and patted his shoulder, assuring him, don't worry, I am well aware. He recognized the significance of a reliable and stylish appearance. The suit must be navy blue, the color closest to that of official uniforms. The briefcase should be filled, even if it contains nothing but newspapers. A box of Zhonghua cigarettes was essential, even if it held only Qianmen. In an era devoid of credit ratings and internet verification, a suit worth 300 yuan could potentially generate business opportunities amounting to 300,000 yuan. This encapsulated the fundamental logic of image monetization during the period of reform and opening up. Zhang Shu was well versed in this principle, as he understood that in an environment rife with information asymmetry, individuals often relied on outward appearances to swiftly assess another's identity, capabilities, and trustworthiness. Clothing served as the most immediate testament to one's credibility and strength. Respect the attire before the individual. The premium of appearance is undeniable. In the same business context, one clad in a wool suit possesses a 60% higher success rate in negotiations compared to one donned in synthetic fabric. Presently, there lies a concern that Guizhou, this rustic fellow, may not be able to embody such a commanding presence. It is time to impart the art of sophistication to him. Chapter 44. Victorious encounter with the club's models returning to the guest house in the Power Supply New Village. The three, freshly bathed, were utterly astonished by the suit and shoes Zhang Shu brought back. They had never encountered such refined attire. Dogsy, give this suit a try, Zhang Shu urged, shaking out the suit jacket and kicking the shoebox towards him. Guizhou swallowed hard and slowly donned the suit. Once he was dressed, Zhang Shu adjusted his tie while stating, from this moment forth, you shall be the CEO of Xiangjiang Xinqing International Trade. Stand tall and proud. Brother Shu, am I really the CEO? Guizhou questioned, pointing to himself in disbelief. Zhang Shu gave him a hearty slap on the back and scrutinized him from head to toe. Indeed, you resemble a bit of a dandy now. Let us proceed to dinner and discuss further. Guizhou glanced down at his polished shoes, feeling a slight tremor in his legs. But I can hardly speak Mandarin properly. That is precisely the effect we desire, Zhang Shu grinned. Your stammering Mandarin, combined with a smattering of Cantonese, will certainly make you seem like a local from Xiangjiang. Zhang Shu led the group into a narrow alley. Arriving at a private restaurant named Jufu Lu, a waiter lifted the blue fabric curtain and ushered them into the innermost private room on the second floor. Before Guizhou could gather his thoughts, Zhang Shu had already begun ordering. Let us have a plate of drunken crab, braised lion's head, steamed shad, and 2 of your signature dishes, along with 2 bottles of Yunque. The dishes arrived promptly, and Zhang Shu beckoned everyone. Let us dig in. Guizhou flung his suit jacket over the back of a chair, unbuttoned his shirt collar, and eagerly began to devour the food. Wang Lin and Chen Chong were not far behind, engrossed in their meals. Chen Huarong twisted open a bottle of Yunque, pouring drinks for everyone before raising his glass. Brother Shu, I toast to you. Before he could finish, his glass was empty. Seeing this, Zhao Sanqiang was taken aback, realizing he had been outpaced. Brother Shu, let us share a drink as well. The trio, who had been voraciously eating, quickly set down their chopsticks. Zhang Shu intervened. You all continue eating. We'll discuss the serious matters later. Is the workplace drama commencing so soon? After the meal, Wang Lin pulled out a cigarette. A smoke after a meal feels heavenly. Ancient wisdom holds true. Guizhou, rubbing his stomach, inquired, Brother Shu, what shall our next steps be? After the meal, Guizhou felt considerably calmer. Acting like a dandy was akin to playing the role of a rogue. This was indeed within his professional purview. Zhang Shu continued, first, let us clarify our roles. Wang Lin, Chen Chong, you 2 will be Guizhou's bodyguards. Go buy some sunglasses. Do you know how to play the part of a bodyguard? Of course. We just stand behind Brother Go with our hands behind our backs, Chen Chong replied. Zhang Shu nodded approvingly. Evidently, their film watching had not been in vain. I am currently the head of the Xinqing Trading Salt City Representative Office, Huarong. Sanqiang, you are the sales representatives of the office. Follow my lead and adapt accordingly. Zhang Shu exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired about the progress of gathering intelligence during this period. He had prepared for 2 scenarios. If Guizhou failed to identify suitable targets, he would revert to his previous trade of reselling tape recorders. However, although the Yinwu market had begun to decline, it remained resilient. Establishing connections would require significant time and effort, and quick profits were elusive. Wang Lin pulled out a notebook and flipped through its pages before speaking. Brother Shu, Cheng and I have thoroughly scoured Salt City. As he suggested, we focused primarily on the food and clothing sectors. After investigation, it was revealed that the food industry in Salt City predominantly consisted of dried fish, preserved products, and tofu, mostly produced by small family workshops, with few state-owned enterprises. What about clothing? Zhang Shu asked, frowning. At this juncture, the Soviet industrial structure was severely imbalanced, with a singular focus on heavy industry, while light industry and agriculture lagged significantly. Zhang Shu had witnessed the dire circumstances of the Soviet populace in his past life. Basic necessities such as bread, beef, sugar, and tea were sold on the black market at prices 20 times higher than the official rates. Toilet paper was rationed, and housewives resorted to using newspapers as substitutes for sanitary products, while newlyweds needed a marriage certificate to purchase bed linens. This pervasive scarcity of resources was eroding the Soviet people's last vestiges of faith in the regime. Yet, for resellers, this was a lucrative period. Time was ticking, and old Mao had already begun trading in aircraft, which made Zhang Shu envious. Fortunately, Wang Lin brought good news. Shifting in his seat with excitement, he said, currently, there are 2 state-owned clothing factories in Salt City that have reached a significant scale, Guizhou and Shenyang. Guizhou primarily produces shirts, uniforms, and ready-to-wear garments for foreign trade. Zhang Shu contemplated while tapping his fingers on the table. Isn't Shenyang still stubbornly sticking to work uniforms? Indeed, Wang Lin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Shenyang's warehouse is nearly bursting at the seams. Workers are on a schedule of 1 day on and 2 days off, receiving only 30% of their wages. Rumor has it that factory workers spend their days playing cards in the workshop. Zhang Shu understood. This was a quintessential dilemma of state-owned enterprises. The higher-ups had dictated production directions, forcing them to solely manufacture work uniforms. Yet, such uniforms had lost their appeal, especially with an influx of small workshops encroaching on the market. These workshops produced garments with innovative styles at lower prices, effectively outcompeting the rigid old factories. The year 1990 marked the painful transition from a planned economy to a market economy. Factories like Shenyang resembled insects trapped in amber, possessing skills yet unable to move. This presented him with an opportunity. What is the background of Shenyang's leadership? Zhang Shu inquired. The factory director, Ma Weiguo, is 56 years old, a veteran revolutionary. The deputy director, Zhou Jiqiang, is younger at 38. I heard he has furthered his studies at the Provincial Light Industry School, Wang Lin replied. Who oversees supply and marketing? By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Shu had absorbed all the information Wang Lin had gathered. He stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment, then tapped the table decisively, saying, Brothers, it's time to get to work. The room fell silent as everyone sat up attentively, ready to listen. Chen Chong and Wang Lin. Being familiar with the vicinity, please locate an advertising firm to print 2 boxes of exquisite business cards for me and Dogsy. Dogsy, take Sanxiang and Huarong to rent a vehicle. Either a Mercedes or a Cadillac would suffice, as we shall require it tomorrow morning. If it can be rented for half a day, do not rent it for an entire day. If it can be rented for 2 hours, do not rent it for half a day, for this endeavor does not come cheaply. In the delicate balance between caution and frugality, Zhang Shu opted for a high-stakes gamble. Winning would mean acquiring a glamorous model from the club, while losing would entail hard labor by the sea. Chapter 45. The helplessness of Zhou Jiqiang. Zhou Jiqiang has been enduring arduous days recently. The higher-ups have expressed discontent with Shenyang's operational performance, frequently convening meetings to criticize the inefficiency and lack of competitiveness of their products. Yet, paradoxically, they insist on maintaining the status quo in production. He is acutely aware that Shenyang's foremost issue lies in its outdated equipment and obsolete production techniques. Having submitted 5 reports advocating for the introduction of new machinery and a revamp of the production line, he yearned to lead a team to the south for further learning and exploration. However, the response from above was singular. Upgrades are permissible, provided you devise a means to finance them. Should the enhancements fail to yield improved results, you shall bear the consequences. This pronouncement extinguished all his zeal like a bucket of cold water. With Shenyang's funds barely sufficient to cover salaries, how could he procure money for equipment upgrades? The prospect of bearing responsibility for failure loomed ominously, potentially leading to disciplinary action or even dismissal, deterring anyone from stepping forward. Standing at the workshop's entrance, Zhou Jiqiang felt a profound sense of despair. The upper management offered no support while simultaneously forbidding any risk-taking. He was filled with fervor, yet could only watch helplessly as the factory trudged toward an inevitable dead end. At this rate, Xinjiang's obsolescence was merely a matter of time. This was not reform. It was a slow march toward demise. Determined, Zhou Jiqiang turned and entered Ma Weiguo's office. He picked up the thermos and replenished Ma Weiguo's teacup with hot water. Resuming his seat on the sofa, he spoke, "Director Ma, our inventory can no longer accommodate the excess. If we persist in this manner, we will be unable to disperse even 30% of next month's wages." Ma Weiguo leisurely blew away the tea leaves floating atop the surface, taking a sip and spitting the residue back into the cup without lifting his gaze. "Jiqiang, I understand your sentiments. However, the factory is presently devoid of funds and manpower, making it impossible to support such significant undertakings. What about the workers' wages?" Zhou Jiqiang inquired. "If we cannot issue 30%, we shall issue 20. If 20 is unfeasible, then merely 10. Ma Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. Everyone was cognizant of the factory's situation. For those who cannot endure, the doors are open. Let them submit their resignation letters, and I assure you, I shall approve them immediately. Having worked at Shenyang for 20 years, Ma Weiguo witnessed its evolution from a small workshop to a factory with over 1,000 employees. In his early days, he indeed possessed some capability. Yet, with the market transformed, he now sought only to endure until retirement, unwilling to take risks. "Director Ma, if we do not..." Zhou Jiqiang, desperate, slammed his hand on the solid wooden desk, producing a dull thud. "Director Ma, would you kindly step outside and observe? What era are we living in? In the realm of Pengqing, private enterprises have begun to adopt imported machinery, while our factory is still reliant on antiquated equipment from the 1950s. The quality of our production is even inferior to that of township enterprises." Ma Weiguo slowly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer, shaking one out and lighting it. "Jiqiang," he exhaled a smoke ring. "Do you think I am oblivious to the news? The recent economic work conference in Kyoto made it abundantly clear that stability must take precedence above all else." He tapped the ashtray thoughtfully. "In the current climate of reform, should things go awry, can you shoulder the political responsibility when the workers revolt?" "Political responsibility?" Zhou Jiqiang scoffed, unbuttoning his blue cloth collar in a gesture of self-mockery. "Director Ma, when salaries are delayed and workers are left begging at the factory gates, is that not a political responsibility?" His agitation was palpable as he seized the inventory report from the table and slammed it down with force. "The warehouse is overflowing with work trousers. The fabric is on the verge of mildew. Does this not constitute a political responsibility? Look at Guoron Garment Factory. Their orders extend into next year. They disperse salaries in full every month, along with bonuses, and their workers earn 3 times what ours do. As leaders of Xinjiang, should we not feel a sense of shame in the face of such a situation? Director Ma, one cannot be excessively selfish." Zhou Jiqiang, fully unleashed, launched into a tirade against Ma Weiguo. A distinguished alumnus of the Light Industry College, Zhou harbored dreams of leading Shenyang to innovative breakthroughs, integrating new technologies and avant-garde marketing strategies. As he traversed the factory, the repeated calls of Director Zhou filled him with a sense of embarrassment. He yearned for his workers to receive generous wages, for Xinjiang to become a paragon of industry innovation, a source of pride for its employees. Why then did they continually seek to thwart his aspirations? Ma Weiguo's face turned ashen, and he abruptly rose, his cigarette trembling between his fingers. "Zhou Jiqiang, have you forgotten who elevated you to this position?" His voice was hoarse, and his eye twitched in agitation. Outside the office, several department personnel held their breath, listening intently to the escalating argument. The head of finance shook his head with a wry smile, whispering to a colleague, "Director Zhou is still too young. Indeed, it's as if he alone is making all the noise, leaving the rest of us appearing idle." Such words are best left unspoken. Suddenly, the telephone's ring shattered the tense atmosphere within the office. Ma Weiguo snatched up the receiver, his complexion gradually paling. What? The bank really understood. He slowly placed the receiver down, as though his vitality had been siphoned away. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to croak, "I just received notification that our factory's loan has been denied." Zhou Jiqiang's pupils dilated in shock. "So, does this mean next month's wages Ma Weiguo was acutely aware of the implications, wishing only for a quiet exit from his role. Yet the bank afforded him no such reprieve. The chasm between issuing 30% of wages and none at all was vast, with workers' discontent surging. The thought of them learning this news and rising in protest was unimaginable. As the primary responsible party at Shenyang Garment Factory, he would be held accountable for such an occurrence. If the workers were pushed too far, he could even face physical reprisal. Xiao Zhou, what shall we do now? Ma Weiguo could only place his hopes on Zhou Jiqiang. If he could assist him in overcoming this challenge, it would not be unreasonable for Ma to offer his support in reform efforts as a form of gratitude. Zhou Jiqiang picked up the inventory report again, his brow furrowed. Perhaps we should consider lowering the price. An initial reduction of 30 could help us recoup some funds, Ma Weiguo proposed. Zhou Jiqiang shook his head, pondering the implications. First, we must consider whether the Light Industry Bureau will even approve a price cut. What if someone attempts to exploit this as an opportunity to sell state assets at a loss? At this juncture, the pricing of state-owned enterprise products must adhere to the guidance of the pricing department, making arbitrary reductions impermissible. This is particularly critical for textiles, which significantly impact the national economy and people's livelihoods. Should any price adjustments be necessary, they must undergo collective decision-making by the factory leadership and subsequently be reported to and approved by higher authorities. Such measures are instituted to maintain price stability and prevent destructive competition among enterprises. Unauthorized price reductions could lead to chaos in pricing within the industry, disrupting the normal market environment, and are therefore prohibited. What if we discuss this with Director Li and seek her assistance? Zhou Jiqiang's throat tightened as the image of a strikingly beautiful girl with almond-shaped eyes and a soft voice flashed through his mind. That might not be appropriate. How would Secretary Chen perceive us if he found out? Chapter 46. The spring of Shenyang. The following morning, Zhang Shu drove a brand-new Cadillac Wood, parking it not far from the Shenyang Garment Factory. The vehicle's unique design allowed for 3 passengers in the front, perfectly accommodating all 6 of them. Brother Shu, you can drive? Chen Huarong exclaimed with admiration. Just yesterday, they had struggled to find a rental car, only to discover that no one could drive it, leading the rental party to withdraw at the last moment. With a price tag nearing 2 million, the owner deemed their rental offer insufficient, fearing potential damages and the complications that would ensue. Ultimately, it was Zhang Shu's driving skills that secured the rental. Enough chatter. Keep an eye on the factory entrance. Notify me immediately if any cars approach, Zhang Shu urged, anxious that the factory leaders of Shenyang might miss witnessing his display of grandeur. What time is it now? Zhang Shu asked, feeling the pressure of the rental cost, which allowed for only 3 hours of use. If we don't encounter anyone today, it would be utterly disheartening. Guo Ziqiang raised his hand, shaking his Rolex. It's 8 o'clock now. Zhang Shu started the car and drove toward the Shenyang factory, the imposing length of the vehicle making a strong statement. The security guard, upon seeing the car approach, quickly opened the iron gate, standing at attention and saluting. Though he hadn't seen a vehicle like this before, it didn't diminish his impression of the person inside. However, Zhang Shu stopped at the factory entrance, exited the car, and greeted, "Good day. I have come to discuss business with your leaders." The security guard, with a solemn expression, replied, "Welcome to Shenyang Garment Factory." Zhang Shu smiled. "Sir, I would like to speak with your leadership about a business matter. Could you please notify them?" "Of course, sir." The guard hurriedly ran to the duty room to make a phone call. Li Wantong arrived early that day. The previous evening, Factory Director Ma had specifically sought her out to discuss whether she could speak with her father about assisting Shenyang in finding a way forward. That night, she broached the subject with her father, only to be taken aback when he, usually so indulgent toward her, erupted in anger. Suddenly, there was a scathing critique of the leadership at Shenyang Factory for their incompetence, as they could only conceive of such dubious schemes. It was stated that if the factory could not sustain its operations, the higher-ups would contemplate declaring Shenyang bankrupt, resulting in the dismissal of all factory leaders. Li Wantong found herself in a difficult position, compelled to relay this grim message verbatim to Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weiguo. Upon receiving this unexpected and dire news, the 2 factory heads were unable to sleep throughout the night. Zhou Jiqiang berated Ma Weiguo at home, expressing his frustration over his unreliable ideas. Even if Shenyang were to falter, he could have simply relocated and continued his work, given his rank and age. However, this turmoil had ultimately tarnished his reputation with Secretary Li, leaving him with a sense of foreboding about his career, feeling a heavy burden in his heart. He arrived late for the first time in his life. Ma Weigui suffered even more. He merely wished for a stable retirement, yet this upheaval left him with unspoken anguish, leading to his first bout of insomnia. The phone in the factory office rang. Hello, what? A luxury car has arrived? They want to discuss business with us? All right. I'll head over immediately. When Zhang Shu first laid eyes on Li Wantong, he silently marveled. In his 2 lifetimes, she was undoubtedly the most stunning woman he had ever encountered, eclipsing numerous stars from his past. Hello, I am Li Wantong, the office director of Shenyang factory. Greetings. Director Li. I am Zhang Shu, the head of Xiangjiang Xinqing International Trade in Yanshi. We wish to place an order for a batch of clothing. Could you kindly introduce us to the person in charge of your factory? Li Wantong was taken aback by this unexpected stroke of fortune. A client had come knocking, and from Xiangjiang no less, which surely indicated wealth. She was acutely aware of Shenyang's precarious situation, teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Although her father had declared that all management would be dismissed if the factory closed, she was certain that she would not be included in that fate. Without needing her father's intervention, there would undoubtedly be someone to assist her in resolving this predicament. Yet, she could not disregard the plight of the over 1,000 employees at Shenyang Garment Factory, each representing a family. What would become of these workers if the factory truly went bankrupt? Mishandling such a situation could lead to grave consequences. Please come in. Let us head to the office for a moment. I will summon the factory director. Zhang Shu returned to his car and followed Li Wantong to the office building. Upon entering, Li Wantong poured tea for everyone before hurriedly stepping next door to make a phone call. The words spoken the night before had likely frightened Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weigui considerably, and they were probably at home pondering their escape routes. When Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weigui received the call, disbelief washed over their faces. However, Li Wantong could not possibly jest regarding such matters. A glimmer of hope emerged. The 2 factory directors, elated, quickly drove to the factory. Upon returning to the office, Li Wantong sensed an unusual tension in the air. The dark-faced man appeared impatient, and it was rumored he was the company's CEO. Director Li, where is your person in charge? Zhang Shu's tone was somewhat displeased. Manager Zhang, I sincerely apologize. The factory director is currently out negotiating business, but I just contacted him, and he will return shortly. In her determination to secure this deal, Li Wantong gritted her teeth and told a lie, her face flushing with embarrassment. Zhang Shu, however, had no intention of letting her off easily. In a low voice, he remarked, while I have no pressing engagements this moment, it would be rather inappropriate for us to have President Go's time wasted on waiting for someone. At that juncture, Go Ziqiang raised his Rolex to check the time, speaking in a somewhat awkward Hong Kong accent. Isn't there still another garment factory? Let's head there first. Li Wantong perked up her ears, deciphering the meaning behind Go Ziqiang's words with great difficulty. Were they planning to leave? Panic surged within her as she quickly attempted to persuade them. Manager Li, please convey our company's sincere intentions to President Go. We genuinely did not anticipate your esteemed company's visit, and the factory director was called away on urgent business. Once he returns, we shall certainly offer you the most favorable pricing. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Zhang Shu's face as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Director Li, it's truly not merely a matter of money. President Go is not lacking in a few million, but he feels that today's fortuitous opportunity has been squandered. You see, people from Hong Kong place great faith in these matters of feng shui and destiny. What? A few million? Li Wantong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Zhang Shu observed her reaction with a mix of incredulity and disdain, curling his lip. So, Manager Li, how many garments do you require? She inquired. The first batch needs 50,000 pieces, with guaranteed quality, and there will be subsequent orders for the second and third batches. If the products do not meet expectations, we can only engage in a one-time transaction. Li Wantong hurriedly asserted, our factory specializes in government uniforms, and the quality is absolutely assured. Both President Go and Manager Zhang can rest easy. Zhang Shu shook his head firmly, stating, business is all about fate, and it appears that the connection between Xinqing Trading and your factory is still lacking. Let us discuss cooperation another time. Please, Manager Zhang, just wait 5 more minutes. Our factory director will be back shortly. Li Wantong was sweating with anxiety. My time may not be valuable, but we cannot have our president waiting here. Zhang Shu repeatedly suggested this in her mind. But Li Wantong was momentarily speechless, reluctantly following Zhang Shu towards the factory entrance. Manager Zhang, where is your company located? Once the director returns, I would like him to visit you. Absolutely not. People from Hong Kong despise such unsolicited intrusions, Zhang Shu advised. But I have already summoned the director back. If you leave suddenly, he will surely blame me, Li Wantong said, her large eyes filled with distress. Zhang Shu shrugged. I cannot help it. It seems that circumstances are simply unfortunate. President Go lacks time. Could we possibly request Manager Zhang to visit our factory tomorrow? Zhang Shu's expression revealed his hesitation, yet he did not outright refuse. Observing this, Li Wantong seized the moment. Rest assured, we guarantee the lowest prices and the highest quality for our products. Zhang Shu still shook his head, responding, let us set aside the cooperation for now. We must proceed to Guizhou. Perhaps another time. Manager Zhang, please come back tomorrow. I beg you. Li Wantong clasped her hands together, beseechingly. Zhang Shu could only let out a resigned sigh, saying, I can only say I will do my best. With that, he turned and got into the car without looking back. Chapter 47. I'll find you a couple more sisters later. Brother Shu, where are we headed now? Zhao Songqiang inquired. To Guizhou Garment Factory. The Cadillac sped along the road. With time approaching 9 o'clock and the car rental deadline looming, they needed to hurry. Ma Weiguo and Zhou Jiqiang finally returned to Shenyang and first inquired about the news at the gate. Upon learning that the person had already departed, Zhou Jiqiang grew anxious and hurriedly asked where they had gone, eager to pursue. Ma Weiguo restrained him, suggesting they first consult Director Li to hear what the Hong Kong representatives had to say. Indeed, the two made their way to the factory office, where they found Li Wantong resting her chin on her hand, sighing heavily. Director Li, why didn't you keep them here? Zhou Jiqiang expressed his dissatisfaction. As if I wanted to. You two arrived late to work and now you're blaming me, Li Wantong retorted, her tone sharp with complaints. You have no idea. That stern-faced Hong Kong man looked quite intimidating. She then recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. 50,000 pieces? Zhou Jiqiang's eyes sparkled at the mention of that figure. If they could indeed produce 50,000 items, all the factory's problems would be resolved effortlessly. And that's just the first batch? Ma Weiguo mused, his thoughts running deeper. Do you think the Hong Kong buyers will pay in Hong Kong dollars? Li Wantong and Zhou Jiqiang paused, realizing they had overlooked this detail. In 1990, China was in the early stages of transitioning from a planned economy to a market economy, with limited capacity for foreign exchange earnings. With Western nations imposing economic sanctions, foreign investment dwindled, and export trade faced significant obstacles, leading to a severe trade deficit. By 1989, China's total foreign exchange reserves amounted to only about $5 billion. Both Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weiguo felt a surge of hope. If they could brandish the potential for foreign exchange earnings prominently, their prospects for advancement would be secured. At that moment, any ability to earn foreign currency was akin to a lifesaver for state-owned enterprises. Even if operating at a loss, the government would provide subsidies, making closure nearly impossible. This deal had to succeed, even at a loss. Director Li, where did the Hong Kong representatives go? Zhou Jiqiang inquired. This was their only chance for redemption, and they had to seize it. They went to Guizhou to place an order. Li Wantong replied. That won't do. Let us hurry to Huarong. Are we really going to barge in and snatch their business? Aren't you afraid of repercussions? Li Wantong questioned. Repercussions? If we can't reclaim this deal, I'll hang myself at Guizhou's gate, Ma Weiguo declared with resolute determination. That is excessive. Zhou Jiqiang quickly interjected, attempting to dissuade him. As the two factory directors stepped out of the office, Ma Weiguo suddenly took a step back and suggested, Director Li, why don't you accompany us? Your position will ensure that Huang Dia won't dare to act recklessly. To be honest, I'm not afraid of him. I'm mainly concerned about the business being delayed, Li Wantong remarked, her lips twitching slightly, knowing full well that Ma Weiguo sought to leverage her authority against Huang Hua, without which they might not even gain entry. Li Wantong nodded in agreement. As a member of Shenyang Factory, she felt it was her duty to contribute within her capabilities. A Cadillac would glided into Guizhou Garment Factory, and upon hearing that Hong Kong businessmen had arrived to discuss business, Huang Hua abruptly excused himself from a half-finished meeting and rushed over. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huang Hua observed Zhang Shu and his companions, internally acknowledging their formidable presence, characteristic of individuals from Hong Kong. Zhang Shu stepped forward and inquired, Mr. Huang, our company is interested in procuring a batch of Guizhou apparel. Might you kindly provide us with some insights? Upon hearing this, Huang Hua's smile broadened, nearly reaching his ears. As he gestured invitingly and led them into the exhibition hall, he proceeded to introduce the newly launched denim series, highlighting the use of Japanese imported enzymes in its washing process. Adhering to the same standards as Levi's production line, it was evident that Guizhou Garment Factory possessed impressive capabilities. However, regrettably, Zhang Shu found himself devoid of funds. Otherwise, he would have certainly made a purchase, as Huang's enthusiastic pitch had been quite persuasive. To him, Guizhou served merely as a means to intimidate Xinjiang, leaving him curious about when the proverbial chicken would make its appearance. Following Huang Hua's presentation, Zhang Shu smiled and responded, "I will confer with Mr. Go." "Certainly, certainly." The sunlight at the end of May resembled melted butter, cascading down the corrugated metal eaves. Zhang Shu and Go Ziqiang sought refuge beneath a tree's shade, where Zhang Shu retrieved a cigarette and handed it to Go, subsequently lighting it for him. "Brother Shu, do you think Guizhou will invite us for lunch today? I've heard the meals at these state-owned enterprises are quite exquisite. If they do, we must return the rental car," Zhang Shu replied. "Haha. It seems we might miss out on lunch today. Do you think this approach will yield any profit?" Go Ziqiang observed Zhang Shu's extravagant spending in recent days, feeling a pang of anxiety. Spending without earning, who can sustain that? Zhang Shu chose not to elaborate, patting his shoulder instead. "Trust me, just focus on your work. I'll arrange for you to find a couple of sisters later." "Thank you, Brother Shu." As he watched the two engage animatedly from a distance, Huang Hua elevated his regard for Zhang Shu. Not everyone could jest with the boss. It was apparent that manager Zhang held a significant position at Xinjiang. He began contemplating the appropriate amount for the red envelope to present during lunch. This being his first business encounter with individuals from Hong Kong, he was uncertain whether they adhered to such customs. Would a meager offering diminish the perception of Waren's capabilities? Huang Hua found himself in a quandary. And just as he lost focus, Zhang Shu and Go Ziqiang returned. "Mr. Huang, I have just conferred with Mr. Go, and we are generally agreeable to your quotation." Zhang Shu was forthright, yet he had several specific inquiries. "Does your company possess import and export rights? How are taxes calculated? What are the payment methods and settlement processes?" Huang Hua could no longer contain the smile on his face. "Rest assured, Manager Zhang, our factory is a garment export unit designated by the Light Industry Bureau. As for taxes, it is quite straightforward. The current rebate rate for garments is 13. However, this can only be processed after the goods are officially exported." He gestured subtly, hinting at a possible arrangement. Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow, frowning slightly. "We shall discuss that later. Xinjiang is a legitimate company, and we do not engage in such dubious practices. As for the payment terms, a 30 advance, with the remaining balance due upon presentation of the bill of lading." Huang Hua interjected eagerly. Just as Zhang Shu pondered how to decline, a commotion erupted at the factory entrance. Relying on Li Wantong's influence, Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weiguo managed to push their way in. Chapter 48. Carelessness. No evasion. "Hello. Hello. Is this Mr. Go? I am Ma Weiguo, the factory director of Shenyang, and this is Deputy Director Zhou Jiqiang." As they disembarked, they quickly approached Go Ziqiang. Having heard of this dark-faced man from Li Wantong, the reality was indeed more daunting than his reputation. "Hello." Go Ziqiang greeted the two. "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I was out discussing business with Director Zhou, leaving General Manager Go and Manager Zhang in vain. This is entirely my fault, and I shall punish myself with 3 cups at noon." Zhou Jiqiang wore a sincere expression, a smile gracing his face. Ma Weiguo then turned to greet Huang Hua, saying, "Old Huang, I appreciate your hospitality towards our guests. I owe you a drink. But I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. General Manager Go, Manager Zhang, let us depart." Huang Hua stood silently, his face darkened with anger. This is intolerable. Ma Weiguo is truly overstepping his bounds. Where's the security? Is this how you protect the factory? Throw these 2 rascals out. Zhou Jiqiang felt a weight in his heart and quickly stepped forward to grasp Huang Hua's arm. "Director Huang, please do not be angry. Xinjiang indeed arrived at Shenyang first. How about this? Let General Manager Go and Manager Zhang come to our place, and I will personally escort them back later." Huang Hua forcefully shook off Zhou Jiqiang's grip, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You are no better. Let me tell you, Guizhou and Xinjiang already have a verbal agreement, so don't even think about it." "That statement is incorrect, Director Huang," Ma Weiguo retorted, his smile fading. "If verbal agreements were sufficient, why would we need contracts?" He then pulled out a document from his briefcase and waved it before Huang Hua. This is our quotation from Shenyang. Are you certain you can meet this price? Huang Hua snatched the quotation, and upon seeing the figures, his heart sank. You are maliciously undercutting prices. This disrupts market order. And I will report you to the Light Industry Bureau. He crumpled the quotation and threw it to the ground. General Manager Go, Manager Zhang. The prices quoted by Shenyang are below the cost of raw materials, guaranteeing substandard work. Huang Dia, one may eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. Ma Weiguo scoffed. Turning to Go Ziqiang. General Manager Go, our production technology and equipment are sufficiently advanced, allowing us to maintain such low costs. Lowering his voice, he added, we assure you that Shenyang will not profit a single penny from this cooperation. It is solely to cultivate a friendship with you, General Manager Go. Huang Hua, gripping Ma Weiguo's collar, yanked him upward, spitting words in fury. Ma Mula, do you dare to poach clients from Guorong? Are you tired of living? With Shenyang's meager capabilities, you dare claim to be large-scale? You have no shame. As Huang Hua grew agitated and seemed ready to strike, Zhou Jiqiang hurriedly intervened. Director Huang, let us discuss this calmly. Get lost. You are no saint either. Spare me the pretense. Huang Hua brushed Zhou Jiqiang aside, pointing an accusatory finger at Ma Weiguo. Ma Mula, if you dare take General Manager Go away today. Just wait and see if I want to call people to give you a beating. Ma Weiguo's expression shifted, but he quickly forced a smile. Old Huang, at your age, why does your temper remain unchanged? How about we complete this batch of orders together? Go to hell. Huang Hua seized the teacup from the table, ready to hurl it, startling Zhou Jiqiang into wrapping his arms around his waist. Go Ziqiang removed his sunglasses, stowing them in his suit pocket. And a mixture of Cantonese and nasal intonations escaped him. Enough. Both of your companies can cease operations. Manager Zhang, immediately contact the factory in Guangzhou. A sudden silence enveloped the scene, and as the crowd deciphered the clumsy Hong Kong dialect, Huang Hua and Ma Weiguo chorused, no, no, no. The two, who had just been at loggerheads, were now flustered, realizing the impending loss of a cooked duck. However, Gozong offered them no reprieve. His face dark as he settled into the back seat and slammed the door shut. As Huang Hua and Ma Weiguo lifted their feet to pursue, two shadowy figures swiftly appeared, Chen Chong and Wang Lin, standing like iron towers before them. They exuded an intense aura of pressure, their gazes sharp as hawks. Halt. Do you not see? Gozong's orders are to prevent anyone from following the vehicle. Though the words were incomprehensible, the intent was unmistakable, leaving the two factory heads no choice but to halt in resignation. The Cadillac glided away from the Huaron factory premises like a breeze. Shu Ge, what shall we do next? Go Ziqiang inquired. Quickly, return the car. Time is running short. Meanwhile, the remaining group exchanged glances. Zhou Jiqiang still marveling at the wealth of those from Hong Kong, exclaiming how impressive the vehicle was. Huang Hua glared at Ma Weiguo, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Damn it, I am heading to the Light Industry Bureau. I demand an explanation for this matter. Ma Weiguo remained unfazed, sneering, always seeking assistance when trouble arises. My 8-year-old grandson is more competent than you. If it weren't for your blustering, could this have escalated to this extent? You bastard. You came to my factory to poach clients, and I can't voice my concerns? With that, he lunged forward, landing a left jab squarely on Ma Weiguo's eye. Bah! Ma Weiguo, caught off guard, staggered from the blow, his eye bruising, and he yelled hoarsely, Huang Dia, you lack chivalry, attacking me, a 54-year-old comrade. Do you not understand the value of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young? When I was a workshop director at the textile factory, you were still an apprentice. Huang Hua retorted, what right does a pest have to reminisce? Everyone knows about the kickbacks you funneled to the procurement department. The surrounding workers stood frozen, astonished by this sudden confrontation. Was this truly a conversation we are privy to? Director Huang, wait. Let us discuss this calmly. Li Wantong finally regained her senses, lamenting Huang Hua's swift assault, as it had come without a hint of warning. Huang Hua turned to her, his tone softening. Director Li, please adjudicate. You witnessed what transpired. Who is in the wrong? Li Wantong found herself at a loss. Logically, it was evident that Shenyang was at fault. Yet Huang Hua's violent actions against Ma Weiguo undermined Guorong's position. Director Huang, Director Ma, perhaps it would be best to discuss this in the office. This place is too crowded for such matters. Unable to discern who was right or wrong, Li Wantong opted for a conciliatory approach, urging them to resolve the issue themselves. Ma Weiguo and Huang Hua had come to this realization and, feeling cornered, made their way to the factory director's office after hearing Li Wantong's words. Zhou Jiqiang felt somewhat awkward. He had merely watched the director get beaten earlier and now felt a pang of guilt towards Director Ma. At that moment, his resentment towards Ma Weiguo's opposition to reform diminished significantly, as this blow was ultimately borne by the factory. Chapter 49. The game speak up. How will this matter conclude? You must provide Guirong with an explanation, Huang Hua demanded. Ma Weiguo leisurely produced a blue salt cigarette and scoffed. What explanation am I obliged to give? The Hong Kong merchants came to our factory first, and upon finding us absent, Guirong arrived. I had to inform them out of courtesy, didn't I? Yet you come in swinging and expect me to provide an explanation? Isn't that rather domineering, Director Huang? Huang Hua waved his hand dismissively, unconvinced by this argument. Spare me those useless words. If it weren't for your age, given your disruptive behavior, you wouldn't even be permitted to leave Guirong's factory with your head held high. Besides, you should understand that if these foreign currencies leave Yanshi, we will suffer significant losses. Ma Weiguo shrugged. It matters not. I am nearing retirement. And this is merely a hindrance to your promising future. Huang Hua nearly choked on his breath. Incredulous that Ma would seek to climb the ranks on Guirong's back as he approached retirement. If the Hong Kong merchants depart, I will certainly hold you accountable and see if your pension can endure. After 2 hours of bickering, both parties departed in discontent. Ma Weiguo found this outcome acceptable, for stirring the waters would only have worsened matters, and without that punch, Xinjiang would surely have missed this opportunity. For now, they begrudgingly stood on the same starting line as Guirong, though he remained unaware that the Hong Kong merchants had only ever aimed at him. Xiao Zhou, my task is complete, the rest is in your hands. Ma Weiguo, feeling the weight of age, was beginning to tire of the ordeal. Zhou Jiqiang, with a resolute expression, replied, rest assured, I will secure this deal, come what may. However, as manager Li Wantong pointed out, the situation was dire. They needed to seek out factories in Yangcheng, which were closer to Xiangjiang and offered more convenient transportation, leaving them at a distinct disadvantage. Zhou Jiqiang nodded in agreement. Compared to the factories in Yangcheng, Xinjiang would undoubtedly be outmatched, with outdated designs and crude craftsmanship, their only asset being an overwhelming inventory. They could only strategize on pricing. But how low could they go to win orders? The higher-ups might not even approve of such tactics. Zhou Jiqiang scratched his head, realizing they could only take it one step at a time, with the immediate priority being to locate the individuals in question. Ma Weiguo suggested. Director Wang from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Department is an old comrade of mine. Perhaps I should leverage our connection to ascertain their whereabouts. No, Li Wantong quickly interjected. Manager Zhang has specifically instructed that business people in Xiangjiang are particularly averse to unannounced visits, as it may come across as impolite. Yet, waiting idly is not a viable option either. She continued, Manager Zhang mentioned he might come by tomorrow. Let us hold off a bit and not leave him empty-handed. If he does not arrive tomorrow, then we can seek others. Agreed. So be it. I hope Manager Zhang can come tomorrow. At the Power Supply New Village Guest House, a group of 6 is gnawing on hard steamed buns. The coarse bran rubs against their throats, and Go Ziqiang swallows the last bite with difficulty, staring at the half bun remaining in the aluminum lunchbox, feeling troubled. Shu Gu, yesterday we feasted on delicacies, and today we are reduced to gnawing on buns. The drop in quality is too abrupt, and I'm still getting used to it. Zhang Shu cast him a sidelong glance. You will acclimatize swiftly. What do you mean? Go Ziqiang questioned, his mind swirling with confusion. He sensed a profound implication in Zhang Shu's gaze, sending shivers down his spine. It means you must brace yourself for hardship. That is no problem. I am quite resilient. Shu Gu, what are our next steps? Zhao Sanxiang inquired. Tomorrow, you and Huarong will accompany me to Xinjiang. Should we wear suits? Of course. Zhao Sanxiang rose, shaking his suit. It felt invigorating to wear, so much so that he hesitated to remove it even for sleep. Go Ziqiang could relate, for upon discovering that his elegant Jaeger suit was worth 1,500 yuan, he wore it everywhere. With a sharp suit, polished shoes, and a heavy Rolex on his wrist, anyone would perceive him as a wealthy boss. Even Go Ziqiang felt transformed by his attire. He unconsciously straightened his back and spoke with newfound confidence. Occasionally, he would wonder, was he truly a rogue before? Lying on his back on the bed, hands clasped behind his head, he gazed at the peeling ceiling in a daze. Shu Gu, Do you think we can truly become rich? Zhang Shu understood the pressure he was under, having risked everything to venture forth together. Even without any gains thus far, he bore no complaints. Such loyalty was rare. Zhang Shu leaped off the bed, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and offered one to Go Ziqiang before passing it around. At that moment, there were no entertainment devices, so the group sat on the ground, playing poker. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, ensuring all eyes were on him. Brothers, just now, Guzi asked if we can get rich. Zhang Shu placed the cigarette at the corner of his mouth, the match igniting and illuminating the spark in his eyes. My answer is yes. How could we not? Taking a deep drag, he exhaled smoke rings, his gaze sweeping across each face. Why did you choose to follow me? Wang Lin mumbled. Because being a rogue has no future. Incorrect. Zhang Shu slammed his arm down heavily on the iron bed, the metallic clang resonating. It is because we are all unwilling. Unwilling to be farmers. Unwilling to live our lives as rogues in a small town. Unwilling to watch our wives and children wear patched clothes. Getting rich is like playing cards. First, you must have the courage to bet. Second, you must possess patience. And third, he pointed to his temple, you must use your brain. We possess all three qualities now. Tell me, should this wealth not belong to us? Zhang Shu bent down to pick up a fallen playing card, swiftly shuffling it before the group, the cards fluttering and producing a crisp sound. You see, each card has its place, but the dealer can rearrange them. We are the ones holding the entire deck, not the cards manipulated by life. But who are these cards? Zhang Shu smiled broadly, indicating that the person we are to meet tomorrow is from the Shenyang garment factory. Such a large establishment. Do you think they would allow us to meddle at will? Zhao Sanxiang expressed disbelief. What good is being large if it lacks strength? Enough of this. I shall retire for the night. There is a formidable battle to be fought tomorrow. With that, Zhang Shu returned to his bed, closing his eyes while contemplating the potential unforeseen events that may arise the following day. The next morning, Zhang Shu led Zhao Sanxiang and Chun Huarong onto bus number 2. The workers at Shenyang factory had received notice the previous day that they were to arrive an hour early to clean. Zhou Jiqiang was uncertain if Zhang Shu would indeed show up today, yet he was determined to present himself favorably. Better to make an effort and see if fortune favors us. If we happen to cross paths, it would only further demonstrate Shenyang's sincerity. Zhang Shu did observe this scene, yet he felt no sincerity as Zhou Jiqiang had anticipated. Instead, he perceived the fragility of Shenyang. From this somewhat humble demeanor, he could ascertain that times were hard for Shenyang. Otherwise, given the nature of state-owned enterprises, why would there be such an overt display of flattery? After all, he was merely the representative of the Xinqing salt market, not the general manager. Such measures seemed excessive. Manager Zhang, is that really you? A melodious female voice called from behind. Turning around, Zhang Shu saw Li Wantong stepping down from a Shanghai 760. Today, she wore a light beige silk blouse, her delicate wrists contrasting against the fabric, paired with high-waisted navy trousers that accentuated her curves. Her oval face framed by perfectly arched brows, and when she smiled, 2 dimples emerged, adding to her elegance. Director Li, with such a heartfelt invitation yesterday, how could I not come? Zhang Shu replied. Li Wantong beamed at him, her loose strands of hair dancing in the breeze. Thank you, Manager Zhang, for granting me this favor. Let us proceed to the office. As they entered the factory's office, she opened the wooden door, switched on the fan, and began pouring tea for everyone. From a woven basket, Li Wantong retrieved a porcelain cup, and as hot water cascaded over the tea leaves, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Please try this. It's a new tea my mother had someone bring from Sioux City. Zhang Shu accepted the porcelain cup with both hands, and was momentarily taken aback as the steam brushed against his nose. Pre-rain Billionaire? The leaves are slender like bee legs, adorned with silver tips, yet modestly displayed, made from tender buds harvested before the rains. He took a delicate sip, the crisp sweetness blossoming on his palate. The timing of the roasting impeccable, likely infused with juju wood during the process. Li Wantong, astonished, inquired, "You can discern such nuances?" She instinctively straightened her posture. "I can't taste any of that. It feels similar to other teas. However, your observations echo what my father often mentions about tea appreciation. Manager Zhang, you truly are remarkable." She gestured with a thumbs up. Zhang Shu chuckled softly as he watched the tea leaves unfurl in the cup. Tea tasting, drinking, and cooking were his 3 enduring passions from his past life. Li Wantong tucked her hair behind her ear, glanced at the clock, and said, "Manager Zhang, I'll go fetch factory director Zhou. He should be in the workshop at this hour. Let us go together. I would like to take a look around, he replied. The iron door of the production workshop was ajar, with the hum of sewing machines blending with the sound of fabric being manipulated. Li Wantong sidestepped the flat cart transporting fabrics. This was the cutting area. Zhang Shu observed. Each worker was bustling with fervor, showing no signs of despondency. Could the information be erroneous? He followed Li Wantong as they strolled, pausing intermittently while she continuously detailed the garment factory's processes and the illustrious history of Shenyang. Zhang Shu was quite unfamiliar with these matters, but found himself captivated by her narrative. The Shenyang factory spanned a substantial 30,000 square meters. Yet after 10 minutes of wandering, they had yet to locate Zhou Jiqiang. Manager Zhang, I will search for factory director Zhou. He should be nearby. All right. Thank you for your effort, Director Li. Zhang Shu replied courteously. As Li Wantong departed, he approached a middle-aged woman operating a sewing machine, donning what he considered a charming smile. Excuse me, I've heard that Shenyang offers competitive wages. May I inquire how much you earn in a month? The woman glanced up, her gaze wary. Who are you? I plan to join the workforce here in a few days. I've been idle at home, so I thought I would come to inquire about the situation, Zhang Shu responded. The middle-aged woman, realizing he was a prospective colleague, relaxed her demeanor. Continuing her work, she replied, previously, the salary was decent. I used to take home around 150. Now, if I can piece together 50, I would be grateful. Is it really that little despite all this hard work? Zhang Shu exclaimed, his astonishment resonating with the woman. Busy. 1 day of work followed by 2 days off. I'm nearly going stir-crazy at home. Is that so? With so many workers, I haven't seen any indication of time off, he remarked. The woman continued her lamentation. They say there's a leadership inspection, so everyone who was on leave has been called back. The production line must remain operational for appearances. Her feet worked tirelessly on the sewing machine's pedal. As she relayed, the inventory in the warehouse is nearing the ceiling. We can't sell it. And it just sits there gathering dust. I've heard that next month, we might not even receive 50. The plight of workers is truly grievous. These factory leaders only engage in superficial work. Instead of flattering others, they should focus on selling products. This conversation was overheard by Li Wantong, who was approaching, and her previously radiant smile immediately faltered. Nothing is more awkward than being exposed for a fade in front of others. Li Wantong's toes curled desperately within her shoes, feeling as though she could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment beneath her feet. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou Jiqiang arrived, oblivious to the unfolding situation, and greeted warmly. Manager Zhang, hello? It's quite warm in the workshop. Let us discuss in the office where I have some fine tea. Let us follow factory director Zhou's lead, Zhang Shu replied, casting a knowing glance at Li Wantong, which lingered with significance. Li Wantong quickly deciphered the meaning behind his gaze, her heart racing against her ribs, a wave of warmth cascading from her earlobes. First, a rosy hue blossomed at the tips of her ears, swiftly spreading down her neck and enveloping her cheeks. How utterly embarrassing. Upon returning to the factory director's office, after a round of pleasantries, Zhou Jiqiang began to subtly probe into the details of Xinqing. For Zhang Shu, navigating such trivial encounters was a mere trifle. He lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and promptly commenced his performance. Let us begin with the origin story of Xinqing, subsequently engaging in a casual discourse about its international partners, from the online fashion scene in Milan, Italy, to the leather merchants, and from the mining machinery in Canada to health products in the United States. When discussing the Canadian mining machinery, Zhang Shu deliberately mixed English contractual terms with Cantonese, observing as Zhou Jiqiang's gaze began to wander, before abruptly shifting the conversation to Argentina. As for South America, it goes without saying that it is the stronghold of Xinqing, encompassing Brazilian coffee and South African diamond ore, all managed by a self-sustained team. Last month, an agreement was signed with Nigeria for basic materials, with a cargo ship set to depart from Yantian port for Lagos next month. He then set down his teacup, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, reflecting with a sense of nostalgia. In this era, without a few exclusive shipping routes, one cannot even dare to call oneself engaged in foreign trade. Chapter 51. Driven to the wall, Xinqing's strength is overwhelming, so formidable it takes one's breath away. Zhou Jiqiang and Li Wantong exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. If Shenyang could secure a partnership with this substantial vessel, what concerns would remain regarding sales channels or the risk of a broken cash flow? Even a minor leak of those international orders would suffice to fill Xinjiang's coffers. As for any doubts regarding Xinjiang, Zhou Jiqiang had indeed harbored suspicions, albeit fleetingly. Every word from Zhang Shu was imbued with detail, the place names, industry jargon. And even the local accents he casually mentioned could not possibly be fabricated. Those terminologies were only heard in the evening news broadcasts. One could not articulate them so vividly without first-hand experience. Furthermore, what could a company like Xinjiang possibly gain from manipulating a small factory like Xinjiang, which lacked both funds and resources? Zhou Jiqiang raised his teacup, taking a sip to mask his eagerness, wary that his enthusiasm might be too overt. At that moment, Chen Huarong, standing behind him, interjected, "Manager Zhang, there's a meeting at noon. We should be on our way." On our way? Zhou Jiqiang was momentarily taken aback, as the main business had yet to be addressed. How could they leave? Zhang Shu stood up, took a few steps forward, and remarked, "Director Zhou, directorly. Thank you for your hospitality, but an urgent matter has arisen at the company, and I must take my leave." Zhou Jiqiang was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond, but his body instinctively moved to close the office door. Zhang Shu frowned slightly, displaying displeasure. "What do you mean by that?" With his back against the door, Zhou Jiqiang swallowed hard. "Manager Zhang, please don't be upset. I merely wish to request your assistance in handling a batch of Xinjiang's work uniforms." He moved as if to kneel, prompting Zhang Shu to swiftly step forward and grasp his arm. "Director Zhou, conducting business is not about performing a pity act. If you proceed in this manner, we certainly cannot engage in discussions." Zhao Sanxiang and Chen Huarong approached, pretending to pull Zhou Jiqiang away, but Zhang Shu raised a hand, signaling them to remain calm. With a trembling voice, Zhou Jiqiang pressed on, "I am aware of your extensive networks and connections. Consider it a favor for the factory's employees. The quality of this batch is absolutely assured, and you can dictate the price. As long as we can move the goods, I shall offer you a 20% commission, with a written contract." Zhang Shu extracted a cigarette case, shaking out 2 cigarettes, and offered one to his companion, subsequently placing a lighter into his palm. "Director Zhou, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, I genuinely lack the capacity to do so. You heard what Mr. Go said. We have already established contact with the office in Yancheng last night, and the matter should be settled by now." Zhou Jiqiang, gripping the lighter, took a long moment to ignite the cigarette. He inhaled deeply, causing his eyes to water. "Manager Zhang, you have traveled extensively and must surely have other channels." Before he could finish, Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "The channels belong to the company. They are not my personal assets and cannot be conflated." Zhou Jiqiang moved behind the desk, opening a drawer to retrieve an envelope, which he discreetly tucked into Zhang Shu's pocket. "Manager Zhang, this is a small token from the factory. To be candid, Xinjiang is in dire straits. Our bank loan is about to expire, and we won't even be able to pay salaries next month. Consider this my plea, despite the scrutiny of the workware's quality. If there is even a minor issue, I will take full responsibility for the factory's downfall." Zhang Shu settled back onto the sofa, his fingertips gently tapping a rhythm on his knee. The situation at Shenyang was worse than he had anticipated. Zhou Jiqiang's frantic demeanor seemed to scream desperation. Crushing the cigarette butt in the ashtray, Zhang Shu regarded Zhou Jiqiang thoughtfully before speaking slowly. "I have a proposal. If you find it acceptable, I shall discuss it with Mr. Go. If not, consider that I never mentioned it. Please, do share." Zhou Jiqiang urged, bending forward eagerly. "Here's the situation. The company intends to send me to the Soviet Union to maintain the market," Zhang Shu said, leisurely adjusting his cuff. "I can help you dispose of the workwear in your inventory while I'm there." Upon seeing Zhou Jiqiang's eyes suddenly light up, he raised a finger. "However, you will need to arrange the transportation. The price I offer must be 10% lower than that of the middlemen." "Absolutely no problem," Zhou Jiqiang replied without hesitation, finding the offer far more favorable than he had anticipated. Selling at such a price would still yield considerable profit for Xinjiang. He had even braced himself for a price cut of 50%, never expecting manager Zhang to be so accommodating. A smile broke on his face as he grasped Zhang Shu's hand tightly. "I cannot thank you enough. Rest assured, you shall receive your due share." Zhang Shu chuckled lightly, continuing, "But please, refrain from expressing your gratitude just yet. I have not finished my proposition. This matter is one I have taken upon myself, and Mr. Go is unlikely to consent." Zhou Jiqiang grew anxious. "What should we do then?" "We can only proceed on a goods first, payment later basis. Once the goods are sold, we can settle the payment." Only in this manner can we safeguard the interests of Xinjiang, which might persuade Mr. Go to agree. Zhang Shu articulated his words with clarity and sincerity. The office fell into an unexpected silence, broken only by the ticking of the clock. Zhou Jiqiang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of arrangement was this? If this were in the past, no one would have dared propose such a no-strings-attached deal. They would have been thrown out by security. Was this not an outright attempt at exploitation? Manager, could we have some time to report this to our superiors? He inquired. Of course. However, you must act swiftly. I must depart by tomorrow at the latest, and we cannot allow your predicament to delay our company's affairs. Zhang Shu is acutely aware of the complexities within the system. Once Zhou Jiqiang reports upward, it is inevitable that the meetings will proliferate, and receiving a response within half a month would be a stroke of luck. Given the cautious demeanor of government departments, an investigation is certain to be initiated. Although his materials are authentic, the exaggerated elements will undoubtedly be exposed. Zhang Shu aims to stall for time, compelling Zhou Jiqiang to express his stance privately and bring him aboard the same vessel. Manager Zhang, please wait for half an hour. I will discuss this with Director Ma, he said. Watching Zhou Jiqiang and Li Wantong depart, Zhang Shu lit another cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, a smile crept upon his lips. The bait had already been taken. Now it was merely a matter of how large the catch would be. In the director's office, Ma Weiguo shook his head repeatedly upon hearing the news from Zhou Jiqiang. No, absolutely not. I would rather let this cargo rot in the warehouse than take such a risk. If something goes awry, it won't merely be a matter of layoffs. We could potentially face criminal charges. Zhou Jiqiang's expression turned grave. We cannot be solely self-interested. What about the thousands of employees if the factory cannot sustain itself? Where will they go? Ma Weiguo's brows furrowed deeply. He truly did not wish to take risks. However, he did have feelings for these workers. Many had been with him for over a decade or two. But if any issues arose, Zhou Jiqiang insisted, you can claim ignorance. All decisions were made solely by me. What nonsense are you speaking? I am the factory director. How could I possibly be unaware of such a significant matter? Chapter 52. Use your money. Get your affairs in order. Ma Weiguo felt a surge of irritation. He both admired and found Zhou Jiqiang exasperating. Why not wait for his own retirement, at which point the factory would be entirely under his control, allowing him to manage it as he pleased? Yet Ma Weiguo realized that Shenyang could not possibly last until that time. This thought only heightened his discontent. What do you intend to do about the freight cars? Zhou Jiqiang turned to Li Wantong. In this era, acquiring freight cars was no trivial matter. In the entire salt market, Li Wantong could undoubtedly be counted among those capable of securing them. Before the implementation of the railway law, which clearly defined the approval responsibilities for freight cars, these were highly coveted resources. During the dual-price system, railway freight transport operated under both planned, low-price, and market, high-price, pricing. Insiders profited from reselling planned freight cars, creating a gray profit chain. During the approval process, by fabricating transportation needs, they would intercept freight car quotas intended for other enterprises. After securing the cars, they would then sublet them at prices soaring dozens of times higher to those with genuine transportation needs. Those who patiently queued to apply for freight cars were left with no choice but to accept the exorbitant sublease prices. This was contingent upon the goodwill of others. If various aspects were not well managed, one could easily find themselves blocked. Even Ma Weiguo, as the director of a state-owned factory, had little influence, yet with Li Wantong, there were no issues as long as she was willing to lend a hand. Noticing the two directors looking her way and seizing the rare opportunity to assist, Li Wantong readily agreed, waving her hand. This minor issue is on me, but I do have a condition. Haidang, what conditions are there to discuss between us? Just state your requirements. Zhou Jiqiang chuckled. I also wish to accompany you. Puffed. Ma Weiguo inadvertently sprayed a mouthful of tea onto Zhou Jiqiang's face. Ignoring the latter's resentful gaze, he hastily remarked, I cannot make decisions on this matter. As long as you can persuade Secretary Li, I have no objections. Zhou Jiqiang wiped his face and brushed off the tea leaves that clung to his skin, shaking his head. The situation in the Soviet Union is quite chaotic right now. You cannot go. Li Wantong, with a defiant expression, retorted, do you underestimate me? I studied there for my university degree. I am far more familiar with the Soviet Union than you. Zhou Jiqiang replied, I share the same stance as Director Ma, as long as your father agrees. I have nothing to say. Li Wantong pouted. If I could persuade him, would I be bargaining with you? She added, Moreover, if I accompany you, I can keep an eye on the people from Xinqing. Should anything go awry, I can promptly inform you. Zhou Jiqiang, exhibiting unprecedented determination, asserted. As long as Secretary Li does not give his nod, Xinjiang would rather forego this business than allow you to take risks. Seeing their resolute stance, Li Wantong could only wave her hand in resignation. Fine, fine. If you say I can't go, then I won't. In Zhou Jiqiang's office, Zhao Sanxiang and Chun Huarong had just realized Zhang Shu's ultimate intention. How ruthless. A mere exchange of glances led to the desire to strip the factory of all its goods. Thankfully, they had been unaware of the plan beforehand. Otherwise, they would not have dared to proceed. The audacity was astounding. If discovered, the consequences would be severe. Brother Shu, is what we are doing legal? Zhao Sanxiang felt his legs weaken. Zhang Shu glanced at him, noting that this chubby fellow had engaged in numerous dubious dealings. Yet now he was concerned about adhering to the law. Rest assured, Xinqing is a legitimate Hong Kong enterprise. We cannot engage in illegal activities. Not only must we abstain, but we must also contribute to the state through taxes. Chun Huarong felt a surge of excitement. This was bold. Only those involved could appreciate how precisely Zhang Shu managed every detail. If he were in the position of the factory leadership at Shenyang, he would be convinced as well. He pondered, how could Zhang Shu have dropped out of school in the first year? Where had he acquired such intimidating knowledge? This endeavor was fraught with risk. If the other party discovered even a hint of a flaw, suspicion would arise. Without trust, this business deal would be utterly doomed. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the knocking ceased, the office door swung open, and Ma Weiguo stepped in, followed closely by Zhou Jiqiang and Li Wantong. He wore a smile reminiscent of an orange peel, extending his hand from a distance. Manager Zhang, you are truly a timely blessing. Zhang Shu rose to greet him with a smile, shaking his hand vigorously. Director Ma, this is merely my suggestion. The specifics still need to be reported to General Manager Go for his approval. Ha ha ha, Manager Zhang. As General Manager Go's trusted aide, your suggestions will undoubtedly be taken seriously. Ma Weiguo laughed heartily, patting Zhang Shu on the shoulder. Our factory's ability to weather this storm relies entirely on you. Director Ma, you flatter me. In matters of mutual benefit, I shall certainly do my utmost. Zhou Jiqiang chimed in. Manager Zhang, how much stock do you think Xinjiang needs to prepare? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shu replied, there's no rush on the stock. However, I do need your assistance with something. What is it? Originally, my business trip to the Soviet Union required only my presence, but now, with your involvement, I must bring additional personnel. I would appreciate your assistance in managing the passport, visa, and round-trip tickets. Zhang Shu articulated his requests in one breath. These tasks consumed considerable time and resources, thus he preferred to delegate them to Shenyang. Particularly, the train tickets for Route 3 were exorbitant, with even the most basic costing over 1,000, a sum he could ill afford. Using Shenyang's funds for Shenyang's matters, Zhang Shu's reasoning was both justified and assertive. Of course, this will also require Director Li's assistance. She has connections on that side, Zhou Jiqiang remarked. Not a problem. It's a simple task, Li Wantong replied without a moment's hesitation. With matters essentially settled, Zhang Shu chose not to linger. By the way, please provide me with a copy of Shenyang's clothing specifications. I will discuss the specific shipment quantities with General Manager Go upon my return. If all is satisfactory, we can sign the contract tonight. Absolutely. Zhou Jiqiang rubbed his hands together in excitement, as if the clouds had finally parted and bright days were on the horizon. The factory leadership escorted Zhang Shu to the gate, and had he not repeatedly declined, they would have continued to accompany him. He still had to take public transport, and should they see him, it would undermine the stature he wished to maintain as a Hong Kong businessman. While seated on the bus, Zhang Shu examined the clothing specifications. At present, the most sought-after items in the Soviet Union were undoubtedly down jackets and leather jackets. Yet Shenyang offered none of these. Their quoted prices were indeed reasonable. Cotton work pants for 10 yuan, work jackets for 26, work shirts for 6, and safety gloves for 150. Generally, the cost for a pair of cotton work pants at Shenyang was 12 yuan. When wholesaled to retailers, the price would rise to 22, ultimately soaring to 35 in the hands of consumers. If cross-border retail were to be realized, the final profit could multiply 6 to 10-fold. However, the styles offered by Shenyang were rather lacking. These work garments were not in high demand in the Soviet Union, making it challenging to sell them at elevated prices without considerable persuasion. Chapter 53, bullying the innocent room 306 of the Power Supply New Village Guest House. Zhao Sanqiang had been holding back for quite some time. Upon returning, he recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Isn't this too audacious? Can they truly act with such impunity? A group of ruffians felt a twinge of unease. Zhang Shu disregarded their peculiar gazes and promptly instructed, Sanqiang, go procure a few sturdy tools. Zhao Sanqiang paused. Is it really that serious? It's best to be prepared. Having tools at hand brings a sense of security. Zhang Shu replied nonchalantly. Yet, the situation was far more perilous than he let on. The chaos aboard Train 3 was, in essence, a reflection of the power vacuum and ineffective border control preceding the dissolution of the Soviet Union, an issue beyond human resolution. This predicament first emerged in '93, culminating in the internationally shocking train robbery incident, where multiple gangs robbed for 6 days and over 20 women were assaulted. Only after extensive rectification measures by China and Russia did orders slowly begin to restore. Dogsy, during this period, remain in the guest house and refrain from wandering about. Zhang Shu surveyed the room. The rest of you will accompany me to the Soviet Union. Let me express my concerns up front. The journey may hold unforeseen dangers. Anyone who wishes to withdraw now may do so without fear of judgment. The eyes of everyone in the room were fixed intently on Chen Huarong. I can't believe this. Chen Huarong felt anxious, questioning why everyone was staring at him. Are they bullying the honest ones? Well, since no one has chosen to withdraw, we shall proceed as planned. If everything goes smoothly and we finalize the contract tonight, we will set off for Kyoto without delay, leaving the shipping arrangements to Shenyang. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Shu arrived punctually, pushing open the door to Zhou Jiqiang's office. He leaned back against the sofa and shook a cigarette box. Director Zhou, I have put in considerable effort to persuade General Manager Go. Zhou Jiqiang quickly moved around the desk to light his cigarette. I have noted your kindness, Manager Zhang. The entire Shenyang staff will remember your support. Just watch our actions moving forward. Zhang Shu smiled broadly. Great. It was worth my efforts to make a friend like Director Zhou. Zhou Jiqiang grasped Zhang Shu's hand and shook it vigorously. Your words are too formal. From now on, Shenyang will be your support team. Just ask, and if it's within our capabilities, we will provide. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his drawer and insisted on placing them in Zhang Shu's hands as a token of appreciation. Zhang Shu hesitated but, seeing the insistence, tucked them under his arm. Director Zhou is indeed straightforward. By the way, here is our consignment agreement. Please take a look. If there are no issues, we can proceed to sign the contract. The contract, meticulously drafted by Zhang Shu himself, detailed every aspect, from the styles, sizes, and quantities of the consigned clothing to payment terms, transportation logistics, and who would bear the storage costs, along with the obligations and responsibilities of both parties. All clearly outlined in black and white. It wasn't until 1986 that the country began to regulate the qualifications and responsibilities of legal advisors in state-owned enterprises. Even now, most state-owned factories lack dedicated legal counsel. When disputes arise, they can only seek guidance from supervisory departments and await directives. Consequently, many state-owned enterprises' contracts often lack rigor, with vague wording and unclear responsibility allocations being commonplace. In contrast, Zhang Shu's contract, with its meticulous attention to detail, stood out as a rarity. Zhou Jiqiang nodded repeatedly as he reviewed the contract. Indeed, it is the Hong Kong capital that brings such meticulousness. The current consignment included 30,000 work jackets, 150,000 work trousers, and 150,000 work shirts, along with 20,000 pairs of safety gloves. This substantial order would significantly clear out Shenyang's inventory, filling Zhou Jiqiang with joy. The smile on his face was hard to contain as he rubbed his hands together. Manager Zhang, please sit for a moment while I show the contract to Factory Director Ma. Zhang Shu took a sip of strong tea from his enamel cup and nodded with a smile. In the factory director's office, Ma Weiguo was pressing the calculator repeatedly. Regardless of how much profit Xinqing made, the sum of 1.05 million was destined for Shenyang. Ma Weiguo was in high spirits, humming a sweet tune. With this influx of funds, Shenyang could at least sustain itself until his retirement, free from worries. Jiqiang, the contract is flawless. You take another glance. If there are no issues, please sign swiftly. The sooner they leave, the quicker we can receive our payments. He lowered his voice and instructed. Make it clear to Zhang Shu that this sum must arrive by early July at the latest. Otherwise, we won't be able to pay the workers. And a lack of funds will incite unrest. Zhou Jiqiang accepted the contract, grinning. Director Ma, once this money comes through, you must allocate some funds for upgrading the production line. It is time for reform. Ma Wei will pause slightly. How much do you need? Start with 800,000. If that is insufficient, we can add more later. Ma Weigua nearly choked on his own saliva, decisively shaking his head in refusal. 800,000? Do you think money grows on trees? Not a chance. At most, 200,000. Take it or leave it. 800,000 is truly not excessive. Zhou Jiqiang retorted, growing anxious. The new equipment can reduce the defect rate to below 5. We could recoup our investment in half a year. Enough. Enough. Ma Weigua slammed the contract down. 200,000 at most. The remaining funds must cover wages and repay bank interest. There are many debts to settle. Seeing Zhou Jiqiang about to argue further, he opened his drawer and tossed the wage book, filled with red stamps, toward him. Take a look for yourself. The workshop director is preparing to write a joint letter, threatening to report me if we don't disburse 1/3 of the wages. You've never faced complaints, but at the next meeting, it will be your turn to endure the reprimands. Zhou Jiqiang flipped through the wage book, remaining silent for a while. Fine, 200,000 it is. But you must promise me that once the funds arrive, the equipment payment will be prioritized. Rest assured, at my age, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Zhou Jiqiang scoffed. This matter is indeed difficult to assure. Unbeknownst to Zhang Shu, while he had yet to earn the money, the two individuals next door had already mapped out their spending plans. Half an hour later, Zhou Jiqiang handed over the signed contract. Manager Zhang. Director Li will head to Kyoto at noon to arrange the freight cars. Zhang Shu understood the urgency. It was a prompt for him to set off without delay. He chuckled lightly. Xinjiang's efficiency is commendable. We shall depart tonight. The delivery will depend on you. You can rest easy. Zhou Jiqiang sipped his hot tea. The connections for freight cars from Yunque to Kyoto have long been established. You can be assured that as soon as you arrive, the goods will follow closely behind. Zhang Shu rose to grab his coat. Thank you, Director Zhou. I will return to prepare for our departure. At this moment, transporting goods was exceedingly complicated. They first needed to apply for freight cars through the Yunque Railway Bureau and coordinate with the Kyoto Railway Bureau for the assembly plan of the international train, Train 3. Subsequently, the freight would be consolidated at the Kyoto Fengtai Freight Station, awaiting incorporation into Train 3. Chapter 54. Setting sail at 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Shu and his group of 5 boarded the train bound for Kyoto. At this time, there were no direct trains from Yunque to Kyoto. They had to first take the Longhai line, passing through Pengqing. Aside from Zhang Shu, the others found everything around them quite novel. Wang Lin leaned against the train window, his nose pressed against the dust-covered glass, watching the platform recede with exhilaration. However, the pervasive odor of sweat wafting through the carriage made the experience somewhat overwhelming. Yet, there was little to be done. It was early June, the weather was sweltering, and with so many people crammed into a confined space, it would be a surprise if the scent were anything but unpleasant. Zhang Shu rapped lightly on the square table before him, and upon hearing the sound, the group of individuals who had been surveying the surroundings from the west turned their attention back to him. He proceeded to outline the precautions for their journey. Upon arriving in Kyoto, we will transfer to the International Train 3, which will take 6 days and 5 nights, traversing 3 countries before reaching Moscow. During this period, we will take turns keeping watch in pairs. From Kyoto to Iranhat, there will be Chinese railway police accompanying us throughout the journey, ensuring our safety. However, we must remain vigilant against pickpockets. After completing the exit formalities at Iranhat, we will have entered the Mongolian segment, at which point the Chinese railway police will disembark. From here, we will enter the most perilous stretch of our journey. The section between Iranhat and Nauru is notorious for a lack of law enforcement presence, making it a hotspot for banditry. Thus, utmost caution is imperative, as significant robberies have occurred in this area. Upon reaching Nauru and passing through customs, we will officially be within the Soviet Union, where sporadic Soviet railway police will board to conduct patrols. During the Soviet segment, encountering uniformed officers necessitates vigilance. Do not engage them in conversation. It is a grave mistake to assume that Soviet police are akin to our liberating soldiers. One may find it difficult to discern whether they are genuinely patrolling or merely scouting for robbers. As Zhang Shu conveyed this information, the group instinctively shifted uneasily. feeling a chill creeping along the nape of their necks. His gaze was profound, his thoughts adrift. The International Train 3 heading to Moscow has always been a veritable den of iniquity, reeking of money. In a previous life, he had traveled on this very route decades ago, and although he did not experience the infamous robbery on that particular train, he had encountered countless instances of theft, extortion, and coercion. Many believed that engaging in trade could lead to wealth, yet they remained oblivious to the number of traders who had met their demise aboard Train 3. Numerous Chinese individuals targeted traders conducting business in Russia, fully aware of the wealth they possessed. Language barriers, coupled with the indifference of Russian authorities, emboldened criminals further. At precisely 2 a.m., the carriage lights extinguished, leaving only the flickering emergency light at the end of the aisle. Zhang Shu found himself drifting into a light slumber amidst the swaying motion of the train. Morning light crept through the gaps in the train window, illuminating Chen Chong and Wang Lin, who squinted with bleary eyes. "You all rest. I shall keep watch," he said. Wang Lin leaned his head against Chen Chong's shoulder, the two resting side by side, soon succumbing to the rhythm of their snores. After a grueling 20-hour journey, the train finally arrived in Kyoto, leaving everyone somewhat disheveled. As the cargo from Shenyang had yet to arrive, Zhang Shu sought out a guest house, where they all crammed onto hard beds to continue their rest. The following morning, the enticing aromas wafted from a breakfast stall at the alley's entrance. The group approached the vendor and ordered several servings of stir-fried liver and braised dishes. After savoring the last bite of his stir-fried liver, Zhang Shu wiped his mouth and said, "You all continue eating. I need to make a phone call." He found a phone booth outside a grocery store and pulled out a note given to him by Zhou Jiqiang, containing Li Wantong's contact information in Kyoto. As the phone rang for the 7th time, a crackling voice came through the receiver. "Hello? Director Li, this is Zhang Shu. Manager Zhang, have you arrived in Kyoto? I arrived last night. What is the current situation with the train carriage?" Without much preamble, Zhang Shu inquired directly. "Rest assured, I have already made the necessary arrangements. The train will depart punctually at 7:30 tomorrow morning. We will simply need to rearrange our carriage then." Zhang Shu was taken aback by Li Wantong's connections. This was not the typical capability of a second-generation individual. How had she become so well-connected in Kyoto? After hanging up the phone, she lost interest in shopping. A group of them returned to the guest house after breakfast to continue conserving their energy. June 3, 1990, Wednesday, 6 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Shu and her companions found themselves swept along by a throng of people, jostling and pushing their way onto Train 3. The mingling scents of sweat, cheap perfume, and kerosene assaulted her nostrils. Zhang Shu hunched her back and moved forward, only to be met by a multitude of arms extending from the windows, some holding luggage while others clambered in headfirst. Outside the carriage were numerous vendors carrying large bundles, their bulging woven bags filled with down jackets and leather coats. The air was filled with shouts of "excuse me" and curses of "don't step on my shoes." The arrangements made by Shenyang included 3 rows of facing seats in the outer carriage. Ma Weiwa had considered upgrading to a soft sleeper, but Zhang Shu had declined. Times were different now. Flaunting wealth on Train 3 would only invite trouble, and who knew how many watchful eyes were upon them. "Shu Gu, I see they're all carrying daily necessities, food, and tobacco. At the very least, they have cotton jackets and underwear. What if we can't sell all these work uniforms?" Chen Huarong expressed his concerns. Zhang Shu shrugged and smiled. "I wish we could sell those. But their factories are doing quite well. They have no shortage of funds. Why would they give us their goods for free?" Chen Huarong nodded, understanding the rationale, but still worried that if this batch of goods did not sell, they would be stuck in the Soviet Union. If they stubbornly returned home and got caught, it would be a light punishment to end up in jail. The roar of the train engines filled the air, and the whistle cut through the morning mist. As Zhang Shu gazed out the window, watching Kyoto's clock tower diminish in the distance, it felt as though the wild Siberian winds had penetrated the glass, brushing against the nape of her neck. The journey spanning the Eurasian continent had finally commenced. "Excuse me, Manager Zhang, could you let me sit by the window?" Zhang Shu was startled by the voice and turned to see Chen Huarong awkwardly rising. Li Wantong was maneuvering her way in with her luggage. He instinctively greeted her, noticing her newly styled voluminous waves. "What brings you here?" Zhang Shu asked in a low voice. If they were in Yinche or Kyoto, he wouldn't mind accompanying Li Wantong for a stroll. A woman as beautiful as her was indeed a rare sight. However, being on the international train, he had deliberately dressed down to avoid drawing attention. Yet, Here came Li Wantong, her wine-red trench coat accentuating her striking features, her presence standing out amidst the sweat-soaked carriage. No matter how much he tried to shrink back and remain inconspicuous, he could not escape the gazes of those around them. A phoenix unexpectedly entered the henhouse. How could one conceal it? I plan to visit my teacher in the Soviet Union, and as fate would have it, I shall accompany you. Zhang Shu rubbed his temples. Noting the girl's audacity, devoid of even the slightest sense of caution, clearly a product of pampering since childhood, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "Do you think the Soviet Union is still like during the Red Square parades? It's a chaotic place now, capable of consuming lives. In the black market of Moscow, people can be killed over a mere piece of bread. With your attire, you would be nothing but a living target." Zhang Shu recounted the current situation. And upon hearing about the rampant violence and robbery in the Soviet Union, Li Wantong grasped her clothing tightly, her fingers trembling slightly as her complexion turned pale. How different it was from her school days. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her voice quivered. "What should I do now?" "Remove your earrings, wipe off that lipstick, dishevel your hair, and change your clothes. Remember, the more inconspicuous, the better." Li Wantong appeared utterly bewildered. "But the clothes I brought are quite similar to what I'm wearing." Zhang Shu retrieved a set of work clothes from below and handed them to her. "Wear this." As she clutched the coarse fabric of the work uniform, a sense of unease settled in her heart. At that moment, sounds of rustling emerged from the next compartment, where three men were huddled together, casting glances in their direction. "Don't be shy, change right here for everyone to see." One of the men, with long hair, tilted his head, his throat bobbing as he laughed lewdly. Zhang Shu patted her arm reassuringly. "Wait until we reach the restroom to change." He then pulled a work uniform over her and turned to face the men next door, his gaze icy. "Watch your mouths." The three men momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. A bald man crushed his cigarette, but on the floor. "Hey, looks like this kid is quite protective." Another, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, chimed in, "Brother, with such a tone, you should be cautious while out and about." His eyes drifted over Zhang Shu's shoulder, fixating on Li Wantong's wrist peeking from the work uniform. "We merely wish to assist the lady in assessing her attire." Zhang Shu offered no retort, instead glancing diagonally behind him. Zhao Sanxiang understood the cue, silently lifting the box at his feet. Zhang Shu reached inside and withdrew a 30-centimeter-long cross screwdriver. At this point, the train had already crossed Zhurai and would reach Iranhat in 2 hours. Since they were still within the country, with numerous patrol officers from Huaxia, Zhang Shu refrained from any overt actions, maintaining an impassive expression as he gazed out the window. Li Wantong had never encountered such circumstances throughout her life. Panic overwhelmed her, and she clutched Zhang Shu's clothing tightly, seeking solace. The train roared ahead, the clattering of wheels against the tracks growing increasingly frenetic. Zhang Shu cast a glance at the sun setting in the west and murmured, "Let us go to the restroom." Li Wantong's fingers, gripping the work uniform, turned pale, and she lowered her head, following him through the swaying carriage. The moment the restroom door locked with a click, she suddenly grasped Zhang Shu's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Didn't go too far. Rest assured, I will remain right outside." Observing the cold light of the setting sun reflecting off his taut jawline, a sense of reassurance washed over Li Wantong. Zhang Shu forcefully pushed her inside. The bald man leaned against the restroom, his greasy voice seeping through the crack of the door. "Does the girl need assistance? Get lost. Kid, you truly lack awareness." At that moment, the restroom door swung open, and as Li Wantong emerged, her oversized work uniform enveloped her curves, while strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead. The long-haired man whistled, "Sister, I know this route very well. Come with me." This fellow was clearly a flimsy character, utterly unreliable. "Ha!" The bald man made lewd gestures toward Li Wantong, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Don't be anxious, sister. I'll help you with this." Suddenly, the train slowed down, and a bilingual sign illuminated in the distance. "We're at Erlian. We will stop for 6 hours to change to broad gauge. All passengers must disembark." The conductor's boisterous voice echoed from afar. The bald man stumbled as he was jostled by the crowd, yet he turned back with a malicious grin. "Good sister, remember to wait for your brother." A fierce wind howled as the track-changing operation at the Erlian station was in full swing. Massive machinery emitting a deafening roar as it lifted and repositioned each carriage onto the broad gauge. Li Wantong was tense, glancing around sporadically. While Zhang Shu produced a piece of bread, and offered it to her. Eat something to regain your strength. Li Wantong gently shook her head. I'm not hungry. Zhang Shu recognized her extreme anxiety and refrained from pressing her, instead consuming the bread himself. Suddenly, laughter erupted from a distance. A few men leaned against a pillar on the platform, occasionally pointing and laughing at Li Wantong. The 6-hour wait felt as long as a century. As the track work concluded, the conductor's voice rang out again. Board the train. Hurry up. The crowd surged toward the train. Zhang Shu wrapped his arm around Li Wantong as they moved slowly with the throng. Upon returning to their seats, they were dismayed to find those men occupying their spots. The bald man lounged with his legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, squinting through the swirling smoke. Bro, sorry, but we're sitting here first. How about letting your sister sit on my lap? He then spat out a half-burnt cigarette, but a grotesque smile appearing between his yellowed teeth as he reached out mockingly toward Li Wantong's hips. Such tender skin. It would be a pity to damage it on the hard seat. Come to your brother's embrace. I assure you it's more comfortable than a soft sleeper. He deliberately wiggled his hips, his bulging belly undulating beneath his filthy jacket. What are you pretending to be high and mighty for? This train runs from Kyoto to Moscow, and I've yet to meet a girl who can hold her ground. How about this, brother? You stand, and let your sister sit in the middle. All three burst into raucous laughter. The atmosphere in the carriage instantly grew tense. As they crossed into Mongolian territory, the Chinese railway police had all disembarked. Without the suppression of government authority, the darker sides of human nature were laid bare along the stretch from Urlianhot to Noshki. Zhang Shu's lips curled into a smirk, but before his smile could fully form, he sprang into action. He forcefully grabbed the bald man's arm, the grip like a vice, while the screwdriver in his hand glinted ominously as it thrust toward the man's palm. The sharp metal pierced through flesh in an instant. Emerging from the back of the hand, with blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering onto the nearby seat and floor. A scream erupted from the bald man, reverberating violently within the confines of the carriage. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, and he writhed frantically on the ground. Chapter 56. Ferocity. The two others were taken aback by Zhang Shu's sudden ferocity. Seeking death, the long-haired man reacted first, roaring as he swung a punch towards Zhang Shu's face. Just as his fist was about to make contact, Zhao Sanxiang's axe struck the ground before him with a resounding clang. The long-haired man's fist froze midair, and he halted, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Zhao Sanxiang tapped the axe head against his thigh, remarking, "You don't know if your bones are tougher or if my axe is." Surveying the surroundings, the long-haired man realized that 3 more men armed with weapons had appeared out of nowhere. Chun Huarong wielded a sickle, Wang Lin held a goat's horn hammer, and Chun Chong brandished a crowbar, all mockingly observing the two. They were in cahoots. The 3 men finally understood. It wasn't that their adversaries feared them, but rather they were biding their time until they could leave Urlianhot before striking. At this moment, they resembled chickens caught by the throat. Their faces flushed as they attempted to retreat slowly. Zhang Shu revealed a benign smile and softly said, "Do not retreat. The carriage is too small for you to escape outside. Can we converse now?" The bald man pressed his palm tightly against his wound, blood continuing to drip as he glared at Zhang Shu with gritted teeth. "Speak. How do you wish to negotiate?" His voice was hoarse, each word squeezed out with a deep-seated animosity. "Quite simply," Zhang Shu replied, taking the crowbar from Chun Chong's hand and calmly pointing at the bald man. "Whoever breaks his legs will be able to disembark at the next station without incident." The bald man's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers trembling violently over the wound. Droplets of blood falling between his fingers onto the rusted floor of the carriage. He suppressed a roar in his throat, but dared not take another step forward. Zhang Shu's gaze was unervingly calm, as if he were eyeing livestock awaiting slaughter. The short man on the left kept swallowing nervously, fixated on the crowbar on the ground. Long-haired man clenched his jaw. He comprehended Zhang Shu's intentions. This tactic was insidious. If he were to strike the bald man, the latter would surely harbor a deep hatred, leading to inevitable retaliation. Zhang Shu's words effortlessly dismantled the trio's unity. The long-haired man stole a glance at the bald man, whose bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu leaned against a nearby wall, arms crossed, a faint, elusive smile playing on his lips. His aim was not merely to break the bald man's legs, but to instill fear throughout the entire carriage with a display of brutality. In comparison to the lurking threats in the shadows, These three blustering men were nothing more than a band of foolish jesters in his eyes. Realizing he could no longer remain a mere invisible observer, he chose to be ostentatious, signaling to those hidden in the dark that the weapons he wielded were far from mere decorations. "Have you made up your minds?" Zhang Shu urged, and as his words fell, he seized the goat's horn hammer and advanced towards the long-haired man. Long Mao felt a sense of foreboding. The man approaching him surely bore ill intentions. With a swift glance, he knelt before him, assuming a righteous demeanor as he implored, "Brother, the bald man saved my life. I truly cannot bring myself to harm him. If you harbor any grievances, direct them at me, and I assure you, I shall not hold you in contempt." Zhang Shu did not disappoint him. Before he could finish his plea, the heavy hammer in Zhang's hand came crashing down upon his ankle. Long Mao emitted a heart-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, curling his body on the ground, his hands pounding against the floor in agony. "I admire your loyalty," Zhang Shu remarked coldly, observing Long Mao writhing and wailing on the ground. He raised the hammer again and delivered a crushing blow to the other leg, the sound of splintering bone mingling with Long Mao's hoarse cries, reverberating within the confines of the carriage. "Since you value brotherhood so dearly, it must be honored," he continued, pressing his foot down upon Long Mao's mangled leg, eliciting another chilling scream. "What say you? Do you uphold loyalty?" Zhang Shu inquired of the smaller man nearby. "Brother, I have long found this scoundrel insufferable. He must be dealt with today." With that, he seized a crowbar from the ground and swung it toward the bald man, enduring the excruciating pain. The bald man instinctively raised his hand to intercept the crowbar. "You dare to bare your teeth at me?" came the furious retort. The sound of his thumb snapping was distinctly audible, followed by a mournful wail from the bald man. Yet, relying on his physical advantage, he lunged forward, pinning Hussein to the ground. "How dare you strike me?" Hussein refused to back down, grasping the crowbar and thrusting it toward the bald man's midsection. "Die!" The blow caused the bald man to grunt in pain, but suddenly, with a malicious grin, he lowered his head and bit down on Hussein's ear. "Ah!" Hussein screamed in agony, desperately pounding the bald man's back as they rolled on the ground. By the time they separated, both were gasping for breath. The bald man's right hand twisted at an unnatural angle, while Hussein clutched his bloodied ear, half his face swollen like a pig's head. "Big brother, you must keep your word. Of course, just remember to drag these two out when we reach the next station." "All right, thank you, big brother," Zhang Shu replied before returning to his seat. Having resolved to act boldly, one must be ruthless and decisive, instilling fear in those lurking in the shadows. After all, robbers seek money, not a fight to the death. Zhang Shu recalled vividly that before the Soviet Union's dissolution in 1991, the robbers aboard Train 3 had not brandished traditional firearms. They primarily wielded knives, gas pistols, and machetes, non-lethal weapons, relying on intimidation and threats to coerce passengers into submission. After a brief silence, the carriage once again erupted into noise. Such incidents had transpired countless times on Train 3, and the seasoned traders had long since grown accustomed to them. However, for Li Haitang, the impact was profound. As the manager of Xinjiang International, Zhang Shu typically presented himself in well-tailored suits, exuding an air of reliability that had left a strong impression on her. Moreover, considering the substantial business dealings between Shenyang and Xinjiang, it was improbable that her safety would be compromised while accompanying Zhang Shu and his party. In Li Wantong's imagination, as the train departed from Kyoto, her eyes should be greeted by the rolling green waves of the inner Mongolian grasslands, followed by the breathtaking scenery of the Gobi Desert and the magnificent vistas of Siberia. This journey promised to be a flowing visual feast. Yet, the harshness of reality dealt her a stinging blow. The glances from the men in the carriage were filled with nothing but greed and possessiveness. "Manager Zhang, how long until we reach Moscow?" Li Wantong timidly inquired. "Not too long. We have just entered Mongolia. It will take us another 5 days to arrive," Zhang Shu replied. Li Wantong gazed out at the inky darkness of the night and couldn't help but sigh. Just as Zhang Shu was about to rise, his sleeve was suddenly tugged, and she anxiously asked, "Where are you going?" "The guys are hungry. It's quieter now, so I'm going to fetch some hot water to prepare instant noodles." "I'll go with you." All right. Although the international train offered a variety of food, the prices were indeed steep. Zhang Shu prepared a bowl of instant noodles for each person, adding 2 sausages to each. Just as he was about to pay, Li Wantong preemptively handed the money to the conductor. "Thank you all for today. This meal is on me." Zhang Shu naturally did not contest her generosity, as he had only a little over 300 yuan left and had initially planned to exchange his work clothes for some food with the traders. The traders, in an effort to cut costs, usually brought boxes of instant noodles and biscuits, making bartering quite common on the train. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Shu. In the dim light, he turned to gaze at Li Wantong's exquisite profile and softly said, "Wantong, may I discuss something with you?" The affectionate address sent a shiver down her spine, causing her hair to stand on end. "Zhang Shu, just say what you need to." Zhang Shu rubbed his hands together. "I need to borrow some money." In an instant, Li Wantong's mind raced with countless scenarios, even imagining a confession from Zhang Shu, yet she never expected such a request. She pouted, "How much do you want to borrow?" Zhang Shu chuckled awkwardly. "That depends on how much you have." "What? You're not planning to take it all, are you?" Li Wantong's eyes widened. "What will I use on the journey then?" "Rest assured, with me around, you won't go hungry," Zhang Shu assured her, thumping his chest. After some coaxing, Li Wantong eventually lent him all the money she had on her. Zhang Shu gazed at her small wallet in astonishment. It contained over $300, more than 2,000 rubles, and over 800 yuan. Carrying such a substantial sum of cash around, this girl was truly bold. If someone with ill intent had their eyes on her, it could lead to serious trouble. Returning with the instant noodles to the small table, Zhao Sanxiang slurped the last bit of noodle and pulled out a deck of cards from the box as they began to pass the time. Meanwhile, in the office of the factory director at Yunque Shenyang Garment Factory, a frown marred Ma Weiguo's face as he held the letter left by Li Wantong, feeling as though the sky had fallen. "Jiqiang, what shall we do now? We must report this to Secretary Li immediately." Zhou Jiqiang was not in a much better state. Despite the arrival of June, he still felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He stared at the calendar on the wall, his mind incessantly calculating time. "Director Ma, let us see. Director Li is about to enter the Soviet Union. Even if we reach out to Secretary Li now, what will happen once the message is sent? We can't truly follow her suggestion to keep it from Secretary Li, can we?" Zhou Jiqiang swallowed hard and spoke gravely. "The crux is not merely that Director Li is heading to the Soviet Union, but rather that if we report this matter, the collaboration between Shenyang and Xinjiang will undoubtedly be exposed. If those clandestinely signed agreements are leaked, we will be doomed. Did she not say in her letter that she would call us as soon as she arrived in the Soviet Union? As long as she is safe, we must find a way to keep this under wraps. If the deadline arrives and she still hasn't called, we will report it immediately." Ma Weiguo sank into the sofa, his face a mask of despair. At this juncture, there was no choice but to proceed as such. He was genuinely frightened, feeling as though he bore two ticking time bombs. Should either of them explode, his dreams of retirement would be shattered. What a calamity! Suddenly, Ma Weiguo recalled something and slapped the edge of the table. "Right? ISNT General Go from Xinjiang still in Yinshi?" Zhou Jiqiang stroked his chin, seemingly uncertain. "The people from Xiangyang are quite enigmatic. We cannot ascertain their pulse. We must uncover his whereabouts. If Director Li encounters trouble, or if something is amiss with Xinjiang, he will be the pivotal figure. We need to be cautious. In the event of a real crisis, we must at least keep him under control." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jiqiang spoke. "This must be executed discreetly. Once we locate the address, arrange for 2 astute individuals to keep a distant watch. Should we alarm the Hong Kong merchants, being labeled as disruptors of investment attraction would be intolerable for us." Ma Weiguo nodded. "Fine. I will have Old Chun from the security department handle it. He has previously served as a scout and has adept skills." Watching Zhou Jiqiang's departing figure, Ma Weiguo paced back and forth in the office. He was acutely aware of the situation in the Soviet Union for a girl like Li Wantong. Any mishap in such an environment was possible. Considering her identity, how could one not worry? "Yes. Haha, I've won again," Li Wantong exclaimed as she tossed down her last 2 cards. As the grand victor of this round of Do Di Zhu, her spirits soared, dispelling the earlier gloom. She grabbed a ledger to note down the debts. Zhang Shu owes 15 yuan, Zhao Sanxiang owes 8 yuan, Chen Chong owes 5 yuan. Zhao Sanxiang scratched his head. "This is uncanny. All the luck seems to have gone to her." Chen Chong threw his cards onto the table, lamenting, "Great. 2 days' wages gone." Zhang Shu, however, bit into a sausage, grinning without a care for the deficits in the ledger. Engaging in Do Di Zhu to pass the time made the hours fly by. The ironclad carriage rattled along the tracks, and Li Wantong rubbed her sore wrists. Lifting her gaze to see the twinkling lights outside, They had arrived at the second stop in Mongolia, Zamenyud. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, the sound of wheels grinding against the tracks gradually slowed, ultimately fading into a sigh as the train came to a complete halt. The platform was deserted, save for 2 staff members in Mongolian uniforms swaying slightly. How long will this stop last? Li Wantong inquired. Zhang Shu twisted his neck and replied, about half an hour. There are hardly any passengers at this small Mongolian station at night. Li Wantong nodded gently, folding her trench coat into a pillow-like shape and offering it to him. You should rest for a while. No, I will wait until daytime to sleep. If you are tired, you may rest first. Outside the carriage, several indistinct figures stealthily evaded the train guard and quietly boarded the train. Time slipped away, and the train embarked into the darkness once more. The majority of passengers curled up in their seats, ensconced in slumber, with occasional soft snores punctuating the stillness. Suddenly, the door connecting the carriages creaked open. Zhang Shu's spine instantly stiffened as 3 shadowy figures entered, the leader bearing a distinctive scar that appeared particularly menacing under the dim light. Don't look. Zhang Shu grasped Li Wantong's wrist, his voice barely above a whisper. Bow your head and pretend to sleep. He sensed Li Wantong's hand trembling slightly. She obediently lowered her head, though her peripheral vision still darted towards the intruders. The scarred man and his 2 accomplices dispersed. One took a seat at the front of the carriage, while the other stood near the connecting door. Make no sound, Zhang Shu cautioned, gently covering her mouth with his hand. A sudden rustling noise reverberated through the carriage. Zhang Shu squinted, trying to discern the moonlight, and saw the group methodically probing the pockets of the unsuspecting passengers. Ah, thieves, bandits. A middle-aged man in the back abruptly awoke, his voice rising in alarm. Don't move. Shout again, and I'll kill you. The scarred man lunged forward, plunging a dagger into the man's thigh. Blood instantly stained his trousers, and he writhed in agony. Meanwhile, the other accomplices brandished their weapons, igniting chaos within the carriage as the sleeping passengers were jolted awake. The scarred man withdrew the knife from the middle-aged man's leg, and the man's pained cries silenced the entire carriage. Hand over your valuables, and do not try anything foolish. One of the accomplices had already begun rifling through a passenger's belongings, while another wielded a sack to collect their possessions. The scarred man stood watch, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. Please, this is my wife's life savings. A distressed older man pleaded, his voice choked with emotion. The scarred man snatched the wallet from him, extracting the cash and carelessly discarding the wallet onto the floor. Old fool, if you keep whining, I'll send you to your grave early. He sneered, then turned to his next target. Necklace, take it off. The scarred man pointed his knife at a woman's gold chain around her neck. This was left to me by my husband, the woman stammered, her voice trembling almost beyond audibility. The scarred man forcefully yanked the necklace off, the sharp metal cutting into her neck. Chapter 58. Some things cannot be endured. The woman pressed her mouth tightly shut, oblivious to the blood trickling down her neck, suppressing any sound for fear of provoking the bandits. Yet, the scarred man noticed the ring still adorning her finger. He seized her wrist. Give me that as well. This was left by my mother. I've worn it for so many years, it is too tight to remove, she implored, desperation in her voice. A flicker of impatience crossed the scarred man's eyes. He raised the dagger and struck downwards, eliciting a chilling scream from the woman as her right pinky and ring fingers were severed at the base, falling to the ground. It would have been better had this been done sooner. Now, there would be no hesitation. The scarred-faced man carelessly kicked the severed fingers aside, wiped the bloodied ring on his clothing, and tucked it into his pocket. The atmosphere of terror within the carriage reached its zenith. Passengers began to willingly surrender their concealed valuables, fearing they might become the next victims. The box at Zhao Sanxiang's feet had already been opened, and Chun Huarong and Chen Chong had positioned their weapons within easy reach. However, Zhang Shu still placed 10 yuan in front of each person. After all, as a trafficker, one could hardly lack funds. If one failed to part with even a single cent, it would indicate a lack of understanding. The scarred-faced man approached Zhang Shu and his group, swiftly pocketing the cash laid out on the table. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed Li Wantong, who was bowing her head. Although her face was obscured, the profile alone suggested that she must be quite beautiful. Lift your head, he commanded, dagger in hand. Pointing it at Li Wantong, Zhang Shu, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, quickly interjected with a smile, Brother, this is my wife. We are both from the countryside, and we have surrendered all our money. I kindly ask for your leniency. Shut up. Did I permit you to speak? If you utter another word, I will spill blood. The scarred-faced man glared menacingly, thrusting the dagger forward until its cold tip nearly touched Zhang Shu's throat. The air in the carriage seemed to freeze at that moment, with all surrounding passengers holding their breath, fearful of attracting misfortune. Li Wantong's shoulders trembled violently as she slowly raised her head, revealing a pale visage, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes betraying unmistakable terror. The scarred-faced man fixated on her, a sinister grin gradually spreading across his face. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Li Wantong's features, finally resting on her fair neck. With a hint of amusement, he mused, "From the countryside? She hardly resembles a peasant." Zhang Shu continued to feign a smile. "We truly are from the countryside." Silence. The scarred-faced man abruptly swung his hand, the dagger flashing coldly before Zhang Shu's eyes, then reached out to grasp Li Wantong's wrist. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with her, Zhang Shu pressed a screwdriver against his throat. Cough, cough. At that moment, a young man in the back row coughed violently. The scarred-faced man turned to look, only to see the young man gently shaking his head. Humph. The scarred-faced man shot Zhang Shu a fierce glare, choosing not to linger on the matter, and resumed his search for valuables further back. The robbery continued for a full hour. Suddenly, the connecting door was pushed open, a cold wind mingling with the thunderous sound of the tracks flooding into the carriage. "Kai Lu, how was the haul this time?" A short man entered, followed by 7 or 8 robbers wielding long knives. "Haha, we've caught a few fat sheep. The treasures on these traffickers are truly abundant." The scarred-faced man's eyes gleamed with avarice. They had already executed 3 heists on the international train, each time netting a significant amount of hard currency, US dollars, gold, foreign exchange vouchers, and even smuggled artifacts. The railway that traverses the vast expanse of the Eurasian continent has become their proverbial golden goose. Zhang Shu was taken aback, realizing that there were accomplices involved. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting hastily moments earlier. This group had evidently just finished plundering another carriage, leaving the unfortunate passengers next door in a dire predicament. "Are you done here? It's time to catch the big fish," the short man said, licking his lips with a greedy glint in his eyes. "Let us move. These small fry are no fun." The scarred-faced man cast a glance at the terrified passengers within the carriage before menacingly advancing towards the compartment. The occupants of the compartment had already heard the commotion outside and had barricaded the door with everything they could find: tables, chairs, anything that could serve as a barrier. Dozens of robbers took turns kicking the door, the frame shuddering violently as the furniture supporting it trembled incessantly. "Damn it! Open the door!" one yelled. "If you don't let me in, I'll make sure to bleed each of you dry." The sounds of frantic collisions and suppressed sobs echoed from within the compartment. 3, 2, 1. With a resounding thud, the lock finally broke, and the furniture collapsed as the door swung open, revealing the scene within. "Well, this is quite the lively affair," the short man remarked, kicking aside obstructive luggage. "Shall I search, or will you hand over your valuables?" At the forefront stood an elderly man, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he stood resolutely in front of the others. "Comrade," the short man exploded in fury, slapping the old man across the face. "This is your last chance. Hand over your wallets, watches, and jewelry, or else." The compartment doors were flung open one after another as the robbers continued their rampage. Li Wantong clung tightly to Zhang Shu's waist, trembling uncontrollably. Shen Huarong, hearing the continuous screams from the compartment, felt a pang of compassion and quietly asked, "Brother Shu, should we intervene?" Zhang Shu shook his head. If there were only 3 or 5 robbers, he would not hesitate to act, even at the risk of injury. However, there were a dozen of them. He could not gamble with the lives of his companions. Self-preservation was a natural instinct, and he had to ensure the safety of the brothers who had come with him. Take Zhao Sanxiang, for instance. If something were to happen, how could he face Secretary Zhao? He could make excuses if the blade missed him, but if it struck true, it would be too late. No one was invulnerable. He would never risk his brothers' lives for a futile confrontation. Fortunately, the bandits were only after money, and no lives had been lost, which was a small mercy amidst the misfortune. "Help! Please let me go, you villains! Let my mother go!" A woman's desperate pleas, mingled with the cries of a child, pierced through the compartment, filled with despair. Zhang Shu was startled. He had not anticipated such depravity from these robbers, who not only sought to steal but also to violate women. Some things could be tolerated, but this was beyond the pale. With a swift motion, Zhang Shu tore open his shirt, revealing a muscular torso, his physique chiseled as if sculpted from stone. At that moment, his back muscles tightened, his shoulder blades rising and falling with each breath, his body trembling, not from fear, but from rage. The cries of women and children struck him like a dull blade, gnawing at his eardrums. It was as though a fuse had been lit, igniting the long-repressed fury within his veins. Chapter 59. The final counterattack. Zhang Shu exhaled a heavy breath, his gaze as frigid as ice, yet the veins beneath his muscles throbbed violently. Damn it! He bellowed at the crowd in the compartment. Real men, let us take down these scoundrels. His roar detonated within the carriage like a heavy hammer shattering the stagnant air. The first to respond was a man, wounded in the thigh, whose neck bulged with veins. Damn it! Count me in. He seized a fire extinguisher from the ground, limping towards Zhang Shu. The passengers in the outer carriage were acutely aware that Zhang Shu and his companions were armed, now that someone had taken the lead. Their spirits were bolstered. Hearing the agonizing screams from the compartment, any man with a shred of courage rose to his feet. Even those who hesitated were swept up in the fervor of the moment, joining the fray. Moreover, their belongings had already been plundered, and if they could subdue the robbers, there was a chance to reclaim their stolen wealth. In unison, the eyes of everyone in the outer carriage turned towards Zhang Shu. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a steel pipe and swung it forward, intent on vanquishing this pack of brutes. With that, he charged ahead. A young man seated in the rear of the carriage watched in despair, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He cursed the imbeciles in the compartment for their lack of restraint, realizing they had stirred up a grave disaster. Initially, after the robbery, they could have jumped from the vehicle and escaped, but given the unfolding chaos, a clean getaway seemed increasingly unlikely. Zhang Shu burst into the compartment where the screams of women pierced the air, kicking the door open. Inside, a brutish robber was pinning a woman against her seat, her blouse torn asunder. In the corner, a little girl was being held down by a scar-faced man, her back pressed against his knee. Crying so hard, she almost lost her breath. Seeking death, the scar-faced man suddenly looked up, snatching a bottle from the table and hurling it at Zhang Shu. He sidestepped just in time, and the bottle shattered against the doorframe. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Shu swung the steel pipe, aiming for the man's head. Thud! A dull sound resonated as the scar-faced man tilted his head to evade a fatal blow, but his shoulder took the brunt of the strike. Agonizing pain shot through his arm, rendering his left hand limp and useless. He staggered backward, shouting, "Damn it! Kill him!" The brutish robber kicked the woman aside and drew a machete from his waistband, the blade glinting ominously as he swung it towards Zhang Shu's face. Zhang Shu raised the steel pipe to block the strike, and sparks flew from the metallic collision in the dimly lit compartment. Seizing the moment, he drove a knee into the robber's abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan as the machete slipped from his grasp. Before Zhang Shu could pursue, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his arm. A third robber had stealthily circled behind him, plunging a dagger into his shoulder. Darkness clouded Zhang Shu's vision as he stumbled 2 steps forward, then crouched low, swinging the steel pipe in a wide arc. The sound of air being cleaved pierced through the chaos. The assailant let out a scream as his kneecap was smashed, collapsing to the ground. "Watch out!" The little girl cried out suddenly. Zhang Shu caught a glimpse of the scar-faced man reaching for the discarded machete, aiming for his back. In a split second, he twisted aside, the blade grazing his ribs and drawing blood. "To hell with this!" Zhang Shu roared in fury, thrusting the steel pipe like a venomous serpent, driving it deep into the scar-faced man's abdomen. The individual widened their eyes, and the machete clattered to the ground as they clutched their abdomen, collapsing onto the floor. The portly robber, witnessing this, momentarily lost composure, seizing a young girl as a shield, pressing a dagger against her throat, threatening, "Move, and I will kill her." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door to the private room burst open. A man, injured in the thigh, charged in wielding a fire extinguisher, delivering a heavy blow to the back of the robber's head. The portly assailant fell without uttering a sound, and the girl tumbled to the ground. Quickly embraced by her mother, Zhang Shu, panting heavily, wiped the blood from his face and turned to glance outside the room. The carriage had descended into chaos, with passengers seizing luggage and folding chairs to engage in the fray with the robber. Those who had previously hesitated were now consumed by rage, joining the battle with fervent shouts. A young man grabbed a fire extinguisher, spraying white powder into the robber's eyes, while another poured boiling water over him. Horrific blisters erupted on the robber's skin as he writhed on the floor, the metallic scent of blood permeating the cramped carriage. With so many passengers present, the commotion drew attention from the adjacent carriage, who also joined the fray. A shared madness ignited in everyone's eyes, a desperate counterattack after their dignity had been trampled. The situation became utterly clear. The outcome was sealed. Zhang Shu no longer forced himself to rise, but instead leaned against the bed, slowly sitting down. As the adrenaline faded, he felt a piercing pain in his arm and back. "Are you all right?" A woman beside him noticed the blood seeping from his bare torso and frantically searched for a first aid kit, retrieving antiseptic and bandages. "Let us clean your wounds." Zhang Shu's voice was hoarse. The woman quickly poured alcohol onto a cotton ball, the cold liquid soaking into the wound, causing Zhang Shu to grunt as the muscles in his back tensed painfully. The intense sting brought forth visible veins on his forehead. And clenching the edge of the bed with his uninjured hand, he exhaled heavily after tightly wrapping his torso in layers of gauze. Seeing him prepare to leave, the woman immediately stood to support him, urging, "Rest for a moment." Zhang Shu picked up a steel pipe from the floor, said nothing further, and simply waved his hand before departing the private room. The woman gazed at the receding figure through the door crack, lost in thought. "Mom, that uncle is so amazing." She gently pressed her hand on her daughter's shoulder, her throat tightening. When that gang of brutes had tormented her, she had nearly wished for death. If not for her daughter, it was that bloodied man who had saved them. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Sweetheart, you must be courageous like that uncle in the future." She caressed her daughter's soft hair, her voice trembling involuntarily. Though the shouts and curses outside had not ceased, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace aboard this train. "Shu Ge, what happened to you?" Upon seeing him covered in blood, a group quickly surrounded him, with Li Wantong's eyes red and tears streaming down her face. Zhang Shu patted her shoulder, reassuring, "I'm fine. Are you all right?" "We're all fine." "Damn it. So it's just me who got stabbed twice," Zhang Shu joked, relieved to hear that no one else had been harmed. Zhao Sanxiang spoke in a low voice. "Several passengers have been injured. The fellow in compartment 3 is the worst off, with his abdomen torn open and his intestines nearly spilling out." Zhang Shu glanced at the time. It was already late afternoon, and there were still 2 hours until they reached Ulaanbaatar. "Is there a doctor or someone knowledgeable in first aid? Please help save lives." His voice, though not loud, carried an extraordinary calmness. The passengers in the compartment instantly recognized this brave man who dared to confront the bandits. The gazes directed at him shifted, filled with a profound respect for his strength. After a brief commotion, a bespectacled middle-aged man raised his hand. "I am an orthopedic surgeon from the county hospital." "Excellent. You are the one." Zhang Shu nodded and turned to Zhao Sanxiang, instructing him to take 2 people to the compartment and ask for medical supplies, taking whatever they had. The bandit with his intestines exposed had already turned pale, while the doctor was diligently attending to his wounds. The necessary actions had been taken, and he then slumped onto a bench, gasping for breath. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward to maintain order, while several young individuals carried lightly injured passengers to a well-ventilated area, restoring a sense of organization amidst the chaos. As for the bandits, they were largely ignored. 6 of them had already succumbed to their injuries. Those fortunate enough to survive, after enduring relentless interrogation by the passengers, revealed the presence of an informant among the travelers. Upon investigation, it was discovered that this criminal gang comprised as many as 17 individuals. Chapter 60. The mental breakdown of 2 factory directors at 6 in the evening. The train finally arrived in Ulaanbaatar. The fading sunlight bathed the platform in an orange hue, and the Mongolian authorities, having received the news promptly, had arranged for medical personnel. The injured were gradually evacuated. "Zhang Shu, you should also seek treatment," Li Wantong urged, grasping his arm with a tone of urgency as she fixed her gaze on the wounds on his ribs and shoulders, suppressing her tears. "I'm fine. These injuries only look alarming." Li Wantong's eyes immediately welled with tears. "Why are you being so stubborn? What if it gets infected?" She suddenly lowered her voice. "Are you worried that this batch of goods will be unfit? I can call my father to guarantee that Xinjiang 1T hold you responsible." Li Wantong's concern warmed his heart. "I assure you, I'm truly fine." He softened his tone and, almost instinctively, reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, "I'm tougher than I look." Li Wantong abruptly looked up, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Zhang Shu wasn't risking his health frivolously. Rather, he felt the value of his rebirth was still on the rise. He noticed that the once gruesome wounds had, in a mere 2 hours, ceased to bleed. After moving his body, he found that aside from a dull ache, his mobility was not as hindered as he had imagined. The Mongolian police arrived belatedly, the lead officer smoking a cigarette, casually surveying the scattered bodies. He kicked the arm of a fallen bandit, snorting disdainfully, "These scoundrels." The documentation was done rather perfunctorily. When he recounted the altercation, the recording officer interrupted. "Enough, enough. With so many witnesses, it's clearly self-defense." Closing a notebook that bore scarcely any notes, he patted Zhang Shu on the shoulder, remarking, "You Chinese are quite formidable, aren't you?" The onlookers, including Mongolian police, erupted into laughter, with some muttering in Mongolian that the deceased were merely worthless. They showed little inclination to verify the identities of the dead, hastily wrapping the bodies in shrouds and dragging them away like livestock, leaving behind dark red stains on the platform that were soon concealed by the sand. Li Wantong stared in disbelief. "Is this it? What more could there be?" They couldn't even be bothered to board the international train. A few dead robbers hardly stirred their concern. After a brief halt of 6 hours in Ulaanbaatar, the journey resumed. "Shu, you should rest easy for a while," Zhao Sanxiang advised with a hint of worry. Zhang Shu, feeling genuinely fatigued, accepted the overcoat handed to him by Li Wantong and laid down upon it, inhaling its faint fragrance before drifting into a deep slumber. In the office of the Salt City Shenyang Garment Factory, the factory director, Ma Weiguo, looked utterly astonished as he regarded old Chun from the security department. "Are you certain? Is Guo really staying at the Power Supply New Village guest house? There is no mistake?" "Rest assured, Director. I have repeatedly verified with the guest house staff. The registration is indeed under Manager Zhang Shu's name." The revelation struck Ma Weiguo like a heavy blow, leaving him slumped in his chair, as though he had been drained of vitality. Just then, Zhou Jiqiang entered, noticing his despondent demeanor, and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" "It's all over. We're finished," Ma Weiguo lamented. Zhou Jiqiang furrowed his brow. "What do you mean finished? I'm only 38. How can it be over? Speak plainly. Do you know where Mr. Guo is staying? Don't beat around the bush, just tell me." "Old Chin just informed me that Mr. Guo is at the Power Supply New Village guest house." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the office. Zhou Jiqiang, trembling, cautiously put a cigarette to his lips and asked, "It can't be a mistake, can it?" Old Chin witnessed it himself and even verified with the staff. "There's no error," came the definitive response. Zhou Jiqiang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, being a local of Salt City. He knew all too well the caliber of the Power Supply New Village guest house. At 2 yuan a night, it lacked even independent bathrooms. How could a businessman possibly stay at such a low-tier establishment? Zhou Jiqiang felt paralyzed, his extremities icy, realizing the enormity of the blunder he had made. "Director Ma, what shall we do now?" Ma Weiguo was equally at a loss, only able to lament, "I warned you this partnership was unreliable, but you wouldn't listen. And now, look at the mess. We've been swindled out of over $1 million in goods, and Secretary Li's daughter is still in their hands. What do we do now?" Zhou Jiqiang gritted his teeth. "Let us go. We need to apprehend that scoundrel Guo at the Power Supply New Village. I've always suspected he was no good. What kind of decent person has that surname?" Ma Weiguo snatched up the work uniform from the table, glaring at him. "You're a hindsight critic. You've led me to ruin. I've lived an honest life, and in the end, I'm falling into your trap." Zhou Jiqiang, aware of his own culpability, dared not retort, instead gritting his teeth and cursing Zhang Shu and Guo Ziqiang. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the Power Supply New Village guest house. After presenting their credentials, the front desk staff courteously escorted them to room 306. "Boss, has this fellow gotten himself into trouble?" The middle-aged woman at the reception recalled how this group had once intimidated her, and upon seeing someone causing trouble, she secretly reveled in it. "Go on. Mind your own business." Yet, Director Ma, burdened with a multitude of legal issues, was disinclined to engage with her and waved her away dismissively. Upon entering room 306, the two directors discovered Mr. Guo squatting on the floor, gnawing on a steamed bun. Mr. Guo, taken aback at the sight of the two, exclaimed in a perfect Salt City dialect, "What is going on?" The last flicker of hope had been extinguished, and an enraged Zhou Jiqiang stepped forward, seizing Mr. Guo by the collar, demanding, "Aren't you from Hong Kong?" Mr. Guo hastily shook his head. "Director Zhou, we are a company from Hong Kong, but we are not Hong Kong residents." "But you clearly spoke Cantonese. Xinqing International is planning to return to local development. How could I not learn some Cantonese?" "Mr. Go responded with an air of inevitability. Enough of your nonsense. You and Zhang Shu have conspired to defraud Xinjiang of over $1 million in goods. There's no escaping this. You're the legal representative. You can run, but you can't hide. Zhou Jiqiang warned. If the goods aren't returned, prepare to spend your days behind bars. Mr. Go paid him no mind, sulking back to his bed, ready to sleep. Stop playing dead. Come back to the factory with us now, or I'll call the police. Zhou Jiqiang, witnessing his indifference, resorted to his ultimate threat. What gives you the right to arrest me? If you touch me, I'll have my friends in Hong Kong by the headlines tomorrow, claiming that state-owned enterprises in mainland China arbitrarily detained prominent businessmen from Hong Kong. Mr. Go recounted everything Zhang Shu had advised him before leaving. Zhou Jiqiang spat in disdain. Have some dignity. You, a renowned businessman? More like a notorious fraud. What have I defrauded? Mr. Go retorted defiantly. You swindled Xinjiang out of over $1 million in uniforms. Mr. Go remained unperturbed, sneering. The contract clearly states its consignment. Has the agreed time elapsed? Is this how you conduct business? He then rose, preparing to leave and make a call, declaring, I can no longer endure this investment environment. I must return to Hong Kong and publish a statement. Zhou Jiqiang grew anxious. But your company's manager Zhou hinted at Xinjiang's strong capabilities, stating you have several shipping routes with partners across every continent. Before he could finish, Mr. Go interrupted. That was his personal opinion and has nothing to do with our company. Oh, I'm furious. Mr. Go stated in a low voice. Regarding your unwarranted defamation of our company and your intrusion into my private residence, I will retain evidence and may not hesitate to consult a lawyer. You're so poor you can barely afford a bond. How will you pay for a lawyer? Mr. Go's eyes gleamed with a thought. If you help me with my meals and accommodation, I might consider returning to Xinjiang with you. When Zhang Shu departed Salt City, he left Mr. Go with $50, which included 20 days' worth of rent, repeatedly urging him to be frugal. Having subsisted on steamed buns for 2 days, he truly could not bear it any longer. Fine. I will guarantee your meals and lodging, but don't think you can leave the factory. If Zhang Shu doesn't return on time, you'll be the one facing jail time. Go Ziqiang, however, did not indulge him and remarked, I shall remain silent regarding your threats and intimidation towards the entrepreneurs of Xinjiang, yet every word you utter will serve as evidence in court. Zhang Shu had already conveyed all that needed to be said, prompting Go Ziqiang to liberate himself completely, even resorting to reciting lines from films. Fortunately, having watched numerous Cantonese films recently, he managed to retain them in memory. Let us go. It's the perfect time for lunch at the factory, Go Ziqiang urged. Ma Weigua exclaimed, damn it. Chapter 61. Legally earning money, the international train sped along, arriving at its final Mongolian station, Sahibatar, on the morning of the third day. Morning light streamed through the train window as Zhang Shu stretched, having enjoyed a restful sleep that alleviated much of his bodily discomfort. Upon glancing down, he discovered Li Wantong had inadvertently fallen asleep on his lap, demonstrating her knack for finding a cozy resting place. Her fine strands of hair cascaded down, gently swaying with the rhythm of the train as it traversed the tracks. Suddenly, she unconsciously nestled closer to the warmth, her rosy lips parting slightly, producing indistinct murmurs as she wrapped her arms around his calf. The innocent dependence displayed in her slumber was far more endearing than any meticulously crafted charm. Zhang Shu gazed down for a moment before redirecting his attention to the window. After a brief halt, the train resumed its journey northward. Sleep had eluded him. In just a few hours, they would be entering a den of bandits masquerading under the guise of officialdom. With the collapse of the Soviet economy, Noshki still bore the customs sign, yet in reality, it had long since transformed into a legitimate venue for officials to illicitly amass wealth. Without greasing the palms, customs officials would readily confiscate half of the goods, leaving one with no recourse. Here, bribery was overt. Officials would shamelessly pocket desirable items without a hint of decorum. The Soviet customs at this juncture could be described as one of the most surreal scenes of official robbery in history. Customs clearance was explicitly priced, with standard procedures taking 3 to 5 days, while a bribe could expedite the process to a mere 20 minutes. If one was generous enough, customs officials might even dispatch a special vehicle to deliver the goods directly to the train station. Thoughts returned as the international train gradually entered Noshki. June in Siberia was not as frigid as one might expect, yet the mingled scent of diesel and poor-quality tobacco on the platform made Li Wantong somewhat uneasy. Before the train had come to a complete stop, A throng of uniformed Soviet customs officials surged onto the platform. "Everyone, disembark for inspection," bellowed a rotund official in stilted Chinese. The customs hall was a cacophony of bodies, with numerous windows crowded by crooked lines. The floor strewn with scattered customs forms and cigarette butts. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted nearby. A traitor was desperately gesticulating, attempting to explain something while two Soviet customs officials roughly tore open his burlap sack, causing dozens of leather jackets to cascade out. "A fine of 800 rubles," one customs officer said, squinting his eyes with indifference. At Noshki Customs, social niceties were never about hospitality, but rather a precise exchange of interests. As long as the bribe was substantial enough, even the KGB could be enlisted as errand runners. "Sanxiang, bring me the samples." Zhang Shu quietly instructed Li Wantong to refrain from speaking out of turn and to assist him with simultaneous translation. In his previous life, he had to rely on gestures to communicate with the Soviets, which proved quite inconvenient. Upon learning of Li Wantong's proficiency in Russian, Zhang Shu cherished her presence dearly. Effective communication could avert numerous unnecessary troubles. A portly customs officer approached with a group of subordinates. Glancing at the badge on his chest, he noted the name Boris Ivanovich, holding the position of senior inspector. "Documents." Boris barked in a gruff voice, reaching out to grasp Zhang Shu's collar. Zhang Shu was prepared. He stepped back slightly, donning a smile. "Comrade, we represent a state-owned enterprise from Huaxia, here to deliver special work uniforms to the Soviet Union." Li Wantong hesitated briefly before commencing the translation as instructed by Zhang Shu. Boris was taken aback by the fluency with which this Huaxia individual spoke Russian. His past communications with Huaxia traders had always been a muddled affair of misinterpretations and guesses. He skeptically accepted the documents, casually flipping through them while casting furtive glances towards the cargo. "Work uniforms?" he sneered. "Is Huaxia truly exporting these to the Soviet Union?" Zhang Shu retrieved a deep blue work uniform, displaying it proudly, waterproof and windproof, with a thickened lining. Most importantly, he paused deliberately, his fingers subtly indicating a hidden pocket. "It can carry money." Boris's demeanor shifted as he took the uniform, roughly inspecting it. Upon discovering 2 bundles of rubles concealed within a secret pocket, a faint smile finally graced his lips. "Follow me to the office," he commanded, turning on his heel with an unmistakable tone of authority. Zhang Shu and Li Wantong trailed behind him, finding the customs base in Noshki even more dilapidated than anticipated. The walls bore faded portraits of Lenin, while the west side was cluttered with confiscated goods, including Meihua televisions and Phoenix bicycles. Deputy Director Zorin, a balding middle-aged man, recognized the arrival of Boris and braced for the ensuing work. His pen rhythmically tapped against the documents, yet his gaze fixated on the canvas bag in Zhang Shu's hand. 2 carloads of work uniforms, Zorin stated suddenly, his tone measured. "The declaration states industrial material aid, yet to my knowledge, Huaxia ceased its gratuitous assistance to the Soviet Union last year." Zhang Shu listened to Li Wantong's translation, his smile broadening. He extracted an envelope from the canvas bag and placed it on Zorin's desk, revealing a glimpse of the corner of U.S. dollars peeking from the seal. Zhang Shu noticed Zorin's throat constrict. The dollar was significantly stronger than the ruble. In 1990, the official exchange rate set by the Soviet Union was $1 to 6 rubles, but this was entirely disconnected from reality, as ordinary citizens could hardly exchange for it. In the black market, $1 could fetch as much as 30 rubles, and in extreme circumstances, even 50 rubles. The Soviet government had long artificially inflated the value of the ruble, rendering the official exchange rate a mere fade. Yet, in actual foreign trade, Soviet enterprises were compelled to calculate costs based on black market rates. Ironically, even the Soviet customs did not place their trust in the ruble. Deputy Director, you possess keen insight. We indeed brought a bit of additional assistance. Zhang Shu pointed towards the plum blossom television in the corner, remarking on the arduous winter labor endured by the workers of your esteemed nation while repairing the railway. The concealed pockets of this batch of work uniforms could accommodate 3 boxes of matches or half a bottle of vodka. Zorin cast a glance at Boris before picking up the envelope on the table and began. The inspection department has recently been scrutinizing the smuggling of luxury goods, such as. He tapped his wristwatch, Swiss watches, or Japanese cameras. Zhang Shu promptly replied, "We have not brought those items this time." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "However, Trains arriving from Manzhouli in the second half of the year will carry Erguo 2, the Red Star liquor, in the third carriage. As a New Year's gift for our comrades at the Noshki Customs. Zoran understood that Zhang Shu was employing the jargon of the customs officials. New Year implied a commitment without a specific date. His fingers stroked his chin. Erguo 2 was a hard currency on the black market, even more valuable than rubles. Boris suddenly leaned in, whispering a few words in Zoran's ear. Zoran then retrieved a red stamp from his drawer and deliberately misaligned it by 2 millimeters when affixing it to the document. Since this is a friendly cooperation, the customs fee can be calculated as a temporary expedited case. He extended 2 fingers, indicating the amount per car. 2,000 rubles? Zhang Shu furrowed his brow. Comrade, our foreign exchange quota is limited. Before he could finish, Zoran interrupted. It's in dollars. The office fell silent, with Li Wantong trembling as she translated. Yet, Zhang Shu remained unperturbed, rummaging through the bottom of his canvas bag to produce 2 watches. I have heard that Comrade Zoran is concerned about the grassroots. These are a small token for your subordinates, to be included in the sample cost of the work uniforms. Boris's eyes gleamed as he reached for the watches. Zoran coughed, prompting Boris to retract his hand sheepishly. The deputy customs chief finally rose, patting Zhang Shu on the shoulder, an indication of a deal sealed in Soviet bureaucratic parlance. In 20 minutes, Boris will escort you to the platform. He gestured towards the faded portrait of Lenin on the wall. The efficiency of Soviet customs depends on the generosity of international friends. As they exited the office, Li Wantong finally mustered the courage to speak. About the Erguo 2 you mentioned earlier. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a casual remark. Who knows if he truly believed it? In any case, I shall not return for a second trip. Who cares about those matters? As the train resumed its journey, Li Wantong observed Boris and Zoran standing on the platform, waving at them. Zhang Shu scoffed. The bait is too enticing. These 2 truly consider themselves the prized lambs. After passing through customs, they had almost been stripped bare. But thankfully the road ahead promised to be smooth. As the train entered Soviet territory, several conductors boarded. Despite their disheveled appearance, leaning awkwardly against the carriage, they managed to stabilize the atmosphere within, providing passengers with a measure of psychological comfort. Chapter 62. Arrival in Moscow. By the way, Wantong, where are you headed in Moscow? Zhang Shu inquired as he turned to her. Bauman University, my teacher is there. How fortuitous. We are heading to Cherkizovo, which isn't far from your location. Zhang Shu paused before continuing. Once we arrive in Moscow, do not rush off. After we arrange the cargo, I will personally escort you there. This place is quite chaotic at the moment. Li Wantong nodded vigorously, her lips curving into an involuntary smile, which she quickly masked by pretending to arrange her hair. Zhang Shu cast a glance at Zhao Sanxiang and the others, rapped the table, and spoke solemnly. Our next stop is Irkutsk. When we stop, many Soviet citizens will come to purchase goods, so keep your eyes peeled. Everyone nodded in unison. Chun Huarong inquired, how shall we price our clothes? Zhang Shu promptly placed Xinjiang's price list on the small table and declared, we will charge 8 times the prices listed here. Goodness. Shu Gu, have you lost your mind? The Soviet citizens aren't fools. Chen Huarong couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Sanxiang scrutinized the price list, muttering, this is practically akin to robbing a bank. All eyes were incredulous as they looked at Zhang Shu, questioning whether he believed the Russians would be agreeable to such practices. Zhang Shu, however, offered no further explanation, merely marking the prices according to the current exchange rate. For 100 rubles for cotton work pants, 40 rubles for work jackets, 240 rubles for work shirts, and 60 rubles for protective gloves. The journey from Noshki to Irkutsk would take nearly 30 hours. Zhao Sanxiang once again took out a deck of cards to pass the time, prompting a light chuckle from Li Wantong, who thought to herself that money was on its way. Her eyes twinkled with joy, while they engaged in their card game. Zhang Shu chose to gaze out the window instead. In a previous life, he had traveled this route alone, consumed by feelings of solitude and anxiety, never truly observing the scenery outside. Now, with a tranquil mind, he noticed the breathtaking beauty beyond the glass. The summer sun of Siberia streamed through the window like scattered gold, while fishing boats skimmed across Lake Baikal, trailing silvery splashes. Expansive birch forests rustled in the breeze. As dusk fell, the train entered a pine forest, the scent of pine resin mingling with the lake's moisture wafting through the window. By the next afternoon, at 2 o'clock, Zhang Shu gently tapped Li Wantong, who had been resting her head on his lap. She stirred, half opening her eyes and sluggishly rising, her face marked with creases from her work pants. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed vacantly out the window, asking, "Have we arrived?" The train had not yet fully entered the station when the traitor seated in front of them cracked the window open, allowing a deafening cacophony to rush in. The platform was already brimming with Soviet citizens, their eyes fixated on the train window. A few burly men immediately reached through the window, racing alongside the train, shouting excitedly. "Sister Wantong, what's wrong with the Soviets? What are they shouting about?" Chen Chong asked. Li Wantong, suddenly alert, paused for a moment before replying. "They want us to sell them our goods." The scene unfolding before her was utterly staggering. She had only read about such matters in newspapers, which spoke of the extreme scarcity of basic necessities in the Soviet Union. Yet, the mere sentences printed in newspapers could hardly convey the suffering of the common people. As the train came to a halt, a woman wearing a headscarf thrust her arm inside, grasping Li Wantong's sleeve with one hand while brandishing rubles with the other. "Beautiful girl, I want everything you have." Exaggerated movements startled Li Wantong, causing her to instinctively shrink back. However, she quickly regained her composure, raised a package of work jackets, and tentatively said in Russian, "Madam, the work jacket is 1,040 rubles." Upon hearing that Li Wantong could speak Russian, the Soviet woman became even more excited. Without a moment's hesitation, she began counting her money and tossed it through the car window. "What else do you have?" Zhao Sanxiang and the others hurriedly displayed all the work gear they had beneath their feet on a small table. The nearby Soviets were well aware that the international train only passed through this area once a week, with a brief 30-minute stop in Irkutsk. Hence, bargaining was nearly non-existent. Everyone was eager to pay. In just a few minutes, a trader had sold out all the goods he had brought. Not all Soviets had rubles, and those without money began shouting for barter. An old man suddenly squeezed through the crowd, producing a medal and 2 stamps from the Tsarist era, slapping them against the window frame. "Comrade, I would like to exchange for 2 jackets and 2 pairs of cotton work trousers." Li Wantong looked down and saw that the medal was inscribed with Berlin 1945. Zhang Shu accepted the medal and stamps, passing the clothes to the old man. The most absurd was a nearly naked little girl who approached the window, cradling a live rabbit, her eyes pleading with Li Wantong, "Trade." Seeing this, Li Wantong's eyes instantly welled with tears. She quickly handed her a set of clothes, ignoring the rabbit altogether. As if fearing Zhang Shu might misunderstand, she turned and said, "Count the cost of the clothes as mine. Just deduct it from what you owe me." Zhang Shu ruffled her hair, saying, "Why are you being so polite?" Half an hour slipped away in an instant, and the train continued its journey. Zhao Sanxiang asked, "Shu Gu, why are they like this?" Zhang Shu gazed at the frenzied crowd outside and noticed their worn shoes. Li Wantong followed his gaze and saw many people on the platform wearing tattered rubber shoes, some even bound with string at the soles. The light industry in the Soviet Union had long since collapsed. Their industrial structure was severely distorted, with heavy industry occupying 80%. Yet the common folk could not rely on tanks and missiles to stay warm and fed. This superpower was teetering on the brink of collapse, destined to come crashing down, marking the failure of the largest planned economy experiment in human history. Along the way, traders profited immensely from the frantic scuffles of the Soviet populace. The subsequent journey was uneventful, and after 5 days and 6 nights, the group finally arrived in Moscow. Zhang Shu jumped down from the carriage, stood on the platform, took a few deep breaths of the oil-scented air, and then bounced on his feet. It felt wonderful to be grounded. "Sanxiang, you and Huarong stay here to guard the goods. The rest of you come with me to find a warehouse and a trailer. We must secure the cargo before nightfall." With the ruble's severe devaluation, the savings of ordinary Soviet citizens had greatly diminished, making it increasingly difficult to cope with the rising prices. This economic hardship led to a dramatic spike in crime rates in Moscow, with gangs becoming active and thefts and armed robberies occurring frequently, especially at night. If one dared to roam about, they would undoubtedly be robbed without hesitation. Chapter 63. Let us embrace. Zhang Shu was exceedingly familiar with everything around him. Despite having arrived in Moscow 2 years earlier, the surroundings had not undergone significant changes. He traversed the railway line and approached a corrugated iron shack that advertised storage services. Inside sat a diminutive old man, sipping vodka while savoring pickled lard, squinting as he scrutinized them. People from Huaxia? Seeking to rent a warehouse? Zhang Shu refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he produced 5,000 rubles and placed them on the table. I require a warehouse of 3,000 square meters. And I also need 2 trucks to transport some goods. The old man's glass froze midair. In 1990, the average wage for a worker in Moscow was merely 250 rubles. 5,000 rubles represented nearly 2 years of income. At that time, a leather jacket brought to Russia by Huaxia traders would cost a Soviet citizen about a year's salary. The old man retrieved a set of keys, warehouse number 3. But if you want the trucks, you'll have to wait a while. Zhang Shu tossed an additional 500 rubles onto the table. If you can't find the trucks within half an hour, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. It was Sergei who referred us, claiming you were reliable. Let us avoid any unnecessary complications. Sergei had been a benefactor of sorts in his previous life. Zhang Shu wondered how he was faring now. Although the old man was unaware of Sergei's identity, Zhang Shu felt it wise to leverage his name. If he appeared too naive, the old man might entertain dubious intentions. By the time Zhang Shu returned to the platform with the hired trucks, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Brother Shu, Zhao Sanxiang rushed over, drenched in sweat. Someone just attempted to steal our goods. He was well aware of the current state of affairs in Moscow and would not be surprised by any heinous events. Are you all right? No harm done. We shouted a bit, and those ruffians fled upon seeing the police. As long as everyone is safe, Zhang Shu said. Leaping onto the truck step, let us hasten. We must deliver the goods to the warehouse before nightfall. As they spoke, everyone sprang into action, with Li Wantong rolling up her sleeves to assist. The 2 Soviet drivers showed no inclination to work, even with extra pay on offer. They stubbornly refused to earn that money, leaving Zhang Shu with little recourse. Fortunately, Zhang Shu's group comprised robust young men, and by the time darkness enveloped the sky, they finally managed to stow the last bundle of clothing in the warehouse. Inside, the air was stifling and humid, the dilapidated doors and windows failing to keep out the mosquitoes. The musty scent mingled with dust, assaulting their nostrils. After an afternoon of labor, sweat clung to their clothes, leaving Zhang Shu feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Zhao Sanxiang and his companions dashed to the yard to find a faucet, shedding their shirts to take a refreshing shower in cool water. However, Li Wantong found herself in an awkward predicament. She could not bathe as casually as the men. Yet the discomfort was unbearable, leaving her with no option but to incessantly apply essential oil to her skin, noticing the red welts already forming on her face. With even her earlobes taking on a faint hue, Zhang Shu observed that the old man watching over the warehouse had retired for the day. Unbothered by the old man's fatigue, Zhang Shu rapped on the door insistently, gesturing for a mosquito net. The old man repeatedly waved his hands, signaling that none were available. However, when Zhang Shu placed 50 rubles on the table, he thoughtfully contributed his mosquito net. After acquiring some mosquito repellent and shampoo from the old man, Zhang Shu left, feeling quite satisfied. He tore down a few pieces of tarpaulin from the truck and set up a makeshift enclosure in the corner, leaving a narrow gap for light as a door, thus creating a temporary bathing area. He then beckoned Li Wantong over, handing her the shampoo, instructing her to wait outside. Clutching the shampoo, Li Wantong found herself in the cramped space formed by the tarpaulin, acutely aware of her racing heartbeat. What was happening? She bit her lip, realizing that the shabby tarpaulin offered no proper curtain, and any sudden movement might expose her. Yet, the sticky sweat clung to her skin uncomfortably. Her voluminous waves of hair had become tangled. As she thought of Zhang Shu waiting outside, she slowly shed her garments and turned on the tap. Are you still there? Zhang Shu lit a cigarette, responding, Don't worry, I'm here. Hearing the click of the lighter outside the tarpaulin, Li Wantong felt her tense shoulders relax. The cold water streamed down her neck, causing her to instinctively shrink her shoulders, yet she couldn't help but smile. How foolish she was, she mused internally, her fingers weaving through her knotted hair. The foam from her hair flowed beneath her feet, droplets cascading down her back, and she unconsciously hummed a tune. Li Wantong splashed water onto her face, finding solace in the rough temporary bath more than ever before. After washing and drying herself, the night breeze swept away her fatigue completely. Are you done? Zhang Shu extinguished his cigarette and stood up. Yes. Li Wantong nodded gently, her cheeks flushed. They returned to the warehouse, where Zhang Shu set up the mosquito net. Get some rest. I'll take you to Bauman University early tomorrow. All right. Zhang Shu waved his hand, saying little more, and turned to join the boys. He lit some mosquito repellent and lay down next to Zhao Sanxiang, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. By the time the morning light streamed through the warehouse's high windows, Li Wantong had already packed her belongings. "Brother Shu, where are we selling goods today?" Chen Huarong inquired. On the train, the sight of Soviets scrambling for clothing had bolstered their confidence. However, Zhang Shu shook his head. "You all stay in the warehouse with the goods until I notify you. How long would it take to sell 2 freight cars of work clothes at retail?" Moreover, the situation in Moscow was entirely different from that on the train. Any random gang or Soviet official could cause trouble, leaving them utterly unprepared. Furthermore, he had gone to great lengths to procure these 2 freight cars of goods, not merely to earn rubles. After a while, he would find even using them for such trivial matters tiresome. He had no intention of accepting rubles. It was out of the question for him. During this period, the Soviet Union was overflowing with valuable items. With a little effort, anything could be obtained. The bus jolted its way into the heart of Moscow, and Li Wantong felt invigorated. She leaned halfway out of the window, her fingers pointing excitedly, continuously sharing her observations of the surroundings. Zhang Shu smiled quietly, listening attentively. "By the way, when do you plan to return?" Li Wantong tilted her head in contemplation, still uncertain. Initially, she had intended to enjoy herself thoroughly, but given the current circumstances, she feared she wouldn't be able to linger for long. "All right, you know where the warehouse is, so if you need anything, just come find me." "Yes, I understand." Li Wantong nodded gently, and suddenly took a deep breath, summoning her courage to raise her gaze. Sunlight poured through the car window, illuminating her flushed cheeks. "Thank you for your care these past few days," she murmured, her voice gradually diminishing. With her hands slowly outstretched, she asked, "Shall we share an embrace?" Before Zhang Shu could react, she had already nestled herself into his arms. The fragrance of the girl's hair mingled with the warmth of the sun, enveloping him. Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly smiled and wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back. Li Wantong buried her burning face into his shoulder. This embrace was even warmer than she had imagined, and she could distinctly hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Bauman University has arrived. Li Wantong lowered her head, almost fleeing from the bus. Watching her enter the school, Zhang Shu smiled but did not linger. He promptly set off for Cherkizovo. Chapter 64. Half-brothers in the early 1990s. Cherkizovo market was still in its nascent stage, a burgeoning open-air market that was beginning to reveal its potential as a hub for Eurasian trade. As Zhang Shu stepped into the market, he immediately recognized several familiar faces from his past life. However, he did not tarry and made his way toward the innermost shop. Pushing open the glass door of October fashion, the brass bell above the door chimed melodiously. The air inside was infused with the mingling scents of woolen fabric and mothballs, with a few woolen coats scattered across the shelves. Behind the counter, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard looked up and scrutinized him. "A Huaxiao person? Do you speak the Huaxiao language?" Zhang Shu feigned surprise. "Haha, I visited Huaxiao in my youth. It is a beautiful place." Noticing the astonishment in Zhang Shu's eyes, the man appeared somewhat pleased. Zhang Shu smiled in return, casually leaning against the counter. "What a coincidence. Which part of Huaxia did you visit? Harbin or Manshuli?" The man's expression softened. "I spent 5 years in Harbin during the 1980s. He then raised his thumb. "The red sausage and vodka there are a perfect match." "Indeed. You have exquisite taste," Zhang Shu complimented. In his previous life, he had limited interactions with Ivan Petrovich. Yet this man represented Zhang Shu's primary objective for coming to the Soviet Union. "My friend, are you here to shop? I can assist you in exploring the items in the store. However, as you know, supplies are scarce. I only have woolen coats at the moment." Ivan's enthusiasm for this visitor from Huaxia surpassed that of an ordinary customer. Yet, a hint of embarrassment crossed Zhang Shu's face, appearing genuinely sincere. "To be honest, I did not come here to purchase clothing. I was dispatched by my company to seek business partners. I was merely drawn in by the products in your store. Hence my intrusion." "Business partners?" Ivan responded with a hint of skepticism. Zhang Shu's expression turned slightly dejected. It seemed better not to discuss work matters, as he could only express his disappointment in the strength of the Soviet distributors. Upon hearing this, Ivan became intrigued. "Regardless of size, I am also a distributor." He gazed eagerly at Zhang Shu. "Brother, please elaborate, enlighten me." Zhang Shu, with no choice, handed over the exquisite, gold-embossed business card he had prepared in the salt market. Ivan received it with both hands, and upon inspection, he was struck by the sophistication of the card, clearly indicating a prestigious company. Before he could indulge his imagination, Zhang Shu tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, pride radiating from his demeanor as he declared, "Our company, Xinqing International, operates 250 garment factories across 30 countries. We are currently contemplating the development of the Soviet market, hence my delegation here to seek capable partners to represent our products." Ivan's eyes sparkled, his throat swallowing hard. In the current market, securing buyers was hardly a concern. How could he not be tempted upon hearing of such a formidable supplier? Yet, doubt crept in. Could this individual be a fraud? Was it possible that fortune could simply fall into his lap? He tentatively inquired, "Have you found any partners yet?" Zhang Shu offered a wry smile and shook his head in resignation. "I had anticipated that Cherkizovo, being the largest wholesale market in Moscow, would be teeming with robust distributors. However, upon arrival, I discovered only small workshops, far removed from our company's collaboration standards." Ivan harbored the thought, what an audacious claim. Not knowing what standards were required for collaboration with their esteemed company, Zhang Shu remained silent, quietly surveying the shop before he sighed deeply. Ivan felt an itch of impatience. He thought, don't just sigh, speak. What if I meet the criteria? Brother, it's getting late, and since the shop isn't busy, why don't you join me for a meal next door? As he spoke, Ivan unexpectedly locked the shop and led Zhang Shu to a nearby restaurant in the market. Zhang Shu initially declined, but Ivan's insistence left him no choice but to comply. Upon entering the restaurant, Ivan specifically requested a private booth and then, from seemingly nowhere, produced a bottle of Erguo II. "Brother, try this fine liquor I brought. It packs a far greater punch than vodka." As he twisted off the cap, a rich aroma of alcohol filled the small space. What a fine drink. Without waiting for the food to arrive, he filled Zhang Shu's glass to the brim. "Brother, your Mandarin is impressively authentic," Zhang Shu remarked, giving a thumbs up. "If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't believe you were a foreigner." Ivan stroked his beard. "During my time at Harbin Institute of Technology, I mingled daily with a few brothers from the Northeast. They taught me Mandarin, and I taught them Russian." After 2 rounds of drinks, Ivan's complexion remained unchanged, while Zhang Shu's speech began to stutter. The two engaged in delightful conversation, traversing topics from China to the Soviet Union and from men to women. Ivan continued to refill their glasses. Yet this time Zhang Shu gently pressed down on Ivan's hand. "Brother, if I have another drink, I must take my leave. There are matters at the company that require my attention." Ivan's eyes brightened momentarily as he set down his glass. "Brother, what kind of partners is your company seeking? Could you share that with me? Perhaps there is an opportunity for collaboration." Zhang Shu smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's not that I am unwilling to assist. Your capabilities are simply lacking. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly lend you a hand." Ivan replied in a low voice, "Do you doubt me, my friend? This is hardly a secret. Can't you at least listen?" Zhang Shu wore an expression of exasperation, making a gesture of indifference. "There are 2 requirements. First, you must sell all the goods I have brought within the stipulated time, and second, the selling price must meet our expectations." "My brother, this is exceedingly simple. As you know, there is no shortage of buyers in the Soviet Union." Zhang Shu turned his head and regarded him with a hint of disdain, asking, "How many garments can you sell in a day? Tens of thousands? Do you even have tens of thousands of garments?" Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief. However, Zhang Shu, clearly intoxicated, appeared quite inebriated yet brimming with confidence, retorted, "Is tens of thousands of garments too many? I'm not boasting, my friend. If I have a competent distributor, I can easily summon 200,000 with a single phone call. You must understand that we, at Xinqing, operate in 30 countries worldwide, with over 250 garment factories and millions of workers." All right. Why discuss this further? It's getting late, and I should head back. Thank you for your hospitality today. If you find yourself in Hong Kong, I shall treat you to a celebrity encounter. With that, Zhang Shu waved his hand and staggered toward the door. As a businessman, Ivan could hardly allow him to leave at this juncture and quickly stepped forward to support Zhang Shu's arm. "My friend, you've had too much to drink. Let me take you back." "You're too kind. I can take the bus myself," Zhang Shu replied. Ivan's expression soured, feeling as though Zhang Shu looked down upon him. Despite the back and forth, he insisted on helping Zhang Shu into the Volga. "My brother, what can I say? You are exceedingly hospitable," Zhang Shu lamented. The Cherkizovo market was approximately a 30-minute drive from the warehouse, yet Ivan pressed the accelerator and managed to arrive in 20 minutes. He was eager to ascertain whether this younger associate was indeed exaggerating his claims. Chapter 65. Returning home next week, Zhao Sanxiang heard commotion outside and promptly stepped out to investigate. only to find Zhang Shu being supported by a foreigner he did not recognize. "Brother Shu, what has happened to you?" Zhao Sanqiang approached, and as he got closer, he caught a whiff of a strong alcoholic odor. "Have you been drinking? Just how much have you consumed?" Zhao Sanqiang questioned with skepticism, recalling the time in Xia village when Zhang Shu had single-handedly downed 2 bottles of liquor and half a case of beer, yet still managed to bind 3 bandits for the police. Why was he incapable of handling his drink now that he was in the Soviet Union? At that moment, Zhang Shu suddenly regained some clarity, turned to Ivan, and said, "My brother, I am truly grateful for your kindness in bringing me back from such a distance." "Not at all, it was on my way. By the way, now that I am here, could I possibly take a look at the garments? Perhaps I might have a channel to sell them." "Very well. Since we have a genuine relationship, I cannot refuse." As they spoke, he took Ivan's hand and led him into the warehouse. The moment Ivan stepped inside, he found himself rooted to the spot, his pupils dilating in the dim light. The neatly stacked work uniforms towered nearly 2 meters high, transforming the warehouse into a colossal armory, albeit filled not with ammunition, but with uniforms. Ivan's voice trembled as he grasped a pair of work trousers. Zhang Shu casually unzipped a canvas bag, spilling out dozens of pairs of safety gloves. The initial batch consisted entirely of work uniforms, while the second batch was supposed to include an additional 100,000 down jackets. However, the company deemed the Soviet distributors insufficiently robust, leading to the postponement of the order. Ivan could hardly absorb any further information. His breath felt as if it might cease altogether. This was not merely work apparel. It was, in fact, rubles and dollars. If he could procure such a substantial quantity of goods, how much profit could he amass? It appeared that his younger brother truly possessed remarkable capabilities. He was genuine and spoke without pretense. Goodness, a company with over 1 million employees. What a concept. If even a trickle of resources were to leak out, it would suffice to keep him occupied for several lifetimes. He must seize this opportunity, regardless of the cost. Ivan swallowed hard and hastily retrieved a Marlboro from his pocket, offering it to Zhang Shu. "Brother, could you allow me to try selling these garments for a few days?" Zhang Shu's expression soured as he replied sternly, "Are you attempting to lead me astray? Integrity. Integrity. We uphold the principles of sincerity and truthfulness in our company. If we begin to grant favors without merit, how can we speak of progress?" Yes, I should have considered that more thoroughly." Ivan quickly apologized, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. He then shifted his tone. "Brother, given the circumstances, I shall not withhold anything from you. What you may not know is that, due to a prolonged lack of supply, my store is on the verge of collapse. If it were only me, it would not matter. However, I pity my 80-year-old mother and my 4 children. Even more tragically, my wife, witnessing my misfortune, has run off with another man. I genuinely wish to rise again to show that wretched woman." After speaking, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, his face etched with sorrow, and his once formidable stature seemed to hunch slightly. Zhang Shu was profoundly moved by Ivan's heartfelt words, puffing on his cigarette in contemplation. After a full 5 minutes, he extinguished the cigarette but underfoot. "Wait here. I shall consult with my superiors. I will do my utmost to resolve this matter, though I cannot guarantee success." Ivan enveloped Zhang Shu in a tight embrace. "Brother, regardless of the outcome, I must thank you on behalf of my mother and children." Zhang Shu patted his backside and walked away without looking back, evidently preparing to make a call to seek approval from his superiors. Ivan felt a pang of guilt. His younger brother was so sincere, yet he had deceived him. Making that call would likely result in a reprimand from his superior. Nonetheless, with such a wealth of goods at stake, it was impossible not to feel tempted. He could always compensate him later. In the garment factory, 2 directors were chatting amiably in the office, their spirits evidently high. Earlier that morning, Li Wantong had called to inform them that she had arrived at Bauman University, having already eliminated one of the 2 pressing issues. Ma Weiguo felt significantly more at ease today. Zhou Jiqiang, too, was relaxed, reclining with his legs crossed as he sipped from a porcelain cup of strong tea. Director Li mentioned over the phone that Zhang Shu is diligently selling goods. You need not worry too much. Once the merchandise is sold out, he will naturally return. Ma Weiguo nodded, hoping that indeed, if he can bring back the payment on time, it would indicate that although this individual may not employ entirely honorable methods, he is nonetheless trustworthy, thus somewhat deserving of their company's name. Indeed, as the greats have proclaimed, it matters not whether the cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. The reputation of their company is beyond our control, as long as he can return with the money. Everything else can be negotiated. Zhou Jiqiang continuously reassured Ma Weiguo, and after this self-encouragement, both felt considerably lighter in spirit. In 1990, making a phone call to the domestic line from Moscow was an exceedingly cumbersome process. One had to first visit the telecommunication office to explain the situation and provide the domestic number to the operator, who would then connect to the telephone exchange in the target region. This process could take dozens of minutes, or even longer. Suddenly, the office telephone rang, and Ma Weiguo picked up the receiver. "Is this Director Ma?" It was Zhang Shu's voice on the other end. Ma Weiguo stood up abruptly, his urgency palpable. "Manager Zhang, how are things on your end?" He deliberately concealed the fact that he had discovered Xinxing Company was merely a shell, fearing that revealing this would frighten Zhang Shu into hiding abroad and refusing to return. Zhang Shu was entirely unconcerned about his thoughts. After all, his dealings were legitimate and compliant. Even if someone were to scrutinize him, the worst they could say was that he acted unethically. However, from a legal standpoint, he was entirely invulnerable and had no fear of investigation. As for ethical considerations, he bore no psychological burden. In the world outside, those who adhere to morals often find themselves at a disadvantage. "Director Ma, I have splendid news. The situation has greatly improved, and soon, Xinjiang will be able to pay its employees in full." Upon hearing this, Ma Weiguo's face lit up with joy. "Manager Zhang, you are indeed our great benefactor at Xinjiang. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Zhang Shu smiled and took the opportunity to say, "Director Ma, there is a small matter I would like your assistance with." Ma Weiguo, caught up in his excitement, paused momentarily before confidently assuring, "Speak freely. I will handle whatever I can, and for what I cannot, I will find a way to make it happen. It is not a significant issue. I have a batch of goods that needs to be transported from Moscow to Kyoto. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for a vehicle to first bring them to the Shenyang factory for temporary storage. Just a trivial matter. You can count on me." Hearing that it was indeed a minor task, Ma Weiguo readily agreed and then inquired, "By the way, Manager Zhang, when will you return?" "Next week," Zhang Shu concluded, promptly hanging up the phone. International calls are prohibitively expensive, so one must not linger in conversation. Chapter 66, The Talent Factory. Ivan, noticing Zhang Shu approaching with a grave expression, felt a jolt of anxiety and hurried to meet him. "Brother, what did the higher-ups say?" Ivan asked nervously. Zhang Shu let out a heavy sigh and shook his head in resignation. Ivan rubbed his hands together, wishing he could give him a gentle nudge. This brother is earnest, but his execution is far too slow. The leadership did not outright reject the proposal, but it was nearly equivalent to a refusal. They outlined several conditions, and if you can meet them, then the matter can be discussed. "Speak on." Upon hearing this, Ivan felt a sense of relief. The proposition of conditions allowed for some leeway. If no conditions were presented, it would signify a complete lack of hope. Moreover, one must recognize that there are no free lunches in this world. He was prepared to pay a certain price. "Allow me to convey the leader's requirements. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. However, I would appreciate a definitive response. If this does not pan out, I will need to make a trip to Kiev. Rest assured, I understand the rules and will not let my brother work in vain." Zhang Shu straightened his expression and raised a finger. "First, regardless of your sales approach, all transactions must be settled in U.S. dollars. Of course, we will ensure you are not disadvantaged by exchange rates." Noticing Ivan's intent to speak, Zhang Shu raised his hand to signal him to wait. "Please, let me finish. Any questions can be addressed afterward. Secondly, our company plans to venture into the automotive industry. If you can procure resources such as blueprints and production lines," he paused meaningfully, "then we can offer you favorable pricing for this batch, and even the next. The extent of the discount will depend on your capabilities. Our leadership is eager to assess your potential, as the initial batch of uniforms was merely a small undertaking. Should you prove your worth, we would be more than willing to collaborate." Zhang Shu raised 3 fingers. "Thirdly, I can secure a maximum time frame of 2 weeks for this shipment. If it remains unsold after that period, I will be unable to assist you." He diligently relayed the leader's intentions to Ivan, then stepped aside to allow him space for contemplation. As for why fortune had smiled upon Ivan, Zhang Shu had learned in a previous life that Ivan's father had been a member of the management team at AvtoVAZ during the Soviet era, having dealt in production lines. Rather than being drawn to Ivan himself, Zhang Shu was more intrigued by the connections of his father. Convincing the elder Ivan would be Ivan's concern. The bait had been cast, Whether it would reel in a large or small catch depended on Ivan's efforts. After smoking half a pack of cigarettes, Ivan finally approached. Brother, to be candid, my family does possess some connections in the automotive industry. However, the scrutiny regarding automotive production lines is exceedingly stringent, involving factory management, local planning committees, and ministries. I need to ascertain the potential profit from undertaking this work. Zhang Shu chuckled lightly. Strict? What about when the Volga factory sold production lines to Poland in 1980? I didn't see such strictness then, yet he refrained from revealing this. For in the realm of business, everyone engages in a bit of negotiation. With a casual flick, Zhang Shu lifted a dust cover off a pair of work pants, releasing a cloud of fine fibers. The current inventory comprised 60,000 units of work pants, jackets, and shirts, along with 20,000 pairs of safety gloves. Based on Moscow's current market prices, this shipment was valued at 12 million rubles. Ivan's eyebrows subtly raised. If you can become a trusted distributor for us. Zhang Shu turned, raising 2 fingers. I can offer you a 20% discount on this shipment. As for the production lines, he deliberately paused. The engine and transmission production lines can be offered at a 15% discount each. The body stamping, welding, and painting lines can be provided at an 8% discount. As for the blueprints, we can negotiate based on their actual value. He took a step closer and lowered his voice, saying, in other words, if you can secure a few production lines, this shipment would be virtually free. Zhang Shu smiled knowingly, hinting that Xinjiang's subsequent clothing supply would be ceaseless. The extent of your discount depends entirely on your capabilities. Ivan's eyes flickered, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing his leather jacket. Of course. Zhang Shu stepped back slightly, his tone light. If this collaboration satisfies the board, what you gain will extend beyond mere discounts. It will encompass the friendship of Xinjiang International. You understand that? He patted Ivan on the shoulder, emphasizing that this friendship is worth at least 100 million. Ivan swallowed hard. Although he could not fathom why such friendship held such value, he was already captivated by Zhang Shu's words. He was almost willing to hand over the entire Lada to Zhang Shu, but he knew that was impossible, nor could his father manage it. The temptation Zhang Shu presented was immense. Becoming a supplier for Xinjiang could yield over 10 million rubles. As for the production lines, acquiring the most advanced ones would be challenging, but slightly inferior ones could be discarded under the guise of outdated equipment and then recovered at scrap metal prices. After all, such practices of using public funds for private gain were not uncommon. He was merely following the crowd. Brother, I need to go back and contemplate this matter, he said. Zhang Shu waved his hand, allowing for a maximum extension of 2 weeks, which included the time for the shipment. I understand. I will return and ponder how to proceed. Ivan did not linger, exchanging farewells before driving away. Watching his departing figure, Zhang Shu smiled, thinking that the old chap would likely consult his father. Brother Shu, what shall we do next? Zhao Sanqiang inquired. Let us go buy a magnetic stove. We must treat ourselves well while we are out, he replied with a laugh. Just then, Li Wantong rushed in, her urgency palpable. Zhang Shu was taken aback. She had come a long way to see him, yet she appeared distressed. Wait, why is she crying? Li Wantong stumbled in, breathless, her shoulders shaking, her lips trembling as she struggled to form coherent sentences. Her hair was disheveled with sweat, and her eyes were swollen. She gripped Zhang Shu's hand tightly, her voice laced with tears. Zhang Shu, the mentor has been taken away. Zhang Shu immediately wiped her tears and pulled out a chair for her to sit. Do not panic, take your time. What exactly happened? Li Wantong's complexion paled as she recounted that her teacher had criticized the excessive military spending of the Soviet Union days prior, and this morning, he was taken away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu felt a heavy weight in his heart. In 1990's Soviet Union, although Gorbachev's reforms had loosened societal constraints considerably, the military and conservatives still wielded substantial power. Questioning military expenditure was undeniably unwise. A mere word from the powers that be could lead one to imprisonment. During Stalin's era, one would not even have the chance to be imprisoned. They would simply be purged. Zhang Shu paced back and forth in the warehouse, deep in thought. Encountering such matters in a foreign land was exceedingly troublesome. According to his principles, he would never engage in such affairs. A wise businessman would naturally cultivate proximity to the government while steering clear of politics. As Li Wantong wept, her tears resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms, Zhang Shu found himself unable to refuse her. He anxiously ran his fingers through his hair. Why does your professor criticize military expenditures? He asked. The mentor in question was an engineering professor at Bauman University. Sniffling, Li Wanton continued. He has recently made breakthroughs in his research, but his funding has been severely cut. In a fit of frustration, he vented his grievances. Wait, Zhang Shu suddenly interjected. What is his name? Nikolai Pukin. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Shu's eyes lit up. This individual had been a notable figure in his past life, not necessarily for the brilliance of his research, but for his remarkable ability to place hundreds of students into major international automotive companies like Volkswagen and Fiat after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Many of these students had risen to become leading figures in the industry, a veritable talent factory. Given these circumstances, it warranted thorough investigation. Chapter 67. Mediation. Pukin's value transcended that of an ordinary professor. If he could be brought under his influence, the potential benefits would be immense. Wiping her tears, Li Wanton gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Zhang Shu reassured her, "Your professor is a scholar, not a political prisoner. They won't resort to extreme measures, at most. He might face some hardships. What should we do now?" Li Wanton asked. Zhang Shu squinted thoughtfully and replied in a serious tone, "We need to contact the Chinese embassy." The embassy? Li Wanton was taken aback. "But my professor is Soviet. Will they even help?" "Under normal circumstances, they likely would not." Zhang Shu chuckled softly. "However, we can present a different narrative." He quickly organized his thoughts and elaborated. "Your professor's research pertains to automotive engineering, and China is actively seeking to introduce foreign technology, particularly from the Soviet industrial framework. If we can convince the embassy that Professor Pukin holds significant value for China's automotive industry, they should be willing to assist." "What exactly should we do?" she inquired. "First, prepare a detailed summary of your professor's research, emphasizing his technological breakthroughs and potential economic value." Zhang Shu spoke rapidly. "Then, as a student, you must formally submit a request for assistance to the embassy, highlighting Professor Pukin's commitment to Sino-Soviet technological collaboration." Li Wanton nodded, but hesitated. "But what if the embassy finds this issue too sensitive and refuses to intervene?" Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Remember, the focus is not on rescuing a Soviet professor, but on securing a key technical expert vital to China's industry. We will address political matters through economic means." Immediately, Li Wanton agreed, though she felt somewhat bewildered. She found Zhang Shu's reasoning compelling. "All right, I'll go prepare the materials." Before she finished speaking, she dashed towards Bauman University to gather the necessary documents. By 5 o'clock that evening, the two arrived at number 6 Friendship Street. The Chinese embassy, established in 1958, spans an area of 110,000 square meters, with a building area of 40,000 square meters, making it the largest embassy among foreign missions in the Soviet Union. "Mom, that looks like an uncle." A young girl's bright voice rang out from behind. Zhang Shu turned to see it was the mother and daughter he had rescued on the train, accompanied by a bespectacled middle-aged man. "Mr. Zhang, is it truly you? I just caught a glimpse of your silhouette and felt an uncanny familiarity. Yet I hesitated to acknowledge you." Wang Yu's voice quivered slightly. On the train, she had expressed her gratitude to Zhang Shu countless times. But how could such feeble words encapsulate the profound appreciation of a mother and a wife who had been pulled back from the brink of despair? Wang Yu hurriedly gestured to the man beside her. "This is my beloved husband, Zhou Mingyuan." "Comrade Zhou." Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward with alacrity, his hands firmly clasping Zhang Shu's. This man, nearing the age of reason, appeared as vulnerable as a child in that moment. Tears welled up behind his glasses, and he opened his mouth, his throat convulsing with emotion. "My wife has often spoken of you." He suddenly removed his glasses, wiping his face vigorously with his sleeve. "If it weren't for you, both she and our child would." At this point, the man was overcome with emotion and began to weep. Zhou Mingyuan's grip on Zhang Shu's hand tightened, as if he wished to imbue that very strength with a lifetime of gratitude. "You must grant us the opportunity today. Let me respectfully offer you a drink." Zhang Shu, observing the husband and father on the verge of kneeling before him, felt a surge of compassion. He gently patted the trembling back of Zhou Mingyuan's hand. "Brother Zhou, you overstate the matter. We are all compatriots. In such circumstances, anyone would extend a helping hand. As for the meal, let us defer it for another occasion, as I truly have pressing matters today." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Wang Yu was about to hand him the address she had written down when she noticed the main entrance of the embassy behind him. Tentatively, she inquired, "Mr. Zhang, are you here on embassy business?" Zhang Shu followed her gaze and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I require some assistance from the embassy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and put his glasses back on. Mr. Zhang, what difficulties are you facing? I have worked at the Soviet embassy for many years. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Wang Yu chimed in eagerly. Yes, Mr. Zhang, please do not hesitate. Old Zhou can certainly make some connections at the embassy. Zhang Shu hesitated momentarily. Encountering familiar faces at the embassy was unexpected. Observing the couple brimming with gratitude, he decided to abandon his prepared remarks. They genuinely wished to help, and he could not resort to hollow platitudes. Zhang Shu candidly explained, "The Professor Putin from Bauman University is a mentor to my friend. He made some inappropriate remarks in a public setting and was taken away by the Internal Affairs Department. I hope to coordinate through the embassy under the guise of technical cooperation." Zhou Mingyuan's expression grew serious as he gestured for him to follow. "This is not the place for discussion. Let us go inside and talk as we walk." Zhang Shu smiled. "Brother Zhou, you may simply call me Xiao Zhang or Zhang Shu. I cannot accept such a title." "Very well. Then I shall take the liberty of calling you Xiao Zhang." The three of them proceeded toward the embassy's entrance, where the guards immediately saluted and allowed them entry upon recognizing Zhou Mingyuan. During their casual conversation, Zhang Shu learned that Zhou Mingyuan was the economic counselor at the Chinese embassy in the Soviet Union, a position of considerable influence. As they traversed the courtyard, Zhang Shu recounted the entire situation. Zhou Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, his professional instincts kicking in. While the matter was indeed sensitive, it was not without avenues for maneuvering. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yu gently tugged at her husband's sleeve, imploring, "Lao Zhou, you must assist Xiao Zhang with this matter." Her voice carried an undeniable resoluteness. Zhou Mingyuan clasped his wife's hand, nodding solemnly, while his gaze towards Zhang Shu revealed a clear sense of gratitude. Returning to the office, Zhou Mingyuan meticulously perused the documents in his hands, his brow gradually easing. "Xiao Zhang, your ideas are quite insightful and highly feasible." Zhang Shu, seated across from him, offered a faint smile. "Brother Zhou, the Soviet Union is currently facing economic difficulties, with a plethora of top-tier experts left idle. If we can seize this opportunity to introduce a significant influx of talent, it would greatly aid our nation's modernization efforts." Zhou Mingyuan set down the papers, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and admiration. "Such matters are sensitive for us to navigate. The authorities must consider the Soviet Union's dignity and cannot proceed overtly. Moreover, persuading Soviet experts to leave their homeland for Huaxia is no trivial task." Zhang Shu nodded in understanding, refraining from delving further into the issue. However, Zhou Mingyuan couldn't help but regard him with increased respect. This young man, barely in his 20s, possessed a remarkably astute perspective. He couldn't suppress his admiration. "Xiao Zhang, you not only have business acumen, but also a profound understanding of critical issues. This is something even I, an old diplomat, must learn from you." Zhang Shu quickly waved his hand in modesty. "Brother Zhou, you flatter me. It is the nature of a businessman to seek profit. However, if one can benefit the nation and the people while pursuing profit, such business holds far greater significance." "Well said," Zhou Mingyuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm, then lightly tapping the table with his fingers. "I have a basic understanding of Professor Putin's situation and will promptly report to the ambassador." However, he paused, his tone turning grave. "Since this matter involves the Soviet Ministry of Internal Affairs, I advise you not to interfere further. The embassy will handle communications on that front." Zhang Shu nodded, quickly responding, "As long as we can ensure Professor Putin's personal safety, everything else is negotiable. Our company is willing to bear all bail expenses." Zhou Mingyuan's eyes glimmered with approval. "It seems this professor holds considerable weight in your estimation." "Talent knows no borders," Zhang Shu replied softly, yet each word resonated with strength. Zhou Mingyuan couldn't help but steal a few more glances at this young man. At such a tender age, possessing such broad vision and insight promised limitless potential in the future. Chapter 68. The brothers' sincerity when Zhang Shu departed the embassy. The clock had already struck 9 in the evening. Due to the alarmingly poor security in Moscow at night, Zhou Mingyuan, concerned for their safety, had arranged for security personnel to escort the two. Upon returning to the warehouse, Li Wantong gently tugged at Zhang Shu's sleeve, her gaze cast down as she fidgeted with her fingers. "Zhang Shu, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. There's no need for such formality between us. We were merely fortunate to encounter acquaintances at the embassy. Otherwise, the situation might not have unfolded so smoothly. That is not mere luck. If you hadn't taken the risk to save Sister Wan Yu earlier, why would they help this foreign teacher? Li Wantong lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Zhang Shu's profile, illuminated by the dim light, seemed to shimmer with a golden aura. The Huaxiao people often speak of cause and effect. Perhaps the kindness he had sown had woven a protective net around them. Zhang Shu turned her head and gently patted Li Wantong on the shoulder. The warmth seeped through the thin fabric, causing Li Wantong's heart to skip a beat. Let us not dwell on that. The embassy will handle the communication. And Professor Putin should be back soon. Just wait patiently, she reassured. Li Wantong, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement, feeling a strange sensation. She had always been averse to such gestures. Yet now, the warmth from Zhang Shu's fingertips felt like a flickering flame, igniting a heat within her. Unconsciously, she leaned slightly closer, yearning for the touch to linger a moment longer, a realization that filled her with a shame so profound it curled her toes. Shaking off the thoughts racing through her mind, she spoke up. After running around all day, I'm going to take a shower. Will you keep watch for me? Of course. No problem. Zhang Shu replied with a smile. You're so kind. Li Wantong exclaimed before playfully skipping towards the faucet. The sound of rushing water soon filled the air. As she splashed water over herself while humming a tune, she slapped her flushed cheeks. Li Wantong, get a grip. Stop overthinking. But with her eyes closed, Zhang Shu's figure resurfaced in her mind, and the cold water did little to quell the heat coursing through her. When will you return to Salt City, Zhang Shu? She pondered, unable to help but divert her attention through conversation. Not sure yet. Are you planning to return with me? The water paused momentarily as Zhang Shu's voice, tinged with laughter, replied, I won't be returning with you. However, if you sincerely invite me, I might consider it. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Shu couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Amidst the sound of water, he deliberately elongated his tone. Ah? Then I must think carefully about how to extend that invitation. You're such a fool, she muttered under her breath, feeling exasperated. Typically quite astute. Why did he become so foolish in critical moments? Li Wantong emerged from behind the curtain, her long hair damp and cascading over her shoulders. Water droplets slid down her strands, with a few mischievously clinging to her slightly upturned lashes, enhancing the brightness of her almond-shaped eyes. What are you staring at? She noticed Zhang Shu's gaze and felt her ears heat up, tucking her wet hair behind her ear. What? Is it a crime to look at someone beautiful? Zhang Shu replied with a grin. The moonlight streamed through the high window, casting a glow on her profile, her dimples appearing as though they were filled with honey. Sweet enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Humph. Smooth talker, Li Wantong retorted, tossing her hair and striding into the warehouse. Once under the mosquito net, a smile graced her lips, and she drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she found herself running through a rainforest, a beam of light ahead, and at the end of that light, Zhang Shu turned and extended her hand towards her, palm up. They exchanged no words throughout the night. The next morning, as Zhang Shu finished his morning routine, Ivan arrived outside in a Volga. Hey, brother, I've brought the documents. Let us discuss, Ivan called as he rolled down the car window, clearly wanting to keep their conversation private. Zhang Shu understood and approached, pulling open the passenger door. As soon as he sat down, Ivan eagerly thrust a stack of papers into his hands. These are the equipment list and technical drawings I painstakingly gathered. Please take a look. Ivan rubbed his hands together, his tone tinged with a hint of self-congratulation. Zhang Shu perused the materials, his brow gradually furrowing. Suddenly, he snapped the folder shut, visibly displeased. Why is there no engine production line? Ivan offered a wry smile. Brother, you have no idea. A complete engine production line requires equipment that fills 40 freight cars. The commotion would be too great. As he spoke, he extracted a Marlboro and handed it to Zhang Shu, lighting it for him. However, I have secured the transmission and stamping production lines for you. Just these two alone require 35 freight cars. Zhang Shu remained unconvinced, still frowning. Is this all you've got? What am I supposed to use to build cars? Ivan, sweating profusely, replied, Brother, I truly did my utmost. Zhang Shu took a deep drag on his cigarette. If the production lines cannot be assembled, you need to provide me with a complete set of blueprints. Otherwise, the company will incur significant expenses for a heap of scrap metal, and I want to be able to justify it. Brother, I've attended to every aspect for you. It wouldn't be fair for you to turn the tables on me now. Ivan chuckled awkwardly. The blueprints should be fine. I'll have someone make copies. ensuring not a single page is missing. However, regarding the pricing, let us stick to our previous agreement. For the 2 production lines, I'll offer a 23% discount off the original price. As for the complete set of blueprints, I'll add an additional 10% discount, factoring in the dealer's 20% subsidy, which brings the total to a 53% discount. If that sounds acceptable to you, once the freight cars pass through Noshki, you can settle the payment and collect the goods. Ivan continued, brother, the price is agreeable. Let us proceed as you suggested. He paused before adding, however, settling entirely in dollars might prove challenging. My resources are limited, and I can't procure that many dollars. Would you consider half in dollars and half in rubles? I want to accept rubles, Zhang Shu replied. His face contorted in distaste. How about this? You give me $650,000 and the remaining 16 million rubles, along with a few lattes. The rest should be exchanged for watches, binoculars, and cameras. Ivan did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head, gently tapping his fingers on the steering wheel while calculating the exchange rate in his mind. After a meticulous 5 minutes, he deemed Zhang Shu's proposed rate reasonable and nodded in agreement. Brother, I'll expedite the arrangements for the freight cars. Ivan did not linger, exchanging a brief farewell with Zhang Shu before hastily driving away. His foot trembled slightly on the accelerator. His mind raced with a singular thought: to expedite the equipment's transport and then return to finalize the payment and collect the goods. He could not afford to be complacent. Just yesterday, he and his father had tallied up the figures. The gross profit from the goods in Zhang Shu's warehouse could reach 35 million rubles. After accounting for the purchase of scrap metal, the freight costs, and various bribes, his net profit would not be less than 10 million rubles. The prospect of that figure caused him to lick his parched lips. In this era, when a Soviet worker's monthly salary barely afforded 40 loaves of black bread, the weight of this transaction was suffocating. Even more enticing was the promise of 100,000 down jackets and the friendship of Xinqing International. That could be worth a fortune of 100 million. My dear brother has always been sincere. I trust he will not disappoint himself. Chapter 69. Beyond Control. On June 15, 1990, a Sunday, at 8 in the morning, at the Kyoto train station's guest house, Ma Weigua had received a message from Zhang Shu a week prior, indicating that a shipment would temporarily be stored at their factory. Ma Weigua, International Long Distance. The front desk attendant called out loudly. Hello? On the other end of the line was indeed Zhang Shu's voice. Ma Weigua hurried to the front desk, grabbing the receiver. This is Ma Weigua. Yes, yes. Our people have already arrived at the Kyoto train station. We will go pick up the goods shortly. Director Ma, I am immensely grateful. This shipment contains a myriad of assorted items. Please ensure adequate security measures are in place. Rest assured, once the goods arrive here, not even a single screw will go missing on my watch. Ma Weigua assured, thumping his chest. Should anything go missing, I shall deduct it from the payment owed to Xinjiang. Zhang Shu replied, half jokingly, half seriously. Ma Weigua responded casually, if something is indeed missing, feel free to come find me at Xinjiang. By the way, Manager Zhang, when will you return? The workers at the factory are eagerly awaiting their wages. Soon, very soon. By the latest, next week. Before he could finish, the line went dead with a busy signal. Is it Zhang Shu? When is he coming back? Zhou Jiqiang inquired. Ma Weigua, staring blankly at the receiver in his hand, replied, he said by next week at the latest. Didn't he say he would return this week? Zhou Jiqiang was puzzled. Who knows? However, since he is willing to store the goods with us, he likely won't be running off, Ma Weigua mused. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is running off? The ever-displeased Go Ziqiang interjected. Recently, Go had been living quite comfortably, enjoying good food and restful sleep. Since the 2 factory directors realized that Go was merely a figurehead, they ceased to confine him, and the group had developed a decent rapport. Naturally, with Xian Cheng's shipment arriving from the Soviet Union, Go was expected to be present. The 3 men strolled to a roadside stall to buy breakfast before heading directly to the Cargo Management Center. Standing on the platform of the Beijing Cargo Management Center, Ma Weigua, Zhou Jiqiang, and Go Ziqiang gazed silently at the 38 freight cars lined up before them. The June sun had become scorching, causing the metal train cars to feel uncomfortably hot, and the air was thick with a cloying mixture of oil and cargo. A bead of sweat trickled down Ma Weigua's temple. He opened his mouth only to close it again, finally managing to utter a single word, damn. Zhou Jiqiang adjusted his glasses, peering at the seemingly endless line of train cars. How are we going to transport all of this? His voice sounded somewhat detached. Go Ziqiang appeared nonchalant, occasionally tapping this and that. Director Ma, what are these iron lumps? Ma Weigua had no time to entertain him, as the dispatcher continued to urge them. The goods from Shenyang need to be moved quickly. If not cleared within 24 hours, storage fees will apply. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Ma Weigua approached a staff member. Being an old hand, his movements were instinctively practiced as he discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into the other's pocket. Comrade, may I ask how we are to transport so many freight cars to Yunque? The staff cast a glance at Ma Weigua, and their demeanor softened as they pocketed the cigarette. After a moment of contemplation, one of them inquired, "It appears that there isn't a railway connection to Yunque yet. Is there? You will need to transport the goods to Pengcheng first before switching to truck transport." Ma Weigua inhaled sharply, cautiously asking, "Based on your estimates, how much would the freight for such a large quantity of goods cost? From Kyoto to Pengcheng, for a single carload, it would be around 500 yuan. Plus the cost for truck transfer and loading and unloading, approximately 200 yuan should suffice." Ma Weigua hurried over to Zhou Jiqiang, exclaiming, "Jiqiang, just the freight alone amounts to 200 yuan. How are we going to manage this?" Both men turned their gazes towards Go Ziqiang in unison. "What are you looking at me for? I have barely over 2 yuan in my pocket. If you need that much, I could contribute," Zhou Jiqiang replied. "But these goods belong to Xinjiang." Go Ziqiang shook his head vigorously. "That's beyond my concern." Zhou Jiqiang was left dumbstruck. Could it really cost so much just for the freight? They had no money. If they had, they would have already paid the workers' wages. Ma Weigua felt overwhelmed. He had initially thought that the goods Zhang Shu mentioned would fill at most half a car, and they could simply ask a few people to carry more loads. However, upon arriving at the site, he was taken aback to find it completely filled with iron machinery. Yet, he recognized that these were all precision instruments, each one worth a considerable sum. Recalling Zhang Shu's earlier words and the bravado he had displayed, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his palm that clutched the equipment list. 2 complete automobile production lines, for Lada cars, 50,000 flying watches, 250,000 beige telescopes, and 5,000 Saliot cameras, so exorbitantly valuable. Losing even one of these items would be a calamity. "Director Ma, what should we do?" "We must report this," Ma Weigua replied, gritting his teeth. "Given our resources, we have no means to transport these items back to Yunque. If any complications arise during transit, we would be left destitute." The two men found themselves in rare agreement. Zhou Jiqiang felt that the situation had escalated beyond his control, and he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Zhang Shu's reckless actions were spiraling out of hand. Engaging in business with him felt akin to jumping back and forth at the gates of a prison, and he was truly at his wit's end. "Who should we call?" Zhou Jiqiang asked. "Let us reach out to Secretary Li at the top. After all, we might have reached the limits of our authority." Without delay, Ma Weigua dialed the office of the municipal committee in Yunque from the Kyoto train station. After 2 rings, the call was answered. "Hello? Is this Secretary Wu? I am Ma Weigua, the factory director of Shenyang Garment Factory, and I have an urgent matter to report to Secretary Li." Wu Haikong instantly recalled Ma Weigua's profile. The secretary's daughter worked under him, which was the first detail that came to mind. "Would you prefer to speak directly with the secretary, or shall I convey your message?" Under normal circumstances, Wu Haikong would not pose this question, as he would typically record the matter and report it to the secretary himself. However, Ma Weigua was somewhat exceptional. If it concerned the secretary's personal affairs, it would be inappropriate for him to relay the message. "If convenient, I would prefer to speak directly with the secretary." Wu Haikong did not hang up. Instead, he said, "Please hold," and turned to knock on the door of the adjacent office. Shortly thereafter, a deep, resonant voice of a middle-aged man came through the line. Li Jinghua's first reaction mirrored that of Wu Haikong. Unless his beloved daughter faced some calamity, Ma Weigua would never place a call to him. Upon recalling that his daughter had not returned home in over 2 weeks, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. "Hello? This is Li Jinghua. Has something happened to Wantong?" "Greetings, Secretary Li. It concerns our factory." Ma Weigua, unable to conceal the truth any longer, divulged how Zhang Shu had cunningly persuaded them to sign an agreement, how he had ventured to the Soviet Union to trade, and how he had managed to procure 38 carloads of equipment. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end inquired, "Are you saying that Zhang Shu managed to swindle you, exchanging your 1.05 million worth of garments for a Soviet automotive production line?" "Well, it's not entirely a deception. The agreements were signed, and I have verified that there is indeed a company named Xinqing International in Hong Kong, Ma Weiguo reluctantly stated, attempting to present a fair perspective. Very well, I will arrange for the goods to be returned. Secretary Li, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you, Ma Weiguo replied. Setting aside the matter of being deceived, I must acknowledge that your factory's audacity is commendable, albeit rather reckless. We shall address your issues in the upcoming meeting. For now, let this suffice. As the call ended, Ma Weiguo wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that even the municipal secretary had been stirred by the situation. Chapter 70. Testing the cadres? Ivan had been living quite luxuriously these past few days. He could hardly recall a time when he had engaged in such affluent dealings. At that moment, he found himself at the Cherkizovo market, where fortune favored him abundantly, as the affordable workwear from Huaxiao was flying off the shelves. Thus, when he encountered Zhang Shu once more, a radiant smile illuminated his face, and he spoke softly, cautious not to startle the god of wealth with his robust voice. Brother, what brings you to my office today? Zhang Shu initially intended to deliver the workwear to Ivan and return home. But upon receiving news from the embassy that Professor Putin would be making an appearance in a few days, he had to delay his departure. Nevertheless, rewards were reaped. Under Zhang Shu's financial persuasion, the old professor capitulated without a fight, promptly packing his entire family for a journey to Yunque. Rapping on Ivan's desk, he wasted no time with pleasantries. I require your assistance with some urgent matters. He fished a list from his pocket and placed it upon the desk. I need you to help process the passports for these individuals. Ivan's smile instantly vanished, and he swallowed hard. Brother, what are these people for? Zhang Shu responded matter-of-factly. The company has set up 2 production lines. We need to recruit some technical personnel. Upon hearing this, Ivan's expression tightened, and he nervously rubbed his jaw. Visas can be arranged easily, but passports? The KGB is currently monitoring technical talent too closely. Just last month, an electrical engineer attempting to escape to West Germany was apprehended before he even reached Sheremetyevo Airport. Zhang Shu understood the gravity of his words and assured him. These individuals have never served in special units. You need not worry about processing their passports. Surely, you don't believe I would deceive you. In 1990, the Soviet Union maintained stringent controls over the emigration of technical personnel, particularly in sensitive sectors such as military, aerospace, automotive, and nuclear energy. Experts attempting to carry blueprints or manuals abroad would be deemed traitors, with the possibility of facing the death penalty. After listening, Ivan exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of pent-up tension. He was genuinely apprehensive about Zhang Shu's reckless antics. Their lives had just begun to stabilize, and chaos could not be tolerated. By the way, my dear brother, as per your request, the funds have been successfully transferred to your company's account in Hong Kong. Excellent. Truly, my brother possesses remarkable capability. Zhang Shu exclaimed while thumping his thigh in praise of Ivan. At this juncture, the Soviet Union's foreign exchange controls were theoretically stringent, yet riddled with practical loopholes. Nevertheless, he opted for the most prudent route, channeling the funds through the Soviet National Bank under the guise of trade payments. All that was required was a formal contract with the Hong Kong company, albeit with the drawback that the Soviet bank would forcibly retain a portion of the foreign exchange. However, the withheld amount would be compensated by Ivan, who was more than willing to do so. In truth, Zhang Shu could have resorted to the black market, crafting fraudulent import-export contracts or even liquidating tangible assets for cash. Yet, circumstances had changed. With newfound wealth, it was time to resolve issues through legitimate means. There was no need to linger in the gray area and risk imprisonment over trivial matters. My brother, when will your company receive the 100,000 down jackets? These would yield significantly more profit than workwear pants. Ivan inquired tentatively, his eagerness for the batch of down jackets palpable. Zhang Shu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. The down jackets are manageable. I can arrange the goods for you by tomorrow. However, the key question is, what can you offer in exchange? Our company does not require rubles. Should we wait until you manage to procure the Lada engine production line instead? Is the Moscow production line feasible? Ivan asked softly, gauging Zhang Shu's expression. Certainly. That would work splendidly. Do you have a connection? Ivan grinned, a knowing smile playing across his face. Many were aware of the substantial workwear he had acquired, and as he appeared poised for success, envy arose, leading some to seek connections with his father, including individuals from Moscow. In 1990, the engines used by the Muscovites were essentially Lada engines. In essence, both engines were identical. Only the calibration and matching for different models introduced minor discrepancies. However, in terms of operations, the Muscovites lagged significantly, especially after undergoing the political and economic reforms in the Soviet Union, which intensified market competition and led to a drastic decline in sales, bringing them to the brink of bankruptcy. Naturally, the more desperate the situation, the easier it became to transfer production lines. My brother, if I were to acquire the engine production line, the chassis production line, and all those assorted production lines for you, how would we settle the costs? Zhang Shu shot him a glance, recognizing his pretense. Wasn't he this merely posturing? Who couldn't he play that game? He pulled out a sheet of paper and slapped it onto the desk, grunting. If you can assemble the entire set of production lines, you need to specify what goods you require. If you cannot procure them, consider it my inadequacy. Even though he was aware of his brother's company's formidable strength, Ivan was still taken aback. How much confidence must he possess? Despite the banter, he picked up a pen and began to write on the paper. After 5 minutes, he finally handed it over. To speak candidly, Ivan's Mandarin is quite commendable, yet his handwriting leaves much to be desired. There are several characters he does not recognize, and he can only deduce their meanings through context. At the top of the list is a down jacket, followed by sweaters, bed linens, various canned goods, alcoholic beverages, thermoses, flashlights, and umbrellas, an extensive array of items. Zhang Shu could not help but inquire, "Are you planning to open a supermarket?" Ivan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Having been impoverished for so long, I simply wish to stock up on supplies. I wonder if my younger brother can manage to transport all these items. Let me put it this way, with the rubbish you've penned down, I could gather everything in half a day. Never doubt the capabilities of Xinqing International. Rather, consider how to bring the production line here." Zhang Shu boasted further, asserting that when out in the world, one must maintain their own dignity. Humility was not an option for him, nor would it ever be. "Brother, I will expedite this matter. Once I have sorted out all the necessary connections, I will call you at the earliest opportunity." "All right, I await your good news in Huaxia. By the way, can you procure an airplane?" Zhang Shu casually asked. During this period, although the Soviet Union had not yet disintegrated, a significant number of aircraft had already been sold or smuggled. For instance, the nearly obsolete MiG-21, MiG-23, Su-25, and two Mi-8 and Mi-24 were being traded in bulk. The most outrageous were the blueprints and parts for the Tu-160 being sold by Ukraine. Such formidable machinery would not be available in Huaxia even before Zhang Shu's rebirth in 2024. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly endeavor to contribute to his nation. Ivan paused momentarily before asking, "What type of aircraft are you referring to?" "I am not picky. Any type will do." "No way, my brother. Do you also have connections for airplanes?" Zhang Shu, initially throwing out a casual inquiry, sensed Ivan's hesitant demeanor, indicating there was more beneath the surface. "You underestimate me. To be frank, my uncle is a colonel brigade commander in the army." Zhang Shu instinctively shifted in his seat. If this was the direction of their conversation, he would certainly regard Ivan as a trustworthy ally. Nevertheless, he maintained a casual faade, remarking, "Don't just name drop. I know Gorbachev too. But what good does that do me if you won't sell me a production line?" Ivan shot him a sidelong glance. "The acquaintances you speak of and the ones I refer to are hardly the same." However, he refrained from elaborating further on the matter, only agreeing to inquire on his behalf. As their conversation drew to a close, Zhang Shu prepared to take his leave, only to be unexpectedly pulled back by Ivan. "Brother, since you've made the trip to Moscow, I must treat you properly today." Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes, questioning whether this was a test for the cadre. Chapter 71. One must learn foreign languages. He had no interest in women whose body hair was thicker than leg hair, but he could fulfill Zhao Sanxiang's long-standing desire. "Brother, I appreciate the sentiment, but I am not feeling well these days. If possible, I will have a friend accompany me instead." "Ha. Good, good." By the time they returned to the warehouse, the sky had completely darkened. Qinsheng was somewhat taken aback, sensing that Zhao Sanxiang had emerged from his shell, appearing considerably more earnest than before. The previous hint of his playful demeanor had vanished. He scrutinized Zhao Sanxiang a bit longer and inquired, "What did you do with Brother Shu this afternoon?" Zhao Sanxiang scratched the back of his head and replied, "Well, one must have some aspirations. I spent the afternoon learning a bit of a foreign language." Chun Huarong nodded approvingly, acknowledging the merit of acquiring new skills while abroad, particularly the necessity of mastering a foreign tongue. Chun Chong and Wang Lin concurred, for in this circle, Chun Huarong was recognized as the most cultured among them. His words were generally well received, as graduating from high school was no trivial matter. Zhang Shu, would you like to learn Russian? I can teach you, Li Wantong said earnestly, delighted at the prospect of assisting Zhang Shu. However, Zhang Shu looked at her with a hint of confusion. Wantong, my mind is already brimming with knowledge. If I learn more, it may overflow. All right then, Li Wantong replied, somewhat disheartened. As time passed, it was soon the end of June, and the birch trees lining the streets of Moscow were lush with new leaves. Zhang Shu and his companions prepared to embark on their journey back home. At this moment, airfares were exorbitantly high, with an international ticket from Moscow to Shanghai costing approximately $220 per person. Simultaneously, the annual salary of a formal worker in a state-owned enterprise in Huaxia could scarcely cover the cost of a single ticket. This time, there were 20 individuals in total, including the previously recruited Soviet automotive experts and Professor Putin's entire family, which comprised a remarkable 7 members. Comrade Factory Director, could you arrange for my children to have some juice on the plane? Professor Putin's wife inquired. Juice. Zhang Shu nearly chuckled. The seats occupied by their 7-person family could suffice for an entire truckload of juice. Nevertheless, he waved over the flight attendants. Recognizing that fostering good relations with the elderly gentleman was vital for his future endeavors, he would nurture this connection, as there would be ample time to extract value later. As the clouds outside thinned, sunlight streamed through the window. 8 hours later, beneath the airplane wing, the meandering Yangtze River glimmered like a silver chain across the verdant fields, and the outlines of distant cities gradually came into focus. The plane landed smoothly at Shanghai's Hangzhou Airport, and suddenly, Professor Putin's youngest daughter pointed excitedly out the window, exclaiming, "Look, China!" The elderly man chuckled as he patted her head and turned to Zhang Shu, saying, "Comrade Factory Director, I wonder how the factory in Yunque is faring now?" Zhang Shu grinned and replied, "Everything is ready. We are just awaiting your arrival along with this esteemed team of experts to install the production line." The elderly gentleman felt quite pleased with the trust Zhang Shu had placed in him and was eager to demonstrate his expertise to the future employer. The requirements for an automotive production line are quite meticulous concerning space. I wonder how large our current factory area is. Zhang Shu thoughtfully stroked his chin. At present, he certainly did not possess the required space and would need to negotiate with the government. However, he needed to be well prepared for those discussions. Professor, if we wish to establish a complete automotive production line, how much space would we need? The elderly gentleman adjusted his glasses, and his professional instincts were immediately awakened. He took out the notebook he always carried, writing and sketching as he spoke. It all depends on the scale you intend to achieve. For instance, if we consider an annual production capacity of 200,000 vehicles, he quickly outlined several boxes on the paper with a pencil. We would need at least 300,000 square meters, and 500,000 would be more respectable. If we aspire to establish a luxury car production line, he turned the page and drew an even larger box. 800,000 square meters would be the minimum requirement. He then sketched a runway shape beside it, indicating the necessity for an additional 580,000 square meters for a test track. Zhang Shu gazed at the ever-expanding boxes on the paper, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Is it really that large? The old gentleman chuckled softly. This is still a conservative estimate. If there is no mature supporting supply chain in the vicinity, that figure will need to be increased. Do you know about the Volkswagen factory in Wolfsburg, Germany? It spans 6.5 million square meters. He heavily circled the center of the drawing. Their factory even includes a power station, with 80 of the components circulating internally. I recommend reserving an additional 30 of land for future development, as every increase of 100,000 in annual production capacity necessitates an additional 812,000 square meters of land. Zhang Shu scratched his head, feeling at a loss for words. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't bring himself to request such a vast area from the government. Fortunately, he still held the title of a Hong Kong businessman, which he hoped would offer some leverage. As thoughts swirled in his mind and dusk settled, the airplane smoothly landed at Nanyang Airport. Zhang Shu led the group directly to Shenyang Garment Factory, partly due to his concerns about the production line, and also because Shenyang had its own guest house. Feeding so many people would incur a significant expense, so he sought to economize. The security guard, dozing off, was suddenly roused by the sound of voices. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight of over 20 individuals streaming into the factory without so much as a greeting. However, with a substantial portion being foreigners, he dared not intervene. In these times, the presence of foreigners still held considerable weight. Just as he hesitated, he spotted Li Wantong at the back of the group. His apprehension eased. This was Director Li from the factory office. All was well, they were allies. Li Wantong guided Putin and the others directly to the guest house to arrange accommodations. She opened the door to a room and said, "Teacher, the conditions here are modest. Please make do." However, Putin waved his hand dismissively. "This place is more than adequate, far better than my previous lodgings." He felt immense gratitude for his student. Were it not for her mediation, his ability to come out would have been uncertain. Moreover, he found the environment of the guest house quite satisfactory. Zhang Shu then knocked on the door of Guizhou's room, having just surveyed the factory, only to realize he had not seen the production line. Chapter 72. Some have unwholesome intentions, Brother Shu. You're finally back. Guizhou exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Shu, his pent-up grievances bursting forth. The pressure he had endured in recent days had been overwhelming, especially after discovering that Xinxing was merely a shell company. Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weiguo were practically ready to tie him up with a rope, fearing he might flee. During this period, they continuously drilled into Guizhou the notion that Zhang Shu intended to abscond with the goods, pressuring him to confess. Nevertheless, Guizhou, loyal to a fault, had maintained his facade of ignorance and stubbornly held on until now. The moment he laid eyes on Zhang Shu, he could no longer maintain his composure. Fear gripped him. As Ma Weiguo had articulated, should Zhang Shu truly escape, he would be destined to languish in prison for the remainder of his life. Zhang Shu was fully aware of his predicament, yet observing his increasingly robust physique made it difficult to empathize. To assert that he had suffered would be a misrepresentation. This individual had likely gained no less than 20 pounds during this period, indicating he had not endured hardship. He then patted Zhang Shu's shoulder firmly in a gesture of consolation. "Qiuzi, what has become of the goods I procured from the Soviet Union?" Qiuzi promptly recounted the events that had transpired a few days prior. It turned out that Ma Weiguo had reported the matter, and Li Jianhua had promptly facilitated connections. However, it was later suggested, by an unknown party, that due to the considerable size of the production line equipment, it was impractical for the Shenyang factory to accommodate it, and thus it would be temporarily stored at the Yunque automobile factory. Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes. The Yunque automobile factory was notoriously well known in his previous life. As a nationally recognized Class 3 modification plant, it lacked both the qualifications for vehicle production and sales. With merely 172 acres of overgrown land as its factory site, its total equipment value was less than 500,000 yuan, and it bore a debt of 2.5 million yuan, relying annually on government subsidies to barely sustain operations. In its early days, attempts were made to establish an independent brand, yet the vehicles produced were plagued by frequent malfunctions, resulting in a situation where cars in need of repair lined the streets more than those that were operational. Despite the disarray that characterized the Yunque automobile factory at that time, it inadvertently laid the groundwork for a takeover by the Yueda Group. After amassing capital through coal trade, Yueda officially took over in 1991, embarking on a transformative journey. Under the leadership of Hu Yulin, they assumed control with a determination to venture into the automotive industry and gradually resolve qualification issues through joint ventures and acquisitions. In 1996, they partnered with South Korea's Kia and acquired the Jinling Bridge automobile manufacturing plant. The former site of the Yunque automobile factory became its inaugural plant, ultimately evolving into a modern facility with an annual production capacity of 140,000 vehicles. Thus, Dongfeng Yueda Kia was established. To be candid, as a native of Yunque, Zhang Shu harbored deep affection for Yueda Kia. His first car in his previous life was indeed a Yueda. However, at this moment, Yueda had yet to be founded, and its predecessor was instead preoccupied with him. Zhang Shu was oblivious to who had proposed relocating the production line to the Yunque automobile factory. Yet he was certain that this individual harbored nefarious intentions. Placing a delectable box of meat in a dog bowl could not stem from altruism. He remained uncertain whether this was the directive of the secretary of the Yunque Municipal Party Committee or merely the machinations of subordinates. Should this initiative originate from the secretary, he would have to accept his misfortune and seek alternative arrangements. Conversely, if it was a clever ploy by subordinates, he would need to address the matter thoroughly. Chiozi, tomorrow take the equipment list to the Yunque Public Security Bureau and claim that our goods have been stolen. He narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. Upon arriving at the Yunque automobile factory, insist that numerous items belonging to our company, such as watches, binoculars, and cameras, have gone missing, resulting in significant losses. Accompany the police and ensure they conduct an inventory on the spot. What if the counts align? Chiozi inquired. Zhang Shu let out a cold laugh. Then we shall assert that the production line equipment has been damaged by them. Guo Ziqiang nodded slightly, comprehending the essence of Zhang Shu's words, and with a grin remarked. So, we just need to cling to them, right? This is my forte. It aligns perfectly with my expertise. Zhang Shu nodded in affirmation, emphasizing. It is crucial to highlight the value of the equipment and to exaggerate the potential losses. He added, by the way, remember to bring the foreigners along to assist. We cannot afford to keep them idly. Guo Ziqiang patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Shu Gu, I will ensure they grasp the meaning of being shameless. Zhang Shu shot him a glare, cautioning, mind your words. We are businessmen from Hong Kong, respectable entities. Tomorrow, wear the suit and shoes I purchased for you. After briefing Zhao Sanqiang, Zhang Shu returned to his room. During his month in the Soviet Union, he had either slept on trains or in warehouses. Nothing compared to a comfortable bed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed through the room, rubbing his slightly dazed head. He glanced out the window to find the sun already high in the sky. Entering were Ma Weiguo and Zhou Jiqiang, who, upon hearing of Zhang Shu's return, hurried over. Good morning, Manager Zhang. Ma Weiguo greeted with a beaming smile. Humph, nonsense. Zhang Shu huffed coldly, not waiting for their response, and strode directly to the bathroom. Slamming the door behind him, Ma Weiguo and Zhou Jiqiang were prepared for this reaction and were not the least bit offended. They exchanged a knowing smile and leisurely waited by the door. Even during their challenging times in the Soviet Union, they had never burned bridges. Now that everyone was back and money was within reach, turning hostile would only complicate matters for themselves. Before long, Zhang Shu emerged, vigorously rubbing his face with a cool towel. He wasted no time, directly inquiring, who authorized you to move the equipment to the Yunque automobile factory? Ma Weiguo's expression faltered. Hesitating to respond, Zhou Jiqiang seized the moment, putting on a pained expression, and explained, Manager Zhang, it was arranged by Deputy Director Liu Shaoshan from the Heavy Industry Bureau. He issued the order, and we had no choice. It was truly. Zhang Shu scoffed. No choice, you say? He abruptly slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation. You think just because you have difficulties, you can unilaterally relocate my equipment? Should I then forego the payment owed by Xinjiang because of my own hardships? Moreover, what connection does the Heavy Industry Bureau have with you? Is it the leadership of Xinjiang? Does your flattery even matter? His gaze pierced through them, his voice rising sharply. Let me be clear. If even a single screw is missing from the production line, I will certainly lodge a complaint in Kyoto. I refuse to believe that in our grand nation of China, there is no place for reason. But this was dictated by the leadership. We had no choice. Ma Weiguo exclaimed, growing frantic. The goods were received through your hands. I will certainly hold you accountable. If there are damages to the production line, you must bear the responsibility for compensation. Having said this, Zhang Shu did not wait for their reply and promptly ushered them out. He understood their intentions all too well. They aimed to distance themselves from the situation, leaving Zhang Shu to navigate the bureaucratic maze alone, hoping that when he became exhausted, the so-called leaders would step in, offering a compromise, leading to a supposed happy resolution for all. He was well aware of the subtle machinations of these officials. Chapter 73. A confrontation at the Salt City Automobile Factory. Yu Hainan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting as he surveyed the extensive production lines before him. The simmering intensity within him grew ever stronger. It was imperative that at least one of the two production lines be preserved. Otherwise, he would have no justification. Brother-in-law. Fu Chun approached at a brisk pace, his voice barely concealing his excitement. I've gathered all the information. It's all premium goods from the Russians. The flying watch has a market value of 250, the Bigos telescope 420, and the salute camera 830. Not to mention the brand new Shitai Lada cars. Yu Hainan abruptly turned, his jaw quivering slightly. How much could these tens of thousands of items possibly be worth? He swallowed hard and grasped Fu Chun's wrist tightly. You didn't take any for yourself, did you? Fu Chun chuckled. I didn't take much, just 30 of each. With the goods piled high like a mountain, Who would notice if 100 or so went missing? Besides, a little wear and tear from moving things around is only natural. You're too bold. Has anyone else taken anything? Yu Hainan asked in a low voice. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I've made it clear to them. Each person can only take one. The factory is struggling, and wages aren't even fully paid. If we don't let the brothers take a little something to ease their burdens, morale will plummet. Who will work for you then? Yu Hainan nodded, understanding Fu Chun's reasoning, which was why he had not intervened. However, the factory's issues could not be resolved merely by salvaging a few items. Yet, if the production line could be retained, the situation would drastically change. With such substantial fixed assets at hand, securing bank loans or applying for subsidies would become significantly easier. After contemplating the warehouse for a moment, Yu Hainan spoke. Go and select another 100 items, deliver them to Director Lu's residence, and ensure no one sees. Understood. Meanwhile, Guo Ziqiang was leading a large group to the Salt City Public Security Bureau. Upon seeing this motley crew accompanied by a dozen foreigners, the duty officer promptly approached to inquire about the situation. After clarifying the details, the officer began reporting the matter. It was too serious, as it was rumored that Hong Kong merchants had lost goods worth millions. This was unacceptable. Li Jianxing rushed to the scene and met with the so-called Hong Kong merchants. Leader, you must take charge of this for us. Guo Ziqiang began lamenting the various wrongdoings of the Salt City Automobile Factory. Li Jianxing patted his chest in assurance. You can rest assured. We will ensure that our compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau suffer no losses. Given the gravity of the case involving Hong Kong merchants and the substantial amount at stake, he did not dare to delay. He immediately summoned a team of nearly 10 individuals, along with a truck and 5 jeeps, and they set off for the Salt City Automobile Factory. As the convoy arrived at the factory entrance, they were halted by the security guard. Halt! This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Just as Guo Ziqiang was about to step forward, Li Jianxing stopped him, squinting at the old security guard in his oil-stained uniform. Sir, we are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau? Even they must register. Li Jianxing's expression darkened instantly as he drew his pistol and sternly declared, Do you dare obstruct the police in their investigation? Who gave you the audacity? The security guard, witnessing this, ceased his protests and retreated into the reception room. Just then, Yu Hainan hurriedly emerged from the office building. Ah, isn't this Captain Li? What brings you here? I have some fine tea. Let us enjoy it together. Enough with the pleasantries. Li Jianxing interrupted sharply. We have received a report alleging that the Yunque automobile factory is involved in the misappropriation of assets belonging to a foreign businessman. We are here to conduct a search of your warehouse. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yu Hainan's face froze. The situation was not unfolding as he had anticipated. Wasn't the plan to first engage in discussions with the Heavy Industry Bureau? Why had the police been summoned? How am I supposed to respond to this? Yu Hainan wiped the sweat from his brow. Captain Li, this is a misunderstanding. This batch of equipment has been temporarily stored here with the special approval of Director Lu from the Heavy Industry Bureau. How can it be classified as misappropriation? Who said anything about a misunderstanding? Do I know your Director Lu? Guo Ziqiang, showing no signs of leniency, pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Li Jianxing. He continued, Captain Li, here is our inventory list and customs certification. I request an on-site verification of our company's goods. Additionally, our expert team for the production line and other equipment is present, and I also demand an on-site inspection. Yu Hainan's face twitched with anxiety. What are you trying to achieve? These items belong to higher authorities stored here. What is there to investigate? I will call Director Lu right now. Li Jianxing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Director Yu, why are you so agitated? If this is a formal storage, now that the rightful authority is here, what harm is there in verifying the quantities? Yu Hainan, defiantly raising his chin, retorted, This is not merely a matter of verification. You are showing distrust towards the leadership of the Heavy Industry Bureau. Captain Li, we must act with political awareness. Noticing Yu Hainan's unease, Li Jianxing decided against further banter and waved his hand decisively. Conduct the on-site inspection. No one from the automobile factory is allowed to leave. The police swiftly dispersed, forming a small team that directed the workers to move the goods out of the warehouse, checking each item meticulously. The inventory indicated 2,000 flying watches under number 47, yet only 970 were found. 15 binoculars were also missing, reported another officer loudly. Time ticked away, and Yu Hainan stood in the workshop, drenched in perspiration as if he had been pulled from water. At that moment, a cacophony of screeching brakes pierced the air as a black Santana sedan kicked up dust while entering the factory premises. Yu Hainan, sharp-eyed, immediately exclaimed, "It's Director Liu Xiaoshan from the Heavy Industry Bureau." Desperately seizing what he perceived as a lifeline, Yu Hainan rushed toward him. "Director, you have finally arrived. These people insist on inspecting our equipment, and I have explained that this was approved by you." The car door slowly opened, revealing Liu Xiaoshan, his expression dark and forbidding as he stepped out. Following closely was Fu Chun. After delivering gifts, he had returned to the Yunque automobile factory and, upon seeing the considerable police presence, sensed that something was amiss and hurried to seek assistance. Disorganized and undisciplined, he muttered, in a state of disarray, "Who permitted you to tamper with the items here? If any issues arise, who will bear the responsibility?" Before Liu Xiaoshan even arrived, the heavy accusation was already cast. Guo Ziqiang let out a derisive laugh, showing no respect for Liu Xiaoshan, and openly lambasted him. "Such an imposing display of authority. Do I need to seek permission to handle my own possessions? You had better hope this matter does not involve you. Otherwise, just wait and see if I report you to the capital." Chapter 74, Defamation. He is defaming me. After Guo Ziqiang's verbal onslaught, Liu Xiaoshan's previously darkened expression grew even darker. Li Jianqing waved his hand, addressing the officers. "Continue the verification." Realizing his status was of no help, Liu Xiaoshan had no choice but to leave. However, Yu Hainan protested, exclaiming that if he left, all the blame would fall upon him. "This is unacceptable. Director Liu, you must take responsibility for us." Suddenly, Yu Hainan lunged forward, grasping Liu Xiaoshan's sleeve, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "I acted upon your instructions." Liu Xiaoshan's expression changed abruptly as he forcefully shook off his grip, admonishing him sharply, "Silence," straightening his wrinkled suit sleeve. He spoke with righteous indignation. "I noticed your factory was struggling and kindly sought out potential partners for you. Who would have known that you, instead of focusing on managing the business, were fixated on currying favor with superiors?" Yu Hainan's face turned pale, his lips quivering. "Director Liu." Liu Xiaoshan's thunderous voice again interrupted him. "The items you provided, I am prepared to submit to the Discipline Inspection Commission." Pointing at Yu Hainan with a heart full of sorrow, he declared, "I warn you, forming cliques and flattering your superiors will not lead to longevity. I hope you take heed of my advice." After finishing, Liu Xiaoshan nodded slightly at Li Jianqing and swiftly entered the Santana. This scene left Yu Hainan in a state of shock. He was leaving just like that? Soon, he snapped back to reality, frantically chasing after the vehicle, screaming in desperation, "Liu, you are tearing down the bridge after crossing it. I will report you. I will expose you." "That scoundrel Liu Xiaoshan, enough." Li Jianqing seized him, casting a sidelong glance at Guo Ziqiang, feeling that this was tarnishing the government's image in front of the Hong Kong businessmen. He spoke sternly, "Mind your impact. I am solely responsible for criminal cases. I will relay your situation to the comrades at the Discipline Inspection Commission." The inventory process continued for a full 5 hours. The air in the warehouse thick with tension. Reporting to the captain, a police officer responsible for the inventory hurried over. Preliminary statistics indicate that 215 electronic devices are missing, with an involved amount of approximately 50,000 yuan. However, Li Jianqing furrowed his brow. "Speak your mind." The officer swallowed hard. Soviet experts indicated that multiple components of the production line have been stolen, and the equipment is severely damaged. The estimated repair costs, his voice dwindled, will not be less than 2.8 million yuan. "How much?" Li Jianqing and Yu Hainan exclaimed simultaneously. Not only Li Jianqing, but even Yu Hainan was left dumbfounded. Since the production line was relocated, it had never been moved, and being an expert himself, he could not fathom how it could have been damaged. Knowing the value of the equipment, they had specifically hired personnel to guard it. The notion that someone would steal was even more absurd. Stealing this hefty machinery is not as lucrative as pilfering watches or cameras, is it? In Hainan, a whirlwind of thoughts raced through Yu Hainan's mind as he swiftly eliminated all impossibilities. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. Leaving his complexion palette, these Russians were attempting to extort him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He had once believed himself to be the hunter, yet now he found himself the prey. At this moment, the gravest concern was that there were scarcely a few individuals throughout China who comprehended the intricacies of this equipment. When foreigners claimed something was missing, It indeed was. When they asserted that something was broken, it was undoubtedly so. Was this not utter nonsense? Calumny. He accused me of wrongdoing. Yu Hainan, filled with indignation, flushed crimson as he pointed a trembling finger at Guizhou, who, bewildered, gestured to himself. Me? He glanced around at his surroundings, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. This is our first encounter. And yet you are accusing us of theft after being caught red-handed? He turned to Li Jianqing with a serious demeanor. Captain Li, we shall take these items back for now. As for the production line, he cast a meaningful sidelong glance at Yu Hainan. I kindly ask you to ensure it is closely monitored. Rest assured, Li Jianqing replied resolutely. I will arrange for personnel to stand guard around the clock, ensuring that no further issues arise. Guizhou nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the conversation. When can we expect compensation? He rubbed his fingers together. As you know, we must promptly reorder equipment from the Soviet Union. This international procurement takes considerable time. Li Jianqing's expression turned grave. Mr. Go, I understand your predicament. However, the sum involved is rather substantial, and I must report to my superiors. He glanced at Yu Hainan, whose face was ashen, and added, Nevertheless, we will certainly provide your company with an explanation. Excellent. Guizhou firmly grasped Li Jianqing's hand, exclaiming, The People's Police are indeed reliable. In Building 5 of Zihua Flower Garden, Chen Jialan and her younger sister Chen Jiaqing were engaged in conversation in the living room. At 16, Chen Jialan wore a custom-made qipao, her hair meticulously styled. Despite the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, they only enhanced her elegance. Observing her daughter, who alternately stifled giggles and hummed a tune while posing in front of the mirror, even turning on her tiptoes to pour a glass of water, Chen Jialan reflected on her own youth. This demeanor clearly indicated a romantic entanglement. She smacked her lips thoughtfully, but chose not to address it directly, continuing her light-hearted banter with her sister. Mom, Auntie, I'm off to work. Li Wantong greeted the two before stepping out. Once the door closed, Chen Jiaqing, holding a gold-plated lighter, lit a cigarette and remarked, Sister, Wantong is becoming more and more beautiful. She is not any less than you were in your youth. Chen Jialan laughed. Stop flattering me. I was merely ordinary back then, but my daughter is indeed striking. Chen Jiaqing leaned in closer, the scent of her perfume mingling with the smoke. Sister, what do you think about that matter I mentioned last time? The young man's conditions are quite favorable. Chen Jialan shot her sister a sidelong glance and replied, Does our family need to consider conditions when marrying off a daughter? Oh, sister, that is not my intention. Primarily, he is quite handsome and has returned from studying abroad. I merely thought of playing matchmaker, Chen Jiaqing explained, contemplating while caressing her teacup. Chen Jialan replied, We can arrange for them to meet when time permits, but there is no pressure. If the children find each other appealing, I will support it. If there is no chemistry, I expect the young man not to persist. Chen Jiaqi raised her voice, Sister, rest assured. I promise to handle everything perfectly. With our Wantong being so exceptional, she must find a suitable match. Chen Jialan glanced at her younger sister, but chose not to elaborate. While she did not oppose her daughter dating, she leaned towards the notion of a match between families of equivalent standing. She understood well the significance of similar family backgrounds when it came to marriage. It signifies a closer alignment in life perspectives and values, thus minimizing unnecessary conflicts. When family backgrounds are analogous and economic conditions comparable, their spending philosophies align, preventing disputes over financial matters, making it easier to understand and support one another. In contrast, she had witnessed too many couples who indulged in fleeting pleasures during their courtship only to face chaos post-marriage. The next day, as dawn broke, Ma Weiguo led Zhang Shu and Putin briskly into the City Finance Bureau building. The director, Liang Youguang, appeared to be in his early 30s and looked quite amiable. Upon their arrival, he warmly approached them. You must be Manager Zhang. I've long admired your reputation. Liang Youguang shook his hand, surveying him appreciatively, truly impressive. The future development of Yunque relies heavily on the contributions of talented youth like yourselves. Zhang Shu quickly waved his hand, humbly responding, Director Liang, you flatter us. Our company is new here, and we will need your guidance and support for many tasks ahead. The two shared a smile and took their seats on the sofa in the reception area. Liang Youguang paused for a moment before speaking, Manager Zhang. The police have reported the relevant situation to me. First and foremost, I must apologize on behalf of the government for the losses your company has incurred. He took a brief pause before clarifying, as a Hong Kong-funded enterprise. You may not be fully aware that according to the 1988 promulgated law on state-owned industrial enterprises, state-owned enterprises operate independently and bear their own profits and losses. Therefore, the responsibility for compensation should fall upon the involved state-owned enterprise using its own assets. Liang Youguang continued earnestly, of course, as the supervising department. We will ensure that the enterprise expedites the compensation process. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu's expression darkened, and he slammed his teacup down onto the table. Director Liang, are you jesting? The Yunque automobile factory is already in substantial debt. What can they use to compensate? I genuinely wish to contribute to the development of my hometown. But I never expected. Zhang Shu scoffed, stood up, and turned to leave, thinking that if the equipment had not yet been installed, he could simply invest elsewhere. Liang Youguang, noticing this, quickly signaled to Ma Weigua, who stepped forward to block Zhang Shu. Brother, don't act impulsively. He half-urged, half-restrained him back onto the sofa. Director Liang sought me out at dawn to discuss this matter, showing great sincerity. Calm down and listen to the detailed plan before making any decisions. Zhang Shu maintained a stern expression. Though he was pulled back onto the sofa, the tightness of his lips betrayed his strong dissatisfaction. Liang Youguang took a sip from his teacup, observing Zhang Shu once more through the steam. This young man was no easy opponent. With such a changeable countenance, few could master the art of transformation like he did. Liang Youguang bowed his head in contemplation, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup. It was undoubtedly impossible to request the city's financial allocation to compensate for such inexplicable losses. However, allowing Hong Kong enterprises to leave without any recourse was equally unacceptable. As early as 1984, the municipal committee had proposed to enhance the introduction of technology, equipment, talent, and capital, advocating for comprehensive openness across various sectors. By 1986, a series of policies were established to broaden external publicity and rigorously improve the investment environment, thereby augmenting the allure for foreign investment and encouraging overseas businessmen to invest in Yunque. Yet, despite the resounding slogans, the actual influx of investors remained scant. Attracting investment was already a formidable challenge. Losing the incoming Hong Kong capital would surely lead to accountability from higher authorities. Yet, upon reflection, he felt it was unjust, as attracting investment was not within his purview. Now, due to the compensation issue, he found himself in the awkward position of cleaning up after others. A burden he found quite irksome. Liang Youguang set down his teacup, his face a mask of concern. Manager Zhang, the city's finance department truly cannot allocate such a substantial sum for compensation. Moreover, you lack invoices or formal documentation. One cannot simply demand money without evidence, can one? Zhang Shu let out a cold laugh. Director Liang, that assertion is misguided. We are the aggrieved party. By your reasoning, it seems we are the ones being unreasonable. Are they not a state-owned enterprise? They receive the most substantial financial subsidies each year. Why do they suddenly become mute when it comes to compensation? With a pained expression, Liang Youguang sighed deeply. To be frank, the automobile factory is akin to a stubborn adhesive. It contributes little in taxes and is overly eager for subsidies. The city had already prepared for its bankruptcy. This matter is beyond my control. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively, deliberately stating, I am solely focused on obtaining the compensation swiftly to apply for land to construct the factory. Director Liang, do not delay my affairs. Construct what factory? Liang Youguang suddenly straightened in his seat, placing his teacup heavily on the table. The existing automobile factory is right there. The premises and equipment are readily available. I suggest your company purchase it outright. It would clear debts and revitalize the factory. A splendid opportunity. He became increasingly animated, slapping his thigh emphatically. This approach would not only settle the Hong Kong businessman's muddled accounts, but also relieve the financial burden of the automobile factory, all while retaining the investors, an endeavor that would accomplish 3 goals with a single stroke. However, to his surprise, Zhang Shu shook his head and replied, Our Soviet experts have surveyed the automobile factory. They deem it merely a small family workshop. If I were to purchase it, I would need to demolish and rebuild. Such a delay would be detrimental. Furthermore, the factory spans only 110,000 square meters, which is insufficient for complete vehicle production. Liang Youguang remained unfazed. I will coordinate with the Land Bureau regarding this matter. As foreign investors, you qualify for exemptions from land transfer fees. We can simply change the land status to allocated when the time comes. However, if there are any relocations in the surrounding area. The resettlement and land compensation costs would fall to you. Zhang Shu's brow relaxed slightly, and he swiftly shifted the conversation. By the way, my friends in Xiangjiang mentioned that Pengqing offers 3 connections and leveling for foreign enterprises. Yunque has a similar policy, does it not? Liang Youguang's smile faltered, and he cleared his throat twice. I will communicate this with the colleagues from the Construction Bureau and Management Committee, but is your company willing to show some goodwill? Not even a little. Zhang Shu initially declined, asserting that the funds of our company must be judiciously allocated, not squandered on flooring repairs or utility connections. He then leaned slightly forward, his tone taking on a significant weight. Director Liang, you must comprehend that for enterprises of our scale, once production commences, the annual tax contributions will be substantial. Liang Youguang's eyes brightened, and he cautiously inquired, does Manager Zhang mean that your company no longer requires the 3 exemptions and 2 reductions tax incentives? Of course we desire incentives. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. But consider this, by the 3rd year, you would be paying only half the tax, which is certainly preferable to continuously infusing capital now, is it not? Noticing Liang Youguang's hesitation, he added, the special zone has already implemented 5 exemptions and 5 reductions. Our policies in Yunque are lagging behind, and you must catch up. Liang Youguang scoffed. I am merely the head of the Finance Bureau. What use is it to discuss policies with me? Their conversation lingered until noon, at which point Zhang Shu departed the Finance Bureau. Liang Youguang had consented to take the lead in coordination, but the specific matters would be handled by personnel from the Investment Promotion Bureau. With someone to run errands, Zhang Shu was naturally pleased. Just as he exited the Finance Bureau, Ma Weigua cautiously asked, Manager Zhang, since the discussion seemed to have reached a conclusion, could we settle the payments for our factory's goods? Zhang Shu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Director Ma, how about using items such as watches, cameras, or telescopes to offset the payment? Absolutely not. That would be utterly improper. Ma Weigua exclaimed in exasperation. Our factory's employees are merely ordinary working-class individuals. They cannot utilize such high-end items. Zhang Shu squinted at him for a moment before suddenly breaking into a grin. Old Ma, why are you so anxious? I was merely speaking offhand. With that, he draped his arm around Ma Weigua's shoulders. By the way, how much do you earn in a month? Ma Weigua held up 3 fingers, chuckling, 380. But, he lowered his voice with a hint of pride. I'm about to retire. After that, I can still receive over 200 without lifting a finger. Why do you ask? Zhang Shu shook his head repeatedly, muttering, that is truly far too little. Ma Weigua's expression darkened. He straightened his back, clearly displeased. Manager Zhang, what do you mean by that? He felt as though his lifelong dedication to his profession had been insulted, raising his voice slightly. I have devoted my entire life to revolutionary work and am very satisfied with this compensation. Zhang Shu abruptly released his grip from Ma Weigua's shoulder, his gaze piercing as he fixated on him. Old Ma, do you wish to amass wealth? Ma Weigua instinctively took a half-step back. I am a veteran party member. I do not engage in corruption. He was evidently unsettled by Zhang Shu's previous enigmatic maneuvers and recognized that Shenyang Garment Factory could hardly yield any profit. Warning. Do not act recklessly. Who said anything about embezzlement? Zhang Shu rolled his eyes and immediately retrieved a stack of U.S. dollars from his suit pocket, delicately fanning the bills between his fingers. I have a legitimate business proposition, provided you can secure a deal. He deliberately paused, waving the currency before Ma Weigua's eyes. 3,000 U.S. dollars. Cash. Ma Weigua was reluctant to continue listening, yet Zhang Shu's words seemed to possess an alluring charm, compelling his gaze to follow that enticing green. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself and inquired, what business? Well, the response came. We are about to commence mass production of gearboxes, car doors, and hoods, these body components. You will go out to secure business for every deal you finalize. This is your reward. With that, he stuffed a handful of dollars into Ma Weigua's pocket. But I don't even know what a gearbox looks like, let alone these body components. Ma Weigua's voice faltered, yet his hand instinctively pressed against his pocket. Zhang Shu waved dismissively, just focus on negotiations. I will assign you 2 Soviet experts to handle the technical aspects. He lowered his voice. Old Ma, after a lifetime of work, have you ever seen 3,000 in your savings? Now, one successful deal could equal a lifetime of toil. Zhang Shu's words echoed like the whispers of a devil, slowly eroding Ma Weigua's resolve. But you don't even have a product yet. How can I negotiate? Ma Weiguo's breathing grew noticeably rapid. Fool. Zhang Shu flicked his work uniform pocket. Aren't there vehicles available? When the time comes, you can drive over with them. If necessary, dismantle a part on site for them to see. What about the Shenyang factory if I pursue business? Ma Weiguo protested. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. Surely you don't think Shenyang would falter without you? But Ma Weiguo stammered. Zhang Shu's expression darkened, and with irritation. He produced a cigarette case. If you keep hesitating, I'll find someone else. No, 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 Ma Weiguo exclaimed, grasping Zhang Shu's hand tightly, gritting his teeth. I'll do it. Now that's the spirit. The old factory director indeed possesses resolve. He had contemplated hiring salespeople, but deemed Ma Weiguo more suitable given the current socio-economic climate of Huaxia. During this nascent phase of reform and opening up, social interactions were heavily influenced by one's institutional identity and hierarchical prestige. After all, Ma Weiguo held a legitimate position as the head of a state-owned enterprise, and his presence would command respect. Should a regular salesperson attempt to solicit business, they might be left to languish at the factory gate for days without any recourse. At that time, state-owned enterprises were still tethered to the inertia of a planned economy, with procurement typically reliant on superior allocations or familiar introductions, leaving little opportunity for cold pitches. On the way, Zhang Shu instructed Ma Weiguo on the nuances of business negotiations while painting a vivid picture of future successes. By the end of their conversation, he even described idyllic scenes of retirement spent driving a Santana with his spouse, exploring picturesque landscapes. Upon returning to Shenyang Garment Factory, Ma Weiguo felt a sense of elation, his demeanor revitalized, as if he had been invigorated by a potent elixir, appearing at least 15 years younger. Zhang Shu. Just as he stepped into the Shenyang guest house, he heard a gentle call from behind. Under the dappled shade of a phoenix tree in the Salt City at the end of June, Li Wantong stood, her white and blue floral dress swaying lightly in the summer breeze. What is it? Zhang Shu turned to ask. Noticing his gaze, Li Wantong instinctively hid the movie tickets she had clutched in her hand behind her back. Do you have plans for the evening? Her voice was softer than usual. I should be free. Why do you ask? Today, Li Wantong had styled her hair anew, dark braids cascading loosely over her shoulders, the ends adorned with a pale blue ribbon. In a moment of fluster, she tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ear, then lowered her gaze to her plastic sandals, murmuring, "The factory distributed movie tickets for Mom, Love Me Again. I've heard it's quite good. I don't know how it happened, but they issued 2 tickets all at once." Li Wantong, also tucking her hair behind her ear, softly replied, "If you don't go, the tickets will go to waste." Zhang Shu was taken aback. Today, this girl was unusually bold, daring to invite him out, though her little scheme felt somewhat clumsy. After a moment's thought, he said, "How about this? You treat me to the movie, and afterward, I'll take you out for a late-night snack. Sounds good?" Li Wantong's eyes sparkled with joy, narrowing into crescent shapes as she readily agreed. "The movie starts at 7:30. I'll wait for you at the cinema entrance." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly thrust the 2 tickets into Zhang Shu's hands and bounced away with a skip, holding the tickets. Zhang Shu shook his head and then proceeded towards Zhou Jiqiang's office. Chapter 77. Director Li will take action. Having secured Manager Ma's support, Zhou Jiqiang must also be included. Fairness must prevail. Zhou was engrossed in reviewing documents when he looked up to see Zhang Shu entering, instantly breaking into a broad smile and rising to greet him. "Well, if at Aviation, T Manager Zhang. What brings you here? Please, take a seat." Zhang Shu was unreserved, sprawling on the sofa and declaring, "Director Zhou, I've come specifically to bring warmth and seek benefits for the workers." Zhou's smile faltered slightly. This phrase sounded familiar. He leisurely resumed his seat, saying, "Manager Zhang, if you're here to bring warmth, how about settling our outstanding payment first? That would be genuine warmth, wouldn't it?" "Old Zhou, your perspective is quite limited." Zhang Shu crossed his legs, maintaining a relaxed tone. "Do you really think I'm in need of that 1 or 2 million? Zhou was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this fellow had returned from the Soviet Union with newfound confidence. Certainly, he wouldn't be lacking in funds. But then a thought struck him, and his brow furrowed. "Wait a minute. If you're not short on money, why are you delaying our payment?" Zhang Shu retrieved a pack of blue cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Zhou while taking one for himself. He struck the end against the table, compacting the tobacco for a more satisfying smoke. "You see, I just returned from the old Russians, and the company's account is in dollars, which is why I haven't been able to settle with you. He explained the situation, acknowledging that owing money was inherently problematic. In that era, people held credit in high regard, feeling a sense of shame about debts, viewing them as a moral failing. In contrast, in later times, regardless of financial capability, debts could be postponed for months, often until a court order was necessary for repayment. Upon hearing dollars, Zhou's eyes lit up. Manager Zhang, our factory accepts dollars too. We'll go by the official exchange rate of 1 to 487. You won T lose out. Zhang Shu feigned a smile, saying, "You're not as foolish as you seem. Forget about the dollars. I have greater uses for them." In the early 1990s, the black market exchange rate for dollars was 18, nearly double the official rate. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation. "Old Zhou, would you like to provide some benefits for the employees?" Zhang Shu's voice, alluring and captivating, drifted over. Zhou Jiqiang curled his lips in disdain. "If you don't settle our payments soon, Xinjiang won't even be able to pay wages, let alone provide any benefits." Zhang Shu exhaled a puff of smoke, a smile dancing on his lips. "That's precisely why I'm here to offer benefits. Have you seen the watches, cameras, and binoculars I've brought back?" Zhou Jiqiang nodded. "I've seen them. What of it? Are you planning to gift them to our factory employees?" "Dream on." Zhang Shu flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Tell me, how well do you think these items would sell in the salt market?" "Need you even ask? The salt market has virtually none. You'd have to go to the Shanghai market to find any. Ordinary folks would need connections to obtain foreign exchange tickets to buy them." Zhou Jiqiang replied with a click of his tongue. Zhang Shu leaned forward. "However, with so much stock, our company lacks the manpower for retail. It would be wiser to benefit the employees of Shenyang factory." "What do you mean? Speak plainly." Zhou Jiqiang furrowed his brow. "It's simple. Have the employees of Shenyang promote the sales. They would earn 30 yuan for each camera sold, 20 for each pair of binoculars, and 10 for each watch. Moreover, my prices are lower than those at the supply and marketing cooperatives or from vendors." He counted on his fingers. "Take the watches, for instance. Selling 2 or 3 a night shouldn't be difficult. Earning 30 a day could equate to half a month's wages for your factory in just 2 days." He paused before adding, "And if I receive payment, I can settle your company's dues as well." Zhou Jiqiang frowned. "Is this feasible? The workers are busy during the day. How can they have the energy to sell at night?" "Why not?" Zhang Shu extinguished his cigarette. "It's 1990, old Zhou. There are hawkers everywhere. Who doesn't want to make extra money? Just tell everyone this is a benefit provided by the factory. Whether they sell a lot or a little depends on their own capabilities. Just see how pleased everyone will be." Zhou Jiqiang regarded Zhang Shu's earnest expression and couldn't help but feel tempted. Since taking on the role of deputy factory director at Shenyang, he had constantly pondered how to provide benefits for the employees and raise their wages. Yet at this moment, he hesitated, sensing that Zhang Shu's approach might not be entirely right. If the employees became accustomed to quick money, who would still have the focus to work? Zhang Shu, discerning his thoughts, comforted him. "Old Zhou, rest assured, there's only this much stock. Once it's sold out, there will naturally be none left. And the workers will settle down." Zhou Jiqiang gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, I'll inform the workers shortly." Zhang Shu smiled. "Exactly. Now that's the spirit of a good factory director. Given that the items are relatively valuable, I suggest they form teams of 3 to 5, each taking one of each product. If there are customers, they can lead them to Shenyang factory to make the payment. The commission can be given on the spot." "Fine. We'll do as you suggest. I'll arrange that right away, since there's not much work at the factory anyway." Just as Zhou Jiqiang was about to rise, Zhang Shu grasped his arm and gently pressed him back into his seat. "Old Zhou, now that the workers' matters are arranged, shouldn't you consider your own interests?" "Me?" Zhou Jiqiang scoffed, crossing his legs. "Manager Zhang, you can't possibly expect me, a dignified deputy factory director, to sell these trinkets on the street?" Zhang Shu calmly sipped his tea. "Do you know what factory director Ma has been busy with lately?" "What could he possibly be busy with?" Zhou Jiqiang replied dismissively. "He has been helping me with business development." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiqiang was somewhat taken aback. Director Ma, a person of strong principles, surprisingly stooped to engage in such activities. Could it be that something urgent had arisen at home, necessitating immediate funds? In that fleeting moment, he envisioned numerous scenarios. Zhang Shu slowly extended 3 fingers. "Do you know how much I offer him for each deal?" $3,000, with no upper limit. The revelation made Zhou Jiqiang gasp in astonishment. No wonder Ma Weiguo walked with such vigor that morning. He was on the verge of soaring. $3,000 is a considerable sum, equivalent to over 20,000 yuan on the black market. With just one deal, Ma Weigua could retire comfortably and enjoy life. Zhou Jiqiang suddenly felt the ceiling fan in the office was spinning too slowly, the stifling atmosphere making it hard for him to breathe. Suppressing the tumult in his heart, he thought, should I assist you in securing business? No, you deserve better. Zhang Shu's gaze was piercing as he regarded him. You are young and ambitious. I have a more significant task for you. Naturally, the remuneration will be satisfactory. Zhang Shu extended 8 fingers, articulating each digit clearly, provided the task is accomplished. It is $8,000. What task? Zhou Jiqiang swallowed hard. First, tell me if you wish to proceed. Otherwise, if I talk for ages and you have no desire to engage, it would be a futile waste of time. I will do it. Zhou Jiqiang, having abandoned his earlier pride, found himself unable to resist the allure of such an offer. He longed to shout, who cares for your filthy money? But the words remained unvoiced. Seeing Zhou Jiqiang relent, Zhang Shu swiftly moved to the crux of the matter. Here is the situation. Our company currently lacks the qualifications for vehicle production and sales. Pursuing this independently would be too time-consuming. I intend to acquire a qualified factory. This will allow us to manufacture vehicles legally and provide a necessary technological supplement. Zhou Jiqiang's expression turned troubled. But I don't know anything about this. No need for you to understand. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. I will have Professor Putin accompany you. He will handle the technical aspects. Your sole task is to persuade the other party to sell the factory and negotiate the lowest possible price. The lower, the better. Zhou Jiqiang nodded thoughtfully. So, you already have a target in mind? Of course. Zhang Shu snapped his fingers. I never engage in unprepared battles. Zhou Jiqiang stroked his chin. I have another question. If Director Ma is securing business, and I am acquiring the factory, while workers are selling watches for you, what will become of Shenyang factory? No need to worry. Director Li will take charge. Chapter 78. This is love, old Zhou. You have 2 targets this time. One is Yunque Automobile in your province, and the other is the Blue Arrow Automobile Manufacturing Factory in Yun Province. Let me give you a brief overview. The rest you will need to research yourself. Yunque's predecessor was the Shuangyang Aircraft Manufacturing Factory. It now aligns closely with us, primarily producing microcars, yet the brand is weak, sales channels are lacking, and technology is entirely dependent on imports. Blue Arrow enjoys some local recognition in Yun Province and possesses significant fixed assets, but its brand and technology are relatively mediocre. In summary, both entities are on the verge of decline, unable to sustain operations. However, if you do not lend them a hand, they may linger on for quite some time. Your mission is to negotiate and persuade them to surrender early, agreeing to our low-priced acquisition. Zhou Jiqiang raised his gaze to scrutinize him and remarked, you are quite devious. To be honest, were you not also scheming against Shenyang back then? Zhang Shu chuckled. Old Zhou, you are merely employing the tactics of a petty person to speculate about me. My sincere intentions towards Shenyang are as clear as day. Reflect upon your conscience. Is it not true that our fortunes improved only after my arrival? Regardless of the money involved, the inventory in the warehouse has certainly diminished by more than half. Has it not? Zhou Jiqiang smirked. That is indeed a compelling argument, and I can now ascertain that your motives were directed at Shenyang from the very beginning. Zhang Shu waved his hand with a smile. Narrow-minded, far too narrow-minded. However, having someone as cunning as you guiding us from behind does provide a certain level of reassurance. Zhou Jiqiang insinuated. Zhang Shu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at this remark, wondering how this fellow could so baselessly tarnish one's reputation. After discussing matters with Zhou Jiqiang, he proceeded to the Shenyang guest house, where Guizhou and the others were engaged in a card game. Hey, Brother Shu has arrived. Shen Huarong, who was observing the game from behind, promptly greeted him. Upon hearing this, the others hastily set down their playing cards. Zhang Shu stepped forward, clapped his hands, and said in a serious tone, Brothers, it is time for us to get to work. We need to take some goods from the warehouse. The employees of Shenyang will assist us in selling them, and you need only to collect the money. The task was straightforward, yet required meticulous attention. For every customer they brought in to purchase items, a commission would be settled on the spot. For each watch sold, we earn 10 yuan. For telescopes, 20. And for cameras, 30. Rest assured, Brother Shu, we will ensure that the money is collected with absolute clarity, without any mishaps, Gu Ziqiang assured him. Zhang Shu smiled and continued. The items must be properly secured, and every commission payment and watch sale must be meticulously recorded. If any issues arise, contact me immediately. Chun Huarong nodded vigorously. Brother Zhang, we are well aware of our responsibilities. The goods are stored in the warehouse. We will sell in batches. And there will be no errors. Excellent. If the financial calculations are unclear, we can call upon Xinyan's finance department for assistance. Furthermore, once we have sold a portion of the goods, we should prepare to return home. Having been away for so long, our families must be missing us. A wave of joy spread among the group. They had never been away from Huagang town for such an extended period. And to say they did not miss home would be a lie. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shu added, Brothers, having traveled with me for this long, I must ensure that you return in style. Sanxiang, please prepare a list. We shall procure uniforms for everyone. 2 suits and 2 pairs of leather shoes each, of decent quality. Additionally, I will cover the 3 major household items, a phoenix bicycle, a butterfly sewing machine, and watches of sufficient quality from the Russians. He surveyed the gleaming eyes of the group and declared, I will award bonuses based on your performance during this period. I cannot guarantee much, but upon returning to the village, I assure you that each of you will be a person of means. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room thickened with anticipation, and their eyes glistened with fervor. In 1990, being a person of wealth in the countryside was a mark of distinction. For a rural family to save up 10,000 yuan, the hardships endured were beyond imagination, especially when the average annual net income for farmers was around 500 yuan. In rural society, if a young woman were to marry into a family with 10,000 yuan, there was a high likelihood of success, as the status far exceeded that of ordinary households. During this period, rural households with assets amounting to 10,000 yuan were equivalent to affluent families today possessing a net worth of 1 million, and they held a higher social status. The disparity between the rich and the poor was minimal at that time, making such households quite rare. With the acceleration of economic development, particularly post-1995, households with 100,000 yuan began to supplant those with 10,000 yuan as the new benchmark, and after the year 2000, millionaires emerged as the new symbol of wealth. Guo Ziqiang felt a tumult of emotions. He had placed all his bets on following Zhang Shu, and this was precisely for this moment. Reflecting on the past, after spending 6 or 7 years in the town, and with his elderly mother saving every penny of her pension, he had managed to scrape together a little over 1,000 yuan to hitch a ride with Zhang Shu. Now, his prosperous days were truly on the horizon. Who would dare to call him a good-for-nothing in the future? He was destined to don a suit and tie, becoming the esteemed Mr. Guo. Others felt similarly, while Guo Ziqiang had it somewhat better, having once been a prominent figure on the street. Zhao Sanxiang, Wang Lin, and Chen Chong were in a different predicament. Their circumstances were dire. They had smoked countless cigarette butts, living day by day with no more than 5 yuan in their pockets. Shu Guo, is it too much? Zhao Sanxiang hesitantly began, but Zhang Shu interrupted him. No need for idle chatter, just focus on your work. This is not charity. It is earned through hard work and dedication. He scanned the shining eyes of the crowd, his tone suddenly grave. I hope you all can learn something valuable, be it production, sales, or management. As long as you apply yourselves, there will be opportunities for you in the future. His gaze swept across everyone present. I expect my brothers who follow me into this venture to stay united. Before his words had fully faded, he had already stepped out the door, leaving behind a chorus of swallowed breaths. Guo Ziqiang watched his retreating figure, realizing that there truly existed someone capable of igniting the essence of brotherhood into molten iron, warming the heart. After spending time with this group, he found that they had fundamentally passed his tests. While lack of ability could be nurtured over time, a misguided heart was beyond redemption. Zhang Shu's expectations were not high. He merely required them to diligently complete their assigned tasks. After he departed, the remaining individuals remained in a stupor, pondering his recent words, their minds buzzing. Had they really only been with Shu Ge for a little over a month, and were already on the verge of becoming households worth 10,000 yuan? Chen Chong's hands trembled as he pulled out a crumpled bill from his pocket, distributing it among those nearby. What Shu Ge just said is true, right? Zhao Sanxiang retorted. Of course. When has Shu Ge ever deceived us? Damn it. Wang Lin suddenly slammed his thigh, fire igniting in his eyes. That old cripple from the neighboring village, who once looked down on my family's poverty, would never let his daughter marry me. Just wait until I return with 10,000 yuan in my pocket. Let's see if he dares to show off. Chun Huarong exhaled a puff of smoke. That's too small-minded. If I marry, it will surely be a woman from the city. You don't understand. This is about love, Wang Lin defended. Chapter 79. The lips drawn thin, the evening sun remained scorching as Qian Ruihua stood beside the iron gate of Shenyang factory, loosening his tie. He glanced at his Rolex date just on his wrist. It was 5:30, and workers were gradually streaming out of the gates. The blue-gray uniforms appeared somewhat outdated in his eyes. Initially, he intended to flatly refuse the match introduced by his family, believing that women from Huaxiao lacked sophistication. However, upon glimpsing the photograph in his mother's hand, he was taken aback. The lady in the picture, Li Wantong, donned a pale blue dress that exuded both the grace of a refined lady and a hint of youthful playfulness. He prided himself on having encountered numerous high-society women returning from abroad, yet none could hold a candle to the woman depicted in the photograph. Coupled with her prestigious background, Qian Ruihua found himself devoid of any grounds for rejection, prompting him to arrive at the Shenyang factory earlier than usual. Upon arrival, Qian Ruihua's heart raced as he beheld Li Wantong in person, who was even more radiant than in the photograph. He adjusted his suit collar, preparing to greet her, only to notice that she had paused, seemingly waiting for someone at the entrance. Just then, a man approached her, striding confidently to her side. This sight narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. Dressed in the plainest of work attire and worn-out sneakers, the man's humble background was unmistakable. Regaining his composure, Qian Ruihua stepped forward, the sound of his polished shoes echoing steadily on the cement floor. He raised a smile, directing his gaze first at Li Wantong's face. But a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes upon meeting Zhang Shu's. He halted a couple of steps away. "Miss Wantong, I am Qian Ruihua, sent by your mother to find you." Li Wantong appeared momentarily taken aback before politely nodding. "Hello, Mr. Qian." Feigning nonchalance, Qian Ruihua adjusted his cuff, revealing a gleaming Rolex. "And who might this be?" "This is my friend," Li Wantong introduced. Zhang Shu extended his hand. "Hello." Suppressing his disdain, Qian Ruihua shook his hand briefly before releasing it. "Pleasure to meet you. By the way, where are you headed?" "We're planning to watch a movie," Li Wantong replied with a smile, her gaze inadvertently flickering toward Zhang Shu. Qian Ruihua felt a throbbing pulse at his temples as he struggled to maintain his composure. "As it happens, I have no other engagements. Why not join us?" "My treat." The atmosphere grew tense, and Li Wantong's brow furrowed instantly. "Mr. Qian, I'm afraid it might not be convenient." She continued, "By the way, is there something specific my mother asked you to discuss with me? If not, we should be on our way. The movie is about to start." Qian Ruihua's nails nearly dug into his palms. "It's nothing of great importance, Miss Wantong. If you have other commitments, please feel free to attend to them." "All right. Zhang Shu, let us go. I must tell you, the movie I picked today is fantastic." Qian Ruihua watched in dismay as Li Wantong tilted her head, laughing at the man, and the two walked side by side across the street, even brushing dust off the seat of his vehicle. Witnessing Li Wantong lift her skirt to climb into the back seat, he noted how her hand gently rested on the man's waist as they turned the corner, their figures fading from view. He pulled a handkerchief from his suit pocket, slowly wiping his hands, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The Salt City Cinema retained its vintage architectural charm. At the ticket booth, Zhang Shu completed the ticket check and purchased a pack of sunflower seeds. The screening room was dimly lit, an antiquated ceiling fan whirred softly, providing a barely perceptible breeze. The two settled into their seats, and soon the familiar sound of film reels began to whir, illuminating the screen with a warm, yellowish hue. Li Wantong seemed deeply engrossed in the scene, her head unconsciously leaning closer, resting against his shoulder. Zhang Shu suddenly felt a warmth creeping up the back of his neck as her face brushed against his ear. He turned to gaze at her for a moment. "Don't stare at me," she murmured. Wantong nestled further into his embrace, and he caught a whiff of her shampoo, softly whispering in a tone meant only for them, "Do you like watching me?" The darkness of the evening provided the perfect cover. Wantong could hear the rapid beating of her heart as she softly responded with a gentle Then, she wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head deeper into him. Zhang Shu felt her hands gently caressing his lower back through the fabric of his work shirt. "Zhang Shu," she called out his name, her voice laced with a sticky undertone. "Your shirt button is poking me." He tightened his hold on her, hearing her muffled groan as her nose pressed firmly against his chest. "Is it still poking?" Zhang Shu's right hand slowly ascended, lightly resting on the protruding vertebrae of her spine, feeling the soft warmth of her skin through the fabric. "It's not poking anymore, but it's so itchy," she protested, her complaints swallowed by the fabric of his shirt, transforming into indistinct whimpers. Wantong lifted her head, and in the fleeting moment their eyes met. She unexpectedly bit down on his lower lip. The old ceiling fan buzzed annoyingly overhead, yet it could not drown out the mingling sounds of their breaths. Does it hurt? She released him, her lower lip glistening with moisture. Before Zhang Shu could respond, she leaned in again, this time being clever. First rubbing her nose against the corner of his lips before gently placing her own upon his, cautiously aligning with his shape. Wantong's kiss was inexperienced, merely brushing her lips against his, with occasional clinks of their teeth echoing softly. Zhang Shu cradled the back of her neck, guiding her to a more comfortable angle. She emitted muffled sounds, her nose gliding over his chin as she again captured his lower lip, gently nibbling it like soft cotton candy. Her tongue occasionally sweeping across the seam of his lips. Not waiting for her to continue her exploration, he took the initiative, his hand gripping the back of her neck as he coaxed her tightly, closed mouth open with his tongue. She uttered a startled sound, her body tensing momentarily before melting into a puddle of warmth. She tilted her head back slightly, allowing him to claim her lips. Each inch of her response polished and refined by his kiss. On the screen, a mother wept while cradling her child, yet in their world, only the sound of their intertwined breaths remained. Wantong gradually struggled to keep pace with him, her mouth opening passively. When she finally emitted a whimpering moan, she reluctantly pulled back slightly, capturing the tip of his tongue between her lips, creating a series of soft, wet sounds. Now this is kissing. Wantong shot him a glare, yet again reached for his neck, willingly offering her lips. This time, it was no longer tentative but rather a clumsy act of desperation, biting down on his upper lip. Her tongue wildly sweeping across, her nose beginning to glisten with a fine sheen of sweat. Slowly, he urged. Finally, Wantong began mimicking his movements, her tongue lightly brushing against his, like a small creature that had just learned to paddle in water, gradually finding her own rhythm amidst the waves he created. In the screening room, the end credits began to play, though neither of them took notice. It was not until the screen illuminated in a brilliant white light that Li Wantong abruptly awoke. Chapter 80. I really like it as the film concluded. It was nearly 10 o'clock. The summer night air in the old salt market still carried the essence of street food. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, Li Wantong's cheeks still bore a lingering blush, the earlier clumsy kiss rendering her lips more vibrant than usual, her eyes shimmering like pools of spring water. Zhang Shu draped his work jacket over his shoulder, the cuffs of his white shirt rolled up to his elbows, revealing his sturdy forearms. Are you hungry? He inquired, gesturing towards a brightly lit stall at the corner. Shall we have a bowl of fish soup noodles? Li Wantong nodded, her hair tips swaying gently with the motion. The stall owner, an elderly woman with silver hair, was in the midst of cooking noodles in a bubbling pot, the milky fish broth wafting delicious aromas into the air. They chose to sit at a wooden table, and as Zhang Shu glanced over, she quickly lowered her head, her neck forming a graceful arc. Weren't you quite bold just now, embracing and nibbling? Why the sudden shyness? Zhang Shu teased with a smile. Hearing this, Li Wantong's ears flushed crimson. Who was nibbling? Her gaze fixated on a crack in the table, her voice dwindling to a whisper, the last few words almost lost. Would the young lady like some cilantro? Yes, please. Li Wantong quickly replied, grateful as the elderly woman approached with a bowl of noodles, providing a welcome distraction. However, Zhang Shu was not inclined to let her off the hook so easily. In front of the steaming bowl of noodles, Li Wantong delicately blew on her soup spoon, while Zhang Shu leaned in slightly, saying, actually, I quite like the way you bite. He lowered his voice. The spoon clattered into the bowl. Li Wantong wished fervently to bury her entire face in the fish soup, covering her face with her hands, her eyes glistening with moisture peering through her fingers. You mustn't say that. After finishing their noodles, the night deepened. Zhang Shu pushed his bicycle, the bell ringing cheerfully. I'll take you home. He swung his long leg over the seat and patted the front bar. Sit here. Li Wantong was taken aback. Ah, in the front? Where else? Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow. The front bar of the bicycle was quite narrow, and she cautiously sidled onto it, her back nearly pressing against Zhang Shu's chest. His arms encircled the handlebars, as if to envelop her entirely. Hold on tight. Li Wantong grasped the front bar, but as the bicycle moved, she instinctively leaned back, her spine brushing against Zhang Shu's solid chest. She could distinctly feel his heartbeat resonating through the thin fabric of his shirt, steady and strong. Suddenly, Zhang Shu steadied the handlebars with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling her closer. This is more stable. Li Wantong's ears burned. Yet her heart brimmed with sweetness, his warm palm radiating strength even through the fabric. As they approached her home, the warmth of his embrace made it difficult to part. Li Wantong leaned back further, surrendering to his comforting presence. At the entrance of ZY Flower Garden, she looked up at Zhang Shu, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. You should head inside now. Get some rest. Zhang Shu gently tousled her hair, speaking softly. All right, you take care too. As Li Wantong was about to enter the community, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to turn back. She tiptoed and gently kissed Zhang Shu on the cheek before dashing inside. Zhang Shu touched his cheek where she had kissed him, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Everything seemed to become remarkably simple and pure when he was with Li Wantong. There were no intricate tests, no calculations of interests. Only her bashful glances and her clumsy yet sincere responses. Upon returning home, Li Wantong flung herself onto the bed without even putting on her slippers. Rolling around while clutching her pillow, her delicate feet swinging about in a carefree manner. She lightly touched her lips with her fingertips, where the lingering essence of Zhang Shu seemed to remain. Suddenly, she burst into a silly grin. So, this is what it feels like to like someone. Even the simplest fish soup noodles became extraordinarily delicious because he shared them with her. She sat up, ran barefoot to her desk, and pulled out a notebook from the drawer. Flipping to a fresh page, she diligently wrote down today's date. Today, I watched a movie with Zhang Shu. He looked so handsome in his white shirt. Her pen hesitated as she bit her lower lip, recalling that he had kissed her, or rather, she had kissed him. Although he often appeared a bit foolish, she truly adored him. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Liang Youguang from the Finance Bureau arrived at Shenyang with a woman in her 30s. Liang introduced her, saying, Mr. Zhang, this is Director Lu Wan, who is responsible for investment in the salt market. Should you have any needs, feel free to discuss them with her. Hello, Director Lu. Zhang Shu extended his hand with sincerity, applying just the right amount of pressure during the handshake. Being a woman, he was mindful of maintaining propriety. Lu Wan's first impression of Zhang Shu was favorable, despite his youthful appearance. Considering his affiliation with Hong Kong capital, it made sense. It was said that the wealthy in Xinjiang were quite chaotic. She guessed that this young man was likely the illegitimate son of some wealthy tycoon. However, that was of little concern to her. As long as he was willing to invest, it sufficed. Lu Wan smiled slightly, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes smoothing out. Mr. Zhang, you are too kind. Director Liang specifically instructed us to fully cooperate with Xinjiang International's investment plans in the salt market. Her voice was clear and bright, tinged with a local accent, yet articulated distinctly. Zhang Shu invited both of them to sit and personally poured tea for them. Director Lu, there's no rush to discuss the investment. Let us first talk about the compensation plan for the salt market automobile factory. Lu Wan exchanged glances with Liang Youguang, confirming that they could not evade this matter. Clearing her throat lightly, Lu Wan said, Mr. Zhang, we have discussed this issue internally many times. According to the law on state-owned industrial enterprises, if Xinjiang International incurs any losses, it should, in principle, be borne by the salt market automobile factory itself. Noticing Zhang Shu's furrowed brow, she hurriedly continued, however, considering that Xinjiang is a Hong Kong-funded enterprise and may not be familiar with mainland laws, we have devised two proposals for your reference. Please go ahead, Director. Lu Wan flipped through the documents in her hand and began. The situation is as follows. Although the Salt City Automobile Factory currently has a debt of 2.5 million, the 172 acres of land, along with the factory buildings and equipment, represent substantial fixed assets. Considering that Xinjiang is also interested in automobile production, we suggest that acquiring the Salt City Automobile Factory would be entirely feasible. This way, you could save the time required for constructing a factory, and we could alleviate the pressure on the municipal finances, resulting in a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Liang Youguang nodded repeatedly. Over the years, he had endured considerable turmoil from the Salt City Automobile Factory. Lu Wan paused briefly before continuing, of course. The only challenge lies in the valuation of the Salt City Automobile Factory. Our proposal is that if the land is allocated to Xinjiang, your company would only need to take responsibility for the placement of the factory's laid-off workers. However, if we proceed with the transfer process, your company would not only need to manage the placement of these workers, but also bear the factory's existing debts and pay an additional 1.5 million in cash. Chapter 81. Alliance demands Zhang Shu. After listening to Lu Wan, took a sip of tea, and contemplated. Regardless of which option was chosen, the government had displayed significant sincerity. In 1990, projects receiving government support typically acquired factory buildings through allocation with a simple approval process. Companies were only required to pay a minimal compensation fee or tax, allowing for rapid project initiation at an exceptionally low cost, often negligible. The downside, however, was the lack of complete ownership. Allocated land only granted usage rights, which could not be mortgaged, transferred, or sold, leading to illiquid assets. In the event of policy adjustments, there was a considerable risk of the land being reclaimed or requiring additional payment for the transfer, placing the enterprise in a precarious position. The advantages of purchasing land through transfer were evident: clear ownership, the ability to secure financing through mortgages, unrestricted transferability, and high asset value. If the area developed, the potential for land appreciation was substantial, yielding additional profits. The drawback, however, was the high initial cost, necessitating a one-time payment for the land transfer fee. Director Liu: to simplify matters, I will proceed with the purchase of the land for the automobile factory. However, I will need some time to arrange the funds. I will settle the 1.5 million along with the existing debts within 6 months. This can be stipulated in the contract. Zhang Shu did not deliberate for long before opting for the land purchase, primarily because it allowed for greater leverage. With such a vast area and equipment to use as collateral, the potential financing was immense. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the significant appreciation potential of the land in the future. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if he were to do nothing but hold on to this land, once the real estate market improved, he would never have to worry about sustenance again. However, it was utterly impossible for him to pay up front, as long as he owed money to the government. Their efficiency might even improve. Before Lu Wan could react, Liang Youguang was the first to break into applause. Excellent. Truly commendable, General Manager Zhang. For him, not only was he shedding a troublesome burden, but he was also gaining a substantial influx of capital. Such fortuitous circumstances were rare indeed. Lu Wan could not help but glance at Zhang Shu with renewed interest. While most individuals opted for the allocation method to build factories, given its minimal risk, he had chosen the opposite approach. Was this young man truly in possession of such wealth? Zhang Shu remained oblivious to Lu Wan's thoughts. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Who could truly comprehend the value of a reborn individual? A consensus had been reached regarding the proposal at the Yunque automobile factory. Paving the way for the ensuing discussions, Zhang Shu slid the meticulously prepared project plan before Lu Wan. Director Liu, our company intends to invest a total of 300 million yuan to establish a comprehensive automobile production line in Yunque. As Zhang Shu flipped open the plan, his finger traced the factory design blueprints, which included stamping, welding, painting, and assembly workshops, all equipped with the latest Soviet technology. Both Lu Wan and Liang Youguang were taken aback. How much money was that? Over the years, the total investment in Yunque had not even reached 300 million yuan. Zhang Shu aimed to evoke this reaction, stunning them into silence, which would facilitate his forthcoming requests. Otherwise, he feared that his ambitious demands might intimidate them. This served as a preliminary warning of sorts. Regaining her composure, Lu Wan inhaled deeply, her voice rising half a pitch. Mr. Zhang, did you say 300 million? She emphasized the word million to ensure she had not misheard. In the year 1990, an investment of 300 million was nothing short of astronomical. A figure capable of significantly impacting Yunque. Lu Wan's mind raced. If this investment materialized, not only would the city acknowledge her contributions, but the province would also commend her, solidifying her position within the ranks. Zhang Shu observed the remarkable shifts in their expressions, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he desired. When confronted with immense profit, all principles tend to become pliable. After all, the total investment was 300 million yuan, and there was no need to present it all at once. A preliminary sum of 3 million could be dispersed, supplemented by a bank loan, enabling operations to commence smoothly. When Lu Wan looked up, the astonishment in her eyes had yet to fade. Mr. Zhang, it's not that I speak out of turn, but currently, domestic production of passenger vehicles requires state approval. Rest assured, you need not concern yourselves with that. I have already arranged for the acquisition of a factory with automobile production qualifications. Lu Wan scrutinized the young man before her once more, noting his refined demeanor, yet recognizing his astute professionalism in speech and action. She suddenly grasped that her previous apprehensions were unfounded. This young man was not merely a wealthy individual. He had evidently preemptively addressed any potential pitfalls, approaching the partnership with a well-prepared strategy. Realizing this, Luwan instinctively straightened her posture. Indeed, Yunque had encountered a formidable player this time. Regarding policy matters, I hope the government can extend some support. After laying the groundwork for so long, Zhang Shu finally broached the main topic. Luwan shifted in her seat, adopting a listening stance. Zhang Shu, maintaining a relaxed tone, continued. In addition to the automobile factory site, I would like the government to allocate an additional 1 million square meters of land. Luwan nearly sputtered her tea, striving to maintain a professional smile. Mr. Zhang, 1 million square meters of land. Her voice trembled. That was nearly one-third the area of our Yunque development zone. Zhang Shu disregarded her reaction, continuing unabated. The area is merely the foundation. The infrastructure must also be your responsibility. Furthermore, I request a 3-year exemption from corporate income tax, followed by a 50% reduction in the subsequent 3 years. The office fell into an unexpected silence. In a third-tier city like Salt City, such conditions could be considered an extravagant request. President Zhang, Luwan finally spoke. Her voice lowered several degrees from before. I must report these demands to the city leadership. However, I anticipate that such conditions will be difficult for the city to accept. You are asking for too much, and with such a large area requiring infrastructure, the finances simply cannot accommodate it. Liang Youguang continuously nodded in agreement, initially thinking this young individual could be of some help to him, only to realize he was on the verge of being taken advantage of instead. Zhang Shu leisurely retrieved a document from his briefcase and gently pushed it towards the two of them. This is the investment policy from Pengsheng, Director Lu, which you may find useful. Luwan took the document, her fingers trembling slightly. Upon seeing the terms of a 5-year tax exemption and a 10-year halved rate, she gasped in surprise. Although Salt City cannot compare to the special economic zones, Zhang Shu said slowly, this is my hometown, and I still wish to contribute to its development. He paused, adding, of course, if it proves too difficult, then I shall. President Zhang. Luwan abruptly interrupted him. I will report to the mayor immediately. Director Liang, let us go find the mayor now. Chapter 82. Suddenly deprived of oxygen tanks, Liang Youguang tugged at Luwan's sleeve. Director Lu, let us not rush. We should first finalize the contract for the automobile factory. Luwan considered this and agreed. It was prudent to secure such a significant client before discussing the remaining matters further. President Zhang, what do you think? Absolutely no problem. This was precisely in line with Zhang Shu's intentions, as he did not require such a large space at present. The land for the automobile factory could be prepared first, allowing for the installation of production lines to commence. Luwan retrieved a stack of bound documents from her bag and gently pushed the contract towards Zhang Shu. President Zhang, this is the asset transfer agreement for the automobile factory. Zhang Shu accepted the contract and took a delicate sip from his teacup. One must approach the contract with a focused mind. It was not a matter to be rushed, but rather one to be savored word by word. Although it was highly unlikely that the government would tamper with such documents, there were always nuances within the clauses that could be skewed to their advantage. To avoid any unnecessary disputes in the future, he scrutinized it particularly carefully. Suddenly, Zhang Shu's brow slightly furrowed. Director Lu. He set down his teacup, pointing to Clause 7 with a hint of dissatisfaction. The stipulation that the transferee cannot dismiss employees within 5 years requires further consideration. Luwan instinctively glanced at Liang Youguang, who was pretentiously adjusting his tie. And here, Zhang Shu's finger moved to Clause 9, which stated that technological upgrades must be approved by the original technical team. He chuckled lightly and gently pushed the contract back across the table. I am here to manage an automobile factory, not to run a retirement home. The temperature in the office suddenly dropped, and Luwan felt increasingly uneasy, her ears slightly reddening. President Zhang, please try to understand. Her expression stiffened, yet she endeavored to maintain a professional smile. We are also here to safeguard the rights of the workers. Nevertheless, Zhang Shu was not swayed. His gaze turned sharply incisive. Ensuring rights is important. However, among the employee roster, 23 individuals have already surpassed the retirement age, and 17 are concurrently employed at other organizations. Director Lu, is this the protection of rights you advocate? Luwan opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Very well. Zhang Shufang softened his tone. The overaged personnel may be retained, but they must undergo the competitive assessment process for their positions. Those who fail to meet the standards will be the first to retire. As he spoke, the gentle smile that once graced his eyes was replaced by a glimmer of coldness, sharp as a sword unsheathed, pressing upon Lu Wan. I trust Director Lu understands that this is a private enterprise. We do not adhere to the communal approach of state-owned enterprises. Should anyone wish to coast through, it would be prudent to transfer them promptly. Otherwise, when I take action to dismiss, it will not bode well for anyone involved. Lu Wan furrowed her brow, contorting her face into a deep frown. The most challenging aspect of acquiring a state-owned enterprise lies here. If employee transitions are mishandled, significant issues will arise, and she would be held accountable. Yet Zhang Shufang's points are valid. Xinqing, as a private company, cannot afford to harbor idlers as state enterprises do. If she continued to apply pressure, and the young man, in his impatience, chose to abandon the matter, the 300 million project would likely fall through, and she would undoubtedly bear the blame. This predicament left her in a state of indecision. After a moment of contemplation, she clenched her teeth and said, "Mr. Zhang, let us visit the automobile factory and ascertain the workers' sentiments. We must expedite the resolution of this matter. Delays are unacceptable. The sooner we resolve it, the better. If we decisively cut through the issue without inciting unrest, it will pass. The longer we postpone, the more likely it is for troublemakers to stir the pot and complicate the situation." "Very well. Let us proceed." Without further delay, the trio boarded Liang Youguang's vehicle. Heading towards the automobile factory, Zhang Shufang suddenly inquired, "By the way, Director Liang, do you have acquaintances at the traffic police department? I need to procure a driver's license. Venturing out without one is quite inconvenient." Despite the current lack of enforcement regarding driver's licenses, he felt an unsettling sense of insecurity without it, influenced by past experiences. Liang Youguang, while driving, waved his hand with a smile. "Such trivial matters do not require your personal attention. I will arrange for them to come to you shortly." "Thank you, Director Liang." Obtaining a driver's license is remarkably easy these days. The duration of training hinges entirely on the strength of one's connections. With Liang Youguang's nearly unparalleled influence in Yanshi, a single phone call would ensure prompt assistance. The automobile factory is situated directly south of Yanshi, only a 15-minute drive from Shenyang. This was Zhang Shufang's inaugural visit. As the vehicle turned onto Tongyu South Road, he noticed a faded red banner still hanging at the factory gates, faintly proclaiming unwavering support for enterprise reform. The security guard, squatting at the entrance of the reception room, quickly stubbed out his cigarette upon spotting Liang Youguang's license plate and hurriedly opened the gate. At that moment, workers were huddled in the workshop, engaged in idle chatter. Ever since the factory director Yu Hainan had been taken away by the police a few days prior, production had come to a complete standstill, and no one had the motivation to work. The automobile factory was divided into two factions, one led by the deputy factory director Han Ming, and the other aligned with the former head of the procurement department, Fu Chun, each rallying around 100 individuals. The security guard hurriedly rushed into the workshop, exclaiming, "The leadership has arrived. Higher-ups are here." Han Ming looked through the glass and immediately recognized Liang Youguang, the director of the Municipal Finance Bureau, a significant figure indeed. Could it be that he was here to allocate funds for the auto factory? He dashed over, a broad smile plastered on his face as he extended his hand. "Director Liang, greetings. Welcome to guide our work." Liang Youguang, having little fondness for Han Ming, who was solely interested in financial support, merely responded with a nonchalant hum. Seeing this, Lu Wan quickly took over the conversation, extending her hand towards Han Ming. "Director Han, hello, I am Lu Wan from the Investment Promotion Bureau. And this is Mr. Zhang from Xinqing International." Han Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had certainly heard of Xinqing International, the very company that had sent Yu Hainan to prison. It was said to possess considerable strength, and the factory still retained 2 of their production lines. But what did the involvement of the Investment Promotion Bureau signify? His mind raced to comprehend the situation. "Director Han, the matter is as follows," Lu Wan began. "Due to the prolonged losses of the auto factory, I have been entrusted by the city to oversee its bankruptcy liquidation." "What?" Han Ming felt as if a thunderclap had struck his head. He had anticipated the leader's visit would result in financial assistance, yet the first announcement was akin to severing their lifeline. He found himself at a loss. Having worked here for nearly 20 years, what would become of him should the factory declare bankruptcy? How would the city arrange for the placement of these long-serving employees? "Director, what will happen to the workers?" Han Ming rubbed his rough palms together, gazing earnestly at Lu Wan. Rest assured, the city is always attentive to the placement of workers. Lu Wan reassured him, gesturing towards Zhang Shu. The factory will be sold as a package to Xinqing International, allowing you to continue working here. Mr. Zhang has guaranteed that the salaries will not be lower than they are now. Han Ming glanced at Zhang Shu and then replied, but they are a private enterprise. Fear not, they are a foreign investment. Their benefits and welfare are quite commendable, Lu Wan replied with a smile, attempting to smooth over the situation. What if there are workers who do not wish to stay? Han Ming posed the most pressing question. At that moment, the streets were filled with job seekers. Other state-owned factories were no longer short of manpower. He wanted to understand how the city would handle those who chose not to remain. Chapter 83. Incitement. Lu Wan did not shy away from this question, directly addressing the issue at hand. You are aware of how dire the current employment situation is. If anyone does not wish to stay, they will have to wait at home for notification until suitable positions become available for them to return to work. She presented the workers with two options, theoretically minimizing the likelihood of unrest. Although the city would provide support, once they returned home and relocated, re-entering the factory would become challenging. Without waiting for his response, Lu Wan continued, you need to disseminate this information now. I need to tally the numbers so that Mr. Zhang has a clear understanding. Han Ming, his expression vacant, nodded mechanically, his legs feeling as heavy as lead as he trudged back to the workshop. Director, how is the situation? When will the subsidies arrive? We haven't even received last month's wages. Several workers gathered around him, and Han Ming lifted his gaze, seeing each face etched with anxiety. He opened his mouth, but could only force a smile that was more painful than tears. The automobile factory is on the brink of closure, set to be acquired by Xinqing. Upon hearing this news, an eerie silence enveloped the workshop. Han Ming finally mustered a few words, his voice dry and strained. Those who wished to remain could continue working at Xinqing, while those who did not were advised to return home and await further notification. Await notification? What notification? It was nothing but a euphemism for being laid off. A deafening clang resounded as a wrench struck the concrete floor, emitting sparks. Fu Chun, his face flushed, erupted in anger. Why should I be forced to toil like a beast in a private enterprise? I've labored here for over a decade, and now they want to dismiss me at a whim? I demand an explanation. At his words, the crowd erupted in fury. Yes, we deserve an explanation. This cannot be allowed to stand. The workers began to stir restlessly, for this meant the severing of Fu Chun's livelihood. Previously, thanks to his brother-in-law Yu Hainan's connections, even amidst the factory's losses, he could still siphon off profits from procurement and receive kickbacks from suppliers. Now, with Yu Hainan imprisoned, if he were to stay at Xinqing, he would be relegated to the most menial of positions. To be a worker? Unthinkable. Having grown accustomed to leadership, how could he descend to the role of a laborer? He resolved to escalate the matter, to show these so-called leaders a thing or two. He climbed atop a wooden crate piled high with discarded parts, gesticulating wildly. What kind of character does a private enterprise possess? Are you also naive? They will first lull you with sweet words. And once they have stripped the state enterprise of its skin, they will manipulate you as they please. Look at this factory. Everything here was built by our own hands. To say it can be sold off at will, as if we were mere vegetables at a market? The crowd immediately erupted in shouts of outrage. Scanning the sea of angry faces below, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Fu Chun's lips. If he could stir enough commotion, perhaps the higher-ups would reconsider the plan for resettlement. He envisioned himself as a workers' representative, thus securing his position in the factory while leveraging public sentiment to his advantage. He would not allow a private enterprise to trample upon the dignity of our state-owned enterprise. Seizing a brick, he hurled it towards the factory window. The sound of shattering glass igniting a wave of unrest as the crowd surged towards Zhang Shu and others. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Han Ming urgently called out, "Everyone, please remain calm. Let us not escalate matters unnecessarily. Xinqing has promised that wages will not be reduced. The city officials are present. Could they possibly deceive me?" Fu Chun raised his voice, drowning out Han Ming. Do not heed his deceptive words. Xinqing is a leech, feeding off the blood of workers. We want our original automobile factory back, and we demand that Xinqing be expelled. Han Ming attempted to intercede, but was shoved aside. Witnessing the crowd's fury ignite fully, a fierce glint flashed in Fu Chun's eyes as he continued to bellow. They think we are easy prey. When the factory was built, who among us wasn't bare-chested? hauling bricks and carrying cement? Now that profits have dwindled, they wish to cast us aside? Not a chance. He kicked over a toolbox at his feet, parts scattering across the floor. If we do not receive a satisfactory resettlement plan today, none shall leave this factory. Several workers who typically benefited from Fu Chun's influence immediately rallied to his cause, rushing to the entrance and slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Lu Wan and Liang Youguang watched in alarm as the tide of workers surged forth. Why has the situation escalated to this extent over merely asking Han Ming to convey a notification? In the blink of an eye, dozens of workers surrounded the three of them, the heavy breaths mingling with the scent of machine oil wafting through the factory. Fu Chun pushed to the front, nearly poking Lu Wan's nose with his finger. Is it you who intends to sell our factory? Can a state-owned enterprise simply be sold? Did you obtain the approval of the Workers' Representative Assembly? Huh. The crowd erupted in applause. A few workers surged forward. And only when Lu Wan's back pressed against the car did she realize that cold sweat had already soaked her shirt. Liang Youguang, his complexion ashen, reprimanded Fu Chun. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? However, Fu Chun remained undeterred, pounding the car roof. Don't intimidate me. This is the decision of all the workers at the automobile factory. You must provide 3 answers today. First, revoke the bankruptcy decision. Second, pay the 3 months' wages. Third, he suddenly pointed at Zhang Shu, get this private enterprise dog out of Yunque. Fu Chun was completely incensed, growing more animated as he spoke, and suddenly pulled a belt from his waist, swinging it down onto the car roof. Did you hear that? If you don't agree, don't even think about leaving. The belt buckle struck the metal car body with a piercing sound, causing a few timid female workers in the crowd to instinctively retreat, only to be pushed forward by the workers behind them. Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes and smiled at Fu Chun, saying, if you do not wish to sell the factory, then we shall not buy it. Is it necessary to resort to violence? His gaze swept over the crowd, his tone laced with concern. With so many people packed together, a stampede could ensue, and that would be troublesome. You are all valuable talents. You cannot afford to be harmed. His words fell like a bucket of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, leaving the surrounding workers exchanging glances in confusion. An elderly worker with graying hair trembled as he spoke. Are you the owner of Xinjiang? Can you truly decide not to purchase the factory? Zhang Shu shook his head and sighed. Sir, honestly, given your factory's annual losses, what is there that I would find appealing? In terms of talent, we have experts invited from the Soviet Union. In terms of equipment, our company possesses imported production lines. To be blunt, please do not take offense. Were it not for the leaders of Yunque reaching out to me, hoping I could assist the automobile factory, I would truly be unwilling to take over this mess. Chapter 84. Initiative. Zhang Shu's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the crowd. Although harsh, they were undeniably reasonable, causing the surrounding workers to lower their heads in silence, their earlier fervor dissipating in an instant. Ultimately, they were merely startled by the sudden threat of losing their most cherished job security, feeling lost and uncertain, coupled with subtle instigation from others. Their heated emotions had led to the current impasse. At this moment, Han Ming finally squeezed through, hands clasped together, moving them up and down repeatedly. President Zhang, I sincerely apologize. The workers are merely struggling to comprehend the situation. They did not mean to offend you. Zhang Shu abruptly slapped the car door, exclaiming loudly, incorrect. Director Han, to be candid, I originally held a low opinion of state-owned enterprise employees, always believing they coasted by on connections. However, through this incident, I can at least see that everyone cares deeply for the factory and does not wish to leave the automobile factory. The moment those words were uttered, they resonated deeply with the surrounding workers, who truly regarded the factory as their home. He immediately turned to Han Ming and inquired, Director Han, how many employees do we currently have in our factory? What is the monthly wage? Manager Zhang, the Salt City Automobile Factory currently employs 287 individuals, with an average salary of 138 yuan. However, we have only been able to disperse half of their wages for the past 3 months, Han Ming replied, his voice heavy and gradually diminishing, as if reluctant to voice the harsh reality. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu nodded slowly and then addressed the crowd. I understand that each of you is the backbone of your household and values this job above all else. Coincidentally, I am in need of skilled hands like yours. Today, with Director Liang and Director Lu present, as the head of Xinjiang, I wish to make a commitment to you all. Regardless of whether you choose to remain at the factory or seek other opportunities, I will personally compensate for the wages that have been withheld over these past 3 months. This proclamation stirred a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Even Liang Youguang and Lu Wan turned their heads in surprise. For him, spending a few extra thousand yuan was a trivial matter. If it could secure the loyalty of so many workers, then it would be money well spent. Zhang Shu gestured for silence, and the crowd immediately quieted down. He leisurely retrieved a package of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and took one out to place between his lips. Observing this, Han Ming rushed forward, shoving Fu Chun aside and promptly igniting the cigarette with his lighter. Zhang Shu shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself how adept this man was at navigating such situations. He took a deep drag and then offered the remaining cigarette to Han Ming. Please, share this with the uncles and brothers around us. He then smiled at the gathered crowd. I came out in haste today and only brought 1 pack. I hadn't anticipated such a large turnout. For those who didn't get a chance to smoke, remember to seek me out next time. I'll ensure everyone receives a pack. Laughter erupted among the crowd, the atmosphere instantly lightening, dispelling the earlier tension. Zhang Shu flicked the ash from his cigarette and, with it pinched between his fingers, addressed the assembly. While we have everyone gathered here, I wish to speak candidly. To be frank, as a native of Salt City, had I not been genuinely intent on contributing to my hometown, I would have long since relocated to Pengcheng. He gestured towards the factory buildings. You've all seen the 2 production lines in the factory. These are merely the beginning. There are plans for a second and third batch to follow. Director Liang and Director Lu are aware that I have already requested 1 million square meters of industrial land from the city. With this, he raised his hand, drawing a large arc in the air, his voice rising with fervor. What I mean to convey is that I harbor ambitions. I intend to establish a complete automobile production line here and genuinely embark on a significant enterprise. So, do not fear that my words lack substance. My home is here. There is no need to worry about my departure, for my roots are firmly planted in this land, and like you, I hold a deep affection for the ground beneath our feet. As he spoke, an older worker discreetly wiped away a tear, and soon, thunderous applause rolled through the factory like the sound of spring thunder. Zhang Shu raised his hand once more to calm the crowd. To speak of ideals without addressing wages would be disingenuous. It is well known that I am certainly not the kind of person to act in such a manner. Thus, let us discuss the remuneration. Based on your current salaries, new employees joining Xinqing today will receive an immediate increase of 10 on their existing wages. Furthermore, the company will regularly conduct skill assessments, and any employee who passes these evaluations will see a monthly salary increase. I wish to convey that, at Xinqing, some individuals may forever remain on a fixed salary, while others could earn 200, 300, or even more within merely 6 months. Lastly, it is understood that we are a private enterprise and cannot afford to sustain idlers. If anyone believes they are suited for a communal lifestyle, they may take their 3 months of owed wages and depart. I shall not impede their exit. However, our factory will not tolerate those who seek to take advantage of the system. It is better to leave promptly than to create a situation where everyone's dignity is compromised. In short, as long as you are willing to work hard and possess exceptional skills, I assure you that your salary will be among the highest in Yanshi. Conversely, those who merely aim to waste time will certainly not last here. I will say no more. You have half an hour to contemplate your decision. Whether you choose to stay or leave, please register with Manager Han. Additionally, as part of the initial group of employees, there is a benefit. Each of you may recommend one eligible friend or relative for a position in the factory, as a gift from Xinqing to the esteemed citizens of Yanshi. Now, consider your options. I shall await your responses. Upon witnessing this situation, Han Ming felt a renewed confidence in his role as factory manager. He stood tall, abandoning the earlier dejection. Let us head to the workshop to think. Do not disturb General Zhang any longer. Han Ming, like a herder guiding his flock, ushered the 100 or so individuals back to the workshop. Liang Youguang and Lu Wan finally sighed in relief, narrowly averting a potential disaster. Had it not been for Zhang Shu, they would have faced grave repercussions. Liang Youguang was relatively unscathed, as he had not been deeply involved in the matter. However, Lu Wan's heart raced. She had come as an envoy from the city and wielded significant authority, but she had nearly botched the entire affair. Should rumors of investors being coerced by workers to withdraw their investments circulate, her position as director would be in jeopardy. Thank you, General Zhang. I was supposed to assist you in resolving this matter, yet you ended up covering for me, Lu Wan said, her voice tinged with genuine apprehension. her grip on the document bag still trembling. Zhang Shu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Director Liu, you are too courteous. We all wish to see this matter resolved well. It is not about helping one another. Rest assured, I will faithfully report today's events to the mayor, ensuring that your goodwill towards your hometown is conveyed in its entirety. Lu Wan spoke rapidly, eager to erase the earlier awkwardness. Yet Zhang Shu replied with a chuckle. The mayor has a full schedule. Let us not trouble him with such minor issues. In just a few hours, Zhang Shu's image in her mind underwent a profound transformation. Initially, she perceived him as a mere wealthy heir, someone dabbling in frivolities. However, his remarkable composure in averting a crisis and maintaining control of the situation had truly impressed her. In a remarkably brief span of time, this group of workers transitioned from resistance to complete acquiescence, showcasing an extraordinary level of skill. Such cunning and adaptability. Could these be the attributes of someone merely in their 20s? Yet, here it was, unfolding right before her very eyes. Liang Youguang shared a similar sentiment, observing Zhang Shu with a sense of profound admiration, pondering how his own son, of a similar age, was still idly wandering the streets. In contrast, Zhang Shu executed tasks with remarkable decisiveness. The comparison between individuals was indeed stark. Chapter 85. Passion, are you truly considering remaining here while that young man exploits you? As the situation began to spiral out of control, Fu Chun promptly interjected. Han Ming glared furiously, admonishing, what are your intentions? Are you intent on shattering the last remnants of our brothers' livelihoods? Fu Chun scoffed, remarking, I wonder what benefits you've received from Xinxing to advocate for them so fervently. We are formal workers of a state enterprise. Are we to be duped into servitude like beasts of burden? Spare us your attempts to sway our hearts. Suddenly, Han Ming bellowed, forcibly ripping off his work cap and casting it to the ground. The workers stood in stunned silence, astonished by the vice factory director, who was typically so subservient, appearing as though he had transformed into a different person altogether. I receive benefits? I, Han Ming, have toiled in this factory for 23 years, ascending from apprentice to vice factory director. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. Trembling with indignation, he pointed at Fu Chun, exclaiming, when your brother-in-law Yu Hainan was in power, even a mere screw would require a kickback. Do you not understand why this factory has fallen into such disarray, you parasites? Han Ming's discontent towards these two had long been simmering, compounded by his status as a mere figurehead, devoid of real authority. However, the circumstances had changed, with private enterprises taking over. The good days for such individuals had come to an end. Ignoring Fu Chun, he turned toward the surrounding workers, continuing, my esteemed brothers. General Manager Zhang has already articulated the situation clearly. Salaries will be increased by 10, and each household will receive an additional factory entry quota. This means that dual-income families will earn at least 300 more each month. Under such conditions, what more could we possibly desire? He surveyed the crowd, speaking earnestly. We are all aware of the grim employment landscape outside. Workers from textile and machinery factories are now selling breakfast on the streets. Fu Chun has profited enough over the years. He certainly does not care for this job. But what about you? Do you truly believe that escalating this situation will yield a better outcome than what we currently possess? Upon hearing this, Fu Chun trembled in fear. How could such words be spoken in public? He immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Han Ming, cursing, you're just spewing nonsense. Envious of their wealth and eager to ingratiate yourself. Did you not hear what that young man said? If the work is poorly executed, there is a risk of dismissal. If you agree now and later find yourselves cast aside, you will be the ones lamenting. Han Ming let out a cold laugh, retorting, their words are precisely aimed at scoundrels like you. You wish to receive money without laboring, as if Xinxing were your personal pigsty? Why do you not continue to share the rest of General Manager Zhang's words? There will be monthly skill assessments, and those who pass will receive salary increases. Why was this rule established? Simply because of individuals like you, who squander their time without contributing. I have said all that needs to be said. You are all adults. You ought to possess your own discernment. Those who wish to remain should come forth to register. As for those who desire to create a commotion, I shall not impede them, for it bears little relevance to me. Upon finishing his statement, he stepped aside, retrieving a notebook and a pen, and promptly inscribed his name, thoughtfully annotating his position. With the first signing, a second followed suit, and as someone took the initiative, everything began to flow naturally. Those who signed first were predominantly from Han Ming's group. Suddenly, A middle-aged man recalled something and turned to glare at Fu Chun, exclaiming, "You pest! Are you worried that your good days are coming to an end, which is why you now feign concern for everyone?" Several workers who had been standing beside Fu Chun pondered and began to push forward as well. "I wish to register." Fu Chun, observing the diminishing number of people around him, grew anxious. "You foolish lot. Private enterprises are nothing but leeches." Before he could finish, a worker interrupted. "You are the biggest leech. The automobile factory went under because of you and Yu Hainan. After 15 years of service here, you won't even grant me an injury compensation. Can any of your sincerity be worse than yours?" An increasing number of hands reached forward, and the notebook quickly filled with signatures. Watching the densely packed names, Fu Chun felt as if he might shatter his molars in frustration. "Director Fu, shall we register?" Han Ming waved the notebook, adding, "Oh, you ought to seek out Factory Director Yu. I hear he is faring quite well in prison, though I wonder if he has still implicated you." The crowd erupted in laughter. Fu Chun glared at Han Ming with malice, regretting not having dealt with him decisively in the past. Han Ming, unfazed by the glare, scurried over to Zhang Shu, respectfully presenting the registration book. "Mr. Zhang, everything has been duly accounted for." He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, noting that a total of 232 workers had volunteered to stay, while the rest were likely those who relied on connections to get by. Even if these individuals departed from the automobile factory, they would inevitably find another stable job to continue their leisurely existence. "Thank you for your hard work, Director Han." Zhang Shu closed the registration book, his gaze fixed upon him. "Tomorrow, I will have Soviet experts come to install the production line. You will assist the workers and familiarize yourself with the machinery. So do not hesitate to consult the experts. Furthermore, recruitment of new employees must adhere to standards. You will be responsible for determining personnel allocation and the number of workers needed in each section." He gave Han Ming a hearty pat on the shoulder, declaring, "Old Han, you bear a heavy burden." Han Ming, a smile creasing his face like a walnut, replied with a tremor in his voice, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. I have dedicated 23 years to this factory and can manage everything proficiently." "Excellent," Zhang Shu responded, his words invigorating. "By the way, what is your current salary?" "Around 300. Han Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment, instinctively rubbing his sleeves. "From today onward, your base salary will increase to 600, with bonuses calculated separately." This is far too generous." Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Just focus on diligently working alongside me. In 2 years, we will strive to elevate your salary into the higher figures." Han Ming suddenly raised his head, his throat constricting as he struggled to find words. Having received only a little over 100 in half pay these past months, now his salary would double with bonuses. More importantly, Zhang Shu was genuinely entrusting him with the management of the factory, treating him as a confidant. Han Ming's eyes suddenly brimmed with emotion. Reflecting on the days when he was overshadowed by Yu Hainan, even acquiring spare parts required 3 formal reports. Now, grasping the authority over personnel allocation, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. He felt a profound sense of loyalty akin to a warrior willing to die for a true friend. However, before he could fully embrace his excitement, Zhang Shu calmly interjected, "But if you dare to engage in any unscrupulous activities in the factory, I will send you to meet Yu Hainan." Han Ming, with a defiant tilt of his neck, responded, "Zhang, just judge me by my performance." Zhang Shu nodded, choosing not to elaborate on this matter. It was essential to have one's own people in the financial department. It was simply the way of things. His earlier remarks were merely a verbal admonition to Han Ming, ensuring that this old fellow wouldn't let his newfound power go to his head. "By the way, tomorrow you are to go to Shenyang and bring back 2 Ladas, completely dismantled." He tapped on the car door and added, "Aside from the engine and transmission, list all the other parts clearly. Identify which can be produced in-house, which need to be procured, from where, and at what price. You must have all this information at your fingertips. Moreover, establish a human resources department." "Do we really need a human resources department for such a small factory?" Han Ming asked. Bewildered, Zhang Shu suddenly smiled, pointing towards the vacant land in the distance. "Do not confine your vision to these 200 employees. You must think bigger. What if the factory expands to 500, 2,000, or even tens of thousands? The human resources department needs to be set up in advance to recruit talent from all corners of the country. Of course, the primary focus should be on technical experts and those with management experience. If we encounter top industry talent and salary negotiations stall, You can seek my special approval. Han Ming felt a throbbing in his temples. He gazed at Zhang Shu's hand pointing to the empty space, as if he could envision factories rising there, conveyor belts whirring, and thousands of workers in uniforms bustling through the workshops. This was no mere factory. It was a vision of carving out an automotive kingdom in the salt market. Han Ming was awestruck by Zhang Shu's grand blueprint. His throat tightened, and he found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a surge of warmth ascending from his feet. It had been years since he felt such a rush of adrenaline and fervor. Chapter 86. A territory of one's own, by the way. Who incited the workers to stir trouble? Zhang Shu had always been vigilant about such nuisances, for these pests not only irritate but also pollute the environment. It was Fu Chun, Yu Hainan's brother-in-law and the former factory director. Zhang Shu stroked his chin and inquired, "What is this fellow like? Does he have any leverage over you?" Han Ming smirked, gaining new insights into his new boss. He definitely belonged to the type who smiles on the surface while plotting behind your back. The issue now was not whether Fu Chun was willing to leave. It was that Zhang Shu might not allow him to depart. However, this had little bearing on Han Ming, who had no intention of shielding Fu Chun. He candidly replied, "There is no substantial evidence, but over the years, he has certainly benefited from Yu Hainan. Moreover, he has been quite arrogant and has offended many, if an investigation ensues. Finding evidence will not be difficult." Zhang Shu clapped his hands and smiled at Lu Wan. "Director Lu, I never imagined that our visit to the automotive factory would uncover such a significant pest." Lu Wan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She harbored a deep-seated resentment for the individual who nearly caused her downfall. Mr. Zhang was indeed correct. She had finally uncovered the root cause of the automobile factory's persistent losses. Such vile characters, who dare to embezzle state assets and engage in bribery, must be dealt with severely. I shall contact the police immediately to ensure he is apprehended, preventing any possibility of escape. With that, she hurried to the communication room to make the call. Huang Ming, upon hearing this, instinctively recoiled. Women can be ruthlessly fierce, particularly those in positions of power. It is worth noting that in the 1990s, any case involving over 10,000 yuan could be classified as a major incident, if it led to severe consequences, such as the bankruptcy of a company or harm to employees' interests. The repercussions could span a decade or more. In the case of Fu Chun, the situation could be dire or trivial. If no one reported him, he might evade justice altogether. However, if Lu Wan were to take decisive action against him, attributing various charges to him under the principle of cumulative punishment, he could very well face a life sentence or even the death penalty. Lu Wan swiftly assumed her role, her voice cold and authoritative. "Director Han, you must promptly organize the accounts Fu Chun has handled over the years and inquire which workers are willing to testify." "Understood. I shall get right on it." Han Ming, perplexed by Fu Chun's mindset, wondered why he was not lying low, especially considering that his most influential backer in Hainan had already been implicated. If one wished to stir up trouble, they at least needed to ensure their own hands were clean. Clinging to his own burdensome guilt while behaving so brazenly was a fool's errand. Han Ming recognized that Fu Chun was undoubtedly finished. Whether he could extricate himself from this predicament was highly uncertain. Lu Wan had already communicated with the police, who arrived promptly. When Fu Chun was brought out, he wore a mask of indifference, clearly still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shouting incessantly, "Zhang Shu, is it really necessary to escalate matters this way? I am merely advocating for the rights of the workers, and you have the police arrest me? This is retaliation. I shall sue you." Zhang Shu regarded Fu Chun with an enigmatic smile, remaining silent, yet his gaze was icy. Han Ming, seizing the moment, could not remain passive. This was a prime opportunity to demonstrate loyalty, and missing it would be a grave mistake. He pointed at Fu Chun and rebuked him. "Advocating for rights? Do not flatter yourself. Under the guise of representing the workers, you have been engaging in all manner of corrupt activities, believing no one is aware of your transgressions?" Fu Chun glared defiantly at Han Ming. "You sycophant, how dare you slander me?" Han Ming scoffed. "While others may be oblivious, I am not. You've benefited immensely from your connections with Hainan over the years. Haven't you? Do you truly believe we are all blind? Embezzling state property and engaging in bribery. We are currently gathering evidence, and you should prepare for a lengthy prison sentence." Upon hearing these words, Fu Chun was instantly engulfed in panic. As Han Ming had stated, although these matters had previously gone unchallenged, it did not mean they were unknown. If someone were determined to investigate, Uncovering the truth would be far from difficult. Regret washed over him as he realized he should never have taken the lead in this situation. He had profited sufficiently over the years, even if dismissed. He could have at least made a graceful exit. But now, contemplating his future predicament, cold sweat trickled down his temples. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, forced to grit his teeth and endure. Han Ming, do not wrong the innocent. Yu Hainan is Yu Hainan, and I am myself. I have not committed those acts. You merely harbor disdain for me and seek to entrap me. He turned to the nearby police officers and exclaimed, Comrades, they are slandering me. You must not heed their one-sided narrative. I am innocent. I merely spoke on behalf of the workers. The police officers remained impassive. One of them replied, whether a crime has been committed is not for you to determine, nor for them. Once the investigation is complete, a conclusion will naturally be reached. For now, please cooperate with our inquiry and accompany us. Fu Chun suddenly struggled violently, vociferously protesting. I will not go with you. I have not committed any crime. You cannot arrest me. Zhang Shu, you despicable person, daring to settle personal scores. I shall not let this go. Once I am out, you will face consequences. Han Ming, you too should brace yourself. I will return to settle accounts with you all. Fu Chun was forcibly escorted by the police towards the vehicle. And just as he was about to be shoved inside, he suddenly softened, beginning to weep. General Zhang, I was wrong. I was wrong. If you can let me off this time, I promise not to cause any trouble. Old Han, please speak on my behalf. Zhang Shu shook his head, feeling further annoyance towards such a person, relieved that the police had already taken him away. The primary employee placement issue had been resolved. Both parties signed a contract at the automobile factory in the presence of over 200 employees. Thank you for your support, General Zhang. Lu Wan extended her hand and sincerely expressed. Zhang Shu smiled as he grasped her hand. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Director Lu. Please expedite the implementation of the land and the necessary utilities. That is the crux of the matter. This time, Lu Wan did not evade as she had initially, but instead made a solemn promise. Rest assured, General Zhang, I will do everything in my power to ensure smooth cooperation. She and Liang Youguang did not linger, exchanging a few casual words before departing. General Zhang, shall I show you around the factory premises? Han Ming suggested at an opportune moment. Zhang Shu nodded in delight. From this day forth, this would be his stronghold. Although he had managed the two factory heads of Shenyang quite well, he had always felt a tinge of being a guest in someone else's domain. Now, he finally possessed his own territory.